transmigrated into a tragic romance fantasy. Prologue. 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 Sigh, I know that transmigration novels are the new fever, but isn't it a bit too much to find myself inside a novel that I checked out of sheer boredom? A novel, might I add, that was completely unrelated to my tastes and was just checked out of pure curiosity. And to top it off, I entered a female-oriented novel, a romantic fantasy. It didn't stop there, I just happened to be the character fated to be left in shambles in this romantic fantasy. Isn't this too cruel a punishment? Well, I guess I could consider myself lucky that I didn't end up gender-bent as the female lead. Anyway, I need to run away from this shit. I surveyed my surroundings. The room I was in was filled with vintage furniture, clearly a room selected for the 4 candidates. This meant that by tomorrow, the 4 candidates would start living together with the 3rd Northern Duchess. Thus, the romantic fantasy and its struggle would begin. I didn't have much time. If we started living together, it would be much harder to simply escape, so I needed to do something right now. I looked at my reflection in the mirror. Glossy black hair and a sturdy yet lean build, much like one of a swimmer, coupled with sharp crimson eyes. Eldon Raphaelian, a good-for-nothing who wasted his time getting drunk and chasing after skirts. A known troublemaker, as well as a cunning strategist who didn't balk even at the sight of blood or pain, a goddamn battle junkie. In other words, he was a character with a brilliant mind, but one who couldn't control his impulses. Fortunately, since he was the sole heir of a declining county, and his parents had already passed away, there wouldn't be a single person who would reprimand me for running away. There shouldn't be many repercussions for breaking the courtship with the 3rd Northern Duchess and going home. Yep. Not a single bit of harm would come to me if I did that. Then, since there was no more need for me to think about this, I'll simply forfeit. This novel's plot was centered on the female lead, the youngest daughter of the Northern Duke as well as the heroine. In essence, this world was built for her. Nothing good would come from getting entangled with a woman like that. Besides, I didn't want to compete in a marriage race for a woman I had never met, nor did I wish to become the Duke's son-in-law. I would end up having to take care of the duchy, buried in troublesome matters till the day I die. One might ask, why doesn't he just abuse the perks of being a transmigrator? Is he stupid? Why is he running away instead? Well, to that I have just one thing to say. The heroine and I, along with the other 3 male leads, were destined to a terrible and bitter fate. For me, running away from this stupid romantic fantasy wasn't a choice, but rather a necessity for my continued survival. As such, I immediately left my room. By referencing this body's memories, I was able to find the office of the person responsible for managing the courtship contest of the female lead. The person in question was buried in his documents, and upon noticing my approach, he wore a polite yet tired smile on his face. Unfortunately, however, he was about 30 seconds away from having that smile wiped off his face. What brings you here, Lord Eldon? Surely you are not here to make a special request regarding the cohabitation that will start tomorrow. Yes. Ha 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 ha. I'm sorry, but I refuse to drown in tears of regret, exhaustion, and obsession for mistakes I had not even made. And I further refuse to be entangled with the stupid trio who were destined for eternal regret as they chased after the heroine. To me, a modern-day Korean man transmigrated into a medieval era out of the blue. The suffering of those shackled under this aristocratic decorum was far less appealing than my freedom. I, Eldon Raphaelian, hereby declare my withdrawal from the competition for the betrothal of the 3rd Northern Duchess. And just like that, I announced my escape from the final candidacy, transmigrated into a tragic romance fantasy. The eldest son of the Beelan County, Kyle Beelan, the second son of the Kaled Duchy, Daron Kaled, the second son of the Rossfell Marquisate, Blund Rossfell, the sole child of the Raphaelian County, Eldon Raphaelian. Except for the declining Raphaelian family, the candidates were descendants of powerful and well-established houses in the Winterfell northern region. Such esteemed figures were all fighting for Lumia's hand in marriage. They were the finalists out of 100 participants. In terms of appearance, martial skill, intelligence, wealth, and personal accomplishments, they were unmatched compared to their peers, the best possible suitors for Lumia. The only problem was, why in the world did she choose these men? If one were to look beyond their superficial traits, they would realize that all of them were scum. They reveled in trampling over the weak, knew no shame, would constantly drown themselves in their vices, and did not hesitate to commit evil deeds for the sake of personal glory. They were the embodiment of a snobbish noble cliché. Therefore, when these individuals made it to the top 10, Gelwood, the Duke of Winterfell's advisor, fervently prayed that Lady Lumia wouldn't choose these 4, that his pleas would reach the young lady. However, Lumia didn't listen to his wisdom. Nor did anyone seem to listen to his prayers. She plucked his sincere concerns out of her ears like unwanted earwax, selecting the precise individuals Gelwood warned her about and leaving the poor advisor to drink from a cup of despair to drown his sorrows. Given her nature and insight, her choice was incomprehensible, but as a mere advisor, he had no choice but to follow her wishes. As such, here he was, working diligently and reviewing the matters related to the cohabitation that would begin tomorrow. It was an attempt to conceal his worry, or at least that was the case until a minute ago. Ha ha ha. It seems Lord Eldon has come not with a request but with a jest instead. Now, what would be the purpose of your visit? A jest, indeed. That was what Gelwood believed. He had no choice but to fervently believe it so. Because if asked to pick out of the 4 finalists, Eldon Raffelian would be his choice, not because he was better than the others. No, it was simply because this man was the lesser evil. Gelwood's reasoning was incredibly straightforward. It was simply because Eldon Raffelian was less vile than the other 3. At least the man in front of him was a creature that stayed true to his instincts and didn't hide his filth with some saintly mask like the others. So upon hearing such nonsense about a withdrawal, Gelwood forced a smile back onto his face as he asked the man for some clarification. But the answer he was given thwarted his expectations. It is not a jest. The man's eyes carried a stalwart conviction, and from his lips a sincere tone rang out. I see you are serious about this. Why would you do such a thing? Perhaps I realized that I was far too lacking to be Her Grace's fiancé. You passed both the preliminary and the main evaluations with outstanding scores. The Duchess handpicked you herself. How could you consider yourself lacking? I have enjoyed an honor beyond my standing. When you've grasped something you cannot hold on to, you must let it go. Do you understand that you'll be rendering all your efforts worthless? Eldon shrugged indifferently, his expression serene. I'm merely cutting away a wasted effort. You stand in a position hundreds of noblemen would kill for. Are you truly certain that you want this? Yes, a curt and determined answer. In such an atmosphere, Gelwood realized that no persuasion would move the man before him. As such, he pondered for a moment before saying, to this day there's never been a withdrawal in the history of a betrothal contest. I must report this to the Grand Duke. If you grant me a day, I shall bring you his answer. Eldon sighed. For him, even a day's worth of wait was too long, eager as he was to leave this place as soon as possible. However, considering the sudden withdrawal of a candidate might upset the Grand Duke of the North, he had no choice but to convey his request politely to Gelwood. Then I trust you will convey my wishes to his grace. Please just let me get out of here. Unaware of the desperate plea hidden in his words, Gelwood smiled warmly. Do not worry. We always respect a candidate's wishes. I see. Eldon bowed lightly to Gelwood. Normally, a noble like Eldon outranked Gelwood, but as the advisor to the ruling family of the Northern Territories, Gelwood held a higher prestige. Therefore, mutual respect, while not obligatory, was a matter of courtesy in such a case. Of course, since this was the first time Gelwood ever received such courtesy from Eldon, the advisor was quite perplexed. It had been a fortnight since the betrothal contest began and they had encountered and spoken several times, but Eldon Raffelian's neck had always been stubbornly stiff. No, it wasn't just mere stiffness. He intentionally lifted his head higher, refusing to bow in whatever manner. Moreover, the aura this young man carried, coupled with his menacing crimson eyes, gave the impression of staring into the gaze of a proud beast, but for some reason. It's different, to be more precise. The intense sense of wrongness that ate at Gelwood's mind had been solidified with the blow he just received. The young man's eyes were as peaceful as a lake, and the air around him was as comforting as a breeze. Even his sharp mannerisms and arrogant behavior had become gentle and polite. It was a subtle change and could even be dismissed as a figment of the imagination, but as a skillful advisor should, Gelwood recognized and responded to the shift in Eldon's behavior. So for now, Gelwood quickly returned the bow. Then take care, Lord Eldon. I'll leave you to your work. Click. As Eldon left his office, Gelwood pondered about the young man's change as he immediately headed towards the Grand Duke's study. However, the most pressing issue wasn't the young man's change of behavior, but the unprecedented withdrawal from the betrothal competition. Tusk, after leaving the aide's office, I couldn't help but click my tongue. My escape had been delayed. Moreover, I hadn't even received a clear answer. Things would certainly become troublesome should the Grand Duke invalidate my withdrawal. Of course, it was unlikely that he would refuse the forfeit of a declining house's scion. Nonetheless, the only thing I could do was hope that His Grace, the Grand Duke of Winterfell, would approve of my wish without much fanfare. In any case, better start packing. Just in case someone would interfere, I sent away the head butler on an errand. Despite this body's upbringing, packing my belongings on my own was something I could easily do. So as I hurried back into my room, I gathered any visible items. My baggage is lighter than I'd thought. Since the duchy had supplied various commodities to the finalists, there wasn't much for me to pack. A few sets of clothes and shoes, some accessories, and a couple of bottles of good liquor were all I had. Fact that I found empty bottles scattered around the room told me the original Eldon enjoyed drinking while being here. Heh, I guess it's true that villains and alcohol are inseparable. Just as I finished packing for a possible night escape, an elderly man entered the room with a knock. It was head butler Rendler, whom I sent on the errand. My lord, I've brought the items as requested. They didn't have any purpose nor meaning, so I pointed towards the cabinet and said, just put them over there. As I straightened my back after packing my belongings, the head butler kept staring at me as if he had seen something forbidden. He looked around restlessly and spoke. "Why are you just standing there? Go put my things over the cabinet." "My lord, can you perhaps explain to me what you are doing?" "Ah, right, I forgot to mention. I declared my withdrawal from this contest to the aide, and I'm packing my stuff so I can leave at any moment." "My lord, what I mean is, what are you doing right now?" Was it so difficult to understand? It shouldn't have been. Perhaps the old butler harbored some vain hope that I would emerge victorious. Just because a wastrel of a declining house like me miraculously made it into the finals. If so, sorry to disappoint. Getting this far is a miracle in itself. It's as if one is verified just by being a finalist in the Duchess betrothal competition. As such, numerous noble households will pour forth marriage proposals and alliances. There's no need to cling to a fight I have no chance of winning. I thought this would be enough of an explanation, but the glimmer in Randler's eyes didn't disappear as I hoped it would. Just when I was about to feel sorry for giving the old butler a shock, he looked at my packed belongings and uttered a single sentence. A sentence that showed just how vile of a character Eldon Raphelian was. "So, what you mean, my lord, is that you've personally packed your belongings? How can this be?" So the butler wasn't shocked that I gave up on the contest, thus squashing our biggest chance to uplift the family's name. Instead, he was astonished that I, Eldon Raphelian, the prodigal son, packed my stuff with my own hands. Didn't this mean that Rendler hadn't even held a single speck of hope that Eldon Raphelian would win the contest? Eldon Raphelian, just what kind of life had you been living, transmigrated into a tragic romance fantasy? Rendler, the head butler of the Raphelian county, was an old and loyal retainer who could arguably be said to have shared in the household's rise and fall. He entered the household as a page at 22, became a butler at 26, and by the young age of 36, he was serving as the head butler, assisting the head of the household himself. Such was his role that nothing in the Raphelian county could proceed without him. As such, it was only natural for him to take on the task of watching over the growth of Eldon Raphelian, the sole heir of the family. He took on Eldon's lessons on noble etiquette in place of the busy head of the household, who often had to leave the mansion. Moreover, Rendler was also the one who cleaned up after him whenever he caused trouble. After all, the lady of the family was too frail to discipline and manage the rampantly mischievous Eldon. An absent father, often away on official duties, and a weak mother, bedridden due to illness. Filling their void was undoubtedly beyond him, but Rendler still did his best to take great care of Eldon. He believed it was his duty, responsibility, and a natural part of his job as someone living off the family's bounty. Of course, guiding a child who was so starkly different and not related by blood was nearly impossible. Even so, Rendler did not spare his efforts. However, as years passed, those efforts began to fade, and by the time Eldon enrolled in the Royal Academy, they had all but evaporated. By associating with bad company, Eldon allowed the evil inclinations he had been suppressing to spread their wings. He received numerous warnings from the faculty and had been involved in serious disputes with classmates that often resulted in bloodshed. Yet, Rendler never once blamed him. He was proud of Eldon, who graduated as the valedictorian despite all the incidents. The flames of malice within Eldon were inevitable and irrefutable principle, as well as a providence of nature. Only then did he finally accept that one's inherent fate would inevitably follow its course. You have worked hard, young master. Congratulations on your graduation as valedictorian. 3 years later, when Eldon returned to the family, he had been completely enthralled by the temptations of pleasures and indulgences, alcohol and women. Instead of the prestige of a valedictorian, he returned filled only with the instincts of a male. Instead of glory, he handed over only empty bottles of liquor to Rendler. Instead of honor, he stepped down from the carriage bringing along drunken prostitutes. These lewd bitches. Do you like the taste of money that much? I'll throw in a gold coin to the bitch that barks like a dog. Catch it with your mouth. Then it's yours. Instead of a valedictorian's laurels, the Raphelian county's garden was filled with the screams of prostitutes and the fluttering of scattered money. 3 years enrolled at the academy. Having awakened the deplorable instincts of a man during that all but short time, he began to acquire various infamous nicknames such as Vulgarian, Drunken Nobleman, and Black-Haired Beast as soon as he returned to the city. Rendler was busy handling the aftermaths of incidents, yet he never once blamed his young master. What was to happen had happened. That was all. While choosing to conform to Providence instead of battling against it, he silently worked for the Raphelian household. But then he faced a significant crisis when Eldon turned 22. The head of the household died in an accident and the lady passed away from chronic illness. The situation was utterly bleak. The sole heir of the household, who had no interest in its fortunes, was burdened with heavy responsibilities. Thus, Rendler's worries deepened accordingly, and it didn't take long for his fears to become reality. Business partners, doubting Eldon's capabilities, began to terminate their contracts, and as a result of unpaid dues, businesses had to be sold off one by one. The family's fortunes declined. The glory of the Raphelian county faded, so Rendler advised the mansion staff to prepare themselves mentally. After all, once the few remaining businesses were sold, there would be nowhere left to collect money from. As such, the last step would be to sell the mansion, and land a collapse of the once great family seemed inevitable. However, Rendler, one day Eldon, who had sobered up for the first time in a long while, called for Rendler, and then he proposed something rather unexpected. "I heard the third Northern Duchess is holding a betrothal competition. Make sure to submit my application for it." "Excuse me, I am fairly certain I have told you not to make me repeat myself." "Ah, why yes, understood." It was an incomprehensible turn of events. He, who preferred chaos over marriage, he, who treated women merely as tools to satisfy male desires, was participating in a betrothal contest for a woman. Moreover, this was a decision made while knowing just how the name Eldon Raphelian was regarded by society. It would have been a miracle if he even managed to pass the preliminary round, let alone the main selection. Rendler submitted the application with such thoughts, and when Eldon was chosen as a final candidate, he suspected it was less a miracle and more a prearranged scheme. After all, inexplicable events often concealed reasons befitting its incomprehensibility. Was that perhaps why? Forfeit. Ho ho. You have thought very well, Lord Eldon. Hearing the young lord declare his withdrawal brought out a genuine sense of relief. As mentioned before, winning was already out of the question. It was a wise choice to return home rather than endure another uncomfortable day at the Grand Duke of the North's castle. Honestly, it was embarrassing to present such a lord to the Duchess. No, it was embarrassing to present him anywhere in the world. Rendler thought the third Duchess was pitiful for having chosen such a lord as a finalist, so this seemed like an excellent turn of events. "Then, I shall prepare the carriage." "I see you're not going to ask why. Why would I ever question your decision, my lord? As you said, there is no need to cling to a battle one cannot win. Ho ho ho." Rendler left with a bright smile, and Eldon, feeling strange for some reason, took a sip of the alcohol in his glass. His first taste since he had transmigrated into this world was. "It's bitter, bitter, very bitter." Winterfell, situated at the northernmost parts of the continent, lived up to its name, with winter reigning all year around. The vast lands were covered in thick snow, with blue coniferous forests wrapped in white scarves and white foxes digging through the snow-capped mountains. Even the place known as the Land of Bitter Cold and the Land of Frozen Earth had rainfall in May. Icicles hanging from the roofs turned into droplets, falling onto the frozen ground. And with the arrival of such a season, Logan Winterfell, the sovereign of the northern regions, found himself buried under a mountain of paperwork. Frozen things did not cause problems. It was the things which thawed that did. Furthermore, in May, to mark the celebration of life beginning anew, a long-standing tradition, as well as a grand festival of the northern region, would be hosted. Grand Ducal Betrothal Competition. That meant it was a May where even brief naps would be too long if they wished to deal with the affairs of the northern region and household. Moreover, this betrothal contest was especially abuzz throughout the northern regions because the previously veiled third Duchess was the protagonist. What withdrawal, and so the news of a final candidate's withdrawal inevitably caused interference and confusion in his already tight schedule. Gelwood the aide instinctively bowed his head as the blue eyes, reminiscent of an azure dragon on the battlefield, showed an unabated spirit. "Yes, your grace, candidate Eldon Raphelian has declared his withdrawal, and the reason, he claimed he was too lacking. After passing numerous tests over a fortnight to reach the final step, only now does he forfeit. Speaking of qualification." Yes, unable to comprehend the withdrawal, Logan leaned back and crossed his arms. His arms, which once wielded a massive halberd that swept through the northern battlefields, showcased their enduring strength and glory. "There must be another reason. I have attempted to probe and investigate, but nothing concrete surfaced. Were there no odd signs? Odd signs. They were vague, but they did exist. However, Gelwood hesitated to report them as they were still uncertain and unverified, so he carefully brought up something that had caught his mind. Well, they are not exactly odd signs, but, speak freely, he seems to have changed a bit. That was the only way to describe it. He seemed to have changed." However, even with just those words, Logan showed interest, standing up and approaching the window. He was someone Logan had personally appointed as the central aide, and Gelwood's exceptional insight had never once been wrong. He could see through one's essence with just a glance, foreseeing outcomes that were several moves ahead and capable of extracting gold from mere dust. That was who Gelwood was. If he said something changed, then it absolutely must have. Logan's gaze was drawn to the snowscape created by the traces of winter that had not fully melted, for example. His voice, once as harsh as a blizzard, has become calm. His gaze, once severe, has softened. and his indomitable spirit seems to have melted away, much like the northern regions in May. The iron-blooded hellion has turned into the northern regions of May, you say, Logan murmured, scanning the snowscape. The comparison to the thawing northern regions of May presented an interesting topic for the Snow King of the North, even if it was an expression that had its leaps of logic. Gelwood's insight had no equal. After all, why else would kings of other nations covet him as an advisor? Of course, one remark wouldn't immediately change Logan's opinion of Eldon. However, his effort to reach the final candidacy, only to become the first ever to withdraw in the history of the betrothal competition, was enough to pique the retired veteran's curiosity. Logan turned and looked at Gelwood. I understand that individual meetings with the final candidates are strictly forbidden before the commencement of the cohabitation phase. However, exceptional circumstances require exceptional rules. Arrange for a time to see him. Understood. There is a gathering between the candidates this evening, so I shall arrange it for after that. Gelwood left and Logan, left alone, gazed out the window. He was well aware of Eldon Raphelion. No, he was well aware of all the final candidates. After all, they all shared one common characteristic. While stroking his white beard, Logan whispered, Eldon Raphelion, what a strange fellow, a man who climbed up with such difficulty, only to step down so easily. Regardless of whether it was due to external pressure or a genuine realization, it was clear he was unpredictable, just as public opinion suggested. With a bitter smile, Logan returned to his desk and started signing the backlog of documents, transmigrated into a tragic romance fantasy. Stomp, stomp, 5 hours had passed since I declared my withdrawal, and as the sunset painted the afternoon sky in its colors, I found myself strolling down the hallway following Rendler. Our destination was the Great Hall, where dinner would be served. I would have preferred to enjoy my meal inside my room, however. Tonight's dinner was no ordinary affair, and as such, I had no choice but to go, because this would be the first official gathering of the final candidates. Before the cohabitation with the third Duchess, this dinner would serve as an opportunity for the finalists to scout the opposition. Since this was an official event, I couldn't simply excuse myself for selfish reasons. After all, I was still a final candidate. As I followed Rendler, a string of sighs and grumbles left my mouth. So can't I just say I was feeling unwell? While my words sounded like the petulant whining of a spoiled brat, I couldn't help the intense discomfort that arose with the prospect of meeting the other candidates. How could I even enjoy the meal if I was to be around those idiots? Why so? Do you not wish to dine with the other candidates, my lord? Yes, something like that. Haha, that's peculiar. Why, well, aren't you close to the other candidates, my lord? I thought you'd be pleased to see them. After all, it's been a long time since you've met. It was precisely because of this closeness that I was in this mess in the first place, and there would be no point in voicing my concerns to someone who wouldn't understand them. If I just turned to someone and said, actually, I'm Lee Jun-woo, a man from the Republic of Korea, who somehow possessed the body of this person, and oh, the world you live in. It's a shitty romance fantasy novel, then whoever heard it would undoubtedly think I had finally lost my mind after drinking for so long. Oh, I'm so pleased. Rendler suddenly stopped and turned to look at me. What? Curious, truly curious. What is it? I've been serving you for 26 years, my lord, but today I feel as if I am serving a completely different person. This butler is surprisingly sharp. Perhaps he might even understand the complete madness it was for a modern person to possess his master. That is, as long as he didn't faint from disbelief. As I snorted from my own absurd thoughts, I walked past Rendler. Ha, it seems your age is making you talk nonsense. Thankfully, I was aware of the deep bond shared between Rendler and Eldon, since this was briefly explored through a flashback toward the end of the free chapters. He was like a father to Eldon, and at times, even like a mother. He was the one who stood by Eldon's side, advising him when the trials began. Was that perhaps why? It was rather difficult to look into his weary eyes. It feels like I killed his kid. Although it's not my fault I possess this body, I can't help but feel guilty. So in order to ease this feeling, I must faithfully play the role of Eldon Raphelion, the wastrel. Well, aren't you coming? As I looked back at him, Rendler approached with his usual smile and haste. On my way, my lord. After a moment, we reached the Great Hall. Impressive. Indeed, the Great Hall of the Grand Duke's castle gave off a majestic feeling. The floor was crafted from the most exquisite marble, with an indoor fountain so elaborate that it was hard to believe it was real, not to speak of the massive chandeliers made of crystal. This wasn't simply a dining place, but a room designated for grand events. Here we are, my lord. If you need my assistance, I'll be there, so do not hesitate to call me. I need your help right now. Tell me, my lord, sit over there for me. Snap. I snapped my fingers and pointed to a round table covered with a splendid tablecloth. Rendler looked at me with a surprised expression. Since it was just a silly joke on my part, I patted his shoulder with a smirk and walked forward. Meanwhile, Rendler seemed to have a surprised expression that screamed, "Did my lord?" Just smile. At the center of the round table, illuminated by a large candelabra, sat the idiot trio. Around them stood a middle-aged woman with sharp glasses and an elderly man who filled his tuxedo generously, each holding a document and a pen. These were the ones who would follow the candidates' meetings, assessing them alongside the Duchess. In essence, the final evaluations were starting now, but that was none of my concern. Everyone's arrived early, I see. After saying this simple greeting, I took my seat. Regardless of my peril, there was an odd sense of nostalgia when you encountered the characters of a novel in person. The son of a duke, as well as the candidate with the highest rank among us, Daron Khalid, received my greeting with visible displeasure. "You're late." His deep voice is quite pleasing to the ears, though his annoyingly smug appearance, like a fox, is a minus in my book. But then again, it's you guys who arrived 10 minutes early. Since I had no desire to engage in a battle of nerves with them, I simply smiled. Daron was seated on my left, and on my right was the eldest son of a county, Kyle, and seated in front of me the second son of a marquisate, Blund. True to their natures as male leads of a romance fantasy, their hair colors were a vibrant mix like a garden in full bloom. Daron had golden hair, Kyle had blue hair, Blund had red hair, and me, I had normal black hair. Didn't people say that a tragedy up close was a comedy when seen at a distance? That perfectly described my situation. Now that all candidates have arrived, the meal will be served. Although we were acquaintances, the overall mood in the Great Hall was strained since the evaluations would begin. It was probably because they wished to hide their intentions. Unlike the preliminaries that tested our martial skills and intelligence, the final evaluations focused on the character of the candidates. Of course, based on how the free chapters were going, I very much doubted the winner would emerge from this bunch. It is quite awkward, though. During the preliminaries, candidates could not interact with each other. It was an individual assessment to begin with, and the martial arts test was conducted with the commander of the Grand Duke's Knight Order, so there was no occasion for us to meet. Therefore, this would be the first time we faced each other since the contest began. There was also barely any interaction between us after graduating from the academy. I hate this mood. While I played with my spoon out of habit, the servants began setting the luxurious meal, and soon enough the entire course was presented. The fat middle-aged man wearing a tuxedo opened a document and signaled the start. Then let's proceed with the meal. As mentioned, from this moment on, our every action was being evaluated. Even the way the candidates held their spoons was put under scrutiny. Well then, this thing looks absolutely delicious. The fact we were being graded was not my problem. Chomp, I took the biggest looking rib I found and took a large bite. Ribs, after all, were made to be enjoyed like this. As soon as I did this, the pens of the two evaluators were put in motion. And when I complimented the chef while still holding the rib, the speed of those pens increased even further. Wow. This shit is fucking delicious. Swoosh, swish, swish. I want to eat like this every day. Maybe this competition wasn't so bad after all. With such a carefree thought, I lifted my glass and one of the servants quickly poured me more wine. Gulp, gulp. After taking a generous sip, I swirled the wine in my mouth. Gargle. As I thought, nothing beats soju as a palate cleanser. I would love to say Ajima-one, a bottle of soju here, please, while I raised my finger, but there was no way a heavenly nectar like soju existed in medieval times. So I had to settle with using the wine as a palate cleanser while I took a handkerchief from my coat pocket and cleaned my lips. Rustle. Of course, I didn't forget to shake out the handkerchief. It was no fun if I didn't shake it, as if drying out the laundry. Meanwhile, the pens of the two evaluators kept moving furiously. You guys are working hard. While I sent a mental salute to those enduring undue hardship, I continued eating my meal when Daron Khalid, who had been cutting his steak in a stiff posture, raised his head, snorted at me. You must have been hungry, judging from your continuous gluttony. It almost seems as if you are not even breathing. Ha ha ha. Indeed, Lord Daron, the voracious way Lord Eldon was eating made me a bit hungry as well. Duke, Marquis, and finally Count. Even if the ranks were set aside during the final evaluations, the social pecking order was inevitable. Kyle Beelan, who stood at the bottom of the hierarchy alongside Eldon Raphelian, quickly joined in on Daron's mockery. From then on, it was only a matter of time until Blund Rosfell, the second son of a marquis, joined as well. After all, Eldon, a scion of a declining family, had been their lackey during their academy days, a convenient target for the trio to dump their menial work onto. As I recall, you didn't display such an appetite at the academy, Eldon. Have you always eaten so enthusiastically? Perhaps I was merely misremembering some things, ha ha ha. The idiot trio, true to their characters as arrogant nobles, started to lash out at the most vulnerable opponent with their scathing words. Such vicious mockery was more of a scoring factor than a flaw. That was simply how the aristocratic society worked. But honestly, I felt sorry for these fools. After all, a verbal beatdown only worked if the victim cared about their reputation. Sadly for them, I neither cared about my reputation, nor was I interested in this contest, so their taunts were akin to a letter for an illiterate person, completely ineffective. But what else could they do? It was how they lived their lives until now, after all. Instead of responding, I kept silent. Meanwhile, Kyle wiped his mouth with a napkin, attempting to rally the group together. By the way, Lord Daron, Lord Blund, isn't it interesting? What might be that out of 100 participants, the four of us ended up as the final candidates. It is indeed amusing. As Blund finished speaking, he glanced at Daron. His eyes were filled with fake flattery. He must be plotting to receive some crumbs when the most likely candidate, Daron, becomes the victor. To think that we, classmates from the Royal Academy and the esteemed Lord Daron of the Great Kaled Duchy, have ended up as the finalists. This might spread some unnecessary rumors, ha ha ha. Daron simply smiled at the painfully obvious attempt to curry his favor as he took a bite from his steak. At this point, I was feeling the need to enlighten these fools that there was no need to strain themselves in trying to go against me, regardless of whether this meant my survival or not. Regardless of whether my withdrawal was rejected or not, I had no intention of joining in their petty fight, so it would be more convenient for all involved if I simply drew the line. With this in mind, I addressed Blund. "Excuse me, Lord Blund, I feel the need to correct your statement." "What? Correct my statement? Shouldn't it be more accurate to say that the three of you have become the finalists?" The idiot trio's gazes turned sharply to me as they tried to comprehend the meaning behind my words. If anyone wished to inquire about the reason behind my abstention, I would gladly answer. This was the duty of a wise man who knew how the story would unfold. Also, since the idiot trio didn't wrong me, I simply continued with a sly smile. "In fact, this morning I formally withdrew from the final candidacy." Swoosh, swift swoosh. The movements of the pens accelerated beyond human comprehension. Footnotes 1, anti. Transmigrated into a tragic romance fantasy. Through whatever means, become alive in son-in-law of the Grand Duchy and prove the worth of your pathetic existence. Become engaged, whatever it takes. Everything will naturally be resolved afterwards. You are our hope. If you cannot become the son-in-law of the Grand Duke of the North, then at least become the hands and feet of the chosen betrothed and be useful to the household in some capacity. 100 nobles, all given a special assignment along those lines, participated in the Grand Ducal betrothal competition. Since the contest did not reflect social status or class, but only required noble blood, nearly 1,000 applications were received, and among them 100 were selected through a screening process, thus competing in preliminaries and the main selection over a fortnight. Now, only the final step remained. When tomorrow came, the final evaluation would begin, and after 15 days of cohabitation, the final winner would be determined. With a rather high probability of 25. Someone would prove their worth, someone would become hope, and someone would be of help. It was 15 days. They just needed to endure 15 more days to write history. A brilliantly shining new history. Therefore, the idea of withdrawing from the final evaluation was something that couldn't be considered, even in imagination. An unthinkable decision that would not be taken unless one was mad. And so, considering Eldon Raphaelian, who made that very insane decision, as a madman was only natural, a moment of silence rippled like a small wave. The first to break it was Kyle, the eldest son of a county. "Withdrawal, have you perhaps been day drinking? Such jests are far too excessive to make in front of such esteemed people. Haha, isn't that right? Then was the food you were so busily gobbling down meant to be your last supper?" Blund regarded the declaration of withdrawal as a joke, continuing Kyle's mockery. Eldon Raphaelian was not considered a competitor by them anyway. He was merely a tool that could be used for a better evaluation, just like he had always been in the academy. As such, Eldon's declaration of withdrawal was actually bad news for them. After all, it meant a public good to be exploited would be gone. Since he was never considered a contender in the first place, his withdrawal didn't even affect their chances of winning. Daron, who had been silent until now, asked Eldon with eyes of interest. "The reason? How could someone as wicked as me possibly become a candidate for the Duchess' husband? It is just that I realized my place far too late." Clank. Daron placed his spoon on the plate and wiped his mouth. "Realizing your place, you say? That I understand, but I did not know you were so weak. To think that you would give up on the race just when the finish line is in sight. I have lived a life trampling on others. Too unclean of a life to become a part of the noble Northern Grand Duke's family." Eldon said this while looking at each and every one present. It was sort of a hint in its own way, but for those who did not know the true identity of the Duchess, it was nothing more than the self-deprecating reflection of a villain. Of course, there were those who felt rather stung by that sharp reflection. Blund finished his meal and twirled the wine glass in his hands. The wine, with a red akin to blood, sloshed heavily. "Everyone gets hurt and hurts others in life. The world admires those who trample on others and stand on top of them, not those who get stamped on. Is that not something you are aware of as well by now?" Eldon smiled, a serene smile that only someone who had renounced their worldly desires could make, and it was also a bitter smile sent to a nobleman who admired evil deeds. "I am aware. It is just that the thought of daring to pretend to be noble while evaluated, after causing others to shed tears of blood, made me uncomfortable enough to withdraw. A slightly edged voice echoed again amidst the beautiful melody of the orchestra. After all, there is no such thing as an eternal secret in the world. Isn't that so? A harsh critique of evil deeds, as well as a chilling warning to those in the know. It was a rather severe statement, but Eldon felt it was akin to the maxim of his ancestors that said the one who farted complained of the smell first. Daron's turquoise eyes began to show signs of anger. It almost seems as if your words are aimed at someone. Are you perhaps seeking atonement now after all this time? But you see, that does not mean the tears of blood that have already been shed can clear. And then, as Daron, the leader of the group, expressed his displeasure, Blund and Kyle also crossed their arms or furrowed their brows in agreement. Lord Eldon, you have become quite a hazard since I have last seen you. No, perhaps weak, would be more accurate. The blood that one is born with is a matter of providence. To go against it, one must be prepared to bleed, and I wonder if you are truly ready for that. Eldon sighed softly. It was the expected flow of events. They had chosen deception over reflection in the latter half of the free chapters, and it was the same now. The trio was trying to lecture him in response to the criticism. They treated someone who reflected on themselves as a fool while packaging their own beliefs and sophistries in eloquent words. In essence, they were using his self-reflection as a tool for their own gain. Even so, Eldon still understood them. In the first place, they were characters created from the outset to be marked as targets for tragedy. It was absurd to expect a superficial warning to lead to reflection and reform. And frankly, he did not care that they were using and insulting his reflection in such a manner. According to Blund and Daron, showing weakness or vulnerability was a detriment in the aristocratic world. Basically, they were saying his qualifications were too substandard to be a person of the land of bitter cold. But for Eldon, who had declared his withdrawal, he couldn't be more thankful if they actually delved deeper into that aspect. It was a mutually beneficial situation. Pleasant flow of events, and so Eldon laughed. Haha, there wasn't any particular meaning behind it, do not worry. I only shared my personal feelings because you asked for a reason. He showed the minimum responsibility and duty expected of the sole person attempting to escape. He wasn't sure if it was noticeable, but he didn't see any reason to care further. After all, they were targets that more than deserved the swings of the third Northern Duchess sword. For the sake of the heroine, interfering any further was something to avoid. Eldon set down his empty glass. From now on, he would leave things to fate and just observe the flow. Of course, after thoroughly shedding the sense of responsibility that came with being a transmigrator, and I have only conveyed my intention to withdraw. I have not heard any specific response yet. I merely informed you all in advance, thinking of you more as colleagues than competitors. There was no reason to ostracize them unless they directly harmed him, the transmigrator, but if they did cause any damage, that would be an entirely different story. Following Eldon's words, Daron glanced at the evaluator before speaking. Well, do not fret. If that is your opinion, so be it. Let us finish our meal here. Blund and Kyle nodded, and the busy scribbling of the judge's pen ceased. With that, the first gathering of the final candidates concluded. Step, I was walking down the hallway with Rendler. The first gathering had ended, in a more monotonous and uncomfortable manner than expected. I had no intention of becoming enemies with the male leads of the novel. Nothing could be more foolish than that. I didn't possess some saintly nature at the levels of Mother Teresa, nor was it certain that one of those three would be the final winner, so there was no need to cross the line. What remained was waiting for the Grand Duke to approve my withdrawal. And since I had fulfilled my duty as a transmigrator, all I needed to do now was observe the flow. It didn't matter whether they noticed the hint and reflected, ignored it and made decisions full of regret, or survived this stage of revenge to become engaged to the Duchess. I was going to leave it all to fate and just draw my own future. The problem was, what do I start off with? What should a modern person, suddenly dragged into the medieval era, do first? Moreover, one who had become a noble of a declining county. Although the original Eldon Raphaelian intended to uplift his household's fortunes through a marriage with the Duchess, sadly, I had no such plans. Even if the family's fortunes had declined, it was still a county. A wealthy person remained wealthy for up to 3 generations, or so they say. So there was no need to cling to this betrothal war or worry about reviving the household's fortunes. First, escaping safely from this place destined for tragedy is key. Now the priority was to overcome the immediate crisis. Even if my withdrawal was rejected, it wouldn't mean I was in danger. After all, there was more than one way to avoid this abyss of regret, exhaustion, and obsession. Withdrawing was simply the cleanest, surest, and fastest method. I want to hurry up and rest. As I hurried to my room, suddenly, the sound of sobbing reached my ears. It was from behind. Curious about the noise, I stopped and turned around, only to see the old butler hastily turn away. After turning back, I took a few steps forward. Then when I whipped my body back around, the butler once again turned his back towards me. Slight trembling shoulders, hands rubbing the eyes, and the sounds of sniffles. Could it be? that you are crying. Rendler shook his head. Ho ho. Oh, of course, that isn't the case. I just got dust in my sniffle eye, that is all. Dust in your nose, too, it seems. Ho ho ho. The D dust is quite fierce. Sniffle, it was too clear a sign to dismiss with a flimsy excuse. As such, when I waited a moment, Rendler hesitantly turned around. His eyes were moist. He then smiled awkwardly and bowed his head. I apologize, my lord. It seems my sentiments have gotten the better of me with age. Well, it's not something you need to apologize for. I was simply too moved by the words you spoke at the gathering. I have shown such an unsightly side of me. Ah, was that the reason for the sudden tears that came out of the blue? All I did was issue a warning to my fellow tragedy-destined characters, yet unwittingly I seemed to have deeply moved the old butler. Sniffle. With watery eyes, Rendler beamed a bright smile. Then his face flushed, seemingly embarrassed. Please do not stare so blatantly at my disgraceful display of emotions. It is quite embarrassing. I was just so overjoyed, that's all. I held myself back from saying, even if you didn't tell me that, the sight of an old butler blushing like a young girl is way too uncomfortable for me to continue watching, and just turned around. It seemed he was a character that was more prone to tears than what was suggested at first glance. To think that he would show tears from just one moment of reflection. It felt like any act of kindness might actually lead to an outright wail. I should be careful around him. Right as I stepped forward to turn the corner with such thoughts, crash, I ended up colliding with a woman who had been briskly walking towards me. She was a maid in her mid-teens, wearing a maid uniform adorned with the crest of the Northern Grand Duchy, transmigrated into a tragic romance fantasy. Crashed on highways, a distracted driver would have a higher mortality rate than a drunk driver. After all, someone who was distracted would never expect or be prepared for potential danger. This was one of those cases, an unexpected collision between those unaware of someone coming around the corner. Just as a sedan got completely wrecked upon crashing against a truck, the fragile maid was flung away, falling onto her buttocks. Ouch, it hurts. The hallways of the Grand Duke's castle were made of solid marble. As such, a considerable shock must have been transmitted to her frail backside. Honestly, she would be lucky if she hadn't fractured a single bone, seeing as how she was propelled into the air before falling. Even though both of us were at fault for this accident, compassion for the more injured party was only natural, or at least that should have been the case for any normal human being. My lord, are you all right? My butler, Rendler, quickly approached me and examined my entire body. At his shout, the poor maid looked at me with eyes on the verge of shedding tears. Her face was strangely familiar. I was sure I'd never seen her before, but the familiarity that arose was mysterious. After a moment, her thoughts seemed to have caught up to her, and a look of pure horror took hold over her frozen face. Ah, Lord Eldon, I never knew a human face could get so pale. Her face, which had been flush with pain, now turned into an eerily shade of white, and her eyes lost their light as if they had been scorched by a blazing sun. It seemed even this maid of the Grand Duke's household was well aware of the infamous Eldon Raphaelian. Come now, why are you not apologizing to my lord? As Rendler scolded her, the maid quickly knelt down before me. Then she pleaded earnestly, My lord, I am so sorry. It was my fault for hurrying along and not being careful. This lowly servant has committed a sin worthy of death. Both were at fault for the collision, yet the injured party was the one begging for forgiveness. A minor accident due to mutual carelessness, but somehow one side had become the unilateral perpetrator. A trivial mistake that happened hundreds, perhaps thousands of times in a person's life suddenly became an offense worthy of death, simply because the injured party was a nobody. And when I gazed upon that vulnerable girl, kneeling on the cold hard floor, I saw a memory from my childhood, where I also suffered from a similar situation, truly a cruel twist of fate. At that time when I fought another kid, I was the one who had to kneel and apologize simply because he was the director's son. It was indeed a cruel memory, those times when I had to taste the bitter unfairness of those born without privilege. Where were you looking at when walking? What if something happened to the Lord's body? When Rendler started to chastise the maid once more, I lightly raised my hand to stop him. Everything's fine. You stand up. I said those words while looking at the maid. There was no need to blame a girl who appeared to be 10 years younger than me. In this cruel society, where a simple mistake could lead to your death, survival alone was something worthy of praise. But the maid couldn't even lift her head, as her body trembled like a leaf in the wind. I am truly sorry. I'll be more careful to ensure this never happens again. Please, my lord, forgive me just this once. Just what exactly did this maid think of Eldon Raphaelian? From the way she was acting, one would believe she bumped into the devil himself. As I said, I'm fine. Stand up. My voice turned slightly harsher, as the reflection from my past continued to overlap with her figure. Facing one's former, weaker self was never something pleasant. Finally, the maid looked at me with a tearful face and said, really? Back then, when I had to kneel before the director's son, there was something I desperately needed, a hand that helped me stand tall, a hand that showed me life without privilege wasn't a sin, a hand that protected me from the unfairness of life. So that was why I reached out to a life that suffered great injustices, simply for the sin of being born with nothing. That was why I reached out a hand to my past self with a warm smile on my face. But at that moment I realized something. Sometimes things didn't go quite as one planned. Kaya, please, someone save me. I see, this won't be easy at all, will it? It took me a full 5 minutes to convince the hysterical maid that this hand wouldn't strike her, that this smile wasn't filled with the thrill of violence. Thankfully, the hallways were deserted. Had the idiot trio or anyone else seen this, they might have accused me of being a scoundrel trying to score some points with a feigned withdrawal. A bad reputation was tolerable, but a dishonorable one was absolutely unacceptable. Now off you go. After salvaging the situation, I was about to head back to my room when, as I took a step, the maid collapsed onto the ground again. Turning my head, I saw her sprawled on the floor, clutching her right ankle in pain. Tusk, are you hurt? I think my ankle is twisted. Please, don't mind me. It was said that an unlucky person would manage to break their nose even when falling backward. True to such a saying, this maid had twisted her ankle just from falling on her buttocks. It's quite swollen. Her ankle, revealed beneath her skirt, was noticeably swollen. The delicate skin around seemed ready to split at any moment with the sudden increase in size. Just by looking at it, I could feel my ankle throb in sympathy. I looked around us for a moment. Honestly, I wondered if she was some sort of undercover judge for the competition, but her swollen ankle looked quite real. Besides, it was a waste of time to evaluate a candidate who had already declared his withdrawal. So I asked Rendler, "Where's the infirmary?" "It's at the end of the hallway on our left, my lord, about 100 meters away." "Good, it's not too far then. We'll be there in no time." What, my lord? What do you mean by that?" With a grin, I placed my hand on Rendler's shoulders. This may have been an accident due to mutual carelessness, but she was seriously hurt because of it. For a maid who had to roam around the castle, doing various things, a swollen ankle was almost akin to a major industrial accident. This was my fault, and besides, it was only right to help a young girl in her mid-teens. At least, that was how the adults in my previous world were supposed to act. If you caused harm to someone, then it would be your responsibility as well as your ethical duty to take care of it. That was the only reason why I was helping her. It was neither out of the goodness in my heart nor for the desire to impress this tearful old butler of mine. I'd do it myself, but I'd rather not attract more attention for the time being. Plus, I'm sure there will be many watchful eyes in the infirmary. Despite his age, he wouldn't have any problems carrying this frail girl. Besides, from this body's memories, this old butler was quite active in his youth. "Pardon, look, just do me a favor. I wish to keep a low profile until my withdrawal is approved or until the betrothal contest is over. Then I shall bring someone to help the maid. Won't it be faster if you just carry her? It's only 100 meters, right, B? But my lord, this maid has almost caused a grievous accident that could have harmed you." For someone of the Raphaelian household to help her would be, "Tusk, stop saying useless things." I frowned and glared at him, cutting off his words, just like the original Eldon would do. Of course, I couldn't simply replicate the original's scummy and beastly behavior, but this should be enough for now. And as if proving me right, Rendler's excessive loyalty worked against him. "I'll remember to use this tactic in the future when necessary. I understand, my lord." Pat, pat. After patting his shoulder a couple of times, I approached the maid. She looked at me with a dazed expression. This poor girl seemed unable to understand the simple concept of a person helping another, and that made me want to help her ever the more. And in doing so, perhaps it would be as if I was helping my past self as well. While kneeling on one knee next to her, I whispered cautiously in her ear. Rendler was by the maid's side, listening to the healer's diagnosis after carrying her to the infirmary. His intention was simply to drop her off and return, but his lord made an additional request, to stay by her side until the treatment was over. Despite his reluctance, as the head butler, he had no choice but to obey his lord's commands. At that moment, the healer brought over a crutch and handed it to the maid. "Take this crutch with you. You are aware you have to return it, right?" "Yes." "Your ankle might throb a bit at night. If it's unbearable, come here and I'll give you medication to ease your pain." "Good." After finishing the treatment, the healer left and Rendler rose from his seat. "With this crutch, you won't be needing my help. No need to thank me. I was merely following my lord's orders. Still, I feel so indebted. If you feel sorry, then be more careful from now on. You could have ended up seriously injured, young lady, much more than you are now." Rendler's advice came off carried by an indifferent tone. Of course, on the surface, no one other than the king could afford to openly mistreat a servant from the Grand Duke's household, but it was common for nobles to concoct vicious schemes just for petty revenge, and no master would willingly become a target of such schemes just to protect a simple servant. Ultimately, no matter whom they served, the commoners used as disposable servants were the ones who ended up hurt. Thus the maid bowed her head, expressing her gratitude for Rendler's sincerity. "Then be more careful from now on. Yes. However, just as Rendler was about to leave the infirmary, he stopped in his tracks and looked back at the maid. Is there something more, sir? I have a question for you. What might that be? Before asking, Rendler surveyed his surroundings, looking for any sign of watchful ears. He was merely curious about what his lord had whispered in the maid's ear. And for that reason, he felt a certain anticipation. Human nature, after all, is not easily changed, especially that of a young lord from a noble house, for they lived a life with unchallenged absolute power. This was the sincere belief that Rendler had solidified while serving Eldon Raphelion for all these years, and yet there appeared to be a change. Rendler had been by Eldon Raphelion's side for the latter's whole life, serving him throughout, yet he had always remained the same. However, this abrupt change in Eldon's behavior carried a significant meaning for Rendler. Of course, such change could simply be a whim on his part, but what of it? So, overcome by his curiosity, Rendler asked the question that began to plague his mind. Earlier, when the Lord whispered something to you, could you tell me what it was? This old butler is quite curious. Ah, the maid looked around her. Then, after a moment of hesitation, she opened her mouth. That. If I were to divulge he had helped me to anyone else besides you, sir. The maid faltered for a moment as she once again scanned her surroundings. Her eyes seemed cautious, almost fearful. Rendler took a step closer, urging her to continue. And what would happen should you do so? When the rest of her obscured words were finally revealed a moment later, it was inevitable for Rendler's complexion to be dyed with an enigmatic hue. That at that time I would actually die, is what he said, transmigrated into a tragic romance fantasy that should be enough to keep her quiet. After threatening the maid who looked strangely familiar, I found myself walking alone in the hallway. The only reason I even whispered into her ears was because I didn't wish to disappoint that emotional old butler of mine, while also ensuring no annoying rumors would begin to spread. While I wished to be a little kinder to her, when administering discipline one must be strict. Besides, it's all within my character to act like a scumbag, isn't it? While the right thing to do was to personally take care of the young maid, it wasn't strictly wrong to abuse this society's culture to resolve this problem. If I had taken the maid to the infirmary, I would risk gaining the reputation of a cowardly man who exploits a poor maid, or worse, they could think I was a hypocrite for trying to get a nice score for the competition after saying I would withdraw. That's why making Rendler take care of this was the correct decision. Having a bad reputation can be useful, but a dishonorable reputation is unacceptable. Anyway, I just want to lie down on my bed. From waking up inside the world from a novel, declaring my withdrawal from the contest, meeting the trio of regrettable characters, and now this incident with a maid, it has been a tiring day. And to think all of this started because I skimmed through the free chapters of a novel named If You Wish to Be My Husband, Get on Your Knees and Beg, and went to sleep, waking up as a character right before the start of the cohabitation. Like every other transmigrator in novels, I had no time to get acquainted with this world or to carefully plan for something, so it's no surprise that today has been a tiring day. By the way, who in the world sent me here? Honestly, the fact I got transmigrated didn't bother me. While I was scared of being dropped into an unknown world, this development was rather welcomed since I had no attachments to my old world. The thing that is bothering me is simply because I got transmigrated, as if some godly entity said, "You see that guy, let's screw him over." I don't recall ever offending some godly entity, nor did I even trash talk the author. My life was utterly ordinary. It was neither dramatic nor exciting. Wasn't there a trend about transmigrating ordinary citizens into crazy novels? Stomp, stomp. While I was lost in such trivial musings, I ended up walking toward the area where the final candidates' housings were located. It was in the western wing of the Grand Duke's castle, where 4 separate housings for the candidates were heavily guarded. The guards patrolled the area 24 hours a day, and only those whom the Grand Duke or the participants allowed could enter. So, this meant that this area was mostly frequented by the candidates' servants. The reason behind this arrangement was simple. It was to prevent secret agreements from being made. One of the rules of this contest was such that any interactions between the final candidates were to happen under the watchful eye of an evaluator. If a participant was to violate this rule, then he would receive a warning. The more warnings one accumulated, the farther he would be from victory. Therefore, each separate house where the candidates resided was also guarded and monitored by the Grand Duke's guards. These locations served as both a private space and a sanctuary. Since there was no surveillance inside them, the vigilance posted on the entry served as a preemptive measure. Of course, one might question whether a mere couple of guards would do, but human beings were still animals at the end of the day, so the psychological effect of a barricade still worked. So, imagine how surprised I, who was aware of these rules, was. Advisor, because Gelwood, the Grand Duke's advisor, was waiting for me as soon as I entered the house designated for the Raphelion family. There you are, Lord Eldon. You are rather late. The fact I was overjoyed to see his face, despite knowing the man for less than a day, was probably because he had brought the answer to my wish. While a count's son and the Grand Duke's advisor might be of similar social status in the aristocratic hierarchy, I, as a noble, held a much higher rank than him. As such, he couldn't summon me just to deliver an answer. However, his presence here indicated that we would be discussing a matter of high importance, which was likely pertaining to the answer. Please, let it be about that. I greeted him politely, hoping that by tomorrow morning I could depart towards the south where the Raphelian country was located. Honestly, I didn't expect you here, advisor, since you appeared to be busy handling your official duties. Haha. Neither did I. Allow me to ask you something, Lord Eldon. How was your meeting with the other candidates? He already knew about that. He was aware of every single word said at that meeting. The organizers of this contest were able to watch the evaluations through magical artifacts worn by the evaluators, though this was a secret, of course. Moreover, Gelwood, in the latter parts of the free chapters, was described to possess an insight second to none. Another secret not made public was that Gelwood was born from the union of an imperial advisor and a high dragon. Therefore, it would be meaningless to hide anything from him. Others might not know this, but armed with the novel's knowledge, I was well aware of his origins. A poor attempt to hide things from him would only make him curious. Well, to be fair, even if I were to be honest, it would still pique his curiosity. Since it was a foregone conclusion that whatever answer I gave would stimulate his curiosity, I decided to share my feelings in a roundabout way. It was a tiring affair. Gelwood chuckled with an interested glint in his eyes. Haha, tiring you say. Then he gestured toward the entrance of my abode and said, "Shall we talk while we walk?" Following Gelwood's lead, we ascended the stairs, towards a floor known as the Master's Rescind. One might think that his visit was a sign of my imminent freedom, but the opposite was more likely. After all, if my withdrawal had been approved, there would be no more need for such courtesies. As we walked, his hesitation in breaching this topic suggested that my desired answer wouldn't be delivered. Time for plan B then. Of course, I had a plan in case my withdrawal was rejected, so there was no need to despair. This simply meant that the easiest and fastest way of escaping had failed. As soon as we reached the upper portion of the staircase, Gelwood, who had been quiet until now, spoke. "Did you enjoy your meal, Lord Eldon? If I am not mistaken, that was your first meal provided by the ducal house. It was superb. I would not mind eating a meal of such quality every day. Haha. Can I take this as you wish to retract your withdrawal? As if, even if a royal cook prepared my meals every single day, I would still decline it should the price I had to pay be getting entangled with the heroine." So instead of replying, I simply smiled at him while Gelwood asked another question. "I find your silence intriguing. Do you not wish to ask? Are you referring to the answer you've promised me?" Yes, we had reached the highest level now. This was a place where only the head butler and a few select servants were allowed to enter, a place reserved for private discussions. Interesting. What kind of an answer would I receive to warrant such a ceremony? After all, even a great dish will lose its taste when overcooked. Still, not wanting to press him, I reasoned that Gelwood must have a reason for doing all of this. I wonder where your urgency went. Haha, this is rather curious. What might it be? The sole heir of Raphelion is known for his impatience, for being unable to bear a question left unanswered. Sadly, Lee Jun-woo, a modern Korean man, had cultivated a strong sense of patience. It was something essential for all salary men. The fact I possess this body doesn't mean I am capable of replicating every personality trace he had. Fact was, I neither wished to live a wastrel's life nor did I wish to pretend to be one till the end. I am trying to cultivate my patience. So I answered the first thing that came to mind, while enduring Gelwood's gaze wash over me. Ignoring him, I simply looked ahead as we walked. Anyone who knew of the mysterious power contained in those eyes would avoid his gaze. Then I'll pray that your wish is fulfilled. Is that so? Do enlighten me then, where are we going? Even though we had reached the last floor and there were no prying ears around, Gelwood continued venturing deeper into the residence without answering me. We have arrived. Finally, Gelwood's steps halted. In front of us stood a door, marked as a reception room. At the same time, I felt an indescribable dread from it. I promised you an answer. That you did. Gelwood then opened the door and gestured inside. There's someone inside waiting to meet you. Who might it be? As I hesitated to enter, a smile spread across his face as the ominous feeling I had solidified. Your answer. I cautiously looked inside the room. There, next to the sofa, stood a woman wearing a mask. At the same time, Eldon Raphelion came face to face with his answer. The voice of a young woman echoed in the upper levels of the second Grand Ducal Castle. My lady, a voice calling for the one she served. It was the voice of a maid who hurried back to her lady after being caught up in an emergency. My lady, where are you? Yet the maid received not a single reply. At this hour, her lady should be sitting at her bedside, reading a book, but she was nowhere to be seen. Where has she gone? The maid stepped out in the hallway. This entire floor served as the third Northern Duchess sanctuary, a secluded place where few could traverse. Thus it was completely silent. Is she in the study? since her lady spends most of her days researching alchemy, practicing magic, or even reading treatises until the late hours, the maid began heading towards the study. Tap, 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 tap. Indeed, this was the same maid that had received Eldon's warning earlier in the day. Transmigrated into a tragic romance fantasy. The third Northern Duchess, Lumia Winterfell. As the youngest daughter of Winterfell's Grand Duke, she had 2 brothers, 2 sisters, and a widowed father. She was also the protagonist of the 56th Grand Ducal Betrothal, a venerable tradition of their house. Moreover, she was also an enigmatic woman known as the Ghost of the North. Who do you think the third Duchess is? No one has ever seen her, you fool, so how could we even know? Well, she might appear during the contest. I heard that a plague left her completely disfigured. Do you remember that epidemic a decade ago? I bet she got sick with that deadly disease. Nonsense. I heard that the Grand Duke keeps her hidden because of her incredible beauty. Ha, you're wrong, my friend. I heard she's an ugly and deformed thing that's missing an arm and leg. Secrecy breeds rumors, and rumors will give to absurd tales. A stunning beauty, a scarred wench, a deformed monstrosity, and so on. Given human nature, it was natural that some negative rumors spread around. Thus, the idea of the third Northern Duchess being an ugly woman was somewhat accepted. Of course, her family, Gelwood, and her handmaiden, Marion, all knew the truth. She was neither scarred nor deformed. None of those rumors were true. Contrary to the belief that she was kept hidden by the Grand Duke, the Duchess enrolled in the Royal Academy, unable to contain her thirst for knowledge. However, she didn't enroll as Lumia of Winterfell, but as the Countess Irencia from a remote territory. Not even her father, Logan Winterfell, could stand in the way of her quest for knowledge. Since she was little, Lumia loved to explore and learn new things, and as soon as she learned how to read, she became utterly absorbed in her books. Later, as she developed an interest in a higher education, her thirst for knowledge grew. As such, her father's worries grew. Despite gifting her all manner of toys from across the continent, she never showed any interest in them, choosing to master an ancient text instead. Eventually, Lumia set her sights on the broader world and on the knowledge confined to the Royal Academy. Because of this, she spent months debating with her father. But a father must protect his daughter, so he did not allow her to leave, because of a curse cast by the chieftain of a northern monster tribe that was eliminated after the Long War. Haven't I explained this already? Until this curse is dispelled, I cannot allow you to be exposed to the outside world. Even when tears streamed from her eyes, even when she begged on her knees, her father remained firm. But just like a flower will wither without the presence of sunlight, her own thirst for knowledge tortured Lumia, and eventually even the Grand Duke had no choice but to give his permission. After all, what father, entangled in an uncertain curse, would let his daughter shrivel up and die? You may go, daughter, however, you must never reveal your identity. No one can know who you really are, do you understand? You worry too much, father. Who would even think I'm a northerner if I dye my hair in such a vibrant shade of red? Indeed, but I must insist, be careful. If anyone bothers you, you must contact me immediately. Yes, don't worry, I'll write to you when I arrive. And so Lumia Winterfell enrolled in the Royal Academy and spent the next 3 years consuming every single speck of knowledge she could get her hands on. Of course, 3 years weren't enough time for her, and if she could, the young woman would have pursued a doctorate under a renowned scholar, but sadly, she could not. The agreement she had with her father only allowed her 3 years. Having spent those 3 years buried in libraries and laboratories, she returned to the Northern Territories with longing in her heart. My daughter, congratulations on your graduation. Her father, Logan, was overjoyed. His daughter had returned, and he believed that with a little more time, the curse would fade away. But as he was unable to see that these 3 years of suffering were recorded in her body, Logan had no choice but to rejoice. And Lumia, like a good daughter, didn't show her suffering for her father's sake. Fufu, are you congratulating me with just words? You should have prepared a gift. Indeed, what would you like to receive, my daughter? Kaya, I made a list on my way back. Here it is. What is this? These are all the basic materials and tools I need to conduct my own experiments. Thus, as she returned to the north, Lumia set up a large laboratory in the upper levels of the second castle, becoming even more absorbed in her studies. And a woman like her, betrothal contest, I'm not interested in such things, couldn't care less about a contest for a marriage partner. For her, such an idea appeared to be childish, uninteresting, and above all, troublesome. Now that the curse has faded and you are of marriageable age, it's time to find you a husband. With no way of refusing a long-standing tradition of her family, Lumia was forced to become the protagonist of the 56th Grand Ducal Betrothal Contest. And as she flipped through the list of finalists that Gelwood gave her, she noticed 4 names: Daron Kaled, Blund Rosfell, Kyle Beelan, Eldon Raffelian. Those were 4 names that didn't belong on the list of finalists. How? Lumia Winterfell, a woman who had no interest in matters not related to her pursuit of knowledge, a woman who gained the reputation of bookworm during her time in the Royal Academy, suddenly became interested in the absurdity of this contest from that moment on. Come again, there's been a withdrawal. Lumia's blue eyes were filled with astonishment when she heard those words from her father's advisor, Gelwood. It was a shocking piece of news. For someone who had cast all their pride away for a chance to become part of the Grand Duchy, someone who had gone through all the preliminaries and main tests to give up on the finale was completely unheard of. And since Lumia knew that in the history of the Grand Ducal Betrothal Contest, no finalist has ever withdrawn, her eyes wavered a little. Tomorrow, the last part of the contest, the cohabitation, will begin. This was her chance to erase every suffering she had endured over those 3 long years. Who declared the withdrawal? After checking the list, she had crafted a plan to erase that pain. But now, a change in plans was needed. So it was only natural for Lumia's gaze to harbor both interest at the sudden change and a spark of dismay. It was at this moment my lady, the contestant who wished to withdraw, was Eldon Raphaelian. When Gelwood revealed the name of the person who declared withdrawal, doubt crept into Lumia's eyes. Eldon Raphaelian. Perhaps that reckless scoundrel has noticed something, but that was impossible. Among the 4, he was the only one who didn't bother with a mask, considering it cumbersome to mask his true nature. He was brash, feral, and violent, a man who wouldn't hesitate to dirty his hands with blood at the first opportunity. The fact that such a man was participating in the contest to rebuild his fallen house only made his withdrawal more incomprehensible. Or perhaps something forced his hand. But only Lord Father, Gelwood, and Marian know that I was Erencia. And only her handmaiden, Marian, knew of the painful scars she had accumulated over the 3 years she lived as Erencia Velrock. Such things were kept hidden from both her father and his advisor. Family, advisor, and handmaiden. None among those 3 could have spilled her secret. Even though her time with Marian was short, she was sure her handmaiden was a trustworthy person. The thought that her handmaiden had something to do with Eldon's withdrawal was inconceivable. What did Father say about this? Given the exceptional circumstances, he has allowed you, my Duchess, a private audience with the candidate should you wish for it, even though this goes against the customs of the betrothal contest. Is that so? Indeed. He said that the decision over this matter is to be left to your judgment. Lumia pondered deeply about this matter. She knew that any meetings with a candidate before the cohabitation was an impossibility. It was a strict rule of the contest, something forbidden. The withdrawal of a candidate was such an unprecedented act that such long-standing rule was allowed to be broken. What about you, advisor, my lady? Have you noticed anything unusual about him? Lumia Winterfell was aware of Gelwood's abilities as she inquired about Eldon. Even though his encounter with Eldon had been brief, he may have perceived something. Perhaps with his insight she could find a clue to his absurd declaration. And with it, as I confided in his grace, Eldon's behavior. Upon hearing that his indomitable spirit seems to have melted away, much like the northern regions in May, Lumia rose from her seat. She settled a flask filled with a red liquid on her table as she spoke. Lumia was a curious person. This was something engraved in her very nature. And her curiosity was akin to lava. If not cooled down, it would lead to severe trouble for those around her. It was because of such impulses that she ignored the potential risks of the curse and enrolled in the Royal Academy. The sudden withdrawal of a final candidate stoked intense doubt in her, and the impression of having turned like the May of the North had become lava that needed to be quelled. Above all, he can't have changed. Lumia Winterfell knew best what kind of man Eldon Raphaelian was. The thought his behavior could have changed to resemble the May of the North was absurd. It was such an inconceivable notion that Lumia doubted Gelwood's insight for the first time in her life. He mustn't change. She hadn't made all those plans just to hear some nonsense about atonement. Even if his reserved punishment was the lightest among the 4, a sin was a sin, and atonement ought to be performed by the sinner. For that reason, Eldon Raphaelian must not change. I have to see him with my own eyes. Certainly, there was something wrong with this situation. Her gut screamed at her to solve this puzzle. Let's go meet him. So Lumia took a step forward, donning the mask she would use from tomorrow onwards. However, I didn't anticipate that our first meeting would be like this, Your Grace. As she looked at Eldon Raphaelian, Lumia was unable to contain her inquisitive nature, blurting out a question. The sharp retort she had prepared and the carefully crafted script she had created went awry from the start. What is it? Her question was driven by her emotions, not by her reason. A question urged by her necessity to solve the puzzle before her eyes. And Eldon, confronted by such a question, scratched his chin as a single thought crossed his mind. What is what? Transmigrated into a tragic romance fantasy. Just when I was thinking about introducing myself or dealing with the sudden question, a reprieve saved me. I apologize for my rudeness. Fortunately, the Duchess retracted her previous question and invited me to sit with a polite gesture. To think she would intervene personally, just to prevent my escape. She must be here since I've deviated from the original plot. Nonetheless, I wondered if the Grand Duke himself would be the one visiting due to Gelwood's insistence, but I didn't expect her. In the novel, Logan Winterfell is unaware of the humiliation his daughter had suffered in the Royal Academy. Even Gelwood of the half-dragon race, for all his gifts, didn't know, because Lumia went to great lengths to conceal this fact. At least up to the free chapters, only a maid named Marion knew of Lumia's suffering. Therefore, while the news of the least impressive candidate's withdrawal shouldn't be a welcomed thing, it wouldn't be the end of the world as well. However, a problem arose from the fact that His Grace delegated such a decision to his daughter. Plan B is set and ready to go. It is as they say, a wise man will always prepare for the worst-case scenario. Plan A was simple: they would accept my withdrawal and I would be out of here. In case Plan A fails, initiate Plan B when they reject my withdrawal. Lumia Winterfell. Fitting a protagonist from a female-centered genre, she was both gentle and shrewd. After graduating from the academy, she became immersed in alchemy and magical studies, even managing to forget those past 3 years filled with torment. So if approached correctly, there shouldn't be many problems when dealing with her, since I know what she had planned to do with the villainous quartet. It is of no trouble, really. I should be apologizing to you instead, since I wouldn't be able to provide you an adequate answer simply because I didn't grasp the context. As I said this, I took the opposite seat from her. I was aware that any sort of meeting between the candidates and the Duchess was strictly forbidden before the cohabitation to prevent favoritism or bias. That's why I hoped this meeting wouldn't be known to the idiot trio as I addressed Lumia. You must be here because I declared my withdrawal. Even with her mask, I could still see her eyes. They were akin to blue gems glinting in the darkness. While the rest of the world may think she was ugly or disfigured, I had seen her face in the official illustrations of the novel, so it was only natural that the face behind such a mask would take shape in my mind. Indeed, that is why I'm here, and because I was curious. About what? The real reason for your withdrawal. I believe I already told Advisor Gelwood, hasn't he informed you, that he did. Then, on what grounds did you determine yourself to be unqualified? Are you implying there is a flaw in my family's analysis or decision-making? Haha, how could that be? It was I who realized an error in my ways. What do you mean? I mean that my belief I would be suitable for the third Northern Duchess, and my decision to participate in the betrothal contest was flawed. The eyes behind that mask bore holes into me. Lumia was also a woman of incredible insight. Though not on par with Gelwood, as an accomplished researcher, she should be trying to understand the reasons leading to my withdrawal. Observation and analysis are her bread and butter, so I have no doubts she must be trying to peer into my thoughts at this moment. But I didn't avoid her gaze. There was no reason to run from her scrutiny. It was what Eldon Raphelion would do after all, but Junwoo would have found this somewhat unpleasant. When someone tries to look into your house from the windows, it's an instinct to close them, merely a natural response. But I also understand Lumia's position. She would be undoubtedly curious about the reason for my withdrawal, the reason for my change of heart, and she would seek to unveil this mystery through her expertise. It was in her nature to act like this. That's why I didn't express any sort of displeasure to her. Such was the karma of a transmigrator who possessed a villainous character. The perpetrator had no right to show his displeasure in front of the victim. After a moment, she opened her mouth, presenting the initial results of her analysis. I had no idea you were such an eloquent speaker. That is an overstatement. So, is that your reason for withdrawing? Yes, because I am a villain. You serious? 100. I am serious. The candidate known as Eldon Raphelion is but a madman not worthy of being by her side, someone who lacks the qualifications of being part of her family, and finally he is someone who under no circumstances has what it takes to become the head of her household. Eldon Raphelion is a man who could never be loved by anyone. Lumia began to tap her index finger on the sofa's armrest. That's a habit often depicted in the novel. Usually she would do this when she found an interesting subject to experiment on, or when said experiment yielded favorable results. Given the current situation, the former was likely the reason. Lumia's interest in me is something I wish to avoid at all costs, yet it was bound to be inevitable from the moment I declared my withdrawal, and from the moment I entered this room. In her eyes, I'm the worst kind of scum, a villain more hateful than the devil himself. Also, it would be impossible for me, an ordinary salaryman, to play the role of a villain like him. Any attempt to do so would only breed suspicion instead of interest. Besides, as the daughter of the Grand Duke, she stood at the absolute peak of the social hierarchy, only below the king. Therefore, it would be prudent of me to maintain my current stance rather than to behave improperly and face a severe reprimand. And eventually, it would be only a matter of showing my true self. This was one of the stepping stones necessary for Plan B, so you believe yourself to be a villain. Have you committed many wrongs then? I have. Perhaps that was a bit too direct. Well, doesn't everyone make mistakes in their lives? Even so, no sane individual would flee from the perfect opportunity to rebuild their fallen house. It's not fleeing. I am merely returning to my proper place. Silence ensued once more. Tap, tap, tap. After a few seconds, the fingers that had been assaulting the armrest stopped. Following this, Lumia opened her mouth. So, if I'm understanding this correctly, You're giving up your best chance of rebuilding your house just because of your past mistakes. Did she give up on her roundabout approach and choose a direct confrontation? I answered without hesitation, as I thought her behavior was similar to that of a researcher who pursued various paths to achieve their desired result. Yes, liar. Her response was instantaneous. Pardon, I don't believe that's the real reason you've given up on this opportunity. For someone who has just met me today, you seem to know me an awful lot, my Duchess. Lumia paused for a moment, then she crossed her legs. That was another habit I was, well, aware of. She would do this when her experiments didn't go as planned. However, Lumia was a determined researcher and wouldn't give up on the first roadblock. She would continue to dig deeper until an answer was found. And just like that, a fierce verbal battle ensued. You don't appear as the type who would give up so easily. Appearances can be deceiving. Ah, but appearances are important, aren't they? I like to think that what's beneath is what counts. How could you consider something unseen more important? Precisely because they aren't visible that they are important. It's something to be cautious of. Are you implying I should be cautious right now? Haha, how would I dare to lecture the wise Duchess? Then do enlighten me, Sir Eldon Raphelian. Why do you believe me to be wise when this is our first meeting? Please, consider it as flattering of someone insignificant. Why would someone who is trying to withdraw from the betrothal contest flatter me? Or perhaps this is all part of your plan. Not at all. I am simply advocating your greatness as the lady of a grand ducal house. Aren't you a rather experienced flatterer? It's an excellent survival tactic used by the weak in a world ruled by the powerful. Isn't flattery the tool of liars and deceivers? If you think so, then I apologize. No, I didn't come here to receive an apology. Realizing her agitation, Lumia suddenly stopped as she was being swept along in our debate. Being perceptive didn't mean omnipotence. At the end of the day, perception was merely an ability to see through things. It was something very different from being skilled in social interactions. While the idiot trio might get carried away in her games, this wouldn't work for someone like me, who was desperately trying to avoid the tragic ending. Moreover, Lumia spent most of her life in isolation, so it was difficult for her to develop social or leadership skills. She hadn't been exposed to the social aspects most noble ladies have, so it's natural that she would be swept away in a conversation she wasn't prepared for, since she had lived her whole life more used to speaking her mind than concealing her thoughts. Of course, there was nothing to be gained from provoking the protagonist, and I certainly didn't expect to be the one leading the conversation like that. And even if this piqued her interest, then it wasn't my problem, because Plan B was still going strong. Tap. Lumia's tapping stopped. Then she rose from her seat. And then, "This is most curious indeed," she said, making her way out of the room. So I followed her and asked, "This means that my withdrawal is approved?" Fufu. A sweet chuckle escaped the lips hidden in that mask as Lumia left the room. "We shall meet again, Sir Eldon," leaving only a farewell that felt more like a question and an answer. I do wonder if this chill that arose from such a chuckle is because I made a grievous mistake, or if I've become her primary object of curiosity. Maybe both, transmigrated into a tragic romance fantasy. Eldon, for lack of a better word, was a barbarian. His innate nature was that of a madman, and his disposition towards violence meant that he was one to solve his problems with his fists, rather than the mind. His head, devoid of any sort of wisdom or knowledge, was instead filled with pleasure and greed. This was a man who had discarded any semblance of culture to live the life of a ruffian. He was more fit to be a hooligan from the slums than a noble from a count's family. And such a man was better suited for crushing his opponents under his heel and seizing their possessions. That was the kind of man Eldon Raphelian was. He talked with his fists and not with words. Sometimes he would struggle to remember some words, making his sentences sound like rubbish. The poor souls who pointed out such faults were mercilessly beaten up. Such was the way this man covered up his faulty education. He had used this tactic to great effect, even managing to beat his way into the valedictorian, so it was only natural for him to lack the finesse of rhetoric and eloquence for debates. And Lumia, who was aware of this fact, couldn't help but be confused. What in the world? He was different. Those crimson eyes that were once filled with a bestial ferocity had become gentle like the ambers of a hearth. The lips that would only spit cruel and uncouth words were now sharp, proclaiming honey-laced speeches. She had been defeated. She, the third Duchess, had lost in a verbal duel. She had never anticipated defeat in a debate she herself had orchestrated. It felt as if she had argued with a completely different person. Had that wild beast been reformed after an incident following his graduation from the Royal Academy? Or perhaps he had undergone some sort of awakening by having his head smashed into the floor. Considering the possibilities, the latter seemed more likely, but there wasn't a single documented record suggesting he had suffered an accident severe enough to cause a change in his personality. Or perhaps, has he really changed? Impossible. This was such an absurd notion with a near 0% chance of being correct. Surely, this could only mean that something foul was at play. Perhaps someone could be impersonating him with the aid of magic or some occult sorcery, something strong enough to even fool Gelwood's senses. Or perhaps, Did he recognize her as Erencia Velrock from their time at the Royal Academy? It shouldn't be possible, but if this was true, then such an opportunity shouldn't be squandered, especially since he was very forthcoming in confessing his sins, stating he was a villain unworthy of a duchess. Eldon Raffelian was someone who wouldn't hesitate to stain his sword with blood for his personal gain, and he wasn't one to let go of something when he had so much to profit from. Strange. This is really a strange conundrum. If only I had a small clue. But as frustrating as it was, during their conversation, Eldon's eyes seemed genuinely honest. His tone was directed and polite. Unbelievably so. I must not be fooled by his act. Lumia berated herself. It was all a trick, she thought. And she would never fall for such an obvious and wicked trick. After all, human nature was not so easily changed. In time, his real motives would be revealed. As such, we shall meet again, Sir Eldon. She gave him an answer that should have defiled his expectations. There was never an intention to let him go. Now she wanted to uncover the truth. The only problem with this desire was, I've got nothing on him. His motives were such a mystery for Lumia that she even wondered if Eldon had dabbled in some forbidden magic. If so, she would retreat for now and then set up countless scenarios where she would observe and study him. Indeed, she would prepare for every possibility. If by some stroke of luck, that man was managing to deceive everyone, the weight of his crimes would only grow heavier. If he has donned a trickster's mask to reap the rewards of this betrothal contest, he would pay dearly. With this in mind, Lumia called Gelwood. Advisor, yes, my Duchess. I want you to investigate any sort of incident that happened to Eldon Raffelian, no matter how trivial they may be. Understood, my lady. Also, look into his deeds after he graduated from the academy. For a researcher, both failures and unexpected success have their values. In this society, those who appeared to have changed their nature merely learned better ways to hide the filth within. However, Eldon Raffelian was a man who, despite knowing such methods, chose to not use them. There must be a reason for this. She would dig the truth out of him no matter what, because Lumia wasn't the kind of a woman to leave a puzzle unsolved, and for this goal she would employ every single tool she had at her disposal. One more thing, advisor. I want him under watch at all times, and most important of all. Lumia couldn't help but enjoy the thrill of trying to solve such a difficult puzzle. I'll be on my way then, advisor. As you wish, my lady. Disguising herself with a hood, Lumia returned to the second castle, parting ways with Gelwood. Upon reaching the upper levels of the second castle, she removed her hood as she climbed the stairs. I wonder if Marion is here already. She had asked the maid to fetch an ingredient from the castle's basement, but she hadn't heard from her ever since. At the thought of her absence, Lumia quickened her pace. Although it had only been a year since Marion had entered the Grand Duke's service, she had become someone precious to Lumia. Their bond was more akin to a close friendship than that of a master-servant relationship, and because of this bond, there were no secrets between each other. Furthermore, Marion's insight served as the perfect quality for a research assistant. In many ways, she had become someone irreplaceable to Lumia. Therefore, Lumia anxiously called out her name as she entered the private parts of her dwelling. Marion. Fortunately, she didn't have to search for long. My lady. A sigh of relief left Lumia as she heard the maid's voice from beyond her bedchamber's door. Everything was well. Since the Grand Duchy was vast and housed countless people, it wasn't rare for incidents to occur. With such a high probability of getting caught in these disturbances, she couldn't help but worry. If it weren't for the lack of trusted people, Lumia wouldn't have asked for Marion to fetch her ingredients. Bang, Lumia flung open the doors leading to her chambers. There she saw Marion, standing with the aid of a crutch. Her eyes widened in shock. W, what happened to you? Removing her mask, Lumia quickly approached Marion and examined her bandaged foot. Are you hurt? A little, my lady. How did this happen? Where? How much does it hurt? I'm fine, my lady. I merely twisted my ankle while coming down from the stairs. I've told you numerous times to be careful when walking around the palace. Does it hurt still? It does not, my lady, at least for now. The healer said I should be fine with a few days of rest, so there's no need to worry. Phew. Lumia stroked her chest as she exhaled in relief, and then she helped Marion sit on her bed. If you need anything, just tell me and I'll see it done. Understood. How can you say that, my lady? Lumia frowned and scowled at her response. Tusk. Look, if the healer told you to rest for a few days, you will rest. Hee. By the way, my lady, where have you been? I was getting worried. Theirs was a bond without falsehood, without barriers, without pretense. As such, there was no need to hide whom she had met, so Lumia spoke the truth. I met with Eldon Raffelian. I wished to question him about his withdrawal declaration. As soon as she said this, Marion's face was filled with dread. If you tell anyone about this, it will be your end. That horrifying threat still echoed in her ears. Is there something wrong, Marion? Well, he's a scary person, right? That's why I was startled. Why, yes, just because of that. Eldon's warning, or rather threat, was still very effective. Yawn. A new morning had come, and this new day marked the start of the cohabitation. As I woke up, I took time to stretch my limbs. Chirp, 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 the birds beyond my window sang happily. For the regretful trio about to face their ultimate trial, this might very well be a morning symphony, but to me there was nothing more refreshing, even if my escape chances had dwindled. Well, let's wash up first. There was no clear answer to my declaration of withdrawal. So I had to prepare for this next stage of the contest. According to the official schedule, at 1000 a.m., our first official meeting with the third Grand Duchess would commence. Because of this, I needed to be dressed with at least a minimum of decorum. As I left the bed, making my way towards the bathroom, a knock on the door stopped me. Knock, knock, come in. It was my butler, Rendler. Are you awake, my lord? What is it, this early in the morning? I waited for him to answer, curious about what he wanted of me at the break of dawn, but Rendler simply gestured from beyond the open door. And then, 3 maids entered my room. They were dressed in revealing outfits that exposed key areas around their chest and groin. That's when I remembered. Eldon Raphaelian. In the novel, he would always start his days with a bath surrounded by pretty maids. And to top it off, this man demanded new maids every day. Such was the privilege of a noble. However, in the novels, there was never a depiction of him assaulting or abusing the maids. Eldon simply enjoyed the comfort of being bathed by beautiful maids. To me, however, a modern Korean man, this wasn't something comfortable, but something utterly shameful and awkward. And to think that even in this grand ducal castle, this decadent and archaic bathing custom was still enforced. No matter how patriarchal society may be, this was only further proof of how despicable Eldon Raphaelian was if he couldn't give up these decadent practices even when participating in the betrothal contest. I have brought the maids tasked with assisting your bath, my lord. Shall we proceed? No, they may leave. Come again, my lord, I said leave. From today onwards, I'll wash myself. You can relay this to the head maid. What? Rendler's reaction was to be expected. Ever since Eldon Raphaelian became aware of his sword's secret function, he established this kind of a morning ritual. This was something that had been going on for over a decade. Of course, for some, being bathed by pretty maids might be a dream come true, but receiving service from those who couldn't resist the tyranny of a noble and were forcefully dragged here like livestock to the slaughterhouse was a huge turnoff. Rendler then asked me with a dumbfounded expression, my lord. Why you mean that? You will wash, by, yourself. Yes, this is a time for me to enjoy my solitude and organize my thoughts so their presence is unnecessary. Indeed, before I could even finish speaking, Rendler clasped both of his hands together as he looked on the verge of tears. Seeing his eyes redden as if a dam was about to burst, I quickly fled into the bathroom, just as I expected. Sob, I quickly left him to his tears, then. After taking a bath and coming out of the bathroom, I heard some unexpected news. During these last 30 minutes I was bathing, a significant change compared to the main plot happened. The cohabitation has been postponed by a day. Indeed, my lord, it is now scheduled to start tomorrow. They also distributed a new schedule with some minor changes to the 15-day plan. It seems Lumia Winterfell left our meeting with a lot on her mind. Drying my hair with a towel, I looked out the window. The idiot trio will certainly be busy with this news. Not to mention the delayed start, there are also some changes to the planned schedule, so they should be rethinking their strategies. But then again, this has nothing to do with me since I've already declared my withdrawal. Here is the new schedule, my lord. Rendler, being the dutiful butler he was, would have to prepare a response plan as well as he handed me the new schedule. There's no need. He looked confused at my words. With this, I have gained one more day, and I planned on using this time wisely, an opportunity to step out of this stifling place and breathe freely. There were also some things I always wished to try if I ever got transmigrated into a medieval period. I will go out for a walk, so I'll leave the schedule preparation in your wise hands. What I needed right now was an interlude, a time for relaxation and healing. Rendler looked at me and folded the schedule as he said, Then I shall have Knight Rachel as your escort, my lord. Rachel, haha, it's been a while since you've seen her, but surely you haven't forgotten one of the family's knights. As I furiously scoured Eldon's memories, I managed to remember the face of the knight named Rachel, a woman among the Raphaelian knights with long violet hair tied in a short ponytail at her back. A beautiful, even though stern woman, something typical for most female knights. It was only after delving into his memories that her name, which was never mentioned in the novel, came to mind. Moreover, since there was no need to have a knight escort within the Grand Duchy, I haven't seen her since my transmigration. Anyway, it seemed within Eldon's character as a wastrel to appoint a female knight as his personal guard. However, since I have found no memories of Eldon mistreating her, this must be a classic situation of a tyrant being strong against the weak, but cowardly against the mighty. And given that I've uncovered some memories of Eldon actually flinching in her presence, I must tread carefully. One wrong move and I might have my throat slit. Of course, I also uncovered Eldon's careful efforts in conquering Rachel and his obsession with her, so this woman must be a peculiar individual indeed. Perhaps his obsession was born from the fact that she was a prize to be conquered. It was a common trait for the greedy to covet what they did not or could not possess. seeing his memories of Rachel. Even a battle maniac like Eldon must have been cautious of such a strong opponent. After all, entrusting your protection to someone stronger than you is only natural and logical. Clearing my mind of such thoughts, I opened my mouth. I was merely confused for a moment. "Tell Knight Rachel we shall depart immediately." I wanted to stroll through the city on my own, but it seemed prudent to bring at least one good night on my first outing in this world, especially since many people had grievances to settle with Eldon Raphelian. After finishing my preparations, I stepped out of my room and faced Knight Rachel, dressed in casual clothes with a sword strapped on her back, bowing her head, greeting me. "I am at your service, my lord." "Good, let us depart." And so I began my stroll through the city with Knight Rachel by my side, transmigrated into a tragic romance fantasy. It's quieter than I thought. In the northern regions, the month of May was the period when the snow started to melt, and as the snow melted, it turned into water, the unpaved roads becoming mudded and soaked. So it was only natural that my shoes were caked in mud the moment I left the grand ducal castle. It must be expensive to pave roads throughout the vast land of bitter cold. The fact that only the palace's interior and certain streets were paved was probably due to resource or technological limitations. Nevertheless, despite the mud, my steps had never been so light. I can certainly feel the romance of it. There were some things I always wished to try should I one day wake up in a medieval period. For example, walking through their medieval streets, tasting some medieval street food, and soaking in their medieval ambience. Honestly, the life of a free-spirited adventurer called forth a man's romance far more than a rigid aristocratic life. I wished to eat rustic meals served on a simple wooden table with fantasy songs playing in the background. In fact, I desired it much more than the exquisite feasts laid out in fancy noble dinnings. Rather than being confined in that giant marble castle flanked by servants, I wished to go on an adventure in some dense forest paths with like-minded companions. Of course, I would certainly hesitate if the world from that novel was a realistic recreation of a medieval era filled with slaughter and barbarism instead of adventure and romance. But this world was based on a romance fantasy novel. In essence, it was a fantasy world infused with some random modern conveniences to appease the reader's tastes, though I suppose there's a breath of the wild in this world. If there was only romance and no fantasy, then one would be presenting the readers with a crappy novel that had no connection to the romance fantasy genre. Just as light would shine brighter against darkness, a good romance needed a reasonable compromise with the harsh realities of the fantasy genre, the darkness of the medieval era, wars and barbarism. Signs of conflicts against the tribes remaining in the north still lingered underneath. In fact, if one searched hard enough, it wouldn't be all that difficult to be made aware of witch hunts or religious persecution, the very symbols of the Dark Ages. Yet, as a modern Korean man, it felt more romantic than disgusting. That was simply because this world's setting wasn't much different from the 21st century I knew. In proper history, these aspects of the medieval era were exposed, while in the 21st century, the darkness was subdued and hidden. Wars driven by ideological conflicts or profit were common, and with the rise of civilization, the incitement and fabrication of false information continued, as did witch hunts prompted by such. Humanity's sins merely changed and adapted to fit the environment. That's why I felt neither repulsion nor revulsion. Humans will always be the same. Children played around the puddles formed by melting snow, laughing heartily. Adults looked towards them with soft eyes while chuckling softly. Street rats scurried and schemed in the darkness of alleyways. Merchants struggled to move their carts in the muddy streets, while their employees helped push the carts, and some would try to sneak off with the goods that had fallen off. The streets were alive, bustling with a vibrance I always imagined, and the mere act of walking through them was liberating and filled with a promise of adventure. Was that perhaps why? This place is amazing. I had even forgotten about Rachel's presence as I voiced my feelings. Because of it, a retort was quickly directed at me. "Is this your first time in the northern regions, my lord?" Unlike others who were meek and afraid around Eldon, Rachel talked freely. It was a question Rachel only dared to ask because she didn't fear Eldon, and I was all too happy to answer her. "Indeed. What about you? I've been here for training once." "How was it?" "Bad. There was a war with the barbarian tribes at that time." Corpses lay strewn everywhere one went, while wails and screams echoed in the air. Glancing back, I could see Rachel watching the cityscape with glazed eyes, probably envisioning something vastly different than me. Though our feelings may have differed, we both shared a similar appreciation for this pleasant moment. "How does it look to you now?" "Much better. I joined the battlefields at that time not just for training, but to protect the North as well." "I see. Then this sight must be a reward on its own." "You flatter me, my lord. I was but a foot soldier back then. I did not influence the current state of affairs. It is said that even the smallest help can form the greatest mountain. You have every right to feel proud of yourself." I was savoring the very romance I had always longed for. Even so, simply walking through the streets was no longer enough. I would be left with only disappointment if the day ended like this. If one dreamed of a romance fantasy, then they had no choice but to immerse themselves in the world. Since it was too early for lunch, a simple snack should suffice. Rachel, do you mind showing me around? With her experience in the duchy, she would be the perfect guide. You wish for me to guide you, my lord. Yes, it seems that you've spent some time here. Moreover, it would be a shame if I returned without exploring this place a little, wouldn't it? Huh. I hadn't even mentioned a destination, but Rachel stepped forward, leading the way. Her pace was resolute and full of vigor. Where are we going? I have not even named a place I would like to see yet. Rachel stopped in her tracks, looking at me as if I just asked the most obvious question in the world. And when she mentioned the destination, I had to fight the urge to slap my face. In order to reach the red light district, we must head to West 18th Street. Indeed, living as Eldon Raphelian is not all that easy. Gavina's Tavern. After clearing the misunderstanding about our destination, Rachel guided me to a tavern. It was my first time entering a tavern since I'd been transmigrated, so my heart was filled with ideals and hopeful expectations. The animated atmosphere, the faint smell of food, the sound of clinking glasses, those boisterous laughters, the dark games, as well as the arm wrestling matches. In this very place where a man's desires were fully realized, we took a seat at its periphery. My lord, I fear that this arrangement is not quite right. Well, what can we do if there are no other seats? If it is difficult to eat while facing each other, then go sit here on my side. I'll stay here. The debate over our seats ended swiftly. I had dragged Rachel here, who stubbornly intended to wait outside until I'd eaten my meal. It would be cruel of me to eat alone when she had been the one who guided me here. Besides, a well-fed escort was a good escort, no. The problem was that there was only one table available, so Rachel ended up sitting opposite to me. Shortly after, the dish we ordered was served. It was the braised tail of the red longer that Rachel had recommended. I couldn't help but marvel. I couldn't help but salivate. The braised tail of the red longer was a dish made from a monster, something one could only taste in this fantasy setting. It was a monster which had branched out of the suidi, the crimson longback. Additionally, the meat of monsters was considered to be an inferior ingredient, only available for the commoners. The grotesque appearance of monsters made many people gag at the thought of eating them, but that was exactly why this dish was overflowing with men's ardor. After all, while the fancy foods prepared by the aristocratic chefs were delicious, if one lived in a medieval setting, it would practically be a sin to pass over such cuisine. Just when I was about to taste the braised tail, I felt Rachel staring at me, so I looked at her. My lord, please order something different. If anyone sees you, this may mar your reputation. There was no way something like this would damage Eldon Raphelian's reputation. Upon hearing this, I merely tapped my hand against my hood. People will only realize that the successor of a county and his knight were here if you do not keep quiet. Still, let's eat. Yes, my lord. Here it is. I was about to taste the paradigm of medieval cuisine. After dealing with Rachel's protests, I took a big scoop of my steamy dish. It's delicious. It should taste even better if you dip it in the sauce. Is that so? I quickly grabbed a piece of the succulent tail with my fingers and dipped it into the sauce. The chewy texture of the tail clashed with the slightly sour and sweet sauce, exuding a refreshing lemony taste truly, a match made in heaven. Delicious. How very scrumptious. It was a flavor that filled one's mouth, assaulted their taste buds, and caused amylase to be released indiscriminately. It was a taste that would make one's eyebrow furrow into a capital W and the head nod like a bobblehead doll. A taste so rich that almost made me forget it all and embark on a culinary journey. It was all the more so when considering how the succulent meat from the tail and the thick stew were all there was to it. After all, the sauce itself is plain in color without a single vegetable. It's amazing that such a flavor can be expressed with a simple presentation. It seemed that there might be a talent worthy of a noble chef right here. After mentally praising the notable chef who had concocted this masterpiece, I proceeded to devour the dish. If this first meal was such a huge win, I was already looking forward to the second, but sadly, I wouldn't be able to leave the Grand Ducal Castle this evening, and tomorrow's lunch would be the first official meeting of the cohabitation. Sadly, it would be difficult for me to return here anytime soon. Clunk. I set the bowl on the table, now scraped clean of the stew. This is a delicacy. I could eat this every day and not get tired of it. I was afraid such a simple dish was beneath you, my lord. However, I am glad you liked it. To think I have neglected such a dish until now. How truly regrettable. I washed my hands in the bowl of water they provided us. This meal definitely deserved a perfect score, an all-around success. I wanted to come back here in the evening and try other monster dishes. A burning desire to taste every monster dish out there raged within my heart. It was especially so when thinking how in this fantasy setting, there must be a great variety of monsters in different regions. It was only natural that I started to chart the plans for my culinary journey in my mind. It can't be helped. Indeed, I had transmigrated into a romance fantasy novel of the medieval era. But instead of enjoying it, I would have to spend my days confined in a dull palace, pretending to be a madman, all while persevering through a betrothal contest. So I needed to plan for my culinary journey accordingly. To this end, I looked at Rachel with a smile. "Why are you staring at me like that, my lord? From tomorrow onwards, you have a new task. What would that be? For me to embark on an amative culinary journey across this world, I would need to be a versatile warrior and not a bloodthirsty maniac. Especially since my knight, Rachel, possessed the qualities of a magic swordsman that I could have only dreamed of. In other words, she was able to imbue magic in her sword, become my teacher." Pardon, after all, if it was Rachel, she most certainly had such qualifications, transmigrated into a tragic romance fantasy. There weren't many ways for a commoner to become successful in this world, especially for a woman. They could become an outstanding merchant, a steward of a noble's house above the earl rank, marry into a wealthy family, or become a famous courtesan in the kingdom's largest pleasure districts. The path to success for a common-born was long and narrow, and that same path unfolded before Rachel, who was born in a small village to the west of Raphaelian County. "Dad, buy me a sword." The day she turned 13, Rachel made a sudden request of her father as she helped him with fieldwork. "What, you want a sword?" "Yes, why, if I earn a lot of money, I can make you happy, can't I, Dad?" "Ha ha ha, my daughter, your father is already happy. But people told me we should dream big, so I'm going to become a noble's personal bodyguard. It's safe and I'll earn a lot of money." "Rachel, listen to your father. Women can't become personal bodyguards." "Why?" "Because they are inherently weak." When she turned 17, Rachel realized that being weaker wasn't the whole reason. It was during her 4th year of swordsmanship training, which she started out of sheer stubbornness. She realized that aside from a woman's weakness, the society itself was steeped in male chauvinism. In the noble's eyes, women were merely possessions. To them, a low-born woman was just a sexual slave. They would never entrust a woman with the important duty of protecting their lives or upholding their honor. It was unfair. Rachel was confident that she would succeed. She believed she had talent, yet she was never given the opportunity to showcase her skills. "I won't give up. I'll become a personal bodyguard no matter what." Her pride and stubbornness drove her. Thus, Rachel didn't give up on the sword, and at the age of 19, when her father passed away in a tragic accident, she stained her hands with blood for the first time. Her anger at this unfair world exploded. She wanted to overcome this harsh reality. She wanted to slash through this injustice. So, Rachel willingly jumped onto a rough path. It was during that period when she headed towards the chaotic northern regions of Winterfell. The young woman slashed through whoever stood in her way and trampled upon anything in her path. As a result, she acquired the moniker of the Purple Knight. However, she failed numerous times at the personal bodyguard recruitment events. Despite her humble origins, Rachel applied to events hosted by all nobles, including earls, and she always defeated her opponents, yet she had to swallow the bitter taste of failure and rejection. But she didn't give up. And after a long time, she finally managed to become a bodyguard for a count, Eldon Raphaelian. Her determination shone through, fulfilling the promise she had made to her father. Of course, Rachel also became aware of the vulgar side of nobility while being the personal bodyguard of one as a woman. I had to personally defy father's choice just to hire you. That won't be necessary. Pardon, if you strip now, I'll double your promised salary." Rachel grasped the hilt of her sheathed sword. On her first day as a bodyguard, she nearly severed the young master's head, fortunately. "Well, if you're content with your current salary, there's no need for that." The young master quickly retracted his vulgar proposal in the face of Rachel's overwhelming killing intent, preventing a disaster. But of course his attempts to claim her never ceased. However, Rachel never once considered the option of quitting, not just because of the money, but also because her job was too comfortable. Her charge, Eldon Raphaelian, was different from the other nobles she had ever seen. He didn't rely on others when threatened. He would confront and punish everyone who stood against him himself, a true battle maniac unafraid of staining his hands with blood. Moreover, he was quite skilled in combat. Since the young master could handle most of his adversaries on his own, there was hardly anything for her to do. Of course, in Rachel's eyes, his fighting style was nothing more than sloppy brawling, but unlike the other noble scions, he was good enough to protect himself. Rachel had become the personal bodyguard of someone who didn't need it. Thus, she could laze around all day. It felt like a reward for the harsh and unfair life she had lived until now, a compensation for having defied and risen against her fate as a woman. Her job was easy, as long as she let the constant crass language of her charge go into one ear and out the other. And so, 5 years passed. To reach the red light district, we need to head to West 18th Street. Even if she had nothing to do, Rachel would always accompany Eldon on his outings. Every time he went to a new place, he would always visit the red light district first. Afterwards, he'd go to a tavern to guzzle alcohol and then become a drunken troublemaker. Things always followed this exact pattern. However, let's go eat something, somewhere romantic. The order was reversed. That was strange, but using her past experiences, she guided him towards a tavern. And then, something's odd. Setting aside the fact that he allowed her to eat at the same table, his wish to learn under her was completely bizarre. Moreover, he didn't utter a single lewd comment, which had become a habit of his by now. Additionally, he who lived like a wastrel until now didn't touch a drop of alcohol. What is going on? Even when they left the tavern, he left a tip that was 20 times the cost of the meal. She had never seen him pay for anything, be it in a tavern or the red light district. The places of commoners were nothing more than a playground for him. Although she never initiated a conversation with her lord, her curiosity got the better of her as she asked, "My lord, are you not drinking today? Why would I drink when the sun is still high in the sky?" This never seemed to bother him before. She swallowed those words and asked another question instead. "What do you mean by wanting me as your teacher?" "It's just that. You've been watching over me for 5 years now, so you must know where I'm lacking. You'll start teaching me tomorrow, so prepare yourself." Upon hearing his reply, a single thought crossed her mind. Is the Lord planning on getting serious about his martial skills? Chirp, chirp, chirp. Waking up to the birds chirping was a pleasant thing, especially when the sunlight graced the room through the window on a late morning. For Lee Jun-woo, who used to wake up at 6 a.m. and prepare for work while listening to garbage trucks in the background, this was a luxury. After this refreshing morning, I got up, took a relaxed bath, and got dressed with the help of some maids. Shall we depart then? Yes, my lord. With Renler acting as my guide, my destination was the main castle, where the final evaluations of the betrothal contest would take place. Lumia's first official appearance would take place in the grand hall of the main castle. Although similar to the great hall where I had dined with the regretful trio, the grand hall was a sacred place reserved only for the Grand Duke's family or his esteemed guests. It was not a place most people could enter. That was why I shall await you here, my lord. Good. Renler couldn't enter the hall. No one except the contestants could. And even us, the contestants, had to be searched by the guards before being granted entry. After passing through the security checks, I entered the hall and saw the regretful trio sitting at a large round table. If the great hall was lavishly decorated, then the grand hall carried a stiff and solemn atmosphere. As I walked down the red carpet towards the round table, the regretful trio glanced at me as if seeing a ghost. Ignoring their stares, I took a seat. And then I decided to strike while the iron was still hot. I'm only here because there hasn't been a definitive answer to my withdrawal. But there's no need to worry, my intentions are still the same. With this done, I should be able to avoid any irritating questioning. As soon as I said this, Blund laughed awkwardly as he said, "Ha ha ha, worry. I was merely surprised to see you, that's all. I didn't expect this either." Daron then spoke with a hint of disdain. "Your declaration went unanswered, you say. Perhaps this was all part of your plot to attract some attention. Indeed, that could have been his plan, Lord Daron. Your insight is truly remarkable. Haha, seriously. Then consider me tricked. I had no idea this beast was capable of devising such a scheme." Even when I had already moved to quell their irritating small talk, I couldn't stop them completely. Just the thought of having to endure this for another 15 days was enough to make me sigh. I wanted to lash back at them for denigrating my pure desire to escape, but I knew it would only lead to more tiresome banter, so I chose to reply with silence. It would only be a waste of breath. Better if I let these fools talk and speculate as they please. That was all they were good at, after all. This generous modern soul of mine has a heart big enough to understand the limitations of these fools. However, I could still pray for this evaluation to start already, couldn't I? Fortunately, the third Northern Duchess, Lumia Winterfell, is entering. The doors to the Grand Hall opened, signaling the start of the main event. This would mark the beginning of a tragic romance fantasy. Of course, for me, this marked the beginning of my plan B following the regretful trio. I stood up from my seat like a coiled snake. All our eyes were turned towards the Grand Hall's open door. And then click-clack, click-clack, I saw a woman approaching the round table of the Grand Hall. She was dressed in a white gown with a white fox mask, with her hair equally white. Indeed, she had an angelic presence, greeting everyone. The woman who stopped at the head of the table greeted us. "I am Lumia Winterfell." Behind the fox mask, her blue eyes observed the regretful trio. Perhaps she was already plotting their downfall. And then her gaze landed on me and I felt a shiver run through my spine. She smiled warmly at me and opened her mouth. "Fufu, didn't I say we would meet again, Lord Raphaelian, transmigrated into a tragic romance fantasy? It's a pleasure to meet you again, my Duchess. Fufu, I'm flattered you think so. Shall we all take a seat?" As Lumia took her seat at the head, the others followed suit. I had a rough idea as to why she had singled me out with this greeting. It was an attempt to give me hope. Perhaps she thought that by doing so, my desire for victory would be reignited. All things considered, it wasn't a bad strategy if her target still harbored some ambition for this contest. Unfortunately, she was sorely mistaken about my intentions. Daron smiled at me and said, "Haha, to think that you were acquaintanced with the Grand Duchess herself, Lord Eldon. You should have informed us about this, shouldn't you? A tone filled with reproach, and words dripping with poison. Just as I was about to say something, Lumia opened her mouth. I had a brief talk with Lord Eldon, merely out of curiosity for his declaration of withdrawal. I hope this won't be a problem. Haha, of course not, my lady. We were merely surprised. Blund was quick to interject and flatter Lumia. Until now, most of his attempts to curry favor had been directed at Daron, but now they had completely shifted towards Lumia, because from now on, the real contest would begin. Of course, I had no interest in it. Before we start, I would like to announce something. During the final parts of the betrothal contest, the evaluators who have been monitoring each one of you won't be present. That was something I knew already. Thankfully, my declaration of withdrawal didn't change this fact, since in the novel, Lumia also announced this change. Her reasons were rather simple. By removing the shackles known as evaluators, free encounters among the candidates would go unpunished, giving them more chances to self-destruct. The upcoming events would serve as fine fodder for the petty disputes of the regretful trio. I don't wish for all of you to feel oppressed by the evaluators. I wish to see you like you are all in your natural habitat, being your true selves. True selves. Lumia emphasized those words. Of course, only those aware of her motives would recognize the emphasis, while the regretful trio simply exchanged some glances nodding their heads. This was a welcome development for them. Now they could form alliances and concoct plans. We shall follow the Grand Duchess's desires. After all, true companionship can only be built with honesty. Kyle bowed his head towards Lumia as he uttered those words. Blund and Daron also nodded in agreement. I was the only one who didn't seem to fit in this harmonious atmosphere. Well, it was to be expected, since I was someone who wished to be far away from her but was not allowed to. Lumia herself denied my withdrawal. However, I have no obligation to be swept away in her schemes, so instead of being a participant, it would be more wise to remain as an observer. I wouldn't let myself suffer from Lumia's schemes for something I had no part in. Even if a resentful glint shone in her eyes, there was nothing I could do about it. Despite the clear favoritism that should be considered forbidden in this competition, Lumia glared at me, noticing my lack of reaction to her announcement. That glare of hers is something else. Zap. Haha, it's an honor to have come this far, Your Grace. This humble man is overjoyed by being chosen, Your Grace. I believe I am enjoying something far beyond my station just by seeing you, Your Grace. Who knows what kind of face she was making behind that fox mask? What kind of scars does that pure white dress hide? Regardless of my musings, the regretful trio continued to exert every effort to win. Of course, I had no intention of criticizing these efforts born out of ignorance. It is, however, a bit uncomfortable to watch the hypocrisy of those three trying to curry favor with the very same woman they had almost tormented to death in the academy. While I was thinking about this, someone directed an uncomfortable gaze at me. Is Lord Eldon always so taciturn? What could make someone known for their boisterous attitude behave so quietly? Blund quickly chimed in at Lumia's question. Seeing his lack of words even after being graced by your presence, Your Grace, makes one think he is either ill or simply tired. Indeed, indeed. Perhaps he needs the assistance of wine. Ha 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 ha. Or maybe he's just shy. All of a sudden, I became the public enemy. These hyenas all pounced at the bait thrown by Lumia, but sadly they were doing zero damage with their attacks. Perhaps they had forgotten a crucial fact, that Eldon Raphelion is a forfeiter. Well, since 3 people had already answered for me, I saw no need to break my silence. But then, the previous warm atmosphere was shattered in an instant. Could you all be quiet for a moment? My question was directed at Lord Eldon. Lumia's voice, filled with anger, tore through the facade. The once warm mood chilled down in an instant. Fury flashed through her eyes. She was clearly frustrated with this turn of events, but that wouldn't change a thing. Well, if anyone should be frustrated, then it would be me. I, the guy who was suddenly transmigrated and thrust into this mess. How could I not feel wronged? While I wasn't going to complain about the end result, I had no intention of dancing to Lumia's tunes. I simply found no room to interject, so I remained silent. Please, there's no need to be angered on my behalf. Lumia sighed softly behind her mask. Sigh, I apologize. I've been dealing with some unresolved issues lately, and it's turned into a tiring affair. Knowing what those unresolved issues were, I gracefully accepted her apologies. It's all right. Come to think of it, it's time for our meal. It would be rude of me to neglect our distinguished guest's needs. This entire episode had been a mere taste. In the novel, Lumia's revenge would only begin with their first meeting. This ambiguous atmosphere was merely a snippet of what was to come. With the start of this meal, the mood was destined to become drier than a desert. I've personally overseen the preparation of this meal. Each dish is tailored to your individual tastes. Oh ho, something that the Duchess herself was involved in, haha. What an honor, it almost seems like a shame to eat it. My mouth is already watering. I couldn't see it, but I just knew she was smiling behind that white fox mask. The upcoming meal was her way of paying back some of the torment she endured at the Royal Academy. Phew. You are all free to look forward to it. Moments later, several dishes were placed in front of each guest, covered with metal lids. The revengeful feast had commenced. I am finding myself eager to lift this lid, Your Grace. The anticipation is already making my mouth water. Heavens, please allow us to open it. I certainly didn't expect such a tease. The regretful trio continued to praise the dishes without even knowing what lay inside. In response to this, Lumia simply laughed with a pleasant foo-foo. I see then, let us introduce the dishes, shall we? Lord Daron, do you wish to be the first? Haha, it will be an honor. Daron eagerly grabbed the handle of the lid. All eyes were drawn to it in anticipation, even Lumia's own. Then allow me to unveil it. Daron, visibly pleased by being the first, lifted the lid with a broad smile. However, that smile quickly vanished. His dish was the picnic roast of kotvos. Lumia specifically chose this dish for him due to his hate of frogs. The dish was made from the shoulder-arm picnic of the giant frog-like monster kotvos, roasted without any sort of fanfare. As mentioned previously, monsters weren't considered edible for the majority of nobility. Furthermore, since the prepared dish still retained the monster's original shape, this was enough to evoke Daron's deep-rooted disgust. Fufu, I tried this myself once and found it delicious. Oh my, is there something wrong, Lord Daron? Does this dish not please you? Ah, haha, of course not, Your Grace. I am simply in awe of such a beautifully prepared dish. I see, I am glad you like it then. Now shall we have Lord Blund open his lid? Ah, yes, yes. Blund, petrified by the shocking dish, fumbled over his words as he took hold of the lid's handle. Moments later, upon opening his lid, Blund sported an expression quite similar to that of Daron's, for he abhorred disgusting insects. The dish I've prepared for Lord Blund is half-worm stir-fry. The texture pops delightfully in your mouth with each bite. It's delicious, isn't it? Ah, indeed, it must be. The monster known as half-worm was as thick as a thumb and bore a red and black coloration that didn't look edible in the slightest. Blund's face paled as he started to tremble. Next, Kyle, who had a fear of birds, was met with black bat roasted wings. Ah, the famous roasted wings of a black bat. They are very tasty, although there's not much meat in them. The crunch more than makes up for it. Only Lumia's voice echoed around the grand hall. The trio was completely shocked by the dishes before them. Those were foods that could be called grotesque. As the faces of Daron, Blund, and Kyle turned ghostly white, Lumia moved towards the last act of her torture. I hope you all partake in their meal. After all, there's nothing better than a man who can eat anything. With these words, she tightened the noose around their necks, making sure they wouldn't escape. It was a sort of implicit threat: if you want to curry my favor, then eat everything on your plate. Then her ominous gaze landed on me. Lastly, shall Lord Eldon open the lid? Her eyes, filled with malice yet anticipation, cast a noose my way. Of course, no noose could constrict me, so I comfortably grabbed the lid. I knew what lay beneath, and I knew well that it would evoke extreme disgust in the character known as Eldon Raphaelian, so I opened it without hesitation. How is it, Lord Eldon? My dish was the leg of a pig-like monster, the red longer, a whole roasted leg complete with a hoof. But not just any kind of roasted leg, but one that's been smoked with care. Looking down at the thick roasted leg, I couldn't help but remember all the times I wanted to order those expensive pig's feet but couldn't because I lacked money. Just remembering the chewy texture and rich juiciness already made my mouth water. Gulp, it looks delicious. Lumia wished to pay back all the suffering she endured by turning us. Unfortunately for her, Lee Junwoo was someone who loved pig's feet. So for me, this wasn't a form of torture, but a gastronomic delight. Of course, this was a roasted leg, not boiled, but it was already enough to stimulate my hunger. It looks truly appetizing. Lumia's eyes shook in confusion at Eldon's response. Yes, and then, when I covered the food again with the iron lid, that confusion began to intensify. I addressed her politely. However, as someone who declared his withdrawal, I cannot eat this dish in good conscience. Yes, but I am thankful for the Duchess' intent. Even if there was a vast gap between a Grand Duke and a Count, the gap wasn't so brutal nor harsh that created irrefutable circumstances. If the justification was sound, there should be no problem in politely refusing it, especially since I was someone who gave up this competition. From the moment I declared my withdrawal, it was inevitable for Lumia to be the one left wanting. Won't you take even a single bite then, even if I assure you that no misunderstandings will arise? If she said as much, it wouldn't hurt to take a bite. Gah. Meanwhile, the regretful trio had managed to push the food down their throats. It wouldn't hurt to go with their flow just this once. Pig's feet. No, roasted red longer's leg. I took a bite out of it. My brows furrowed. My breath came short. My eyes narrowed and moistened. I could clearly see the red longer flocking under the clear sky. Look, he is looking at me now. He raised his hoof to me as if giving a thumbs up. Crazy. How is it so good? While the meat was a bit past the point, the rich flavor was so hearty that it made my mouth explode with saliva, and the savory juices that spread as I chewed were exquisite without even a hint of gaminess. At that moment, my most sincere wish was to simply demolish this dish until nothing remained, but I restrained myself as I placed the leg back on my plate. How was it? Lord Eldon. This was not something done by the hands of their chefs, but something Lumia prepared herself. For the sake of her effort, I planned on acting disgusted like the regretful trio, but as mentioned before, it was time for Plan B to be put into action. Therefore, it was excellent. Your culinary skills are impressive, Your Grace. I delivered a truthful answer as she wanted, so it wasn't my fault a storm brewed inside those blue eyes. I simply did as she asked and showed her my honest reaction. Because it was a delicious dish, I praised it. But now that I think about it, the novel never stated her culinary talents were this good. It was my understanding that cooking a monster's meat was no easy feat. Herc, gulk, HMMMM. Whether it was those Kotvos picnic roast, that half-worm stir-fry, or even those blackbet wings, they all looked delicious to me. Perhaps I was the weird one, I wasn't sure, gurgle, but what was certain was that I was very hungry right now, transmigrated into a tragic romance fantasy. The act of consuming monsters was a new concept, only incorporated into human culture 300 years ago. Monsters are usually grotesque creatures with hideous forms, and most times their flesh exudes a pungent stench. Before new culinary techniques were invented, monster meat was usually processed into compost to feed livestock, or it was simply treated as garbage. But all changed 300 years ago. Great famine struck the continent, entire villages starved while the nobles only sought their survival. Faced with such a dire situation, a starving person might even resort to eating dirt. That was the turning point. For the sake of survival, many brought monster carcasses onto the chopping block. For the sake of survival, they endured the disgust, tolerated the stench, and tried numerous forms of cooking monster meat. At the end of those dark days, monster meat became a valuable source of food. Of course, for most nobles who had never experienced the famine, it remained a vile and unpleasant food source, consumed only by the poor or desperate. Therefore, it looks truly appetizing. This only made Eldon's words more unbelievable. Yet, unlike the others who struggled to hide their horror, his eyes were clear and genuine. He even licked his lips as he stared at the swine-like monster's leg. It must be a lie. He must be faking his reactions. He must be acting. A competent actor he may be, but as soon as he eats it, his horror will be revealed and he will join the others in their suffering. He, the man who took pleasure in force-feeding her spiders, ants, and even caterpillars, must have a taste of her suffering. So, with a desperate wish, she said, "Then won't you take even a single bite? I promise it won't lead to any misunderstandings." It was an absurd situation, truly ludicrous, that the Avenger must beg for their target to accept the torture. But she couldn't help it. His declaration of withdrawal was something unprecedented in the history of the betrothal contest, and there wasn't a single rule dictating how to handle it. Lumia couldn't enforce her will onto someone who abstained during the final round. She would not be able to accomplish her plans should he flee. Thus, there was no choice but to delay the decision about his withdrawal as much as possible. Fortunately, it seems her words moved him. Eldon reached out towards the dish. After all the fake kindness and favoritism she had shown, he finally moved as she had planned. He was an unsolvable conundrum, but now she may snatch a clue to understand this variable. With such hope, Lumia eagerly watched Eldon's every move. The revulsion and contempt of tasting this dish couldn't be covered with a facade. Daron, Kyle, and Blund. There was solid proof behind such belief, seeing that those three couldn't conceal their gag reflex and other signs of revulsion as they tasted the dishes. Of course, she had no desire to revel in their suffering. She wasn't like them. Lumia wouldn't become a villain who took pleasure in the suffering of others, but she hoped that they would remember the evil deeds they had committed. That they would remember the faces of those whom they had oppressed, that they might comprehend, even if just a little, the pain and sorrow they had caused. Indeed, Lumia hoped that by the end of the contest, they would be able to repent sincerely, and for those who don't repent, well, they would walk towards their doom with their own feet. So, for the sake of her goal, even Eldon Raphaelian needed to eat the monster's meat and suffer from it. Even if his barbarian nature had changed, he still had to atone for the sins of his past. However, it was excellent. "Your culinary skills are truly impressive, Your Grace." Eldon praised her for it. There was not a single shed of falsehood in his eyes. It was a look of pure admiration as he praised her cooking skills. That couldn't be faked. Moreover, he even licked the grease from his fingers as if savoring the aftertaste. The way he looked at the dish was no different from a hungry man looking at his most beloved food. Tap, tap. From the information she had gathered about him, she knew this man didn't even consider monster meat as edible, and he even seemed to hate certain dishes made with less-known parts of livestock. He should have shown at least the slightest trace of disgust. There should have been at least a hint of displeasure or harsh words leaving his mouth. He was supposed to become her victim, not a gourmet. What in the blazes is going on? During their past argument, Lumia had been completely defeated, and this ignited her desire to understand the truth, so she retreated and sharpened her blade, preparing for the next battlefield. And this time she was determined to emerge victorious. Just as they once forced her to eat disgusting things, she would do so as well, and she would rip those deceitful masks off of their faces. With such resolve, Lumia prepared her weapon for the next confrontation, the monster meat. Herc, gulk. The sweet sound of her victory echoed from Daron, Blund, and Kyle. But when Eldon's turn came, she was greeted with the sound of defeat once again. Lumia was being driven mad. The humiliation of her consecutive failures was absurd. After her private meeting with Eldon, she spent the entire day thinking about him, neglecting her research and experiments. The puzzle he represented was simply too intriguing and infuriating to leave unattended. So Lumia rummaged through countless books of black magic and forgotten sorcery, formulating numerous theories and plans to test her hypotheses. Even her sleep was sacrificed by her thirst for answers. Due to this, Lumia's complexion under her mask had become haggard. Shadows lay beneath her eyes while her mind was filled with absurd theories and conjectures. Why does that wild, fierce expression now seem so calm and tranquil? Why is she having this absurd urge to keep staring at his eyes when she couldn't even look at him before? It was annoying. It was infuriating. It was so incredibly vexing. Lumia Winterfell gnashed her teeth in frustration. There was no puzzle without a solution in this world, no question without an answer. They just appear to have none. The greatest quality for any researcher can only be the strength of will to continue searching for those answers. Bam! Lumia stormed away from her seat. This revenge wasn't made to enjoy their suffering. Had those names not caught her eye when Gelwood presented her with the list of finalists, this revenge wouldn't have happened at all. Her revenge was based on the principles of harsh guidance and penance. With this, she could consider the lesson of this first day delivered, and above all, she just couldn't stare at Eldon's innocent expression for a second longer. That face seemed to call to her inquirer's soul. It aggravated Lumia to no end. During her time at the academy, this man always tormented her when she wished to study, always interrupting her research. And now he continues to bother her with such tricks. How could he avoid her revenge so easily? Lumia wouldn't give up. Eldon wouldn't be able to remain unpunished for long. With such resolve, Lumia took a last glance towards the regretful trio gagging before she left the grand hall, HMPH, leaving nothing but a snort of disdain towards Eldon Raphelian. And then, as Lumia exited the grand hall, the regretful trio, struggling to hold back their nausea, also ran out. However, Kyle Beelan, who had the weakest stomach, couldn't contain his rising nausea as he moved. All of a sudden, the grand hall became empty, leaving only a lone gourmet who looked at those curious dishes, and after sniffing the uneaten food, he helped himself. Munch, munch, chew, chew. As I thought, it's all delicious. The moist meat of the Kotvos picnic roast tasted a little like chicken thighs. The nutty taste of the half-worm stir-fry was just like Bayandigi one. The chewy black bat wings were almost the same as a delicious chicken wing. Indeed, the lone gourmet couldn't fathom why those three rushed off, leaving these wonderful dishes behind. The gourmet Eldon Raphelian left the grand hall with Rendler in tow. As he followed Eldon, Rendler, with a puzzled expression, asked, "My lord, where might we be heading to?" This way was directly opposed to Eldon's room. Moreover, this path leads to somewhere that Eldon would never go to. Indeed, at the end of this path stood the largest library in the north. To the library. Pardon, Rendler cleaned his ears for a moment as he sought confirmation as to what he had just heard. The library. My lord, are you serious? Yes, I'm looking for something to read. With their 15-day stay in the Grand Duchy, one needed to find ways to occupy their spare time. And it wasn't as if these 15 days were packed with evaluations. In one day, they would meet with the Duchess, and the next, it would be a rest day with no scheduled events. Of course, during these rest days, most candidates would find opportunities to pursue their personal agendas. However, someone who declared his withdrawal could simply use these days to relax. I couldn't spend all my time training with Rachel. One needed to do something enjoyable during their breaks. In this boring world without a single gaming console, TVs, or internet, books were kings. So his destination, the library, was only natural. And my lord, you're even seeking to nourish your mind now. This old butler is so moved I could cry. Enough. I just wanted to read this world's novels. I have no intention of reading anything of importance. Before his tearful old butler could break into tears, Eldon quickly entered the library. It's incredibly big. The library was vast. It was indeed worthy of being called the largest library in the north. Moreover, the library was open for the nobles outside the duchy, and for the servants as well, so it was quite crowded. If you find a good book, bring it to me. I'll look for something as well. As you wish, my lord. As he parted ways with Rendler, Eldon roamed the library, humming a tune to himself. He was filled with anticipation to see what the novels of this world would be like. Footnotes 1, Silkworm Pupae, transmigrated into a tragic romance fantasy. Wow, just how many books do they have? The Grand Duchy's library was briefly mentioned in the novel. There was a scene where Lumia's maid returned and borrowed some books from this place. While she collected books about magic for Lumia, the maid took the opportunity to rent some personal books, namely romance novels. That's why I know they exist. If romance novels exist, then naturally, there would be fantasy novels like Game of Thrones or Lord of the Rings as well. In this world, finding romance-filled fantasy novels should be as easy as finding sand in the desert. The only problem was, this place is too big. Renler had already disappeared somewhere. Since he said some things about nourishing the mind, he instructed me to look for magic theory books, so I could use this knowledge in my training with Rachel this evening. Judging by his gait, he seemed to know this place, so I should have asked him for directions. There were countless rows of bookshelves, so tall I had to crank my neck to see them in their entirety. Just seeing all those densely packed books was making me dizzy. Although there were some signs above each bookshelves for the major categories, there were simply too many genres. I wouldn't be able to find anything with those. Truly, what a strange way to feel suffocated by books. Yet the musty and homely smell of the library put me in a good mood. This silence and tranquility makes one think they're cut off from the world, as they shop in this cradle of knowledge. Anyway, I just need to find someone to help me. As I wondered, I found a librarian wearing a hat with the library's emblem on it. Excuse me. Yes, how may I assist you, sir? The librarian, who was busy organizing some books, then turned and looked at me. Lord Eldon, what brings you here? Now, as if studying a new phenomenon, the librarian looked at me with an astonished and curious gaze. It took a 3-day ride on horseback to reach Raphelian County from the Grand Duchy. Perhaps even this librarian had heard the tales of my notoriety. Eldon Raphelian must have been quite the character indeed. Then, the librarian's gaze turned into something familiar. In his eyes, I must look like an arsonist searching for the breach to unleash hell on. So instead of explaining myself, I thought it would be better to simply order him around. I'm looking for a novel section. What kind of novels are you searching for, my lord? My memories of Eldon Raphelian's life weren't perfect. They were like foggy memories after a night of drinking. Especially in situations like this, when there was nothing of interest to Eldon, nothing of use would come to mind. Fantasy. It's a bit weird to ask for this genre when I'm already in a fantasy world. It's the same when someone enters a library asking where the contemporary section of books is. Genre fiction. No, I don't think such classifications existed in the medieval era. As the silence grew longer, the librarian looked ready to burst into tears at any moment. Eventually, novels that a grown man would find entertaining. Even as I said it, the answer felt embarrassingly vague. Since I was unable to define the genre with a single word, I had no choice but to explain it to him in such a vague way. It was the best answer I could come up with. Fortunately, it must have been something Eldon Raphelian would say, since the librarian's complexion eased up immediately. Right. In the end, since it seemed like we had managed to understand each other, I followed the librarian. We weaved and pushed through this maze-like library for about 5 minutes, and then the librarian finally stopped. Here we are, my lord. I hope you enjoyed your reading. You enjoy my reading. It was a somewhat peculiar farewell, but perhaps for them, books were something as enjoyable as a video game. With such thoughts, I approached the bookshelf. The Dragoness Pleasure Journey. How the Chaste Woman Cools Her Body. The Master of the Brothel. Taming the Beastly Heroine. It seems that he had misunderstood my request. I've committed a grave sin. After returning to the librarian and clearing up the misunderstanding, I managed to arrive at my destination without any issues. I wondered if I might find a book titled How to Live as the Scoundrel Eldon Raphelian. With such thoughts in mind, I entered the pure literature section. Of course, the fantasy novels would be pure literature in a fantasy world, but to me, they still are fantasy novels. As I thought, this pure literature section was filled with exciting books. The Red Wolves. The Chronicles of Lion King Raydon. The Rhaenyra Chronicles. The Emperor of Darkness. Of course, even if they were fantasy novels, they were written against the backdrop of this medieval era, which might make them seem like a child's fermented soybean soup to a modern man. Fortunately, I was one such child. And what should I start with? I decided to take a full look at the pure literature section first. If I was to borrow every book that caught my attention, then I would easily end up with more than 100 books. To narrow it down to the most interesting ones, I needed to carefully consider my options. Regardless of the endeavor, the first step was crucial. A successful first step would guarantee a delightful future. Thus, I took my time strolling through the pure literature section with my hands clasped behind my back. This is more difficult than I had thought it would. There were so many enticing novels that caught my attention. A search function at times like these would be a lifesaver. It would also be great to have a fellow reader around to get recommendations from. As I lamented the lack of modern conveniences or a book-loving friend, I took another round and eventually, I managed to choose 7 books that appeared to be the best. They were books with only the title and author unceremoniously written on the cover, with no introductions, so I figured I'd have to sample them to get a feel. With a tower of 7 books in my arms, I began moving to a place where I could read. However, this is starting to become bothersome. There had been someone skulking about on the edge of my vision for a while now. It was a woman of my age, dressed in a manner that suggested she was a noble lady. I looked at her face for a moment, but I couldn't recall ever seeing her. A wastrel in a library. Perhaps she believed these two things had nothing in common, but as she was starting to become annoying, I decided to ignore her. Stomp, click, clack, stomp, click, clack, stomp, click, clack. But I could no longer ignore her when her footsteps began to match mine. First, I decided to set down the tower of 7 books I was holding. Thud, arriving at the designated reading spot, I placed the books on the table. She followed me. It was as if a bothersome salesman had decided to latch on me, so I scowled. At times like these, my infamy has its uses, so I glared at the source of my annoyance. I'd appreciate it if you'd state your business quickly. The reason she must have been hovering around me and following me in silence must be because her status was lower than that of accounts. Since there was no need to tolerate such annoyance during my reading time, I confronted her with a cold tone, but, wow, are you really Eldon Raphaelian? The young lady with her hair curled up in twin buns while holding 2 books in her arms spoke with a bright smile on her face. A cheerful hum, light and bubbly steps, and an appreciation for the musty aroma of a library that would never grow old as she looked for her next book. And what shall I read today? A count's daughter whose motive to enroll in the Royal Academy had been her love for books. It wouldn't be wrong to call her a legitimate bookworm. Driven by such love, the young lady traveled to the distant Grand Duchy of Winterfell to access their library. Not even the biting cold of these lands was able to dampen her fervor for reading. Oh, this one looks interesting, right? It had been more than 4 days since she arrived in Winterfell, and ever since that day, she reveled in the pleasure of reading books she only heard of. Ah, a novel written by Ront. This one is a must-read. Today was no different. Her smile threatened to split her face as she stood amidst thousands of novels. Her skirt fluttered as she paced around the library halls in excitement. But then her bright smile faltered with a hint of confusion. A familiar figure caught her eye. A man with rare jet black hair in these northern lands and crimson eyes that twinkled like rubies. She was especially familiar with such a figure since she used to sit behind him. The young lady approached to greet him, but she quickly stopped. Right, there's no way Eldon would be in a library. Silly me. Though they were classmates, they never interacted much or got along well. Still, even she knew that quiet places like libraries were the exact opposite of his preferred spots. It was much more common to see him together with Daron, Kyle, and Blund drinking or doing something physical. So she convinced herself that she was mistaken and was about to look away when a stray thought appeared in her mind. Come to think of it, weren't those 4 the chosen finalists for the 3rd Northern Duchess Betrothal Contest? She recalled what her maid had told her. Since she was classmates with the finalists, her maid asked her which seemed the more likely to win. However, she was never interested in such things. Her only passion had been reading novels, and this likely contributed to her lack of friends and lackluster grades in the academy. The betrothal contest was just one of those matters she had little to no interest in. Her sudden interest was simply because the man's face was so similar to Eldon's and due to the unexpected place she encountered him. The more I look, the more he seems like Eldon. No matter how she looked at him, he was indeed Eldon Raphaelian. As the finalist for the betrothal contest, it was perfectly reasonable for him to be in the Grand Duchy. But what on earth was he doing in the pure literature section of a library? Had he finally discovered the joys of reading? With such questions in mind, the bun-haired lady lingered around Eldon. Then, as she looked at the 7-book tower he had built, she sighed. Oh, those books are really boring. All of them were poor works, seemingly written with the only purpose of displeasing the reader. As Eldon stacked such horrible books that she certainly would never recommend to someone, she found herself following him. And then, I'd appreciate it if you'd state your business quickly. She had come face to face with him. He really was Eldon. Wow, are you really Eldon Raphaelian? I am. What are you doing here? As you can see, I'm trying to read some novels. But you are, even if there hadn't been much interaction through their years of study, how could he not recognize a fellow classmate? While she may have kept some distance since their interests were different, being treated as a total stranger was a bit sad. So she introduced herself. Don't you remember me? I used to sit behind you in our final year. The bun-haired lady who always read novels in the back seat was none other than the second daughter of the Count Elrond Ariel Elrond. Do you remember me now? I can't say I do. Transmigrated into a tragic romance fantasy. Rolled into a spiral format, reminiscent of a Swiss roll, the hair bun was a common style used in novels or anime. Typically used by the supporting characters, the hairstyle emphasized elegance and maturity when only the tips were curled, or it could be used to express a girlish and mischievous look when twin hair buns were used. That was the essence of a hair bun. Although this hairstyle seemed to be capable of exuding varying looks, it wasn't something a main heroine would use. The golden-haired lady, who fortunately introduced herself as the one who used to always sit behind Eldon, had her hair styled in twin hair buns. It wasn't quite to my taste. Regardless, I had no immediate recollection of her, even with the information provided. After all, Eldon Raffelian wouldn't care about a seemingly random student. Eldon preferred women with a mature appearance and not a jovial look, and the fact I had no recollection of her probably meant that she was someone who avoided getting entangled with a villain like Eldon. After a small moment of silence between us, I managed to remember a golden-haired student who used to style her hair in buns and was always reading something, someone who didn't seem interested in studying or interacting with others, someone who packed more novels in her bag than study materials. Ariel, yes, you finally remembered. Ariel gave me a beaming smile, a fellow classmate from the Royal Academy. Though that was a topic I wished to avoid due to Eldon's infamous past as the Academy's troublemaker, one of the books Ariel was holding caught my attention, The Reincarnation of the Demon God. It was clearly a fantasy novel. Contrary to my expectations, she seemed to have an interest in male-oriented novels, not just the typical romance novels women like to read. I didn't expect to meet you here, so I was a bit surprised. HMPH. I should be the one saying that, Ariel snarked at me, probably hinting at the fact that I couldn't recognize a classmate even after spending 3 years in the same space with them. After saying this, however, she smiled again. But I am glad we met again. A delicate pale hand reached out towards me. After waking up in this world and after becoming the villain known as Eldon Raffelian, this was the first handshake I had received. No, now that I think about it, Ariel was the first person who had properly greeted me. Unlike the others, who always looked at me in fear or apprehension, Ariel's gaze conveyed her genuine goodwill. She must have known what kind of a villain Eldon Raffelian was. Yet the fact she so readily approached me was probably due to her indifference to the rumors or her lack of interest in anything beyond her novels, coupled with the unexpected sighting of me in this place. The Elrond County, where Ariel lived, was a good fortnight's journey to the Grand Duchy. Perhaps she thought it was a pleasant thing to encounter a familiar person in these distant lands, and since some time had passed since our graduation from the academy, some of her memories regarding Eldon's infamy must have faded, enabling her to approach me without hesitation. Anyway, I put aside these musings as I accepted Ariel's handshake. It is good to see you as well. Oh, right, I heard you made it into the final stage of the betrothal contest. Congratulations. I wondered if it was polite to answer her cheerful greeting with bad news, but since it was something I was trying to hide, I gave her an indifferent response as we finished the handshake. I withdrew. I said I withdrew from the contest. What? Why? Ariel's blue eyes widened. It seems that the bookworm found something of interest. However, since I didn't feel like going over such a tiring topic, I brushed it off. It doesn't make sense for a man who's lived a lifetime as a vile scoundrel to become the Duchess' husband. So I withdrew. Oh, I see. A sigh left her lips and Ariel's dilated pupils contracted. Her parted lips closed. Her eyes darted around us. And those closed lips trembled, as if unable to find the right words to say. In her way, she was expressing her tacit consent to my words. The notorious wastrel had no place in the esteemed Grand Ducal family, and that withdrawing was the correct choice. But it would be extremely impolite to voice such words, hence the awkward silence and the darting of her eyes. Caught in such a delicate situation, Ariel couldn't find the proper response due to her poor social skills. Ha 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 ha. Well, I suppose you're right. No, I mean, not that I agree you're a scoundrel in the logical sense, or any other sense, but when compared to the other candidates, it's sort of. Eventually, Ariel managed to blurt out some sympathetic and supportive words. The fact my confession had been somewhat awkward was irrelevant. The listener found herself thrown into an even more embarrassing situation than the one who had confessed. So as the guilty party, it would be only proper if I dealt with this situation. Snicker. Ariel's awkward response was so comical that for the first time since I transmigrated into this world, a sincere laugh escaped my lips. After becoming the villainous character of Eldon Raffelian, there have been many occasions where I would rather grimace than smile. Still, I decided to clear out this misunderstanding, even if it meant cutting short my amusement. It's fine. My withdrawal is on hold, so technically I'm still a finalist. On hold. Since there's never been a withdrawal in the history of the betrothal contest, it seems my declaration has thrown the Grand Duchy into a twist. I see. As our discussion about my withdrawal came to a close, Ariel's eyes diverted to the 7-book tower I held. To Ariel, something like the betrothal contest would be a minor matter at best. Whether I withdrew or not, she couldn't care less. For her, this 7-book tower was the perfect solution to clear the awkward mood. So she pointed at the tower and asked, "Are you planning on reading all of these? I'll be just trying them out. Since they all seem interesting, I couldn't quite decide which one to start first." Weren't you uninterested in novels before? I believe it's time for me to pick a new hobby. Is that so? In a flash, Ariel's blue eyes sparkled with a hungry light. She licked her beautiful red lips. That was the gaze of a predator who had just found its prey. It didn't take long for me to realize that this was the look of an excited veteran who had just discovered a newbie. Can I make some recommendations? It seems we have similar tastes, judging by the books you've picked. This was what I'd hoped for. That would be great. Ariel made her way into the pure literature section with bubbly steps. It seemed that the veteran was displeased with the 7 books that the newbie had selected. Since I needed someone to recommend books to me, Ariel's seasoned help was a godsend. In the medieval period, without the internet or online communities, it was extremely hard to find someone with similar interests, and that scarcity made this encounter all the more delightful. Having a veteran eager to guide a newbie is something mutually beneficial. With such thoughts, I happily followed Ariel's lead. At the same time, in Lumia's laboratory, an experiment was being conducted. Bubble, bubble, gurgle, gurgle. The first evaluation with the final candidates had ended. It was more of an initial greeting than an evaluation, but as expected, things went according to plan. Daron, Kyle, and Blund, those 3 have received their first lesson. They were shown what repulsion tasted like, and what it felt like to swallow such repulsion despite its growing intensity. However, it seemed that her lesson hadn't been conveyed to Eldon Raphelian. However, this was only the beginning. There was still plenty of time left, and with it came plenty of opportunities. Though she had been defeated twice already, a researcher like Lumia had an unshakable perseverance. So she accepted these failures as an opportunity for growth and continued with her experiments in her laboratory. This particular experiment involved storing condensed mana into special crystals created through alchemy. If she succeeds, this will become an extremely useful item for mages. Therefore, after performing a complete analysis of the 4 candidates, Lumia was now stirring a solution in a triangular flask while wearing a lab coat. The experiment had been progressing smoothly, and it was nearing its end. She should have completed this much earlier, but the arrival of the variable known as Eldon Raphelian disrupted her schedule. A capable researcher must adhere to a strict schedule, following their plans, striving for perfection, especially in the fields of magic or alchemy, which were undeveloped and still largely unknown. When dealing with these fields, even a speck of dust inside a test tube might alter the outcome of an experiment. Furthermore, there was always the danger of the unexpected. Everything must therefore be perfect, and all experimental conditions and circumstances must be under the control of the researcher. For this reason, the unpredictable variable known as Eldon Raphelian bothered Lumia to no end. A problem with no apparent solution was bound to be frustrating. Of course, the chance of overcoming and solving this problem was a great driving factor. Sigh. As she stirred the solution inside the flask, Lumia sighed absent-mindedly, casting aside her distracting thoughts. This was a crucial moment in her delicate experiment. With her schedule already disrupted, she wouldn't allow any more distractions. "My lady, is there something wrong?" Her maid and assistant Marion, who stood by her side with a crutch, asked cautiously. Her lady seemed distracted today. Usually Lumia would always get excited at this stage of an experiment. Instead of sighing, she should have been humming a tune. Marion, "Yes, my lady. Do you think a person's nature can change?" Marion mulled over such an unexpected question before replying thoughtfully. "If there is a specific cause, then I believe it to be possible." Lumia fell silent for a moment, then narrowed her eyes as she looked at the solution contained within the flask. "I think that human nature never changes. A person's nature is something immutable." Lumia poured the solution over the special crystal. She had put her all into this experiment, considering all possibilities of failure and aiming for perfection. It was an experiment that wouldn't fail. She was assured of its success. Crack, if only the sound of the crystal shattering had not occurred, that is. Then pop, 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 pop. As if fireworks were going off, the solution exploded in all directions, the same solution that Lumia was assured would work. FSSSH, FSSSD, FWUSH, FWUSH. It was as if an ink bomb had gone off in her laboratory. The solution exploded as if to announce a festival. Even the sound of the explosion seemed unnaturally cheerful. That explosion was an unpredictable and annoying failure, just like a certain someone. FSSSH, whoosh, her perfect experiment had gone wrong at the last moment. What could have been the cause? She had everything accounted for, everything was supposed to be perfect. After the explosion subsided, Lumia looked at the shattered crystal and laughed as if she had lost her mind. Heh, ha ha, ha 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 ha. In the laboratory, now painted in various colors, the hollow laughter of a researcher who had failed a perfect experiment echoed for a long while. And Marion, who served her lady for a long time now, was the only witness to such hollow laughter. It was horrifying, transmigrated into a tragic romance fantasy. This one is written by Baron Erickson. It's a typical tale of a wanderer. The main character is a wanderer bard, so it should be a light and enjoyable read. Tap, this one is good for beginners. While the writer is unknown, the book is about a band of mercenaries and their adventures. Tap, this one, the ending is great. This book is filled with twists, so if you enjoy being surprised, you will love this book. Tap, we can't forget this one. This is a novel inspired by the Great Knight Order. It's a must-read. The knight's fervent loyalty is moving. Tap, that makes it 4 books already. As we stood at the entrance of the pure literature section, the tower of 4 books was rising, and if it continued to rise this way, I might be crushed under the excitement of a veteran reader. Ariel, I think this should be enough for now. Huh, are you sure? Ariel's overflowing excitement died down a bit, but even this was more than enough. A newbie reader who gobbled everything a veteran threw their way would easily grow spoiled. Moreover, I've already spent a lot of time here. I still had my training lessons with Rachel and my city's exploration to do, so I simply couldn't afford too much time for reading. These 4 books were already poison-tested by a veteran. They would be of higher quality than the 7 books I had impulsively grabbed, even though these 4 were already an excessive kindness. Of course, our personal preferences may vary, but if a veteran analyzed the genres of my 7-book tower and made this selection, then I could trust her without a doubt. Ariel mournfully placed a book back into the bookshelf as she muttered wistfully, "Oh, that's enough for today then. Something wrong? Oh no, it's nothing." Ariel trailed off, looking embarrassed. It seemed the veteran reader, who had gotten a taste for nurturing newbies, didn't wish to part ways. It's understandable. I would have felt the same way. The joy of sharing one's experiences and hobbies and forming a bond in the process was a natural human instinct. While our encounter had been accidental, she had helped me greatly. If it hadn't been for Ariel, I would have picked boring books and ended up feeling burnt out. Since I've received great help from her, it would be only right to repay with something of equal value. Will you come to the library tomorrow, Emmy? Yes, sure. I come here every day. I think I'll keep coming for about a fortnight. There's so many more books I wish to read. And at what time do you usually come here? I'm here from morning till evening. Sigh, I had asked something obvious. Wait, as far as I know, there's no separate space for outsiders to eat in the library. Not to mention, it's like there would be a convenient vending machine in a medieval library as well. How do you eat then? From what I can see, this place doesn't have a place selling meals. Ariel hesitated for a moment before answering me. Honestly, my question was born out of curiosity, but I felt as though I asked something unnecessary, so I was about to change the subject when Ariel mumbled with an embarrassed expression. I starve, actually. You starve, Emin, a noble lady from a count's family going hungry. It's something unthinkable in this aristocratic society, something completely absurd, truly a unique situation. Even I couldn't believe what I had just heard as I asked again just to be sure. So you don't eat anything for the whole day? Aren't you hungry? I am a bit hungry, but I love reading so much that I just endure it. That is impressive. I would waste too much time if I went outside. You do know that you could just borrow some books, right? The look I received from Ariel left me speechless. It was a look of utter disbelief, as if to say, what is this crazy person saying? Borrowing is only allowed when there's no other choice, or maybe when I'm going home. I think I understood what Ariel meant by no other choice. Maybe she's referring to natural disasters, illness, or being forced to go on a trip. For a bookworm, this library must be providing the best reading environment amidst its musty and homely smell. Her desire to read must be stronger than her needs, however. I still had a question. Why don't you have your maid pack a lunchbox for you? Ariel hesitated again. The answer she gave me felt truly odd, and with that response I realized that I had no memories of seeing her eating at the academy's cafeteria. As I thought about it, one memory led to another. It's a bit, well, I don't like eating alone, and it would probably be uncomfortable forcing a maid to eat with me, so I just wait till I get back to my quarters. I don't like causing problems for others. I understood her completely. After all, if a lowly salaryman had to eat with the CEO, he might choke on his rice. Anyway, it seems that I have found a way to repay her kindness. If I want to continue reading good books while I'm here, Ariel's assistance would be necessary. Especially since this library, the largest in the north, harbors a lot of rare books. In an era where technology was lacking, good entertainment is as rare as pearls in the mud. To indulge in good books before leaving the Grand Duchy, a veteran bookworm's help is essential. How about we eat lunch together? If you go with me, you can dine in the Great Hall as my acquaintance. It's close to the library, too. For me, who valued a good book over this pointless betrothal contest, it was natural for me to offer an easy way to pay her back. After all, what sort of newbie would refuse the helping presence of a veteran? Ariel's eyes widened in surprise as she asked. Really? Well, it occurred to me that I don't have anyone to eat with either. You. Why? I shrugged my shoulders while holding the 4-book tall tower. It's rare to find someone willing to sit and eat with a notorious wastrel. While I also don't like eating alone, it would be worse if I dragged a pitiful person and forced them to eat with me. For Lee Jun-woo, who had to work 3 jobs just to make ends meet, eating alone was already part of his day-to-day life. Moreover, sharing a meal and having small talk with someone who has the same hobbies could turn out to be quite enjoyable. In the end, I gave her an answer that encompassed all these reasons. The life of a wastrel is a lonely one. Ah, Ariel sighed, agreeing with me. Now that I think about it, she was very different from the normal noble ladies who were skilled in concealing their true feelings. Swoosh, glance, swoosh, glance, swoosh, glance, swoosh, glance, glance. We moved toward the designated reading spot and sat down. I was reading one of the books Ariel recommended to me while she read a book of her choice. The problem was, having a veteran reader checking out a newbie every time he turns a page could be a bit overwhelming. Every time I turned a page, Ariel would take a peek over her book and then quickly bury her head back into it. This had already happened dozens of times. It was impossible not to be conscious of it. Thump, as I set down my book and looked up, Ariel quickly hid behind hers again. There was no need to ask why she was doing that. It's interesting. This book, it's really interesting. I held up the book. It was titled The Loyalty of the Great Knights. This book was the last of the 4 she had recommended. Though I only read 10 pages, her recommendations didn't disappoint. From the little I've read, I was already hooked. While it was a bit too early to discuss the book's overall quality, I made certain to mention my early opinion to a worried Ariel, and it was truly interesting. Immediately after, a relieved smile spread across her face. Phew, I'm glad. Since this was my first time recommending a book to someone, I was worried. Is that so? MN, no one here likes pure literature. Even the maids only read those sappy romance novels. Ariel sighed as she complained. She seemed someone with unique tastes, like a woman who enjoys mainly RPGs over a cute-looking game, and because of it was forced to enjoy her hobby alone, though that worked out in my favor. Junwoo was also a solitary reader, but at least in his world, there were many anonymous communities where he could talk about his preferences and find like-minded people. Had it not been for that, he would probably be suffering just like Ariel has been. While reading can be enjoyed in solitude, even the biggest loner would find the need to discuss the books he has read. I didn't expect you to dislike romance. It's just not fun, you know. And besides, that kind of romance is nothing but a fantasy for us. Instead of the romanticism depicted in those novels, the so-called true love endings, the nobles of this world would mostly marry, not out of love for their partner, but for convenience and benefits. It seemed this young lady preferred reality over such fantasy. In this fantasy world, tales of wandering mercenaries, chivalrous knights, heroes, or even wars between 2 races were considered realistic. Well, for me who had no romantic attachments in my old world, both romantic novels and this world's pure literature could be considered fantasy. So you read only pure literature. I do read classics and mythology too, but mostly pure literature. Oh, classics and mythology. That must be interesting. You think so too? As I showed interest, Ariel's blue eyes sparkled like the sea reflecting sunlight, and my own eyes twinkled a bit as well. Classic literature in a fantasy world should relate to the history of the continent, the founding kingdoms, or even mythical heroes. Even mythology here should be interesting since it would be the tales of gods who were actually real and still had some power over the people or the land. There were so many tempting books. After I finish what you've recommended, could you suggest some classics or mythology? Really? Yes, I'd love to. After saying this, I checked the time we spent in this brief reading session. It was almost time to train with Rachel. Gathering my books, I stood up. I should go now. I have training in the evening. I'll read the rest tonight, so let's talk more tomorrow. Okay, I'll be waiting here tomorrow too. A familiar expression appeared on Ariel's face. It was the same that Randler often had. An expression that screamed, "What is Eldon Raphelian doing? What's there to thank for?" I also enjoyed talking about novels like this. Then I'll be going, okay. Ariel waved goodbye with a bright smile. After awkwardly returning the gesture, I headed to the library entrance and borrowed 4 books. But now that I think about it, just where did Rendler go? Didn't he say he would fetch me some magic theory books? It's already been over an hour since I've met Ariel. Did that old man walk over to the mage's tower to get the books? Even after waiting for a while, Rendler was nowhere to be seen, so I had to ask someone for help. Did an old butler with a mustache visit the magic theory section? I'm not sure, my lord. Where did he go? Where in the world am I? The old butler, Rendler, who boldly set forward into the library following his memory of a previous visit, was now utterly lost. He seemed to have ended up on the 4th sub-level of the library, in a storage area. Which way should I go? Sob. Blinded by his tears, the emotional butler wandered off for a while more, until he was caught as a trespasser by a security guard and was finally able to meet with his lord again. Those who were directionally challenged had their own set of difficulties to live with, transmigrated into a tragic romance fantasy. Something's different. The strange man was indeed Eldon Raphelian, and honestly, this unnerved Ariel. Encountering him in such a distant land had been unexpected, and for a moment she almost regretted having come over to greet him. It was a regret that stemmed from having to acknowledge a classmate with whom she had barely interacted with during her academy days. Moreover, Eldon was always reeking of alcohol, hung out with bad company, and occasionally bullied the other classmates. However, the moment she remembered this, it was already too late. Don't you remember me? I used to sit behind you in our final year. Do you remember me now? I can't say I do. When Eldon didn't seem to recall who Ariel was, she wanted to say, "Oh, I made a mistake, my apologies," and walk away. But before she could do that, Eldon uttered her name, Ariel. At that moment, Ariel couldn't tell whether it was a stroke of luck or misfortune that he had remembered her, but as time passed, she started to lean towards luck rather than misfortune. Oh right, I heard you made it into the final stage of the betrothal contest. Congratulations. Of course there were some awkward moments. Ha 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 ha. Well, I suppose you're right. No, I mean, not that I agree you're a scoundrel in the logical sense, or any other sense. But when compared to the other candidates, it's sort of, you. After introducing herself, she faced Eldon's declaration of withdrawal and found herself unable to utter a proper response to it. For someone who merely greeted him with no particular interest in mind and who was only curious about the 7-book tower he held, this was a challenge difficult to overcome. It's fine. My withdrawal is on hold, so technically I'm still a finalist. On hold. Fortunately, she managed to endure the challenge without incident and quickly shifted the focus of the conversation. Weren't you not interested in novels before? I believe it's time for me to pick a new hobby. Is that so? Her eyes sparkled. Although she was disappointed that he didn't seem all that excited by the prospect of reading, Ariel was just happy to recommend the books she enjoyed reading. And Eldon Raphaelian was acting differently enough to make her wonder if she had misremembered some things from their time at the academy. His posture was drastically different. The Eldon from her memories was like a fierce beast. Of course, Ariel simply concluded that she had misunderstood him. Besides, what did it matter the way he used to be? Whether or not he was a villain in the past wasn't her concern. In Ariel's eyes, Eldon was just a newbie who wished to explore the realm of pure literature. To a veteran bookworm, he was like a baby taking his first steps. And so, swoosh, glance, Ariel quickly became engrossed in watching his reaction to the book she had recommended to him. She couldn't help it was a first for her, so she waited for his response. The anticipation of whether her taste would be validated was quite exhilarating. Of course, her anticipation also brought a fair share of anxiety. What if he finds the book boring? What should she recommend if he was not interested in that book? What if he decides that he doesn't like pure literature just because she made the mistake of recommending the wrong book? No, that couldn't happen. With every page turned, her chaotic mix of excitement and anxiety grew, as her heart pounded so fiercely she even wondered if it would burst. Fortunately, it's interesting. This book, it's really interesting. The answer she hoped for finally came. Yes, success. Ariel almost screamed in delight, but the young lady contained herself, letting out only a smile. Phew, a sigh of relief soon followed. And when Eldon asked her to recommend some classics or mythology books, it felt as if butterflies were racking up a storm in her stomach. It was a sort of happiness she had never felt before. Ariel beamed at him, having found the delight in sharing what she once thought would be only kept to herself. And then she also made a friend to eat with. Ariel wouldn't have to stuff herself during breakfast in anticipation of skipping the rest of her meals, nor would she have to endure the constant growls of hunger that would torment her during the afternoon. I should go now. I have training in the evening. I'll read the rest tonight, so let's talk more tomorrow. Okay, I'll be waiting here tomorrow too. That must have been why she made that promise without even considering his response. It was reckless and impulsive of her to make this promise without his consent. Had another noblewoman seen this, they would have frowned at her, but Ariel made the promise regardless. Then, I'll be going. Okay. And thus their sudden encounter reached its end. The lingering feeling of disappointment in her heart was probably because they didn't have the opportunity to discuss the novel at length. However, since he would read her recommendations tonight, there would be plenty to talk about tomorrow. With such thoughts, Ariel returned her focus to the book, as Eldon's figure disappeared into the distance. What Ariel didn't notice were her feet, happily bouncing beneath the desk, expressing the feelings she herself might not know yet. Then I shall inform Knight Rachel to meet you in the training grounds, my lord. Are you sure you'll be able to find your way back? Do you want my help? The library was simply very grand and complex, my lord. This shan't happen again. If you get lost on the way, stay where you are and call for a servant to help. Cough, my lord, I shall take my leave. After leaving the library, I found Rendler being dragged by the security staff and being accused of trespassing in the restricted areas. Just how directionally challenged was he to end up on the 4th sublevel of the library? According to the librarians, even they found it difficult to navigate there. Nevertheless, the fact that Rendler managed to become the head butler, even with his difficulties in finding his way, was an achievement to be proud of. Anyway, after sending Rendler off, I arrived at the training grounds. Since the training grounds were located between the library and my housing, there was no need to make my way back. Which is why I sent Rendler alone. Inside the Grand Palace, there were multiple training grounds. There's the common training ground, which most guards frequented, personal training grounds, and a gymnasium for other physical exercises, just to name a few. The place I was in now was a training ground exclusive for nobles. It wasn't that I was trying to assert my superiority or authority. I simply chose this one to avoid inconveniencing others who might be training peacefully. Finish training, have dinner, and then read a book. That's a good way to spend my day. I looked around. The common training grounds were usually set up in open spaces, exposed to the elements of nature such as rain or snow. However, the training grounds for the nobility were in enclosed spaces. a place that blatantly displayed the social disparity between the nobles and commoners. I walked towards the empty and somewhat eerie training ground as I waited for Knight Rachel. After 10 minutes, creak. The doors to the training ground opened, and as I looked towards them, expecting Knight Rachel, I was met with the regretful trio instead. Of course, these guys didn't come here for training. Since this was an enclosed space, they must have been planning on threatening or coercing me, especially since the heroine had released them from the shackles known as the evaluators. It's something I anticipated, so instead of being nervous, a smile found its way into my face. That's right, I was wondering when you all would show up. I put my hands into my pockets. I wasn't foolish enough to be caught unprepared in such a situation. One must always consider the worst-case scenario and then plan for it. Moreover, if you managed to do a good job, then you could turn the worst into the best. Fortunately, I had prepared some countermeasures for them, who are used to dealing with situations by using blackmail or scheming their way out. Honestly, I hoped they would threaten me instead of trying other things, because if they did, then this would save me from a lot of tedious situations in the future. So with this in mind, I greeted them while smiling. Such esteemed guests have graced me with their presence. What can I do for you all? Lumia must have freed us from the evaluators to create scenarios like this. It was natural that the regretful trio would seek me out, with less than repentful intentions in mind. During the first official meeting with the Duchess, I received considerable attention. Perhaps it was Lumia's way of instilling some hope and spurring me into participating, but as a result, the jealousy of the regretful trio had been incensed. They probably thought my withdrawal was a ruse to gain attention from the Duchess. Of course, their thoughts weren't my concern, but if they tried to harm me, the innocent spectator who was happily munching on his popcorn while watching this tragedy unfold, then it's a different story. If they try to spark some trouble, then I must extinguish that ember. During my past life, I had nothing, and as such I had to endure injustices and live a resentful life. I was forced to cut my sleep just to make ends meet, but I won't allow myself to suffer unfairly or comply with the injustices of life. Studying and now even training. You're having quite the carefree life, aren't you, Eldon? Well then, since they started with such an obvious statement. I shrugged my shoulders and answered playfully, I can do this because I am a withdrawer, transmigrated into a tragic romance fantasy. I can still taste that repulsive thing. Indeed, it was my first time eating monster meat, but I can say without a doubt those meals are truly fit for the lowliest of curs. The third Northern Duchess has some bizarre tastes. However, it seems that Eldon also enjoyed that abomination of food. Following their first official meeting with the Duchess, they huddled in a corner outside the Grand Hall, struggling to suppress their rising nausea. After they had somewhat recovered, Kyle initiated a conversation with Blund and Daron. Did you notice how the Duchess smiled at Eldon? She didn't only smile, did she? She also expressed her delight in meeting him again. We barely received even a passing glance. Blund joined Kyle as they vented their frustrations. Bonding over a shared disdain or hate for an enemy was a typical thing for villains. No, he has done something more. Despite announcing his withdrawal, that beast had a private meeting with the Duchess. That's not all, is it? He mocked us, eating that disgusting dish while we barely managed to swallow a single bite. Preposterous. He pretended to enjoy that horrible abomination just to make a favorable impression on the Duchess. We've been slighted. He must have staged his withdrawal just so that he could plot to win the Duchess's favor in secret. After venting, Kyle and Blund turned their heads toward the silent Daron. It was the look of an underling waiting for his superior's orders. Despite the contest, the hierarchical bonds formed at the academy naturally created a social structure. Of course, their relationship was brittle and fragile like glass, ready to shatter at the slightest of conflict. With crossed arms, Daron finally broke his silence. It's unlikely that such a fool could plan all of this. His aide must be the one pulling the strings. Indeed. Without Lord Daron's grace, that scoundrel wouldn't even have graduated from the academy. I can't even imagine what you're feeling like right now, Lord Daron. They say even a beast won't bite the hand that feeds them. That wastrel is an unforgivable wretch. Their words were filled with contempt and disdain. Blund spat on the floor as he finished speaking. Without an audience, his wicked behavior was left unchecked. Yet an uncomfortable sensation still lingered in his mouth, a mixture of disgust for the meal and a distaste for Eldon's actions. The horrible taste in his mouth was akin to a fire that needed extinguishing. While he pretended to care for Daron's feelings, Blund was also greatly annoyed by Eldon's actions. As such, Blund leaned closer to Daron and said, Are we going to let this go? Of course not, Lord Daron. We must punish the fool who doesn't know his place. However, Daron held his tongue. A hasty action now could cause misfortune in the future. Daron had learned a long time ago that inexplicable actions often had hidden motives. Eldon's withdrawal had been surprising, but what was even more puzzling was the Grand Duchy's lack of response. They had neither approved nor denied his claim. Whether the Grand Duke or Duchess had withheld the decision was unclear, but for now, it seemed that a direct confrontation was the only way to unearth the truth. Ever since declaring his withdrawal, it seemed as if Eldon had become a different person. He seemed to have undergone self-reflection and even spared some words judging their past actions. Now that the shackles known as the evaluators were gone, a confrontation was necessary. Eldon Raphaelian. Perhaps he had noticed something, and this spurred him into motion. From the start, it was somewhat odd that among hundreds of participants, they became the finalists. Furthermore, the Duchess's voice was strangely familiar, and her insistence on having that meal appeared to be forced. If Daron wished to know the truth about Eldon's action, he had no choice but to confront him. As such, Daron unfolded his arms and began to walk. We should meet him. Let's go, you two. In their eyes, having Eldon alone in a secluded space was the perfect opportunity. Such esteemed guests have graced me with their presence. What can I do for you all? Entering the training grounds, Daron quickly approached Eldon, who jested. Before his eyes stood a beast that used to lash out at everyone, but now was strangely calm and smug. Seeing him like this, Daron felt a sudden desire to crush that mocking stance out of. However, he refrained himself from doing so as he opened his mouth. Studying and now even training. You're having quite the carefree life, aren't you, Eldon? But of course, his patience was depleted after a single conversation. It was all because of Eldon's infuriating and smug smile. I can do this because I am a withdrawer. A 3 versus 1 standoff. Of course, the word standoff usually implied a nerve-wracking confrontation. However, despite being outnumbered, Eldon continued to be calm. Well, do you all have some business with this withdrawer? Daron scoffed at his words, stepping forward. You keep mentioning your withdrawal. Do you really believe that you could pretend to savor that disgusting meal just to curry the Duchess's favor and still be considered a withdrawer? Eldon simply burst into laughter as he heard Daron's words. Ha ha ha, really, being condemned just for enjoying good food. Isn't that a bit too much, Lord Daron? Do not joke with me. Do you really think you have fooled us with this fake withdrawal? There's a limit to acting foolish, so I advise you to stop this nonsense immediately. While Daron poured out his scorn, Kyle and Blund stood behind him, ready to join in and crush a common enemy. Eldon, the focus of all their negative emotions, walked towards Daron. Daron faltered at his uncharacteristic move. Getting closer to him, Eldon looked him straight in the eye. This marked the beginning of his contingency plan, a time for Eldon to briefly return to his beastly behavior. Even his bad reputation could be useful at times. Look into my eyes. Are these the eyes of someone who would resort to pitiful tricks? It was a clear provocation. The lone heir of a declining county challenging the heir of a thriving duchy. Daron's body shook in rage. The wretch before him, a beast who didn't know his place, had dared to provoke him, mock him. A fire was ignited in Daron's heart. Furthermore, Eldon Raphaelian was nothing but another fool he had tamed. A wound inflicted by a tamed beast wouldn't heal properly, even if the offense had been paid back tenfold. One must always beat a beast back into submission. Yet, despite his rage, Daron maintained his composure, for even a lowly beast must have a reason to show their teeth. Don't be ridiculous. That disgusting thing being delicious. Even animals wouldn't consider that food. It seems my tastes are simply too exotic then. Besides that, why has the Grand Duchy delegated its decision of your declaration? That is something beyond my knowledge. If you're so curious, why don't you go and ask the Grand Duke directly? You dare to order this lord now, ordering you. No, I'm just pointing you to the easiest way to find your answers, the unyielding spirit of a beast that refuses to back down. As their confrontation escalated, Daron felt like he was being pushed back as he clenched his mouth. Kyle and Blund, those underlings of his, were watching. Showing weakness here would damage his standing and pride. Let me ask you one thing. It would be wise to answer carefully. Depending on your response, your future could change. It was a clear and direct threat. One that Eldon took it in stride, not even flinching. Well then, what is the question? What is the meaning of your withdrawal? Are you truly giving up, or is this all a ruse to deceive us? There are no evaluators here, so speak the truth. Sigh, how many times do I have to say this? I realized my place and withdrew because of it. Daron cut off Eldon's words. No, wrong answer. You don't seem to understand your position right now. His tone carried his anger as Daron continued. You should have confessed the entire truth to me, bowing your head and kissing my boots, pleading my forgiveness just as in the past. That is your place. Sadly, his words had no effect on Eldon, who had become slippery as an eel. I have no plots to admit, nor reason to seek your forgiveness. Contrary to your words, I am quite aware of my place. Daron's brows furrowed deeply, the loathsome words of a wastrel. His audacity was as nauseating as that monster meat. Daron clenched his fists. The humiliation of being beaten back by a nobody from a fallen house, an orphan with no kin left to defend him, ignited a furious rage. As such, Daron's blue eyes became hard as steel. Because of the betrothal contest, I was forced to tolerate your presence, however. Should you mock me one more time, prepare yourself for the consequences. There are no ears here to hear you scream for help. Ah, but there are. Look, we have 1, 2, 3, 4 pairs right here. As Eldon continued to mock Daron, his eyes became bloodshot as he rolled his sleeves while walking towards Eldon. Daron's breathing became erratic as his anger grew, playing exactly into Eldon's plans, the kind of anger that could cloud one's judgment and make them lose all sense of reason. A fit of explosive anger that makes a person act impulsively, anger that demands instinct over reason. Like this, the worst had turned into the best because of a fit of rage. As planned, Daron Khalid had fallen into such a state. Because of this, Eldon had chosen a secluded training ground. For this reason, he lured those who had shadowed him to this place. For this reason, he provoked them. And for this reason, he had told his butler Renler to fetch a seemingly useless item on his first day after being transmigrated. It was the same item that Daron Khalid carried in the novels, something that saved him from the shadows of Winterfell, a mana recording device. After all, villains always have their shady dealings, and Eldon had no doubts the regretful trio would take the bait. Their dynamics have changed drastically since the academy. And fortunately, Lee Jun-woo had the brains to take advantage of this. You seem to have forgotten your place since the academy. Allow me to refresh your memory. Whoosh, Daron's fist flew towards Eldon's face. Thwack, however, before the blow could connect, it was blocked by Eldon's hand. At that moment, Daron realized why the beast had bored his fangs. Indeed, Daron realized he had been played by the same beast he had scorned. Did you really think that I would sit here and take your blows like I used to? A deranged smile found its way onto Eldon's face. A sharp smile, fitting for a bloodthirsty beast, transmigrated into a tragic romance fantasy. On the night preceding the cohabitation, the head butler, Renler, still in shock at his lord's declaration of withdrawal and emotional from witnessing him personally packing his belongings, went to the betrothal contest administration office under his lord's order. Here it is, but why would the lord wish for this all of a sudden? What Renler was sent to fetch was none other than the betrothal contest rulebook. The book contained the rules that those participating in the contest must follow. It was a rather sturdy book, with more than 100 rules detailing moral ethics and laws that participants should not breach. Since most items were things most participants would, naturally, do or avoid doing, it was rare for anyone to thoroughly check all 100 rules and regulations. After all, it was the butlers who would summarize and inform them of the important parts. However, this wasn't something a participant who withdrew should worry about. As soon as he received the rulebook, Eldon flipped through its pages with a pen in hand. Then after a while he stopped. Scribble, scribble. Eldon then highlighted and made some notes under Article 12 of the rulebook. After reading it one more time, Eldon leaned back on his chair, leaving the book on the table. While matters such as withdrawals were handled by the Grand Duchy, if there was a point about withdrawal in the rulebook, it could be used as grounds for objection or consideration for approval. It was a wise move to always prepare for the worst rather than hope for the best, and that was Article 12's purpose. Now, Eldon just needed one more thing. Renler, yes, my lord, I need to visit 25th Street. Pardon, my lord, aren't you forbidden from leaving the castle after evening? Exactly, I am forbidden from going out. Indeed, Eldon then rose from his seat, approaching Renler and placed his hand on the butler's shoulder. But you can leave, can't you? Why, yes. There's something I need from 25th Street. It's something vital. But my lord, that place is a slum. There's only the black market open at this hour. Eldon chuckled a bit before snapping his fingers. Snap. It was a crisp sound that pierced Renler's ears, because he knew exactly what his lord meant. That nighttime black market. You'll go there on my behalf. It's a dangerous place, my lord. Fitting for a slum area, the 25th Street was a perilous place. And since the black market operated there, all sorts of wicked people wandered about. It was truly a dangerous place for an old butler to be. But of course, things would be different if he had a sturdy shield to rely on, then take a guard with you. Ultimately, the old butler had no choice but to obey his lord's commands. I understand, my lord. What exactly do you wish for me to obtain? The necessary item, an item that is only available on the black market. That was why Daron Khalid always carried such an item in secret as depicted in the novel. The wise would prepare for the worst, and with their preparations they would turn the worst-case scenario into the best. Moreover, a villain shouldn't worry about the ethics of his preparations. An eye for an eye, a tooth for a tooth. If one is attacked by cowardly means, one must respond in kind. For that purpose, he needed the item that Daron Khalid had kept with him. I need a mana recording device. My lord, why would you need that? Eldon answered his butler with a sharp smile. Because I'm done being on the receiving end. Daron Khalid was someone skilled in manipulating people. He knew the perfect time to dangle a carrot or crack the whip. One of his specialties was luring other villains into his fold. Moreover, he was adept at extracting their innate wickedness and using it to his benefit. Of course, the reason he could do this was because of his place in the social hierarchy. After all, he was the second son of a duke, Blund Rosfell, a flatterer who was quite good at acquiring information. And lastly, Eldon Raphaelian, a battle maniac who would happily stain his hands with blood at his behest. These different personalities were all brought together under Daron, who reigned over them as a tyrant. A villain, by nature, must have an outlet for their villainy. His chosen prey had been Orencia Velrock, someone not accustomed to the noble society, preferring to be alone, and due to her scholarly disposition, she was all but assured to graduate from the academy with flying colors, making her the perfect target. It was Daron who found this lady of an obscure family from a border territory and threw her to the wolves. He was the villain of villains, the foulest waste who reigned over the trash. That was Daron Khalid. As such, good. Seeing him take the bait, a smile bloomed on my face. Someone who loved to punish his subordinates, thereby preventing other subordinates from making any careless mistakes. In the memories of the original Eldon, Daron was such a human. Daron enjoyed using the whip over the carrot when dealing with the beast known as Eldon Raphelion. Whoosh. Perhaps that was why. His old habits compelled him, and Daron revealed his violence in this sacred competition known as the Grand Ducal Betrothal Contest. Fury of being insulted by a beast drove him mad. Of course, this had been my plan since the beginning, the catalyst to turn the worst into the best. Thwack, my hand caught his sloppy punch. The only reason Eldon endured Daron's whip was for the glory of being a top graduate. It was merely a way for someone to snatch crumbs under a tyrant's shadow. However, sadly for him, I didn't desire anything from him, so there was no need to take his weak punch. So, with a wicked smile, I said, "Do you think I would let you beat me like before?" Daron's eyes trembled. The tyrant who wished to make an example out of Eldon would now become an example himself. What did you say?" I released the fist I had caught. Kyle and Blund, who had been eager to fight, quickly moved to stand by his side, true to their form as his loyal minions, although I wondered how long their petty loyalty would last. "Lord Daron, are you all right? Eldon, have you gone insane?" I answered Blund's question as if he had stated the obvious. To survive in this insane world, one must become mad. Besides, it seems people have this annoying fear of having their dreams stolen by a mad beast. I then slipped my hand into my trouser pocket and pulled out a round, flat object. But there's no need to worry. I keep repeating myself a lot these days, but even if by some absurd probability I actually gained the Duchess's favor, I assure you, I wouldn't steal your dreams. I have already said this numerous times, but one must repeat something a dozen more times so the deaf can hear it. My declaration of withdrawal wasn't part of a bigger scheme, and even if I postponed it, the result would remain unchanged. For a modern person transmigrated into a medieval fantasy, the role of a noble son-in-law was more of a prison than a calling for romance. Daron, who had been humiliated by his tamed beast, remained silent as Kyle took the initiative for him. "How can we believe that? Your actions speak differently from your words. Perhaps this might serve as an answer, wouldn't you think so, Lord Daron?" I called Daron out, and then I showed him a round but flat object. I waved the item, which glowed with a black hue. This item was capable of recording the user's surroundings just once. As soon as they recognized it, the regretful trio's faces paled. "Don't be ridiculous. That disgusting thing being delicious. Even animals wouldn't consider that food." Because of the betrothal contest, I was forced to tolerate your presence, however. Should you mock me one more time, prepare yourself for the consequences. There are no ears here to hear you scream for help. You seem to have forgotten your place since the academy. Allow me to refresh your memory. Whoosh, thwack. With this, it was natural that Kyle and Blund immediately distanced themselves from Daron. A villain's loyalty is like a sandcastle that would crumble with a single wave. Putting the recorder back into my pocket, I said, "If my declaration was part of a plot, I would rush to the advisor and show him this, but I will simply keep this for now." What on earth are you talking about?" "As long as you leave me alone, this recording will never see the light of day. I merely ask for your cooperation. Unless my withdrawal was recognized, I had no choice but to stay in Grand Duke's castle. A social death is inevitable if I suddenly disappear before the end of the betrothal contest, especially in this world's aristocratic society, not to speak of the power the Winterfell Grand Ducal family holds. Should the Duke wish for it, he could even wipe out entire duchies. It wasn't an exaggeration to think of him as the King of the North. Even the King favors the Grand Duke greatly. Since I've become the first person in history to withdraw from the contest, it should be prudent to lay low while waiting for a chance to safely escape. There were only 13 days left. Only 13 days until I was able to embark on a healing journey, so patience is a must. Moreover, the protagonist herself is barring my withdrawal. Fleeing now would only reinforce her interest in me, and the consequences could cause trouble for my future culinary journey. It was not my intention to announce my withdrawal just to commit such foolish acts. Now, I merely hoped for the withdrawal to be approved, or for this betrothal to end while I worked on creating the best environment for healing and rest. My resolve to leave will not bend, that is for certain. Daron finally grasped the situation and spoke up. "All this has gone according to your plan, I see. Haha, I simply wish to inform you that there is no need to exert yourself in vain. you mongrel, have you not thought of the repercussions this could bring to you? Of course, I had already considered the repercussions. I smiled in response to the ignorant threat from someone who hadn't properly read the participation rules of the betrothal. Ah, it seems you have not paid attention to the rulebook. What? During my first night, I highlighted Article 12 with a pen and even made some stars next to it so I wouldn't forget. Any retaliation against another participant over the events that occurred during the betrothal contest shall be considered an offense against the Grand Duchy of Winterfell, regardless of the motive. I would no longer bow to life's injustices. I would never shed the bitter tears of regret. Are you perchance unfamiliar with Article 12 of the rulebook? My plan would make sure that I wouldn't have to suffer a bitter and sad life ever again. Now, shall I start enjoying my new life, transmigrated into a tragic romance fantasy? True to her moniker of the Purple Knight, Rachel's purple hair cascaded down freely as the moonlight illuminated her frame. As a child, she used to love the sunlight, but now she found solace in the night. Her harsh life has etched darkness into her heart. A teacher. This afternoon her lord made an unexpected proposal to her. This was the motive behind her restlessness. Rachel swept her hand through her loosened hair. Her mind had become as tangled as her disheveled mane. How am I supposed to do that? She had never taught anyone before, nor had she ever been taught by anyone as well. Her journey began with a wooden sword, gifted to her after she had pestered her father for months. For a long while she simply hacked the straw fields at random. Rachel had never been properly instructed, however. She managed to survive the battlefields by cutting through anything that stood in her path, regardless of the method or fancy techniques. I've never thought about taking in a student. Starting from tomorrow, she will be her lord's teacher. As Eldon himself had admitted, he had many shortcomings, so many that it was frustrating to see. However, Rachel didn't have the confidence to articulate what those shortcomings were exactly nor what was needed to be done to fix them. Tusk, she didn't even know what kind of a weapon would suit her lord, since he was someone who preferred using his fists. Even the sword, her specialty, didn't seem to suit Eldon's feral style. Rachel then proceeded to go over a variety of weapons, be it a dagger, spear, axe, halberd, shield, bow, and so on, but none of those seemed to suit him. Sadly, hand-to-hand combat was not one of Rachel's strong suits. Haya, Rachel let out a long sigh. Whatever change of mind her lord went through to make him train didn't seem to affect his troublesome side. Whoosh, opening her hand, she conjured a small flame, a purple wisp that emitted a strong heat. That was Rachel's way of zoning out. She would simply stare at her purple flame while sorting out her mind. From what she knew of Eldon Raffelian, it was likely that he would give up this training soon enough. Her lord was the type who enjoyed a lavish life without ever knowing the meaning of effort. He was a man who preferred the sins of the flesh over bettering himself, pleasure over achievement, someone who drowned himself in the short-term bliss granted by alcohol and women. He wouldn't be able to endure the long and narrow road of growth. A man who didn't even respect his parents was unlikely to accept a teacher's scolding. Rachel was sure that after a few failures, his pride wouldn't allow him to continue. That was the kind of man Eldon Raffelian was. Lately, though, he had been showing signs of an inexplicable change. Could this also be one of those signs? Since she had never feared him, whether he changed or not was of no concern to her, but for some reason she felt a string of troublesome events would follow. Whoosh. Rachel found it hard to pull herself out of her thoughts as the memories of slashing at straw in her past flickered in her mind like candlelight. Furthermore, that's quite the swing, sweetie, but shouldn't you grip the handle a bit lower? A memory of her father, looking at her with warm eyes as he helped her train, came to mind. Perhaps in her father's eyes, her training was nothing more than child's play, but if someone asked the Purple Knight who her teacher was, Rachel without a doubt would answer that it was her father. Those moments of her childhood had been the driving force behind a woman's actions who would one day earn her the moniker of the Purple Knight. Therefore, Rachel felt a strong sense of responsibility that came from the title of teacher, further complicating her thoughts. She couldn't discount the possibility that, against all odds, her lessons might spark the joy and desire for self-growth. Rachel always enjoyed giving her best. Never once has she shied away from any task for the sake of her progress. No matter the difficulty, she persevered. Hardships and adversities were some of the best teachers life had, and she was a model student. And at the end of her path, she had found respite in the sunny shade, whiling away without a care in the world. Her prodigal skills in combat allowed Rachel to become a noble bodyguard, and due to the nature of her job, she was someone who spent a lot of time on standby, leading to moments of idleness. Her honed spirit had become soft. Perhaps this would be a good opportunity for her to sharpen her blade once more. Rachel extinguished the purple flame in her palm as she rose from her seat by the window to stand before a mirror. Her sensual figure, wrapped in a thick white nightgown, was revealed by the moonlight. Her graceful and voluptuous curves hinted at her mature beauty without any sort of imperfections. After staring at herself in the mirror for a moment, Rachel lay on her bed and slept. Next morning, sword, axe, bow, spear, dagger, shield, halberd, Rachel stopped by the armory. she ended up renting 7 types of weapons. Since she was unsure of what her disciple might favor, Rachel picked every type of weapon available. This clearly baffled the clerk as he asked Rachel, "Why you're renting all of these?" "Yes, is there a problem?" "And no, not at all. Just please write down the purpose of your rentals here and I'll get them for you." Rachel looked down at the form the clerk handed to her and wrote down the purpose with a fountain pen. Purpose: training my employer. From her look, the clerk believed this training would be a strict training rather than simply training. As such, he couldn't help but feel something intense was about to unfold while he watched the knight walk away with all those weapons. "Knock, knock, come in." Having arrived at the annex, Rendler opened the door with a knock. He then called for Rachel, who was tying her hair in a ponytail. "Rachel, yes, the Lord awaits you at training ground number 6, understood." Finishing her ponytail, Rachel stood in front of a mirror and checked her appearance. The female knight detested looking unkempt. Thus, she favored short hair up to shoulder length and would always tie it into a ponytail while performing her official duties. As a knight, even a 0.1 second obstruction to her vision could be the difference between life and death. Nonetheless, her ponytail represented the minimal femininity she chose to possess. In this man's world, a female warrior must be willing to give up a lot to survive. She had to work tenfold to overcome her inherent weakness, becoming an elite warrior in this world where women are scorned. For Rachel, her ponytail represented the last bastion of her femininity. Or perhaps a lingering sentiment. After tidying her hair, Rachel approached the small arsenal leaning against the wall. Rendler, who was watching her, tried to guess what sort of weapon Rachel would choose for the Lord. What kind of weapon would she recommend to their Lord? Click. Rachel slung the spear diagonally across her back. Click. Rachel strapped the halberd diagonally across the opposite to the spear. Click. Rachel slung the bow over her shoulder. Click. Rachel tucked the axe into her left waistband. Click. Rachel slid the dagger into her right waistband. Click. Rachel held the round shield in her left hand. Click. Rachel gripped the sword in her right hand. The sight of Rachel, armed with all the 7 weapons, resembled a walking armory. Seeing Rendler stare at her, Rachel asked him, puzzled, "Is there a problem?" "No. This old man is simply wondering if you're going to fight a war." Looking towards the mirror, Rachel finally understood his confusion. "I bought all of them because I wasn't sure which one the Lord would pick." "I see. Well, be careful on your way then." "Yes." Then, with a light bow, Rachel set off towards the training ground where her Lord awaited. Clank, clink. Following her steps, the sound of the arsenal reverberated in the distance. Clunk, clank, clink. Rachel maintained her silence as she walked amidst the loud clanking sound. She had endured the stench of death on battlefields, used broken swords as daggers, shaftless spears as clubs, and wielded broken halberds like axes. The only thing more numerous than corpses on a battlefield were the discarded weapons. Rachel became proficient in numerous weapons as she fought for survival. Her specialty was the sword, but as a self-taught arcane knight, she had also honed her magic to be unleashed through her weapon. Clank, clunk, people gawked and murmured at the sight of the walking arsenal, but Rachel paid them no mind. As she continued, the entrance to training ground number 6 appeared ahead of her, and that's when it happened. Bang, the door opened and someone emerged from the training ground. It was her lord, Eldon Raphaelian, who appeared to be in a hurry for some reason. Rachel stared at him as she opened her mouth. "My lord, oh Rachel, good you're here, let's go. May I ask where?" Eldon looked back at the training ground and smirked. It was the relaxed smile of someone who had successfully planned a day of rest and healing. "We're taking a day off. Leave the training for tomorrow." What? Stomp. After saying this, Eldon rushed past Rachel, who could only watch his retreating figure with a feeling of disappointment. She had barely slept due to her anticipation of today's training. Countless plans were drafted so she could perform the role of a teacher with utmost perfection. The headache of trying to articulate what she had learned on the battlefields, although it was just postponed by a day, all her worries and concerns seemed to have been in vain. Her lord, unaware of her feelings, rushed off as if something had made his day. The weather is nice today. Rachel, aren't you coming?" "I'm on my way, my lord." Eventually, Rachel turned around and followed Eldon, leaving behind an inexplicable sense of loss. "Did something happen, my lord?" "Not yet, no, but a wise person needs to prepare proper contingency plans for the unpredictable actions of villains, you know." "Indeed they do," grumbled Rachel in her mind, transmigrated into a tragic romance fantasy. "My lady, why are you eating so little today?" Early in the morning, when the night's fog was giving way to the sun's bright light, Ariel Elrond was eating her breakfast with an hour left until the Grand Duchy's library opened. At her maid's question, Ariel opened her mouth with an apologetic expression. "I forgot to mention, but from now on a light breakfast will suffice." "Why would that be, my lady?" I don't need to eat a lot anymore." "Really?" "Yes. I ran into a classmate from the Royal Academy at the library yesterday." "Oh my." The maid, who appeared to be close to Ariel's age, quickly sat close to her lady as her eyes widened. Those eyes sparkled with curiosity and mischief. A burning desire to hear that tale was evident in her gaze. This classmate from the Royal Academy could only be a finalist in the Grand Ducal Betrothal Contest. Who did you meet, my lady? Ah, it was Eldon Raphelian. What? Ariel's words left her maid completely befuddled. Of course, the maid's reaction was to be expected. Unlike the other three candidates, whose reputations were pristine, Eldon Raphelian's reputation was at rock bottom. While the others hid their malice and rot from the public eye, Eldon proudly flaunted his wickedness. So it was natural for the maid to express her shock. Among the servants who constantly debated about the possible winner of the contest, Eldon Raphelian's name was never mentioned. Not even once. As such, Ariel's maid opened her mouth with a worried expression. My lady, are you all right? You didn't have some horrible experience with that man that made you stop eating properly, did you? Pardon, Eldon invited me to have lunch together, in the Grand Duchy's Great Hall. Really? But why would he do that? He said that since he was eating alone, we might as well eat together. And he asked me to recommend some pure literature books, so I gave him a huge list. The maid pricked her ears up. Even if her expectations were subverted, it didn't change the fact that this tale was unbelievable. Even if his chances of winning were almost zero, he was still contesting in the Grand Ducal Betrothal Contest to be chosen by the third Northern Duchess. It was illogical to think that he would dine privately with another woman, especially in a bustling space like the Great Hall. My lady, I believe that eating with Lord Eldon might not be a good idea. Why? Because of him, I don't need to overeat anymore, you know. I'm just worried that you might hear some harsh words from the third Northern Duchess if she finds out you're spending time with a finalist, my lady. Ariel directed a beaming smile towards her maid's concerned words. If it's about that, then there's no need to worry. Didn't you know? Eldon declared his withdrawal from the contest. That's why he invited me to eat together. Why? This morning, Ariel's maid was experiencing a lot of disturbing revelations. Oh, it's almost time for the library to open. I'll be going then. Rising from her seat, Ariel gathered the books she had borrowed and rushed out from her lodgings. Her steps were unusually quick today. Perhaps it was due to not being bloated from overeating, or because of her excitement of hearing the feedback on the novels she had recommended for the first time. Indeed, Ariel was excited about what his thoughts on the books were, but she was also anxious about his thoughts on the books. With such a mix of anticipation and anxiety, Ariel skipped on the damp grounds of the northern regions as she walked towards the library. Click-clack, Ariel's golden bun bounced and swayed with the chilly northern winds. Ariel managed to arrive at the library's gates 5 minutes before opening, and she quickly lined up before them. Since she had been the first to enter, Ariel quickly returned the books she had read overnight. Then she picked up some new books to read and sat down in the same spot she had promised to meet with Eldon. Worried that someone else might take that spot, Ariel's actions were frantic. As she softly hummed a tune, Ariel started reading while her feet twitched under the desk. Glance, swoosh, glance, swoosh, glance. Each time Ariel turned a page, her eyes would wander toward the library's entrance, making it difficult to focus on the book. Because of her anticipation for today, she had barely slept, and now she might not even meet her reading goal if she didn't focus. Slap, slap. The bun-haired lady slapped her cheeks to concentrate. There wasn't a specific time agreed upon. Since they planned on eating lunch, Ariel naturally assumed that Eldon would arrive before then. That thought helped Ariel concentrate on her reading, and she soon became thoroughly engrossed in the riveting story until she suddenly looked up. The once empty library was now bustling with activity. Lost in her novel, Ariel had just realized that it was lunchtime as people had begun gathering. Yet there was still no sign of Eldon Raphelian. Had he perhaps forgotten their promise, or something happened? Still, he promised he'd come. Her hollow stomach from her scant breakfast quickly made itself known. Ariel rubbed her empty stomach as she sighed. Luckily, as she left her lodgings this morning, her maid had perhaps foreseen unfortunate circumstances and packed some snacks in her pocket. Although they were insufficient for a full meal, they would still stave off her hunger for the day. Something must have happened. Since it was already lunchtime and Eldon hadn't shown up, Ariel reached into her pocket. She quickly looked around before covering her mouth with one hand and slipping a small snack with the other, chewing discreetly. Eating in the library was allowed, but she felt embarrassed eating alone. Choo-choo. As always, Mia's food was delicious. Surely no one had seen her eat it. Ariel puffed her chest, proud of her perfect stealthy snack. Her skills, honed since the academy days, had not rusted at all, it seemed. When she glanced around once again, she caught sight of Eldon Raphelian. His long black hair fluttered as he approached. Ooh, Eld, gulp. Ariel quickly covered her mouth with both hands. She had almost spat out the snack she was chewing. Her mouth almost burst into a beaming smile. Her anxiety and anticipation almost made themselves known. Knowing that such things might burden him, Ariel quickly chewed and swallowed the snack, then waved her hand towards him. Ah, you came. Indeed. I was a bit delayed since I wished to finish the book you had recommended yesterday. At last, the moment she had been waiting for had come. The novel he had promised to finish was The Great Night Order. It was among the top picks of her recommendations. How was it? Ariel asked cautiously, her tone meek. Her heart thudded in anticipation. The bun-haired lady was more thrilled to have a reading partner with whom she could share her thoughts about books than having a companion while eating. Thus, with a face matching that of a rain-soaked puppy, she awaited his answer, anxiously praying that his initial impression of the book still held true. It was very interesting. Actually, the reason for my tardiness was because I had to reread the last chapter. Really, Badam. In a location where silence was essential, in a place where loud noises were frowned upon, Ariel had to cover her mouth once more to stop her outburst. Today, it was especially hard for her to control her reactions. Then Eldon smiled as he shared a scene that moved him, especially at the end when Knight Lancelot tells the Duchess, "I'll go ahead. You can rest at ease." And then he charges alone into enemy territory. That almost brought tears to my eyes. It moved me greatly. Ariel nodded her head vigorously in agreement, struggling to keep her voice low as she nearly squirmed in excitement. "Ah, I remember that scene too. I was crying rivers during that part. I knew you'd like it. Do you know another book similar to that one? Of course, shall I recommend another one? If happiness could take a physical form, it would surely resemble Ariel's current expression. She was happiness personified. Like a vibrant flower blooming, Ariel's face was radiant, and her smile could melt the hearts of any men who gazed at her as she started to think of more books to recommend. Then she noticed a woman standing behind Eldon. Ah, the woman standing next to Eldon mirrored her seat during her academy days. She was clad in a knight's uniform, exuding a presence that was both authoritative and defiant. On her shoulders were black leather pauldrons, and on her chest stood the emblem of the house she served. Her attire also included long brown leather boots and a brown hooded cloak reaching her waist, creating an overall shadowy look. With dark eyes akin to onyx and vivid purple hair, the woman had a striking presence as she stood behind Eldon. Recognizing her as his escort, yet not having seen her accompanying him yesterday, Ariel asked, "And she is my escort?" "Escort, yes, Rachel, say hello. This is Lady Ariel Elrond, daughter of Count Elrond." Following Eldon's words, Knight Rachel stepped forward and bowed her head. "It's an honor to meet you, my lady. I'm Rachel." "Oh, nice to meet you too, but..." From Ariel's experience, escort knights had always been burly men with rough beards coupled with a musty smell. While there were the occasional female knights, they were as tough and bulky as their male counterparts. Some even shaved their heads or used fake beards to pass off as men. Therefore, Rachel presented a novel sight to her, and at the same time, she reminded Ariel of a character from a book. The character named Rachel from The Path Walked by the Purple Knight, a modern fan fiction. Everything about her, from the physical descriptions to the name, aligned perfectly. The book was a biography of a female knight that was popular among women, and for Ariel, who had been deeply moved by it, the situation was akin to a fan meeting their idol. See, could it be? "You're the Purple Knight, Rachel." Hearing her question, Eldon replied with a surprised tone. "Do you two know each other? And no, it's our first time meeting, or is it? Actually, I think this is our first meeting in real life." As Ariel became excited, Rachel looked bewildered by this situation as she asked, "Do you know me? I believe we are meeting for the first time today." I know you very well. Excuse me, you're the Purple Knight, Rachel." A valiant warrior, a genius arcane knight, a lady skilled with every weapon, the beacon of hope, and the hero of all women who has reached the zenith with her womanly figure in this prejudiced world. I've read the novel featuring your adventures 3 times now. Wait, there's a book of me. Rachel was completely dumbfounded by the revelation that such a book had been published without her knowledge, and such revelation was particularly interesting to Eldon. Fanfic of this world, featuring his own escort knight as the protagonist. This was something irresistible, a must-read. Ariel, do you happen to know if there's a copy of this book here? Yes, it's in the pure literature section. Do you want to read it? Without a doubt. I'll go fetch it for you then. Ariel rushed towards the pure literature section as her skirt fluttered with her pace, while Rachel was simply too shocked and couldn't stop her as she rushed away. Oh, why would she do that? And then shudder. All of a sudden, Rachel felt an indescribable anticipation for today's training session, transmigrated into a tragic romance fantasy. "Ah, my beauty is the greatest among the female knights. I am so majestic." "Ah, Rachel, you're very self-conscious of your beauty, aren't you?" "I never said that." Rachel denied such things with a baffled expression. She had never, even for a single moment, thought that her beauty was remarkable. "Oh, look at this jade-like skin. No, don't strike my face if you mar my beauty. I might just kill you." "You had an exotic personality, didn't you, Rachel?" "I was never like this." Rachel vehemently denied such things with a shocked face. For her, who had always distanced herself from the concept of femininity, such lines were both absurd and shameful. "My swordsmanship is heavenly. The only one who could best this beauty is me alone." "I see. For a knight, confidence is the key to success." "Truly glorious, Rachel. And my swordsmanship was never heavenly." Her brows furrowed. Rachel knew all too well that confidence led to arrogance, so she had always strived to be humble. "It's not because I'm a woman that I'm weak. The world will kneel before me, for I will never yield. Oh, so the world will give up first, eh? That's a really cool line, Rachel. Let me read it again. No, don't read it again, please. Rachel's stoic face reddened as she continued to hear those embarrassing lines. For her, whose serious personality lacked any sort of fanfare, those lines were a disgrace. Her fists clenched. At this moment, Rachel wished to smack her lord's head as he recited those lines as if reading his favorite book. Why was all of this happening? Why was her lord acting like this when he had never shown interest in books before? With this sword I shall split the heavens and bring light to the world, to ascend a majestic mountain built from the hopes and dreams of all. That's quite the romantic line, Rachel. It sends shivers down my spine. I never knew you were such a optimistic person. I am not. I have never been optimistic or romantic. She couldn't stop shuddering. For Rachel, this world was an ugly, dirty, and dark place. That's why she had endured it all, surviving even amid all that filth and blood. For her, things like romance and optimism were foolishness, something worth less than trash. Who could it be? Who could warp her beliefs into such pathetic fantasies? With each line her lord uttered, Rachel's face only reddened further. And then, oh, this vessel of mine, sculpted by the gods themselves, is simply divine, don't you think? Concealing such absolute perfection would be an unforgivable sin. Glance. Don't look at me like that. Since you're always wearing a lot of clothes, I didn't imagine you were so confident in your figure, Rachel. Glance. My lady, why are you also looking at me with such eyes? Tehe. It's human nature to long for what we cannot have. I've always been so envious of people with good figures. I would love to bathe with you someday, night, Rachel. That will never happen. Rachel's face reached a point where one could compare it to a tomato. She had always disliked her overly voluptuous body. For a knight, such a well-endowed figure was cumbersome. Through gritted teeth, she managed to utter a question. Who exactly fabricated such fantasies? I wish to know the author. With these teeth, she would chew them out. With these fists, she would squash their pathetic existence. Thus, as she committed herself to her vengeance, Rachel had directed such a question toward Ariel. Well, I don't think that's his real name. His pen name shall suffice. After all, someone must know his true identity. The author's pen name is Broken One. Broken, is it, having been humiliated by someone she had never met or known. Rachel could only think of one way to calm her wrath and restore her honor. She would find this person, and she would kill him. As such, Rachel found another reason to live. I'll see you tomorrow then. After we finished eating in the Great Hall, Ariel headed back to the library. While I was on my way toward the training grounds with Rachel and I, of course, I brought The Path of the Purple Knight with me. That book, are you really planning to read it to the end? Why not? It's interesting. Besides, it's beneficial for me, your employer, to learn more about my escort's feats. This book is nothing more than a self-indulgent work filled with falsehoods and fantasies. Well, a good fanfiction needs its fantasies, and this helped me learn about your hobbies. I was particularly pleased to learn about your childhood fascination with monster cuisine. In the fanfiction, when Rachel wasn't training or fighting, she would spend her time writing or knitting. Since she didn't deny these facts, they must be true. Rachel's rough life made her interest in such hobbies all the more surprising. Moreover, considering these hobbies were absent in the original Eldon's memories, she must have practiced these hobbies in secret. In this medieval era, where information was scarce, the addition of such deep details could only have come from an obsessed fan who wrote this fanfic. Of course, that's what fanfiction is all about, a narrative filled with the writer's personal desires and wishes, something loaded with fanservice, hence the richness in detail. Crossing the boundary between delusion and reality is what makes a good fanfic. And in this era, where copyright laws were non-existent, such stalker-written fanfics could be openly displayed in places like the Grand Library of Winterfell. Perhaps the author was familiar with Rachel's life, and knowing how harsh it had been, he wrote a bright and cheerful character in his book, wishing that one day, Rachel might be able to cherish and love herself and her story. As both a reader and Rachel's employer, I believe this was a commendable sentiment. Despite only having read the early part of the book, the vivid depiction of how fiercely Rachel had lived, how she had endured excruciating pain to overcome her inherent frailty, was clear. Even after achieving the highest honor and receiving the moniker of the Purple Knight, she was unable to become a royal knight or a commander in the Grand Ducal Guard, merely because she was a woman and of low birth. By her feats alone, Rachel shouldn't have been confined to bodyguarding the scion of a declining county. She should have been the leader of a powerful organization. Unlike Lee Jun-woo, who couldn't chase his dreams since he had much to lose, ending up spending his days in his man cave, there still existed some parallels between their lives. As such, I vowed to treat her better. However, as soon as we arrived at the training grounds, I turned and looked at Rachel's face. Her expression was filled with a sadistic glee. It was at this moment that my vow, my resolution, completely evaporated. My lord, prepare yourself, we shall begin now. Surely, that menacing aura emanating from her was just my imagination. Thud, 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 it seems it wasn't my imagination after all. Rachel reasoned that for her to properly teach me, she first needed to understand where my skill level currently was. As such, we were currently engaging in a bare-handed spar, and I was unable to escape the plight of being treated like a punching bag. Fortunately, unlike a punching bag that would simply stay still and endure the relentless blows, I had my arms and legs to defend myself. Moreover, this allowed me to confirm that my ability to perceive Daron's punches as slow wasn't a misconception, but proof of this body's excellent kinetic vision. I can see it. Rachel's movements as well as her punches were visible to my eyes, making her next actions predictable. Looks like Eldon Raphaelian enjoyed fighting not just as a way to vent his frustrations. Even the wastrel had a talent and capability which ended up becoming a means of expression for him. Of course, hand-to-hand combat wasn't Rachel's specialty, and she could be taking it easy as this was our first spar. But if you consider the gap between a UFC champion and a street fighter, then just defending her blows was already an achievement in itself. Perhaps that's why Rachel's blows became heavier, and her face, which held a sadistic glee, had become serious. In response to this, I accepted her advances with equal seriousness. After all, the practical combat techniques of a master would be essential for my culinary journey across this world. At the moment, this spar had become more important than the entire betrothal contest. Whoosh, dozens of blows were exchanged in an instant as Rachel halted her assault. My body ached all over. Certainly, it was hard to believe that such a woman could hold this amount of strength. You have excellent natural instincts, and a solid foundation too. As I gasped for breath after defending against her relentless blows, I had to kneel in order to stabilize my breathing. The lack of exercise made my arms and legs tremble. While I have certainly inherited this body's natural talent, I lacked the endurance and strength to keep up fighting. Haha, so how was I? Passable. However, your lack of endurance is limiting your potential. You will need to remedy this with physical exercises. Also, your blows lack strength. Alright then, swish. As I tried to straighten my body, Rachel kicked my leg, making me fall onto the ground. Was this her way of teaching me to be prepared for surprises? Or perhaps was she simply taking out her frustration of that bizarre fanfic on me? While I believe her reasons tilted towards the latter, that wasn't important right now. When faced with a crisis, it's a human instinct to seek a way out. And if there is no way out, then one would seek to minimize the possible damage. Humans have a natural dislike for pain, and when someone was falling, it's normal for them to reach towards something, to minimize the risk of injury. The only problem was that when I reached out my hand, I precisely touched Rachel's chest. I should be feeling relieved that I had avoided a worse crisis while trying to escape a possible injury. I should be thankful that I didn't act the cliché of a perverted disciple who squeezed his master's breast during their spar. Yes. It's better that I endured this fall. Thud, however, as I accidentally fell to the ground with a soft and squishy texture in my traitorous palm, it was inevitable that Rachel's contemptuous face caught my upward gaze. Was this your true purpose behind our training? No, and no, it wasn't. You're the one who knocked me down, remember. I shouldn't have expected anything less from you. I'm not that kind of person. Scum. I'm not like that. But they were indeed quite substantial. Footnotes 1. Broken is the pen name of the author of this novel reading. Transmigrated into a tragic romance fantasy. Erencia, why don't you eat this? It's really delicious. Ha ha ha, and no, I don't want to eat a bug. Why you can't eat bugs? Eat it. You should know by now that they won't stop until you do. Crunch, crunch, bleg, ha ha ha, stupid wench. What were you thinking? She actually ate it. Heh heh, how does it taste? This bug must have been your kin, wasn't it? Please, just leave me alone. I think I'm going to throw up. Today we're playing tag, Erencia. It'll be fun, right? You know what would be even more fun? If you get caught, you'd better start running, no? Click clack, please just let me go. Please. PFF, you call that running. Since we caught you, it's time to die. Thud smack arg it, H hurts. Of course that hurts, you bitch. Did you think I was hitting you to make you happy? But don't worry, I'll try not to scar your face. Ha, blame your slow legs for this, wench. It's not our fault that you can't run, right? Smack, sob, p please. Stop hitting me. This is for your own good, you know. How else would you survive this harsh world while being so weak? Heh, that's right. There's a saying about this, isn't there? What doesn't kill you only makes you stronger, right? Why? Why is this happening to me? Erencia, can't you understand why you allow yourself to suffer? It's because you are weak. Your family is weak. Have you ever heard of survival of the fittest? It's the natural law of this world. The weak will be devoured by the strong. It's simple, right, Eldon? Stop looking at me with those pitiful eyes. P, please, can't you help me? Just once, PFF, Eldon. Looks like the wench is trying to get your help. Maybe you should teach her a lesson. Why don't you give it a rest and go have a drink, Blund? I have no interest in playing with a fallen foe. Oh, come on, Eldon. Show the wench what kind of man you are. Teach her that her hopes are nothing more than vain dreams. Understood. No, please anyone, save me from this hell. Crunch, ugh, and no. Ha ha ha, yes, Eldon. Just like that, crush that hand reaching out for hope. Make sure she never entertains such stupid thoughts again. Sob whimper, it's hard, I think I'm going to die. Yet, I never blamed you because I didn't run even through it all. I chose to endure this hell for the joy of learning. Sobs, but really, my lady, are you awake that time? My lady, please wake up. It was just too much. Did you have a nightmare, my lady? Ah, Lumia Winterfell woke up and sat against the headboard of her bed. Sitting beside her, Marian wiped the cold sweat from her arms and neck with a wet towel. Since you didn't wake up in time, I came in here. You gave me quite the shock, my lady. Lumia's blue eyes glazed over, her lips cracked as if they had dried under the desert, and she couldn't remove her sweaty hair clinging to her skin. Marian had been visibly perturbed by such an unfamiliar sight, and so was Lumia. After graduating from the Royal Academy, she had experienced nightmares. She had buried all her pain in tears, immersing herself in her research and experiments based on the knowledge she had amassed over those 3 years. Through the knowledge and wisdom acquired during those hellish years, Lumia had managed to forget her suffering. She didn't regret her choice to study at the Royal Academy. Her only regret was that she wouldn't have suffered at all had it not been for the curse cast by the chieftain of a northern monster tribe. Those days had truly been extremely torturous. Her suffering had reached a point where Lumia considered revealing her identity regardless of her father's advice. She feared her torture over an unpredictable death from the curse, but she couldn't bring herself to do it, feeling sorry for her father who had implored her to conceal her identity. Because of her father's earnest pleadings, she couldn't reveal her identity nor report the misdeeds of the villainous quartet. As such, Lumia hid the scars that marred her body. Those scars were a consequence of her own stubborn choices, and thus, Lumia alone had to bear their existence. Because of this, rather than seeking vengeance for her suffering, Lumia chose oblivion. However, whenever those scars made their existence known, she would be overcome by terror and would collapse as if the world was crumbling around her. She wished those memories would remain distant and fragmented. Perhaps she had clung to her research and experiments to forget them. Yet the reason she chose those 4 as the finalists of the Grand Ducal Betrothal Contest was precisely because of those memories that would surface occasionally. It was her way of seeking total oblivion of her suffering. For her freedom from the suffering, but of course she wasn't sure that oblivion and freedom awaited her at the end. Regardless, what could have triggered these nightmares? Why would she have them now? Lumia couldn't understand it. It was then that Marian, who wiped her face, asked, "My lady, yes, the Grand Ducal Betrothal Contest. You will have to choose a spouse from the finalists, won't you?" Lumia nodded. Just as there had never been a withdrawal from the contest, there had never been a betrothal contest without a winner. Choosing one amongst the 4 finalists had been how the Grand Ducal Betrothal Contest ended. That was the Winterfell family's tradition, something that even her brother and sister adhered to. All of them had married the winners and led their lives happily ever after. Indeed, have you thought about it, my lady? Marian, the only person who was aware of Lumia's plan, became worried as she watched her mistress wither like a flower that had lost its light. Especially since Eldon Raffelian's declaration of withdrawal, her lady's condition took a sharp turn. Sometimes she would talk to herself, tear her hair, and scribble some ravings on a sheet of paper. She hardly ate anything and had forsaken her beloved experiments, lost in thought all day. Marian knew that this contest represented her lady's quest for freedom, but she doubted whether such a thing awaited her at the end. Therefore, when an opening presented itself, Mariel would try to discreetly dissuade her. Seeing her lady paralyzed by fear and terror like this made Marian wonder if her lady's choice had been correct. Lumia noticed her maid's concern as she tried to mask her terror with a smile, gently stroking her sweaty hair. "I'm all right, Marian." "I worry about you, my lady. If you worry, then who do you think I should marry, Marian?" It was a difficult question. For someone who knew of Lumia's scars, choosing one among the villainous quartet was a difficult decision. As Marian struggled to answer, Lumia continued, "My choice will be determined by one of the 2 following factors. My lady, either it will be the one who sincerely repents and regrets his evil deeds, or the one who remains unrepentant and remorseless until the very end. I shall marry the one who fits one of these conditions." Ah, if the former was the case, it would be a happy ending for everyone, but the latter seemed to promise a tragic ending. Marian could only sigh at that declaration. She hoped that at least her mistress would have a happy ending. Knock, knock. Now fully recovered, Lumia sat in her office, the youngest daughter of the Winterfell's Grand Duke. As the youngest daughter, still unmarried and unknown to the aristocratic society, she didn't have official duties or documents to process in her office. She was merely pondering about the variable known as Eldon Raffelian, my Duchess. The man who had entered her office was none other than Gelwood. "Please take a seat." He was here to report the surveillance and investigation she had ordered. Sitting on a sofa next to Lumia's desk, Gelwood spoke in a worried tone. "My Duchess, you look unwell. Is there something troubling you?" With her face revealed only a few days away, Gelwood, as the coordinator of the Grand Ducal Betrothal Contest, couldn't help but be concerned about Lumia's haggard expression. However, just as she had dealt with Marion, Lumia forced a smile on her face as she answered, "I'm fine, advisor. Rather than that, have you uncovered any special events since his graduation?" "Nothing in particular, I see. What about his behavior ever since his declaration? On that matter, there have been some odd things." "In what way, advisor?" Lumia leaned forward, clearly interested. "Eldon Raphaelian has stopped receiving any sort of nighttime attendances in his housing, and until now has completely abstained from drinking." That Eldon Raphaelian, Lumia couldn't help but question such a report. He was a known wastrel, a lustful barbarian. Both wastrel and barbarian were practically synonymous with Eldon Raphaelian. Moreover, these behaviors were conducted in his housing, something away from the public eye. As such, there was no reason for him to stage such change. Unless, is it possible that he has noticed our surveillance? However, Gelwood shook his head, firmly dismissing such a possibility. "That is not possible, my Duchess. The man hired to spy on him is a professional." "I see, then can I believe these testimonies?" "Yes, some of these reports were testified by the maids and servants of the annex. She even mentioned Eldon refusing her services." "Anything else? Since his declaration, he has taken up reading. He visits the library daily." "What?" Lumia's brow furrowed. This report was completely absurd. It simply wasn't possible for that man to enjoy the wisdom contained in the books. He would rather use those books as fuel to a fire or as blunt weapons. And today, at lunchtime, he headed to the training grounds with an escort knight after eating with his companion in the Great Hall. "Wait, did you just say he ate with a companion?" "Yes, my Duchess. Who is it?" "It's Lady Ariel Elrond, daughter of Count Elrond, my Duchess." "What? Ariel Elrond?" Lumia's eyes widened as she heard that name. That name caused a buried memory, one of the many she had left untouched, to resurface. Simultaneously, the image of a blonde, bun-haired student who was always engrossed in her books but never showed interest in academic matters came to mind. A bookworm and a wastrel. Such opposing personalities would never mix. And this made Lumia suspicious. "Do you know her?" A new hypothesis was created, one that she had never considered before, a path she never thought to be possible. Love. If there was a force strong enough to mix water and oil, to forcibly attract and combine such opposing natures, then perhaps her absurd conundrum could be solved. A force so powerful that could grant a desperate researcher the long-awaited bliss of solving an impossible puzzle. Could you arrange a meeting? "Do you mean another meeting with Sir Eldon Raphaelian?" "No, I wish to talk with Lady Ariel Elrond, transmigrated into a tragic romance fantasy." "My lady, you wish to speak with Lady Ariel?" Gelwood asked with a puzzled expression. Ever since the finalists had been chosen, a series of questionable events had started to unfold. Those four men didn't deserve to become a part of the Grand Duke's family, and ironically, all the finalists had graduated from the Royal Academy as the top students in the same year. The third Northern Duchess, Lumia, was a woman of keen insight. As such, her decisions were always made based on logic or for a goal. However, as time passed, Gelwood became doubtful of her judgment. But as a mere advisor, he couldn't dare to openly question the Duchess's decisions. He could only hope that she would choose the lesser of evils among the four. Then one of the four finalists declared his withdrawal. Following Her Grace's incomprehensible decision, one of the finalists was also overtaken by lunacy. This marked the beginning of his doubts. Furthermore, one more thing, advisor. I want him under watch at all times. Another doubt was added to the pile. Eldon Raphaelian declared his withdrawal. Since this was an unprecedented event, there weren't any rules dictating the proper protocol, so they had no way to either prevent him from leaving or enforce some punishment. Above all, there was no reason to accept or reject his withdrawal. In such a contest, there would be no meaning to force someone who had lost his will to participate. Thus, Gelwood couldn't comprehend the Duchess's decision to hold on to a withdrawer, and even more so, put him under watch. Out of curiosity, he had investigated the events surrounding Erencia Velrock's time at the Academy, but he was unable to find anything of importance. The Duchess's interest seemed to be solely on Eldon, completely ignoring the other three. Gelwood wondered if such a thing had been Eldon's plan all along, but his eyes were honest, and his following actions strongly supported his claim for withdrawal. It appeared as though he had completely lost interest in the Grand Ducal betrothal contest. Eldon Raphaelian forsook any sort of preparation for the official schedule. Instead, he would spend his time reading books in the library or venturing into the city to eat commoners' food. Gelwood had even reported such findings to his lord, the Grand Duke, but the man had simply delegated all the decision-making to his daughter, Lumia. What could be the reason for the Duchess's obsession? Why would she show such interest in the candidate who had withdrawn? Moreover, even if Eldon was declared the winner, since he had already declared his withdrawal, there was no legal basis to enforce a betrothal on him. No matter the power of the Grand Duchy, forcing someone unwilling into marriage was not only legally impermissible, but it would also create a public incident that they must avoid at all costs, especially while other candidates still remained in the fray. Gelwood's doubts continued to pile up. As such, he had no choice but to ask, "My Duchess, forgive my bluntness, but may I inquire about the reason for monitoring Sir Eldon Raffelian even after his declaration of withdrawal?" "I wonder if I might have missed something." Lumia then answered Gelwood with a question of her own. "What do you think of Eldon's declaration of withdrawal?" As the mastermind behind the grand ducal betrothal contest, Lumia must have noticed something strange in Eldon's actions, prompting her query. "Well, if this was a strategy to exploit a loophole in our rules, I'd say it's succeeding brilliantly, but that doesn't seem likely, so do you believe he's being genuine?" "As of now, my Duchess, I indeed do. What about his strange behavior? The changes he's exhibiting?" Coughed, trying to buy himself some time, Gelwood coughed. Strange behavior, unexpected changes. It was something even his prodigal insight found hard to define. I'm not sure. There's a possibility it's all part of his strategy. However, his changes in personality and behavior seem genuine, so it's difficult to define. His withdrawal was genuine, as well as his changes. Gelwood wasn't sure how Eldon Raffelian graduated at the top of his class, but one piece of information he easily came across had been his hatred for books. Yet the reactions displayed as he read the books inside the Grand Library, how he would laugh, mourn, and be moved was certainly authentic. Especially his discussions with Lady Ariel, those talks would sometimes be serious and even heated, and this made his watchers report all the unbelievable. One might think he had simply discovered new interests, but such a conclusion appeared to be unsatisfactory. Right, it seemed as if the Duchess had anticipated such an answer from him. "Do you know something, my Duchess? Currently we have nothing on him. Despite being under watch, his intentions, thoughts, reasons, we don't know anything about him." "My Duchess, is there truly a reason for finding out? If it's a strategy for currying your favor, we could simply remain uninvolved, and if he's sincere, there's always the option of letting him go. No, I cannot tolerate even a single withdrawal." Lumia's tone was harsh and decisive. There was a hint of something in her voice, and Gelwood could sense the reason for her obsession lurking within. Anger. Such anger seemed to stem from either a twisted love or a deep-rooted sorrow. What sort of past experiences compelled the Duchess? What kind of misfortune entangles them all? Gelwood cautiously opened his mouth. However, even if we force participation from those who abstain, I doubt the situation will change. Surprisingly, Lumia smiled brightly at him. It was a smile fueled by the unyielding persistence of a person seeking the truth. "I have no intention of forcing anyone." "What? I'll ignite his will through encouragement and persuasion." What does that mean? Perhaps love might clue her in on a way to solve such a bizarre problem, and after finding a crack in such an impregnable fortress, she would reclaim the answer hiding behind its walls. There is no problem in this world without a solution, no question without an answer. As she continued to smile, Lumia handed a note to Gelwood. "Please deliver this to Eldon Raffelian, and may I know what this is, my Duchess?" Glig-glag. Gummahem. Joyful steps, a refreshing pace, and a shooting tune. Sensing such a cheerful atmosphere, the guard who stood at the library gates couldn't help but ask the motive. "Something good happened, my lady." "Huh, you seem unusually lively today." Usually, Ariel would leave the library at closing time with a tired complexion. Her face would be haggard and her strides heavy. As such, her cheerful demeanor today was enough to spark the guard's curiosity. Creak. Stopping in her tracks, Ariel turned around and pointed at herself with her index finger. "Me, I look lively." Was there any need to ask that? As the guard nodded, Ariel tilted her head, confused. Really, I feel normal. The spirit may have been lively, but the body was tired." "Is that so?" It must have been the meal that had prevented her energy from depleting. Though it was a somewhat late lunch, the meal she had in the Great Hall was splendid. Of course, for a lady of Elrond County, it was just an ordinary meal, but the company and the conversation about books made it exceptional. At least she would no longer suffer from hunger, making it easier to focus on the books, enabling Ariel to exceed her reading plan. Despite the time wasted on her meal, Ariel's reading speed had increased compared to yesterday. This revelation was somewhat ironic, but Ariel couldn't help but be pleased. With a quicker reading speed, Ariel would be able to accomplish her goals in the north and embark on the next phase of her reading journey, welcoming the warm embrace of the southern region. I wonder if Eldon enjoyed his training. Suddenly, Ariel's thoughts wandered towards Eldon. It was undeniable that her reading time had improved because of him, and since he had become a reading buddy, it was natural that she would think of him. And it was also just as natural that she recalled the feeling of something being amiss when she saw Eldon heading to the training grounds with Knight Rachel. Moreover, his escort was the object of admiration of many, a hero who had swayed countless hearts with her tale. Meeting Eldon was joyful, but for a bookworm, meeting a hero from the novels in the flesh was of immense pleasure. "Since he'll have an evaluation tomorrow, we won't be able to meet. Perhaps I should watch his training the day after then." Yes, that was a good idea. After all, wasn't she curious? How majestic the Purple Knight was when she wielded her sword. She would have a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity to watch it, and after seeing for herself, she would be able to tell her maids how impressive it was. They'd be utterly astonished and envious of her, wouldn't they? With such resolve, Ariel quickened her pace as she reached her lodgings. Her first instinct had been to head straight to her quarters and bathe. Finishing her bath, Ariel was in the middle of her evening snack when her maid reached out to her. "My lady, you have a visitor. At this hour. Who is it? Indeed, who could it be?" After all, there was no one that Ariel knew of that would visit her at this hour in the northern lands. "They were wearing a deep hood, so I couldn't see, but they said they were your classmates from the Royal Academy." "Ah, Eldon." Thud. Forgetting about her snack, Ariel, with a delighted face, put down her spoon and went to greet her visitor, transmigrated into a tragic romance fantasy. Upon enrolling into the Royal Academy, a vow is made at the freshman entrance ceremony. One would swear to not use their status or privilege while inside the academy. Under the sacred mantle of education, all were equal. That was the unique environment of the Royal Academy. A student would usually enroll at the age of 16 and graduate at 19. In their 20s, they would utilize the knowledge and wisdom acquired at the academy as they made their debut in the aristocratic society. The academy, therefore, was also a place for gaining early experiences and learning about the world. Groups would form containing people from different ranks. Sometimes students from similar regions would interact more, while others would already seek partners or allies for their debut. This marked the start of social interactions inside the academy, a game for creating their connections for the future. It was a place where one would acquire knowledge and social skills. In such an intense environment, there was always someone who wouldn't fit in, and that person was Ariel Elrond, a lady from a well-known aristocratic family, the daughter of a high-ranking count, someone who should have stood together with the highest-ranking students. However, Ariel completely disregarded her studies or any need for connections during her stay at the academy. Not even her parents' pleading and encouragement for her to become a top graduate moved the young lady. Her sole interest had always been the academy's library, and that was how she spent her next 3 years. Naturally, she had no close friends, belonged to no community, and knew nothing about mingling with the upper class. She was a student whose presence was ignored by all, someone who wasn't interested in studying or socializing, yet this person could always be found with a large smile on her face. A student who, despite her maid's concern about turning into something as desirable as a dwarf carrying a load of dung, felt the happiest when she stuffed her bag that was almost as big as herself with novels instead of textbooks. For Ariel Elrond, being a loner during her academy days was inevitable. With her poor academic performance, achieving something that was thought to be an unattainable dream. Being the youngest of 3 brothers and 3 sisters, she had no official duties, allowing her some freedom from her parents' eyes. Thus, she read every single novel contained inside the academy's library, and on her vacation on free days, she would seek out new books from nearby territories or libraries. The Royal Academy was located in the heart of the kingdom, the capital. In this harsh, distant land of severe cold, it was unlikely for her to encounter a familiar face, and even if a Royal Academy classmate was present, there was no reason for them to seek her out. Although she could have easily made friends whenever she wanted, as she neither found difficulty in interacting with people nor was her personality abrasive, she still chose solitude over losing precious reading time. She delved deep into the abyss of books alongside a few fellow avid readers. Regrettably, they all favored romance novels, so she couldn't share her thoughts with them. Ironically, her lack of friends made identifying her visitor an easy task. Despite the rules of the betrothal contest explicitly stating that no finalist would be allowed to leave the Grand Palace during the night, Eldon's name naturally came to Ariel's mind. "My lady, the guest awaits you in the drawing room. What could he want at this hour? Wait, I've never told him the location of this place. How did he find out?" As she walked towards the drawing room, Ariel's questions grew. Arriving at the place guarded by 2 knights, she entered through the door and naturally called out his name, Eldon. Her lips were ready to voice her next question, "What brings you here?" when they became sealed shut, because her visitor was a woman. Standing by a window looking outside stood a woman with her hood removed. She had snow-white hair, characteristic of most northerners, and as Ariel gazed at her back, she hesitated for a moment. An inexplicable sense of wrongness arose within the bookworm, so with a cautious tone she asked, "Who are you?" There were no northerners among her classmates. Of course, not all northerners had white hair, but all those with white hair were born in the north, making it a symbol of their heritage. After a few seconds, the woman who had been looking out the window turned around. Her snow-white hair, blue eyes that sparkled like a gem, a sharp nose, plump red lips, a sleek jaw, and a slender neck were all revealed. It was a familiar face. However, the person who evoked such familiarity had a different shade of hair. She had vibrant red hair. "Fufu, it has been a long time, hasn't it? Lady Ariel Elrond." As she heard that voice, a name flickered at the edge of her mind. While Ariel tried to piece together her memories, the woman decided to help her, brushing her white hair with her hands as she spoke. The color might be different, but it's me. Wait, give me a moment." At last she remembered a name. The name of a student who had vibrant red hair and gem-like blue eyes. the name of the fellow student who, unlike herself, was passionate about her studies finally surfaced. Furthermore, it was the name of a student who lived far away, making the likelihood of their reunion almost nil. Erencia, was it? Fufu, I'm pleased you remember me. It's an honor to meet you like this. Baroness Erencia Velrock greets you. Lumia, the scholar, and Ariel, the bookworm. Though different, their reunion started just like that. Scum, you don't need to look at me like that, you know. It was just a minor accident caused by my otherworldly reflexes. Tap, tap, dusting off, I stood up. It was an accident. For an accident, your actions were very natural. Wasn't this the fault of the teacher who launched a surprise attack on her student? I was trying to check your instincts. Bullshit. She was clearly punishing me for reading that shameless fanfic. When I glared at her, Rachel had the decency to avert her gaze. As someone who walked on the path of righteousness, she was horrible at lying. But of course, for an escort knight, that was an excellent trait. So did you manage to check them? It wasn't bad. Good, then let's continue some more. As you wish, my lord. After enduring a harsh training session, I was utterly exhausted as we walked back towards the annex. The training had been so rigorous that my limbs felt like they were melting. If I keep this up, I might turn into a slime. Whether that would be an evolution or devolution, I wasn't sure. Good work, Rachel. Do you wish to train tomorrow as well, my lord? Only if tomorrow's event ends early. I see. I shall make the necessary arrangements then. When we finally reached the annex and entered through the main door, Renler, my head butler, quickly approached me, and behind him I could see Gelwood. As the advisor approached, my butler quickly whispered to me, my lord. What? The advisor, he says there's a message for you. A message for me? Yes. Why couldn't you receive it in my stead? Well, he said the Duchess instructed him to deliver it to your hands only, my lord. What sort of scheme does she have in mind now? Perhaps a plan to motivate me into participating in the contest. This message certainly wasn't the approval of my withdrawal, so as I glared at Gelwood with a tired gaze, he greeted me in return. We meet again, Lord Eldon. By your state, I can only imagine your training must have been quite demanding. It certainly wasn't easy. However, what brings you here at this hour, advisor? At my question, Gelwood suggested we walk, as he gestured toward the location. The gardens inside the annex. If it's not too much trouble, could you spare me a moment of your time? While I truly wished to refuse him, I was also curious. Curious about what he wished to say at this late hour. Curious as to why Lumia sent a third party instead of coming here herself. As such, I had no choice but to accompany Gelwood on a stroll through the moonlit garden. Crunch, crunch, at night when the birds and other animals were sleeping, the garden should have been a haven of silence and calm. Strolling through here under the moonlight was indeed a good way to relax. If it weren't for Gelwood's presence, I might have done just that, walking aimlessly through this garden, simply soaking in the atmosphere. However, Gelwood's voice shattered the illusion of peace and calm. This garden, among the 4 annexes, is said to be the most beautiful. I can certainly see where one might believe that. Haha, I'm glad your accommodation pleases you. A power and influence second only to the king. True to such renown, even the garden of an annex house boasted a majestic feel. It might not even lose to the ornate gardens of an earl. Of course, being located in the north, a harsh land, the garden was slightly different from the norm. Here, coniferous trees replaced the usual evergreen varieties, and instead of flowers, snowflakes embroidered the paths. As I enjoyed the scenery, Gelwood spoke. Tomorrow will be the last trial preceding a formal audience with the Duchess. I see. It must be rather tiring for you to participate in these trials when you're clearly not inclined to become the Duchess consort. Tiring, at times, difficult. No, I'm merely fulfilling the minimum of my obligations. Do you perhaps have any intention of negating your withdrawal? Perhaps noticing my lack of interest, Gelwood made a direct question. And his tone even seemed to carry a certain hope within it, hoping that I would revoke my withdrawal. Sadly for him, I would not. I have no intention of going back on my word. Is that so? What an unfortunate turn of events. Gelwood stopped. Unfortunate, he said. Quite a biased sentiment for an advisor who should maintain neutrality in any situation. Why would you find it unfortunate? Gelwood simply smiled as he handed me something. It was merely a folded note, so I accepted it. During my life, I had the pleasure of witnessing 5 editions of the betrothal contest, but it's my first time seeing a finalist receiving something from the protagonist of the event. With this, my task here is done. I shall take my leave. Bowing his head, Gelwood walked away. Is he saying that revoking my withdrawal would make me a strong contender? Among all my recent conversations, this one had been the most chilling, and it gave me one more reason to never revoke my withdrawal. With such thoughts, I unfolded the note. 800 meters northeast from the starting point, you'll find a cave. I sincerely hope you win in tomorrow's trial. In truth, I fell for you at first sight, Lord Eldon. I folded the note again. After looking around for a bit, I dug into the soil. Then I placed the note inside the hole. Covering the hole back again, I grabbed some twigs and placed them above the hole in a cross-like shape. I smacked the cross firmly onto the ground to prevent any chance of this note reviving and chasing after me. Finishing this, I quickly fled the gardens, transmigrated into a tragic romance fantasy. Academy classmate. After introducing herself, Lumia stood by the window of Ariel's drawing room, looking outside. Her hood had been removed, making her snow-white hair and gem-like blue eyes visible. After all, in a few days, she was scheduled to reveal her real face to their official audience. By the end of the betrothal contest, she would take the winner's hand and walk through the city of Winterfell, receiving the cheers of the Northerners, not as the red-haired Erencia Velrock, but as Lumia Winterfell. On that day, she would proudly reveal herself to the world. As such, when the guards beyond this room searched her, she didn't object to it. After all, for this night, she was just Erencia, a poor noble girl from a borderland family. I hope the advisor delivered my message. Tomorrow, one last event will take place before the official audience. Because of this, Lumia made arrangements to guarantee Eldon's participation. While Gelwood would handle him, Lumia herself would make the last touches of her plan by talking to Ariel, an irresistible temptation, an unmistakable encouragement, and then she would fan the flames for a bit more. Moreover, this wasn't the subtle favoritism she had shown before. I fell for you at first sight. It was an ultimatum, a clear confession. Her rage upon hearing of his withdrawal, the conflicts following, her cold treatment towards the other participants, would be because of her love. Of course, this was nothing but a fake confession. Nevertheless, she would make use of a force strong enough to even mix water and oil together, securing the withdrawer with both her feelings and privileged information about tomorrow's trial. A heaven-sent opportunity to save his declining house, becoming part of the Grand Ducal family, and enjoy all the power and influence he could dream of. Who in their right mind would let go of such an opportunity? With such love-filled encouragement, even the one who believed himself unworthy would surely rethink his decision. If it weren't for Ariel's feelings, that was strong enough to blur her rationalism, making her attempt something beyond her standing, Lumia would have never moved to confirm her newly discovered hypothesis. If Ariel and Eldon were indeed having a secret affair, that alone would guarantee that Eldon would be heavily punished. Violating the betrothal contest rules in such a blatant manner would be akin to scorning the Grand Duke's prestige. Should this secret affair not be the reason for his withdrawal, then the hypothesis of Eldon truly repenting would still be reasonable. However, should the affair be the reason, then Lumia could make use of this to encourage his participation. After all, participating and repenting for his past mistakes would certainly be more desirable than making an enemy of the Grand Duchy. Indeed, love. Once this hypothesis was proven to be correct, everything would fall into place. Though Lumia herself had never fallen in love, it's often said that lovers come to resemble each other, and only such a thing would make Eldon, that despicable wastrel, be interested in books, the pursuit of trying to win a beloved's favor. This could be the only reason as to why Eldon was doing the things he previously abhorred. It must be love. Only then she would be able to find an answer to such an unsolvable problem. With such thoughts, Lumia patiently awaited Ariel. After a moment, the doors opened and she heard it, Eldon. The voice of Ariel Elrond and her words only strengthened her hypothesis towards love. Fufu, it has been a long time, hasn't it, Lady Ariel Elrond? With a bright smile, Erencia Velrock, the lady of a humble baronial family from the borderland, greeted Ariel. I never expected to meet you again, but it's nice to see you, Erencia. Fufu, I also had no idea we would meet like this. Have you been well? Mostly fine for the time being, and you? I've been well too. A few pleasantries were exchanged, and that was it. Since she had never expected such a meeting, the topics of conversation were understandably limited. She had nothing to ask about since they never were interested in each other. Having a warm and lively conversation would be something too fake and awkward. Therefore, after a few words of greeting, an intense silence befell the drawing room. Fortunately, Ariel managed to find a way out of this stifling situation. What happened to your hair? I remember them being rather red before. Oh, actually, I had changed my hair color with a mana dye. Many people think us Northerners are a barbaric bunch, you know. Ah, that's true. So the land of the bitter cold is your birthplace. That's nice to know. This color suits you best, Erencia. You're incredibly beautiful. Once again, they only exchanged some formal words. However, their compliments were sincere. Both Lumia with her snow-white hair and blue eyes and Ariel with her blonde hair and auburn eyes were incredibly beautiful women. Unfortunately, the awkward mood was something Ariel didn't know how to clear, since she had never interacted with Lumia before, preferring to spend her time with a good novel. What brings you here? Thankfully, Lumia didn't wish to drag this conversation out. Her objective here was to simply confirm the credibility of her love hypothesis. She wanted to be certain that such foolish emotion had been the cause of her plans going awry. If so, then Lumia would need to formulate a new strategy. For a researcher like Lumia, there were no unsolvable problems. She would pursue something till the ends of the earth, should it be necessary for her to know. Moreover, such drive and perseverance had served Lumia well thus far. Sip. After taking a sip of the winter flower tea she had been served, Lumia started talking about more serious matters. Actually, I have come here to ask you something. Oh, what is it? I was asked to find an answer. And for whom are you speaking? At such a late hour, where darkness had already covered the land, a strange visitor appeared at Ariel's door with a message they intended to convey on another's behalf. Everything about this situation exuded a fishy, ominous aura, and while Ariel awaited answers, she found herself slightly afraid. However, when such an answer was delivered, Ariel's eyes widened comically. It's a message from the third Northern Duchess. Her mouth gaped in shock. Meeting another classmate in these lands was something unimaginable. However, the name such a classmate uttered had been beyond Ariel's wildest dreams. Titha the third Northern Duchess. Ariel's reaction was natural. After hearing such a name, her ears perked up, her eyes widened, and her mouth was left agape. And then, a moment later, amazing, all her previous fears were swept away, replaced by a vibrant joy that seemed to drive back the darkness of the night. The response of an avid reader, who had sobbed and snotted her way through the fanfiction, The Secret Snowflake of the North, featuring none other than the enigmatic third Northern Duchess as its protagonist. What, wow, so you work for the Duchess? Bursting from her seat, Ariel leaned forward, supporting herself on the table with both hands. Her auburn eyes sparkled like a starry sky. In response to her energetic reaction, Lumia shrunk back. Why, yes, that's correct. So you must know a lot about the Duchess, right? Well, I suppose I do. Because of her scholarly disposition, Lumia had only read textbooks or research papers. So the existence of a fanfiction featuring her was something beyond Lumia's awareness. Moreover, such a thing was not the type of romance novels her maid, Marion, liked to read, but a piece of exotic literature with the intent of exploring the identity of a well-known person. Thus, it was natural that Lumia, a researcher, couldn't understand the reason why Ariel's eyes sparkled. As an avid reader, it was simply natural for Ariel to be excited since the novel, The Secret Snowflake of the North, moved her so much that she read it 5 times. Then a barrage of questions commenced. What kind of a person is the Duchess? Is it true that she always has a veil because of a curse? Ah, I wish I could meet her. I heard rumors that the Grand Duke hides her because of her beauty that surpasses even the princess. Is it true? And no. The book says her martial skills are enough to even defeat a seasoned warrior. Is that true too? Wait. Wait, do you have to go back soon? Can you tell me more about the Duchess, pretty please? On this night, Lumia experienced the terror an excited bookworm could become as they gushed over their favorite protagonist. It took a long time for Ariel's excitement to subside. Sorry. It's just that the novel featuring the Duchess as the protagonist really moved me. Pardon, there's a novel about her. Yes, Lumia felt dizzy with such revelations. It took her a long time to regain her composure, transmigrated into a tragic romance fantasy. As the atmosphere in the drawing room, once disturbed by the mention of the third Duchess, settled down again, Ariel had to sit down with a sheepish smile on her face. I got too excited and talked a lot, didn't I? I'm sorry. It's okay, I've read the novel where the Duchess is the protagonist 5 times now. She's one of my most beloved characters, so I got a bit carried away. Scratching her head, Ariel secretly hoped Lumia would ask more about the book. Regrettably, such things didn't catch Lumia's interest. As such, Ariel was forced to return to the main topic she had momentarily forgot. Well then, what did the Duchess wish to tell me? Ariel, who never had any relation with the Grand Duchy, wondered just what kind of message the Duchess wished to convey, especially at such a late hour. Clutching her teacup with both hands, Ariel sought some comfort in its warmth. However, the tea had long since cooled. Much like the mood in the drawing room. Have you been reading with Lord Eldon Raffelian recently? Her maid had expressed her concern that something like this would happen. However, Eldon was someone who had declared his withdrawal from the betrothal contest. As such, there shouldn't be any sort of reprimand from the Duchess, or God forbid a punishment in the form of seizing her access to the library. It was a coincidental reunion. He was simply a classmate who happened to share a common hobby with her, and one who offered to eat together due to their loneliness. Someone who had just started to witness the greatness of literature. For Ariel, Eldon was such an existence. While it was true that the time they had spent together was delightful, her enjoyment stemmed purely from having found a reading partner. The anticipation of reading with him, the sense of loss after parting, all stemmed from the same reasons. A relationship that started with a common love for novels, and had it not been for that, they wouldn't have gotten along. Since Eldon showed no signs of having a romantic inclination towards her, their reading time was under no danger of a reproof. As such, yes, Ariel answered honestly, and Lumia narrowed her eyes at her answer. It was the look of someone who was searching for evidence to cement her hypothesis. You also eat together, no? Yes, then you must have heard that Lord Eldon has declared his withdrawal. Yes, he told me as well. Did he mention why? He said he lacked the qualifications to become the Duchess' spouse. Lumia nodded her head as she had heard something similar. Of course, she hadn't expected to find the answer to his motives this easily. She was determined to dig deeper into Eldon's reasons for withdrawing. Is that all? Didn't he say anything more? Well, I thought there might be more reasons for his withdrawal. There are none. Then did he talk about his future plans? He did. It happened at yesterday's lunch. While they discussed books, the topic of the future had come up. Since a withdrawer couldn't win the contest, Ariel had asked Eldon about his plans after the betrothal contest ended. Eldon answered her without hesitation, smiling as he shared his future plans. He said he would embark on a culinary journey. Really? Lumia's brow furrowed. At the same time, the index finger of her right hand, the one gripping the teacup, began to quickly tap it. It was a habit she had unknowingly exhibited during her first encounter with Eldon. Usually, such a habit would reveal itself when Lumia encountered an interesting topic. She had never imagined that Eldon would plan something like a culinary journey. It was something truly intriguing. A culinary journey, yes. He even asked me if I knew some books about monster cuisine. Unfortunately, since I don't have a taste for that, I couldn't help him. Monster cuisine, monster cuisine. The moment she heard those words, Lumia remembered the scene of Eldon savagely tearing into the leg of the loathsome red longer. The scene where he had greedily munched on the oily flesh and then sucked the oil off his fingers came to mind. Could it be that her attempt of sharing the horrors they inflicted on her inadvertently opened his eyes to a new world? No wonder. He really seemed to enjoy it. He seemed genuinely regretful when he had settled down the leg of the red longer, saying that since he had withdrawn, he would only take a single bite. The cup in her hands creaked as she gripped it tight. Her teeth were clenched. The feeling of having done a favor to Eldon as she conducted her plans was as disgusting as chewing down a bug. It sickened Lumia. Her teeth ground together with the intensity of her emotions. Yet she had to maintain her composure in front of Ariel, so with a tired sigh, she regained her composure. Sigh. Is there something wrong? Does Eldon seem to have second thoughts about his withdrawal? No. Not even a little. From what I see, he seems pretty resolved. It felt like Lumia was being forced to swallow a bunch of boiled potatoes without a single drink to help her. Her questions were being bounced back to her like arrows hitting a magic barrier. As things started to unfold contrary to her expectations, Lumia decided to bring up her main point. Do you at least have any guesses for his withdrawal? Perhaps he's fallen in love with someone else. When she voiced her question, Ariel pursed her lips. Her auburn eyes seemed to darken a bit, and some of their warmth cooled down like a cold winter night. It seemed that even the cheerful Ariel could be displeased. Or perhaps she realized that she was being interrogated. Did you come here to convey the Duchess' words or to interrogate me? Ah, I apologize if I displeased you. Those were all questions the Duchess told me to get answers for. Truthfully, Lumia had been close to revealing her identity as the third Northern Duchess and demanding answers from Ariel. However, she controlled herself, not wishing to force an innocent third party. For a virtuous person, it was better to request than demand. Her objective here had only been to gather evidence to secure the credibility of her hypothesis. As Lumia took a step back and apologized, Ariel's displeased mood cleared. Least from what I know, Eldon doesn't seem to be involved in any kind of scandal. Is that so? Lumia carefully observed every expression, breathing, gesture, and micro-reactions Ariel had made. She was looking for the slightest sign of falsehood in her words, but unfortunately she found none. Just as her private conversation with Eldon, everything she heard appeared to be the truth. It annoyed her to no end. But why are you asking me these things? Now Lumia was the one being questioned by Ariel. Since this was something Lumia was waiting for, she didn't hesitate to answer. The Duchess hopes you won't disclose this information. What is it? It's the Duchess' wish that Eldon revokes his declaration of withdrawal. Why? Moreover, she sincerely hopes that Eldon will give his utmost during the contest. Why? Until now, Lumia had been laying the terrain for the next phase of her plan. Now she would proceed to the next stage. Chuckling softly, she opened her mouth. Because the Duchess is in love with Lord Eldon. Love, now she would be able to ascertain her hypothesis. If Ariel had been enjoying a secret relationship with Eldon, or even if they had feelings for each other, she would show a reaction. No one would welcome the emergence of a formidable competitor for their loved one's attention. As expected, Ariel's face stiffened. This was what Lumia had been waiting for. The first good result of an experiment she had gotten since Eldon's declaration of withdrawal. What? The Duchess loves Eldon. Lumia had to force her face to remain neutral. She shouldn't smile. After Ariel's shock subsided, either her hostility or competitiveness would be revealed, and Lumia would be certain that Eldon's withdrawal was due to love. If such emotion made him give up the only chance of rebuilding his house, then it would certainly be a strong and corresponding one. At last, she would be liberated from this vexing conundrum. Yes, it was love at first sight. Sadly for Lumia. Wow, so, if Eldon revokes his withdrawal, he could become the Grand Duke's son-in-law, be part of the Winterfell family. For a mere bookworm who enjoyed a reading session with Eldon, this was indeed a nice development. After all, Ariel would welcome a chance to repay Eldon for brightening her days. Ah, I see. The Duchess must want me to convince Eldon to revoke his withdrawal. Sparkle, sparkle. Ariel's eyes sparkled with resolve as she discovered the unique opportunity of helping her favorite character. She clenched her fists. Ariel would certainly visit Eldon in his annex before heading towards the library tomorrow morning. Snap, like a ship's captain, fighting off a storm, following the lighthouse. Who despaired after seeing his guiding light snuffed out. Ultimately, nothing had been gained here. Once again, Lumia tasted the bitterness of failure. As a blazing fury began burning inside her, Lumia was once again engulfed by an unquenched thirst for answers, just as she had been when her desire for learning could not be extinguished and was fading away, just as she had been when her obsession with inquiry could not be dampened and was withering. Please tell the Duchess to trust this, Ariel. Thus, the night preceding the final assessment before their grand confrontation reached an anticlimactic finale, transmigrated into a tragic romance fantasy. Eldon, come here, honey. If you can't avoid it, then enjoy it. Isn't that what you had told me back then? Phew, foo, foo. You're going to suffer just as I did. How does it feel? It hurts, doesn't it? Ah, but don't even think about running away. We're husband and wife now. You'll never be able to run away from me. Jolt, that was how I awoke this morning. It seemed that the cursed note was still effective even when I had buried it under the sacred symbol. What a horrifying object, to give me nightmares from a single touch. Of course, this might have been a nightmare conjured by my brain, but this only strengthened my resolve to escape. Thankfully, the probability of me actually marrying the heroine is steadily dropping, making it possible for me to escape should I stay put. Regardless, this morning was a chilling one in many senses. Standing by the window, I shivered as I looked at the spot where I had sealed that great evil. Then, after a few moments, I started my preparations for today's event. After taking a refreshing bath, I lay on the sofa and proceeded to put my feet on a nearby table. I may have even started to hum as I opened a book. Soon enough, a content smile found its way to my face. That was all the preparation a withdrawer needed. Training my body and mind for a useless evaluation would be an insult to the sacred act of withdrawing. It should be enough if I simply went through the motions. As I spent a great part of this chilling morning enjoying myself, the knocking on my door announced that it was almost time. Knock, knock, come in. At this hour, the person knocking must be Rendler, coming to urge me as the promised hour approached. As expected, the old butler opened the door and bowed his head. My lord, I've been waiting for you. Let's go. A moment, my lord. It appears that you have a guest. What? Before you go, there's something the guest wishes to convey. At this early hour, who could it be? While I put on the fur coat Rendler offered me, I voiced my question. Who is it? Then my emotional butler looked at me with a mix of pride and joy. His eyes were already moist. Why, my lord, today might be the happiest morning I had while serving you. What nonsense are you spouting now? Access to the finalists' annexes was strictly forbidden to anyone outside their houses, and only the organizers of the Grand Ducal Betrothal could enter it. But from Rendler's behavior, it couldn't be either Lumia or Gelwood. With tearful eyes, Rendler wiped his nose and said, During all this time I've served you, my lord. This is the first time someone introduced themselves as your friend. Truly, if I died now, I would go without regrets. It's good you're having a good time, old man. However, considering what will happen in the future, those events might balance out your happiness. A friend, you say? Indeed, my lord. She is a very pretty and polite young lady. Young lady, pretty and polite. Such descriptions were rather common here at the Grand Duchy, but the only person who would fit these descriptions and still have a motive to visit me would be Ariel. With her golden bun hair, Ariel was certainly pretty, but she was supposed to be at the library at this hour. Furthermore, since she knows I withdrew, Ariel shouldn't have had a reason to come here and cheer me up. With such doubts, I followed Rendler to the annex entrance. Ariel, and there she was. Ah, Eldon, Ariel approached me with a bright smile, and I noticed that she hadn't stopped by the library today since she was clutching a book she had lent yesterday. Her whole presence seemed to scream, I have something important to tell you before your evaluation starts. Well, what is it? For a bookworm to skip her morning ritual, it must be something significant. Yes, it's something really important. Hee, from her cheerfulness, it doesn't seem to be bad news. Gimme your ear. Leaning down, Ariel covered her mouth with her hands as she whispered something in my ear that seemed to recreate the nightmare I had this morning. Last night I met our classmate, Erencia. She works for the 3rd Northern Duchess too. Oh, and she said that the Duchess loves you and wants to marry you. So don't give up now, fight on. I see. This morning is a chilling one indeed. Eldon, give your all, I'll think about it. Now take care of yourself, Ariel. With a carefree smile, Ariel raised her clenched fist whilst cheering me on, and Rendler smiled as he looked at her and me alternately. As such, I boarded the carriage under their misunderstood gazes. Anyway, it seems that our dear heroine has been very busy. I could clearly imagine Lumia racking her brains trying to find a way to convince me to seriously participate in the contest. From love letters of encouragement to even visiting Ariel in the middle of the night. Since she was doing all of this, there was no way I could simply tell her that I was actually someone from another world who had hijacked Eldon's body. Indeed, telling her this wouldn't go well. so all I could do now was try to enjoy this situation while remaining as an observer. Just like now, I was currently reading the Monster Cuisine Encyclopedia, Audrake's Tail Stir Fry. Hey, Rachel. Have you ever tried it? Rachel accompanied me in the carriage heading towards the northern mountains where the evaluation would be held. My mouth watered simply by reading the name Drake's Tail Stir Fry. So out of curiosity, I asked Rachel. Given her childhood penchant for monster meat and her travels across the kingdom, she might have eaten this already. I have. Oh, could you describe the taste? It's good. Right, it was the fault of this foolish pupil to expect an articulated description from his stoic master. Clearly, I needed to taste every single recipe in this encyclopedia personally. With such thoughts, I resumed my reading, but after some time I looked at Rachel once more. My lord, why are you even training for this culinary journey? Did you become bored of training me? Wouldn't it be far more convenient to simply hire mercenaries to accompany you? Of course, if my only worry had been about my safety, there would be no need to train. Even a declining county had enough funds to cover my culinary journey, and hiring mercenaries as escorts was a convenient solution. Simply traveling around some cities with an escort and enjoying their delicacies would suffice for most people. But for me, this journey wasn't a simple affair. My journey would be an adventure filled with immense romance, a journey through this medieval period where life was harsh and ingredients were rare. Thus, as I gazed beyond the carriage's window, towards the northern expanse, I said, even the most luxurious meal wouldn't match the taste of a freshly cooked fish caught by my own hands. You plan on hunting the monsters by yourself. Yes, there's nothing better than eating the fresh meat of a recently slayed monster. You're willing to risk your life for food, exactly. I snapped my fingers and nodded affirmatively. However, my lord, I have never seen you cook once in your life. A very astute observation, Rachel. I had also thought about that. Should I invite an expert cook to accompany me, or should I simply rely on my past life memories of cooking? For poor salary men, delivery food was a luxury, and I had to cut off costs by eating food that tasted like cardboard, with the help of an absurd quantity of seasonings. I considered applying that knowledge here, but of course it was impractical. Not only was it impossible to find modern seasonings, but the cooking tools and techniques available here were too crude to replicate those flavors. The memories and methods from the modern world were meaningless here. I thought about learning to cook myself, but for someone like me, splitting the day between enjoying a good book and rigorous training, there simply wasn't enough time. Cooking skills aren't something that can be perfected overnight. It was a tough situation all around, but since I had asked Rendler to look into inviting an expert, I should be hearing good news soon. So for now, I decided to put that idea aside. Creak. Then, the carriage, which dazzled through the snowfields, stopped. This evaluation was something featured in the last free chapter of the novel. In the original story, the evaluation had been a hunting competition, but strangely, Lumia referred to this as tag. No reason was given, and since it was the last free chapter, I hadn't been able to read what followed. Of course, I had no reason to be worried or tense, but I was curious. Curious about why a hunting competition would be referred to as tag. I'll be waiting for your return here, my lord. All right. After getting out of the carriage and dismissing Rachel, I began walking towards the snowy mountain, transmigrated into a tragic romance fantasy. The month of May was a period where the cold and harsh climate of the north would lessen for a bit. The thick layers of snow would melt, revealing the brown earth beneath. Frozen rivers would flow again, and even the trees would shed their snowy tops for a period. During this month, a canvas of colors would bless the white territory. It was a blissful month for all. Even the hibernating animals would awake and roam the land in search of food. This also meant that May was a month when the hunters thrived, relentlessly scouring the mountains for game. At an hour's worth of ride from the Grand Palace stood a mountain. This mountain was frequently visited by wild animals due to its relatively gentle terrain and abundant food sources. The mountain was also a territory exclusive to the Grand Duke's family. Only the family members were allowed to hunt there. The mountain's surroundings were protected by fences bearing the Grand Duchy's crest, forbidding the entrance of outsiders. However, during special events like the betrothal contest, some were allowed entry. In such a place, Lumia gazed down at the four finalists. Her attention was especially focused on Eldon Raphaelian. His expression remained indifferent. What is he thinking? Last night, a note of earnest encouragement was sent, and this morning motivation was delivered through Ariel. That encouragement was conveyed again. Although the hypothesis called love had failed, the inducements and persuasions should have triggered some response. Yet Eldon remained stoic. Despite knowing that all eyes were on him, he didn't so much as glance back. Lumia was anxious, she was annoyed, and most of all, she was frustrated. Due to her emotions, she had hardly slept. A deadly game of tag. She would make them experience all the terror and fear she had suffered in her academy days. They would understand the depths of despair, to desperately hope for a way out, only to have their salvation snatched away. After Eldon's declaration of withdrawal, she had developed countless hypotheses and premises, thoroughly investigating and validating them, digging through ancient texts and forbidden books. This had caused research schedules to be delayed, experiments to go awry, and her mind to become a jumbled mess, but still, her desire to unravel the truth behind his withdrawal never waned. The fissures created by Eldon's withdrawal were widening, and no solution to mend them seemed in sight, driving her near madness. Lumia's burden was so overwhelming that she sometimes wished she could simply go to her father, confess everything, and end this vendetta quickly. However, her recent nightmare stirred her anger once more, stirring the scars she had long since forgot. For her freedom, the plans she had set in motion for this betrothal contest must succeed. At first, Lumia had vowed not to obsess over revenge. She had resolved to lead them to repentance through guidance and enlightenment. When their first face-to-face audience occurred, she hoped the villainous quartet would regret their actions, and she hoped that they would offer sincere apologies. She wanted them to denounce the evil acts they had committed against her. After all, she had planned the repeated food tortures and games of tag for that very reason. However, things had gone wrong from the very beginning. That was why this second round must succeed at all costs. Now, the second evaluation of the Grand Ducal Betrothal Contest will commence. The test shall be a hunting contest. Now, the 4 finalists, please stand by the starting line. There are 4 caves in this mountain, however. Only one contains a special prey marked by the Winterfell crest. The one who recovers this crest and returns it shall be the winner of this hunting contest. The contestants are expected to prove their valor by using the weapons we will provide, especially since the Duchess has informed us that she will reward bonus points for the most valorous contestant. The evaluation began. Lumia would only see Eldon's back as he stood at the starting line. Please, please, please. She prayed that he would head northeast, and as Eldon did so when the signal was given, Lumia could finally sigh in relief. Unaware of her obsession growing at each moment, of her principles being corrupted by her dark desires, Lumia only sighed in relief. She had fervently hoped that, this time, her plan would succeed, and that the crest of Winterfell would be obtained alongside the terror of death. Lumia also prayed that Eldon would be the one retrieving the crest. Scrunch, scrunch, the sound of walking over snow is always refreshing. Even though it was an ordinary sound, there was something strangely exhilarating about it. As he walked towards the northeast, Eldon casually slung the provided bow over his shoulder. Hey. Enjoying this rare outing, Eldon inhaled the crisp and refreshing mountain air, relishing in the charms of this place. It was liberating. The scenery seemed to come straight out of a dream, and Eldon fully enjoyed every aspect of it. On a whim, scrunch, he scooped a handful of snow and brought it close to his mouth. For some strange reason, Eldon assumed it would taste a bit sweeter. However, it tasted the same as his previous world. Well, that's that. And where could the regretful trio have gone? After their previous confrontation, the regretful trio had cut off any sort of interaction with Eldon. Because of this, he could fully enjoy his newfound peace. Nevertheless, he continued on his track towards the northeast, motivated by a very peculiar reason. Eldon wished to understand why the hunting contest was referred to as a game of tag by Lumia. Based on Gelwood's words, there were 4 caves with prey inside, but only it held a special beast adorned with the Grand Duchy's crest. The note he had previously received instructed him to wander 800 million to the northeast. There, presumably, lay the beast who would grant him victory. As soon as the evaluation had started, the regretful trio acted as a team. They must have conspired something. It was for reasons like these. Lumia removed the shackles known as the evaluators. Though each one of them moved in a different direction, Eldon was certain they would converge at the northeast cave. Therefore, this seems to be the place. He had arrived at a hill overlooking the cave. Then he searched for a particularly sturdy tree that would serve as a good hiding spot. Up we go. In a few moves, Eldon climbed the tree and settled down on a thick and flat branch. He then took out a fruit he had gathered on his way. Scooping some snow off a branch, Eldon used it to scrub the fruit and then rubbed the said fruit against his clothes to clean off any sort of impurities. I wonder what it tastes like. The fruit resembled an apple, but it had the color of a tomato with a long stem. Jin Woo's father had once warned him that eating random fruits might upset his stomach, but how could anyone resist such a delicious-looking fruit? Whoosh! The crisp northern wind seemed to reward his efforts in climbing all the way up here, cooling his body heat. Brushing his long black hair a bit, Eldon took a bite from the fruit. Crunch, it was sweet and juicy, although it was a bit softer than a normal apple. As I had imagined, it's delicious. Nothing beats a refreshing nap. With crossed legs, I closed my eyes. Putting my hunting cap over my face, I prepared myself to enjoy a nap in such comfortable weather since it seemed that the regretful trio would take a while to get here. He came this way. Look, his tracks were headed this way. Then some voices reached my ears. Lifting the cap off my face, I saw the regretful trio approaching the cave. They seemed tense, ready to draw weapons at the slightest sign of movement. Considering they had arrived here just after me, it looked like they were tracking the withdrawer. As a precaution, I had erased my footsteps before I climbed this tree. While I didn't anticipate being followed, Lee Jin-woo's paranoid personality proved its worth by preventing a troublesome scenario. Tusk, where did that bastard vanish? Maybe he noticed we were following him. That wastrel was always a slippery one. Wait, it can't be. These idiots were after me since the beginning. Was this their master plan? Truly, I can't help but be impressed with such splendid fellows. They never change, do they? Look, there's a cave over there. What? Oh, let's go inside. The regretful trio, having spotted the cave, began to enter, led by Daron. It appeared that Blund and Kyle had decided to push Daron forward. If Daron becomes the Duchess' spouse, they would reap some benefits. Of course, what they intended to do was none of my concern. I simply watched the idiots, curious about what might happen in that cave. Boom, then a tremor shook the area. Frightened by the impact, some birds took flight while the accumulated snow on the trees fell. What the hell was that? The origin of the vibration was clearly the cave, and its intensity was extraordinary. It was intense enough to pass as a minor quake. At the same time, my heart began to race. Not of fear or terror, but a different kind of thrill. It was certainly stirring something inherent within me, a profound awe when encountering a massive anomaly, a slight tension when facing an intriguing incident, and furthermore, the excitement bred from the anticipation that something special was about to unfold. My heart skipped a beat for the longing of such a fantasy-like event that was about to unfold. As such, before I even noticed, I had risen from my spot with a sharp smile on my face. Crunched, I took a large bite of the apple-like fruit I had. Boom, the ground shook once more. Some rubble rolled down from above the cave's entrance. What on earth was happening there? From the sheer intensity of the vibrations, there must be something tremendous lurking in that cave. Boom, the mini earthquake occurred again. My fingers trembled as my heartbeat intensified. Finally, the cause of such quakes revealed itself, alongside the regretful trio, of course. Arg, don't leave me here, you bastards. Fuck, don't hold on to me. Kyle, you mongrel, you dare to push me. We're going to die, you fucker. Who cares about shit like that? Move, as the regretful trio desperately tried to escape. None other than a colossal tusk beast chased them. The colossal tusk beast was a giant boar-like monster, bigger than 2 elephants combined. Quoo, clang, clang, judging by the heavy chains around its limbs, the range of motion and speed of the monster were severely limited. As the tusk beast chased the regretful trio, it swung its giant tusks. Now I understood why Lumia had called this hunting contest a game of tag. I took another bite from my fruit. Someone once said, life is a tragedy when seen up close, but a comedy from afar. Crunch. Hang in there, my friends. Fight on. Transmigrated into a tragic romance fantasy. Because of the curse cast by the chieftain of a monster tribe, Lumia had to be hidden from the world. She never mingled with the aristocratic society, interacting only with her family, her handmaiden, and Gelwood. Though she was homeschooled by Gelwood and her father, learning about the outside world and seeing it are two different things. Wow, so this is the Royal Academy. For Lumia, who chased knowledge like none other, this place was akin to a sacred temple. You are truly pleased, aren't you, my lady? As she arrived at the Royal Academy with Ronica, her now deceased handmaiden, Lumia felt all her exhaustion being washed away, replaced by excitement. Such a novel place, so different from her home, excited Lumia to no end. Yes, this place is marvelous. Soon the entrance ceremony was held. Many young nobles from distinct houses gathered in the auditorium. There are so many people. In the auditorium, there were easily 100 students. Among them, Lumia stood timidly, reciting the Academy's oath following the principal's lead. I swear to adhere to Article 1 under the sacred mantle of education. All are equal. There's no distinction of class in the Academy. This oath resonated deeply with her. Since Lumia was forced to hide her true identity due to the curse, she was unable to impersonate someone of a higher rank than a baroness without risking being discovered. As such, Lumia assumed the identity of a baroness from an unknown border territory, making such an oath perfect for her. Therefore, Professor, I have a question. Following Article 1, Lumia threw herself at her education without worrying about status. She wholeheartedly welcomed this change from her previous solitude. Now she always had someone to help her resolve any doubts she had. Thus, Lumia quickly became one of the most passionate students, who would confidently approach the professors with questions after class ended so she could clarify any sort of doubts she had. It felt like she had been transported to a whole new world. Her past days, filled with boredom, were forgotten as Lumia's chase for knowledge began in earnest. During lectures, she would always sit in the front rows, being the first to raise a hand to the professor's questions, but her enthusiasm became her undoing. Lumia Winterfell was naive. She didn't know the darker aspects of noble society, and thus failed to realize that the Academy's oath was a futile promise, so she inevitably attracted the scornful gaze of Daron's gang. That's when it started, for the simple reason of a no-name baroness from a border territory, who dared to speak up during lectures. Her torture began. You imprudent wench, if you are a lowborn, then you should just learn how to keep your head down. Why are you doing this? We all made an oath. Ha ha ha, oath. What nonsense are you saying, you stupid woman? I just want to learn. Oh, you want to learn, eh? Congratulations then. From today on, you're learning from us. W, what will I learn? Life lessons, bitch, thwack, thump, kaya. Every day, Lumia was dragged to the academy's backyard where she would endure harsh treatment. Her face was bruised, her neck scarred. Yet not a single person stepped forward to help her or simply apply an ointment to her wounds. Thus, she suffered for 3 years. Her torture was diverse, including things like a deadly game of a tag or recurring chases. Heh, if you're caught, you're dead, so better run fast, little wench. Please, stop it. Crack, don't you understand, you stupid bitch? Whether we stop or not, it's up to us. Now, since I'm a generous lord, I shall grant you 10 seconds, so run fast. Just because she stood out, she was tormented. However, Lumia didn't give up. With a bruised face, she sat in the front row of the classroom, delivering her best and focusing on research and experiments despite her painful body. Even if her passion and stubbornness provoked their anger further, turning into greater fury, she never gave up. As a result, Lumia enjoyed the honor of being selected as the top student. And then, fucking hell, you'll share that glory with us, won't you? Daron's gang also became top students, graduating as valedictorians. For Lumia, who loved to learn, she didn't find this unfair. The young woman was simply sad that she would have to leave the academy after the 3-year course. So our lovely relationship is finally over. Are you feeling relieved, Irencia? Now we don't have to stare at your face anymore, kekek. You better never forget the life lessons we have taught you over these years. That was the end of it. Her 3 years of hell had concluded in such an anticlimactic manner, but she wasn't resentful. Like they said, Lumia was relieved. She would never see them again. She would never meet them again. As she returned to the northern regions, Lumia Winterfell threw herself into her research and experiments to forget the memories of the past, and they seemed to be almost fading away. The pain she had suffered and the scars she had endured all seemed to disappear into oblivion. No, if only their names had not appeared on the candidate list, they would have surely vanished. However, had she not seen their names, if her scars hadn't throbbed, if only those suppressed memories hadn't flared up, and in that moment, Lumia realized, those 3 years of hell weren't to be easily forgotten. There come the candidates. Lumia opened her eyes at Gelwood's words, and then she saw Kyle Beelan running towards them. Behind him, Blund Rosfell rushed, his face pale as snow, and the last of them, Daron Kaled, with a somber face closely resembling her own during those games of tag she was forced to play. Lumia had to restrain a smile as she gazed at the trio. Since they had gone in the opposite direction of Eldon, they wouldn't have brought the crest. They must have given up after being chased by the monsters stationed in the caves. Rising from her seat, Lumia moved towards Kyle. Fufu, you've returned rather early. How was your hunt? It was terrifying. It was horrible. I give up. Those were the words Lumia wanted to hear. But, Your Grace, look at this. What Kyle had in his hands was none other than the Winterfell crest, which was supposed to be in the cave 800 million northeast, the one Eldon should have gotten. Lumia took the crest from his hands. I nearly died, Your Grace, but after a fierce battle I have recovered the crest. Soon, Blund and Daron also arrived. From their expressions, it seemed both had much to say, but they merely glared at Kyle in silence. For Lumia, however, whatever happened to them was utterly irrelevant. Shudder, with trembling hands, Lumia questioned Kyle, barely restraining the agitation behind her tone. Eldon, you didn't happen to see Lord Eldon, did you? Pardon, wasn't Lord Eldon there? You Grace, why are you interested in High? Answer my question. Contrary to Kyle's expectations, after handling the Winterfell crest, the third Northern Duchess wasn't pleased at all. Indeed, Lumia was enraged. Well, he wasn't there. Lumia sighed deeply. Her grip on the crest tightened. Just the thought of that man, no, that villain, whom she even went as far as confessing, caused tremors of rage within her. She had employed her last resort, one that she never wished to use because of the sheer disgust it caused her. But even after all her efforts, where was Eldon, who headed northeast? Lumia was furious. She felt humiliated. Despite her confession, despite visiting Ariel, she was met with yet another failure. Lumia knew that it was likely that Eldon hadn't tried at all. His absence was merely a form of rejection towards her confession. Her whole body trembled, her face flushed with shame. The plan she spent so long deliberating had a 100 chance of success. It was perfect. After all, Lumia had promised a certain victory to him, so his participation was simply guaranteed. Such radical motivation was necessary to show Eldon how terrifying a deadly tag game could be. What was the cause? Why did her plans always fail? Her stomach churned, and her fury burned with the force of 1,000 suns. She had written a confession note, enduring her rising nausea, only to end up as a laughingstock. Perhaps she had got it all wrong. Perhaps Eldon truly withdrew as a form of atonement. Ridiculous. Such a thing couldn't be true. It just couldn't. Why, Your Grace, this means I won the competition, right? Shut up. Kyle's words provoked a harsh response from Lumia. Lumia's emotions were preventing any sort of rational thought. She had used a sacred festival of her house, the Grand Ducal Betrothal Contest, as a means of achieving personal revenge. Thus she had to succeed, but Eldon the slippery snake always slipped through her fingers. And then, at that moment, Eldon Raphelion appeared on the forest path and leisurely walked back to the starting point. He was nibbling on a random fruit without a care in the world. His carefree demeanor was utterly frustrating. It made Lumia's frail self-control snap. Her shoulders trembled. All that Lumia wanted was to walk towards him and slap his face then and there. But she clenched her teeth and managed to hold back her impulses, as she realized her feelings of malice were exactly the ones Daron and his group had nurtured against her during those 3 years. Then, crash, she threw the emblem Kyle brought onto the ground as she stomped her way down the mountain. The emblem hit a rock and shattered, just like Lumia's morals and beliefs that were shattered on this day. As Eldon arrived at the starting point, biting into his fruit with a loud crunching noise, he looked at the frozen forms of Daron and Blund and asked them both. Something happened. The mood here is rather off. Crunch, crunch, transmigrated into a tragic romance fantasy. Hue, clang, bang, the tusk beast's blows only hit empty air as the colossal monster became hindered by the length of its chains. Shit, that almost got me. Shut up. Now's the time, let's take this bastard down. When faced with death, the regretful trio who once pulled and shoved each other as they tried to escape now collaborated as if they were comrades in arms. In times of crisis, they band together better than anyone, however. When things get really dangerous, they become a disorganized mess. They were indeed curious creatures. No matter how large a monster was, when its limbs are chained, it becomes vulnerable to ranged attacks. Especially a quadruped monster like this. It had become a big fat target. Moreover, archery was a basic skill most nobles learned, and the regretful trio, who had passed the preliminaries that included an archery test, were now releasing a storm of arrows onto the tusk beast. Cue, clang, clang, the tusk beast trashed fiercely. Yet it couldn't break the heavy chains that imprisoned it. Then, the beast staggered as an arrow pierced one of its eyes. If I had been the target of such a rain of arrows, my survival would have been nebulous at best. The scene of people battling a giant monster. Even though in reality it was more of a cowardly one-sided beatdown, I couldn't help but be excited as I witnessed something I had only read about in fantasy novels. Though watching a fight happen and being a part of the fight were two different things, my blood was already boiling, and the fighting spirit of a man hungry for adventures was blazing. Indeed, this monster seemed to be worth challenging, especially since Eldon Raphelion was supposed to be a battle maniac. If this body was properly trained, I could even hunt monsters like these in the future. And if I cooked the monster right after slaying it, the meal would taste even better, right? Yes, old man, your son will become the strongest adventurer. As I continued to think about nonsense, I leaned against the tree. Crunch, I took a large bite out of my fruit. As the fight continued, the tusk beast gradually lost its strength under the barrage of arrows. While this was happening, a single thought crossed my mind. Who would have thought that the confession note was actually a death threat? Thank goodness I sealed it before its evil could spread. Of course, it was unlikely that Eldon Raphelion, the most physically able of the four, would suffer at the hands of a straightforward charging monster, especially one who was chained. But since my luck isn't the best, who knows what might have happened. Even a simple fall by tripping over a stone during a run might cause severe injuries. And since this monster is huge, a single stomp of its hooves could easily crush a person. Lumia probably wished to teach us about fear, make us remember the torment inflicted on her, and by facing a similar situation, repent the past actions. While I understood where she was coming from, the method was undeniably excessive. Truly, my withdrawal was a stroke of genius. Given that there were no regulations concerning withdrawals in the Grand Ducal Betrothal Contest, my actions gave a lot of leeway to evade most of Lumia's extreme methods. Of course, one might argue that the chains have the monster's combat effectiveness, thus acting as a safety measure. But to me, an innocent bystander who just happened to be transmigrated into a villain's body, Lumia's methods appeared cruel beyond reproach. She was using her status to extort what she wanted. In the novel, her revenge was supposed to be a way of guiding and enlightening the villainous quartet, but frankly, I couldn't help but find her actions rather hypocritical. Anyway, that's just another reason to not get involved with that troublesome woman. Due to the sins I didn't even commit, I could have been killed by a bitter heroine today, so my antagonistic feelings were natural. This only strengthened my resolve to remain as a bystander. Since Lumia should want this betrothal contest to proceed as quietly and safely as possible, she could hardly harass a withdrawer indefinitely. Crash! At that moment, a massive thud echoed in the mountains as the tusk beast collapsed. There seemed to be at least 50 or more arrows embedded in its body. Such was the sad fate of a giant target. It looked more like a giant porcupine than a tusk beast. Ha ha, huff huff. They seemed very exhausted from the fight, as some collapsed onto the ground while breathing heavily. Truly, these guys owe their keep as the regretful trio. Much like the aftereffects of an accident, the disarray and terror bestowed by the deadly game of tag seemed to have finally caught up with them. Gasp. Is she insane? A giant monster at a noble's hunting event. Was she planning to get us killed? And then the moment the immediate crisis was solved, their spirit of cooperation also suffered a swift death as the fractures of their relationship led to another crisis. For villains, a crisis is, after all, their race and dared. Daron suddenly stood up and grabbed Blund's collar. Shut up, Blund. How dare you push me away and run? What? When did I ever do that? You fucker. Are you trying to deny it now? The loyal Moot has shown his true colors, and no, it's a misunderstanding. I would never do such a thing, as Daron and Blund were too preoccupied with their heated spat. Kyle, who had sneaked out of their sight, stealthily approached the tusked beast's corpse, grabbed the Winterfell crest tied at its tail, and began his mad dash. Thus the second game of tag began. Kyle, you traitorous bastard. Stop right now. We promised to offer the crest to Lord Daron, didn't we? Kyle, hand it over now. Both Daron and Blund chased after Kyle, yelling at the top of their lungs. Or Kyle used one of the most important skills as a villain, running away fiercely. Didn't Eldon himself say that you guys can't do shit after this contest? That's why. I shall become the son-in-law of the Grand Duke by any means necessary. Absolute chaos unfolded. This was the typical end of a group united solely by self-interest. Once the profit is made, and a greater opportunity presents itself, a group without any sort of loyalty would inevitably stab each other in the back. As such, while these villains continued to participate in the second round of the game of tag, I jumped down from the tree. Sigh, now that this situation is over, it should be a good time to head down the mountain. With a leisurely pace, I made my way towards the starting point. As I walked, I grabbed another fruit and took a bite out of it. Then when I reached the starting point, Kyle was kneeling on the ground with a vacant expression, picking up the pieces of something broken on the ground. Lumia and Gelwood were nowhere to be seen. Only a chilling silence remained in the desolated venue. Woo-woo. A cold breeze blew. Crunch. Taking a bite from my delicious fruit, I looked at Daron and Blund, who also seemed to be frozen in place, and asked, something happened. The mood here is rather off. The blazing sun soared across the midday sky. Growl. Outside the carriage, Rachel stroked her empty stomach. She had forgot to bring some snacks. For escort knights of nobles, sometimes it wasn't possible to have timely meals. They were tasked with ensuring their master's security at all times. As such, most favored light snacks as they waited for their masters to return home, so they could temporarily switch with another guard and eat. Thus, on days her master ventured out, Rachel would always carry some snacks. It had been a practice for years, and unless an urgent situation arose, she never forgot. But today she had absent-mindedly left without them. Of course, skipping a meal was common, and a mere hunger pang wouldn't impact a bodyguard's duties, but today, the hunger felt particularly severe. Perhaps it was because lately she had been managing to eat regularly since her employer, Eldon, had emphasized that a well-fed escort performed better. Breakfast and dinner were no issue since she could manage those alone in the annex. The problem was lunch, especially when taken with Lady Ariel. In the Grand Hall, it was considered improper for an escort to eat together with their master, so Rachel had planned on making a quick meal in the annex and returning, but as the saying goes, a villain's actions were unpredictable, and Rachel found herself joining their table. Even Lady Ariel herself had told her, "You can sit next to me," as she pulled a chair and patted the cushion with a starry look in her eyes. Because of this, Rachel had grown accustomed to eating all her daily meals on time. It was indeed an ironic situation, to think that she would forget her long-standing habit just because she managed to eat on time for a few days. Gurgle. At the entrance of the snowy mountains, a total of 4 carriages were stationed. They all belonged to the 4 finalists, and each one of them had a couple of knights as an escort. As lunchtime passed, they began to pull out snacks one by one to sate their hunger. They ate dried meats, fruits, small candies, and all manner of light snacks. As she watched this scene, Rachel couldn't help but feel her own hunger deepen as she looked towards the mountains. Squinting her gaze, Rachel then spotted Eldon descending the mountain path. Scrunch, scrunch, with brisk steps, Eldon soon reached the carriage. "Welcome back, my lord. You must have worked hard." "Ha, working hard. Let's just go, Rachel, as you wish." As she raised her head in response to his call, something flew towards her. Thump, she caught it. It was a fruit that contained a deep red color. With a puzzled look, Rachel glanced at Eldon, who was casually chewing on the same type of fruit he had thrown at her. "You must be hungry, so eat this. They are quite tasty." "My lord, did you bring this especially for me?" Rachel couldn't help but ask as she looked at Eldon's retreating figure. "Well, I noticed you didn't have your snack pouch. And what good is a knight who's too hungry to fight? Besides, who knows what might happen on our way to Winterfell?" Rachel looked at Eldon with a bewildered expression. What was her lord planning? Why would he do such a thing? Lately, he seemed to be acting strangely, and now he was even showing care for the hunger of a low-born knight. Usually, her lord wouldn't even bother with wild fruits, even if he was hungry, and he would never care for her needs. Eldon was an individual whose own needs always came first and above all. He was someone who didn't know the meaning of caring for others. Wasn't there a saying, when a person starts doing things they have never done before, their days must be numbered? Could it be that he's received some terminal diagnostic? Dismissing such thoughts, Rachel looked at the fruit in her hand. It was a familiar fruit to her, who had fought numerous battles in the Northern Territory. This fruit was known as roseapple, and it only grew in some parts of the northern mountains. From what Rachel remembered, the fruit had a sweet and juicy flesh that was both firm and soft. Crunch. As she bit into it, she experienced something long forgotten. During those dark times, the wars always brought a wave of famine, and these rose apples not only quenched her hunger, but also washed away the deep fatigue she had with their refreshing and sweet taste. Of course, the experience of eating such fruits at the brink of starvation was something incomparable, so Rachel chewed on the rose apple without much expectation. However, how does it taste? Do you like it? Strangely, it tasted exactly the same as those she had eaten back then. It tasted just like what she had during those periods of dire hunger. It's delicious. This had been the first taste of kindness this lone knight had experienced in her life, though Rachel herself didn't realize it. After her father's death, Rachel had only known difficulties and ridicule. Well, don't just stand there. Since the contest ended early, we should get some training done, teacher. Yes, thus, the carriage carrying both student and teacher returned to the Grand Duchy, transmigrated into a tragic romance fantasy. Crunch, munch, munch. Inside the carriage heading towards the Grand Duchy, only two types of sounds could be heard, the sounds of two people eating their fruit. As I stared at the frozen landscape beyond the carriage's window, I became lost in thought. After a while, I managed to piece together the situation. It seemed that Lumia had thrown the crest Kyle had recovered onto the ground and left the venue. She simply left, forgetting about her promise of rewarding the winner. That meant she must be furious. I somewhat expected a negative reaction from her. After all, her ultimatum had failed. Especially since she went as far as confessing her love to an enemy. Her pride must have taken a severe blow. However, that neither changed my decision to remain as a withdrawer, nor did it convince me to repent for the sins I didn't commit. While I felt sorry for her, it would be much better for the both of us if she focused on those three instead of obsessing over a harmless bystander. Thankfully, her actions until now have given me a good pretext to use against her in the future. However, I sincerely hope that it wouldn't reach such a point. What Lumia needs to understand is that human nature can change. Even if the very heavens deny such truth, a resolved human could prove them wrong with his change. If she couldn't understand that an innocent soul had been transmigrated into this body, then she would need to understand that people can change. Of course, I didn't wish for all her plans to fail just because of me, but I refused to be dragged into that mess. I had no desire to pay for the karma that wasn't mine, so my main goal wasn't to be deliberately antagonistic. I was merely struggling to not bite the baits she had thrown, and if this enraged her, well, so be it. There's no need to stage a complicated farce just to appease her. The moment my shallow act would be seen through, the moment I showed any weakness, she would become relentless in her pursuit. Therefore, I would show her the sincere personality of the man known as Lee Jun-woo. And if this change in character cracked her sky open, then it wouldn't be my problem, but hers. For most, being transmigrated into a villainous character was a good trade-off. But for the possessor, whose main objective was simply to have a good and happy life, this was nothing but a curse. So my plans wouldn't change. If she starts pelting me with arrows, I'll seek cover. If she uses the sun to scorch me, I'll unfold a parasol. And if she unleashes a typhoon, then I'll retreat into a cave and wait for the storm to die out. By enduring, dodging, and being patient, I would see the end of this betrothal contest, and then we would go our separate ways. My lord, what are you pondering over so deeply? I must have been lost in thought for a long while if Rachel felt the need to call me out of my reverie. Just some random matters. Rachel held up the fruit's core as she thanked me. Since I didn't offer her the fruit seeking her gratitude, I simply nodded. But Rachel then said, "My lord, may I ask you something?" "Sure, you've been quite strange lately." I'm tired of hearing that question. Next one, please." Rachel became utterly perplexed at my little jest, and I couldn't help but snicker at her reaction. "Heh, just kidding. Can I take this as you being interested in your disciple, teacher? For educational purposes, yes. Then what do you think, teacher? Does the change in your disciple seem sincere?" Just as I asked this, a strange feeling bubbled within me. I quickly realized this feeling was the frustration that had been slowly building up till now. The frustration of realizing that no matter how many times I yell the truth, no one would believe that I, Jun-woo, am stuck in this predicament. As I felt ashamed for asking such a foolish question, I was about to switch topics when, yes, an unexpected reply came from Rachel. I honestly expected something like an "I'm not sure," so this caught me off guard, and Rachel herself said so without hesitation. "Really?" I let something uncool slip out. Rachel fiddled with the fruit's core as she continued. "At least for now, the annex has become a peaceful place. Even the maids and other servants now have smiles on their faces. It's almost as if another person has taken over your past self. Naturally, the annex where the original Eldon stayed was enveloped in a constant storm of chaos. There wasn't a single day without shouting, screaming, or turmoil. And most of the time, the poor maids were the ones dealing with the aftermath. Despite not being responsible for these deeds, I couldn't help but turn my face away, looking at the carriage's window instead. "That's good to hear, my lord. May I inquire about the reason for your change?" "The reason? I wasn't an evil man who repented his past deeds and sought to turn a new leaf, nor do I have some grand reason, so while I looked at the dazzling white expanse, I answered her. I just want to have a good life. My past life was akin to a dark dungeon, where I constantly yearned for a little bit of light. A life that, no matter how much I sought that little speck of light, I would only get enshrouded in more darkness. But now, I have the opportunity to settle old debts and have a bright future." So I answered her, telling Rachel my sincere wish, and once again she surprised me with her response. "Isn't she being particularly friendly today?" My gruff teacher, who could go an entire day without saying a single sentence, had suddenly become a chatterbox. Since I wasn't one to wallow for long, I felt the need to throw a joke so I could lighten the mood. But then Rachel looked at me with a cold and contemptuous gaze, lifting her sword towards my chest, forcing me to once again look at the window. "That hasn't changed." "Ah, I see. Well, at least she's very honest, isn't she?" Glance. Because of Eldon's evaluation, Ariel skipped her lunch and was currently engrossed in her reading when she lifted her head. Then she looked towards the empty seat opposite her. That had been Eldon's seat since they met. But why did seeing this empty seat make her feel so hollow? That seat had always been empty since she started visiting the library, so why was she feeling this strange urge to have someone there? Why was she waiting for someone to show up today when she knew no one would? Ariel couldn't understand her feelings. After staring blankly at the empty seat for a few moments, she focused on her book once more. It's ridiculous to think that only a handful of days had passed since she had a fateful encounter. How laughable. Maybe tomorrow I'll be able to read with Eldon again. It was utterly bizarre. Slapping her cheeks, Ariel tried to focus on her book. Swish, 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 glance. However, without noticing it, her gaze would always wander towards the library's entrance. And in those times, she could almost see Eldon, holding a book she had recommended, approaching. Then he would sit down sharing how fascinating the book was and how it had moved him. After that, he would ask for more recommendations, saying the exact words she longed to hear. Ariel shook her head. Really? Her imagination was so overactive today. Perhaps he should stop reading for today. Ariel realized that having a reading buddy to share her thoughts was as much pleasurable as reading an excellent novel. She had come to know the joys of recommending books and hearing the impressions on her recommendations. While it's true that Eldon had been her classmate and they had met by chance, such a relationship was fated to be fleeting. It would be unreasonable to expect something more from it. Besides, didn't I tell him about the Duchess' confession? He should be doing his best in the evaluation by now. But now, why did she feel a slight regret as she stared at the empty seat before her? Why would she feel hollow while staring at the empty seat, which had stood as such for weeks before their encounter? I'm being silly. Her actions this morning were born from the honest desire to repay the happiness he had granted her, not out of a lingering regret or disappointment. She just wanted to help Eldon and the Duchess. Now, all that was left for Eldon was to become the Duchess' husband and achieve the glory that many only dreamed of. They lived in different worlds. Their standing wasn't the same, and now it was time for Ariel to return to her place. Eldon would become the Grand Duke's son-in-law, and she would return to being a lone bookworm confined in a silent library. But Ariel still harbored a selfish but innocent wish. Maybe we could still read together until the grand ducal betrothal is over. That was her hope, but Ariel quickly realized it was a vain one. That's not going to happen, right? The only reason Eldon could afford to spend time in the library was because he was a withdrawer. Now that he would be seriously competing in the contest, he wouldn't be able to waste time reading novels as he prepared for the upcoming events and evaluations. The Duchess had been kind enough to embrace him, despite his lack of qualifications. Once the betrothal contest ended, Eldon would become part of the Winterfell family, and they may never meet again, so it would be for the best if Ariel returned to her old routine as fast as possible. She would return to those lonely days. Sigh, although such a notion was disappointing, what could she do about it? Losing her recently acquired reading buddy was sad, but it was for the best. Honestly, with the odds stacked in his favor, it would make no sense for him to continue as a withdrawer. No, that would be it. Even if she was sad about it, what could Ariel even do? Nothing. Indeed, she would simply continue reading her books. Yeah, with such thoughts, Ariel resumed her reading, when she heard people around the library murmuring that Kyle Beelan had won the second evaluation. As soon as she heard this, Ariel's legs twitched beneath the table. The people were saying that Kyle had scored the highest in the evaluation. Fool, did you lose? Transmigrated into a tragic romance fantasy. While the betrothal contest is like a festival, since she had always spent her days in the library, Ariel was oblivious to it. but the Grand Ducal Betrothal Contest was the greatest festival in the northern regions. Because of her focus, most sounds were simply registered as white noise when she read. However, everyone in the north was interested in the betrothal contest. Only now did Ariel feel a portion of the people's fervor for such an event, and there's so many people here. Now she was amid that fervor. In the central plaza leading to the Grand Castle, the finalists' carriages were arriving. All sorts of people had gathered here, creating a crowd just so they could catch a glimpse of the finalists. Among this crowd stood Ariel. How she had ended up here was a mystery. Indeed, it was almost as if she had a gap in her memories. Ariel herself didn't know why she was there. She had been swept away by the crowd's excitement and ended up also heading towards the central plaza, but now that she was here, Ariel was clueless. Lord Daron's golden hair shines brighter than the wheat fields during the harvest season. HMPH, so what? Lord Blund is clearly the most handsome. Kaya, I can't believe I'm seeing him. I've been waiting for so long. You are all delusional. Lord Kyle is clearly the better match. His deep dark eyes are entrancing. Once you look into them, you become lost in it. Of course, most of those who gathered were women, and naturally they were infatuated with the concept of romance. But for Ariel, who had a good relationship with her maids, this atmosphere wasn't unfamiliar. After all, the maids were pretty vocal about their favored candidates. The only thing that saddened her was that, among this chatter, no one talked about Eldon. At that moment, Ariel understood. Her maids never even considered Eldon as a candidate. Unlike the other candidates who all had spotless reputations, Eldon's was rock bottom. Ariel also knew how the people commonly referred to Eldon the drunkard, the wastrel, the barbarian. She remembered when Eldon introduced himself to the class, the other classmates all whispered tales about his infamy. That's him. He's the heir of a count's family, the drunkard of Raphaelian. No, not just a drunkard. I heard he's a complete wastrel. Wastrel, PFF, more like a barbarian. Back then, when she heard them speaking, was all she thought, brushing these comments off, because Ariel was certain that their paths would never cross. And so, well, he's a bit scary. And with this thought, she moved on. As she predicted, during her academy days, they had never interacted. So Ariel graduated from the academy with no particular ties to anyone, and the existence known as Eldon Raphaelian simply became a forgotten memory. No, not just Eldon, but most of the events that transpired in the academy also suffered the same fate. Had Ariel never encountered Eldon on that day, she would have simply brushed off any sort of comments once again, because it was natural for a person like him to be badmouthed. However, the problem was that years had passed since the academy, and the current Eldon was completely different from his past self. Although she had only been with him for a few days, Ariel could see that Eldon was abstaining from alcohol and violence, which used to be his preferred vices. The way that he allows his knight to eat at his table also shows how his treatment of commoners has changed. Moreover, Eldon preferred the company of a good book over other carnal pleasures. He even set off plans for his future and worked to realize them. They haven't seen the new Eldon. Of course, before reuniting with Eldon, whenever there was a heated debate about his selection as a finalist, Ariel would have the exact same reaction when people discussed the Duchess' unusual tastes. I don't care about it. It was more productive to simply read another line of her book than to worry about someone's prospective husband. Her energy would be better spent in reading novels than hearing about such pointless matters. Yet as she now watched the people's reactions, Ariel thought it was a bit too much for them to ignore Eldon. Of course, she was also aware of how ironic her current feelings were. After all, they had only met for a few days, and she didn't consider herself to be such a close friend of his to have the right to be upset in his stead. She was just a reading companion who shared a love for pure literature, after all. Regardless, I dunno. Well, since she was here already, Ariel thought she might as well see him and then head back. And if the scores of the second evaluation are more important, then isn't Kyle on the leadership? Of course, without official information, opinions on the victor varied, but there was no news of Eldon's victory among them. But Ariel remembered Urencia's words, if Eldon puts in the effort, he will surely win. That's what she had told Ariel. Since this evaluation was supposed to be a physical test, Ariel believed that Eldon would surely win. Her belief was well-founded. Wasn't Eldon always the first one? Physical education. During their academy days, this subject tested the students' physical abilities, and Eldon had always been at the top with an overwhelming performance. His reflexes, strength, and endurance were all significantly higher than those of his classmates, and since some of his classmates were now the finalists as well, Ariel was certain of his victory. That is why she was confused. Perhaps he did win. While Kyle's victory was the most mentioned topic, some people also said that Daron or Blund had been the victors, so Ariel couldn't dismiss the possibility of Eldon winning. Perhaps it was her impatient heart wanting to confirm this that had led her here. At that moment, the plaza suddenly became noisy. A carriage had entered through the north gate of Winterfell. The carriage stopped in front of the Grand Duchy's founder, the first ruler of Winterfell Rocktad. Caught up in the crowd's fervor, Ariel was also dragged closer to the plaza. She groaned as some people pushed her. Oh my gosh, who do you think it is? I hope it's Lord Daron. Of course not, it must be Lord Kyle. After all, the victor is always the first to arrive. Don't be ridiculous, can't you see the noble features behind that curtain? That can only be Lord Blund. As the women tried to guess the identity of the candidate inside the carriage, Ariel also caught herself wishing to see who it was. However, she also wished she didn't have to feel like being squashed by the multitude of people. Click, the coachman then turned the carriage's door handle. All eyes were focused on this singular moment. Soon, the door opened, and an awkward silence spread across the central plaza, because a man with long, jet-black hair, crimson eyes, and a relaxed face while chewing on a fruit appeared. And then, Eldon. In the midst of that silence, a single shout echoed. While I can certainly feel the romance of a carriage's ride, it was also terribly inconvenient. Still, I suppose I should get used to this. After all, during my culinary journey, I might be forced to endure long travels in a carriage. Creak. Fortunately, before I could make a cheeky joke to Rachel, the carriage stopped before the central plaza leading to the Grand Castle. From what I could hear, there seemed to be quite the crowd gathered here. My lord, we have arrived. Amen. Good work. As the coachman opened the carriage's door and greeted me, I took a peek outside, curious to see what this commotion was about. The central plaza was bustling with numerous women. Are they fans? Of course, no one in their right mind would cheer for a wastrel like me. They must be here for the regretful trio. After all, their faces are truly top-notch, just like any other romance fantasy leads. Just when I was about to step down the carriage, Eldon, a voice called out to me. I do have a female fan after all. As I scanned the crowd, looking for the one who called out my name, I managed to find her squeezed among the crowd. A slender woman with golden hair stylished into a bun. Ariel, shouldn't she be in the library right now? Why was she here? And she was surrounded by several servants of the Grand Palace, no less. Waving my hand awkwardly to her, Ariel began to make her way out of the crowd. Right, just hold on a moment, this shouldn't take long. Rachel also stepped out of the carriage and waited as I faced Ariel. Meanwhile, the other carriages arrived, diverting the crowd's attention. As expected, no one was here for me, except, of course, this bun-haired lady. Well, what brings you here? How was the evaluation? Did you win? So this little bookworm took time off her reading to check on me. A mischievous grin made its way towards my face as I tried to prank her. I expected her to be pleased. The cheerful face she had on this morning was still vividly fresh in my memory. If she started to celebrate, I would tease her by saying I actually lost. That would be a minor revenge. On my part, since her actions this morning almost strengthened the curse. However, contrary to my expectations, Ariel's expression became a bit weird. Her lips, which should have been smiling brightly, were pressed into a thin line, and her eyes, which should have been sparkling with joy, were trembling. Truly, what an odd reaction. Why, you really won. Her reaction made me forget my planned prank. Since my little prank caused this, I was the one who should fix it. Sorry, it was a joke. I actually lost. Kyle is the winner. What? Immediately after, some of her cheer returned. Her awkwardly parted lips now curved into a beautiful arc. Her trembling eyes now lit up with delight. That was the exact opposite reaction I anticipated. Today's Ariel was utterly unpredictable. Opening her mouth, she asked with a slightly worried tone. So you lost? Seriously, I didn't even want to participate in the first place. My honest response seemed to surprise her. Now I was the one getting confused here. Then Ariel began to fiddle with her fingers as she said, will you be coming to the library tomorrow? There was no reason for me to change my routine. No storm would be able to shake this deep-rooted tree, especially after I found myself a little place filled with peace and quiet. I would continue following my training regime and reading time. After all, this was the life Li Junwu always dreamed of, so I nodded my head, of course. Ariel beamed at this moment. Her smile could melt the coldest of glaciers. Yes, so. I'll see you tomorrow. Bye. Well, sure, I'll see you tomorrow then. Transmigrated into a tragic romance fantasy. Whoosh thud swoosh thud. After a quick meal, Rachel followed Eldon towards the training grounds where they engaged in an intense spar. Today's session wasn't much different from the first. Like then, this session was mostly focused on practical training. As such, both teacher and student were exchanging blows. However, something had changed drastically. None of my previous tricks were working. As she repeated the same attack pattern from the first session, Rachel found all her blows being blocked, and Eldon even had some breathing room to throw a counter or two, which she narrowly dodged. Moreover, the glint in his eyes was that of an intelligent beast, seeking any openings in his prey. His blows, once thrown recklessly, were now planned. His shoulders, once stiff, were now flexible. Even his footwork had become varied, a far cry from his old straightforward approach. This was something truly peculiar. Rachel had never seen him practice after their first spar. He didn't have the time between his reading or other daily activities. For years, Rachel had watched over her lord. His technique was that of a hooligan. She even wondered about that sometimes. He never seems to improve. Just as one would improve their cooking by practicing it every day, a person's martial skills would also be honed with proper practice. Like a baby who would go from crawling around to running in some time, everything should naturally improve with practice. But Eldon defied this natural law. He was nothing but a brute, mindlessly brawling. Of course, it wasn't like he didn't improve at all, but if one were to consider how much he fought, his progress was simply abysmal. That is why the current situation made no sense for Rachel. Furthermore, she didn't teach him anything special during their first training. She simply beat him up in order to gauge his level. Truthfully, their first session was more of a teacher beating some sense into her student than actually training him. But was it possible that he managed to learn something profound from that short spar? What is happening? With this level of skill, her lord could easily win an amateur fighting contest. His noticeable improvement and the new glint in his eyes were simply outstanding. What on earth could have caused such change? Perhaps he had consumed some sort of a miraculous elixir. If one were to compare his current progress, it was akin to a baby who went from crawling to leaping around in a matter of days. Perhaps it's just a matter of willpower. That could be possible. Previously, her lord fought simply for the sake of it, a legitimate battle-hungry fool. But now he harbored a will to learn. His innate senses and talents must have merged with his newfound will, catalyzing an explosive growth. Of course, it was too early to draw conclusions. What remained to be seen was if his growth simply happened because his potential was already reached, or if it would continue to happen. Nevertheless, this is rather fun. When others managed to learn new things in a few attempts, Rachel had to try hundreds of thousands of times because of her limited talent. The Purple Knight. It took her a whole 10 years to earn that title. Despite enduring hardships hundreds, no, 1,000 times more than others, she could never become the greatest knight in the kingdom. But ironically, the woman herself never considered the cause of this being her sex. A woman's natural weakness could be overcome by mana. She simply lacked natural talent. Rachel was a genius of effort. As such, she would never become anything more than the Purple Knight, and she had to be content with that. After all, while effort helped a great deal, it would never cover the gap of true talent. And it wasn't until much later in her life that Rachel realized how foolish she had been to struggle against this natural law. Could that be why? If he keeps up, her curiosity was certainly piqued. Until now, Eldon had fought without even realizing his innate talents, just like how Rachel blindly threw herself into battle without having a single shred of natural talent. They were similar yet different, but given their natural inclination for practice rather than theory, something special might be born during their training sessions. Maybe, if his growth keeps up, could Eldon manage to also push her to break past her limits? All of a sudden, hope bloomed in the knight's heart. Of course, whether his growth would be a fleeting lightning strike or a persistent rain remained to be seen. Whoosh, rah Rachel, thud swoosh. Unknowingly, power surged through Rachel's body. Her usual light punches now became heavy and her speed increased drastically. Her usually sharp eyes became slightly dulled as Rachel became utterly engrossed in thought. As her power grew, Eldon cried out to her, trying to spare himself from a merciless beatdown. But Rachel's ears were closed shut. Oi, swoosh, thump, teacher, swoosh, bang, gah. Eventually, Eldon's defense cracked and a blow struck him square in the chest. The poor student was flung back, sent sprawling on the ground. Thud. Even then, Rachel's eyes remained unfocused. It hurts, seriously, it hurts like hell. It started as a light spar, since we were simply trying to review the first session. But at some point, Rachel's punches started to increase in power, and it ended with me getting the taste of a genuine punch from her. By the time I had realized that, I was already sprawled on the ground. Since today's training took place in the outdoor training ground, I could see the clear sky. It was such a beautiful blue sky. At least I put up a good fight. While I felt like I'd been hit by a truck, the fact that I managed to last 3 minutes against Rachel, compared to the less than a minute timing from last time, was an achievement in itself. That must be why, despite the horrible pain in my chest, I was smiling. Even when I was drenched in sweat, I felt fresh as if I was soaring through the skies. During our first spar, I had been completely out of my depth. I was too busy defending her blows to think of anything else, but this time, not only did I have some breathing room, but also could I even see glimpses of an opportunity to counterattack. My progress was noticeable. Although I tried to remember what I had experienced in the first round, I'm sure I've gained much more from this round. As I managed to prop myself up, Rachel still seemed a bit out of her mind. Teacher, wasn't that a bit too much for a beginner like me? As the teacher had been rightfully rebuked by her student, she had finally come to her senses and looked at the student sitting on the ground. Ah, I apologize, I don't know what came over me. Did you just get enlightened or something? No, I raised one arm since my chest was incredibly painful and my legs were shaky, I couldn't stand. Well, if you're sorry, then at least help me up. Even though she had come to her senses, Rachel still seemed a bit off. Just when I was about to give up and try to stand on my own, she approached. Yes, her response was a bit delayed. What had got her so pensive, I wondered. Just as Rachel had gripped my hand tightly and put strength into it, I smirked. It's vengeance, teacher. During our first spar, she had admonished me to never be caught off guard, always be prepared for a surprise attack. Thus, I would simply show her that I hadn't forgotten those precious teachings. Undoubtedly, the greatest joy for a teacher is to witness their disciple effectively utilizing the lessons taught. Of course, I didn't expect her to actually fall for my transparent tackle. Rachel's reflexes were superhuman after all. Gathering my strength and infusing all the spite a seasoned PvP player might cultivate after losing a series of competitive matches, I immediately hooked Rachel's leg. But then, contrary to my expectations, the leg hook was successful. Rachel didn't react. The initiated tackle couldn't be stopped now, even when I hurriedly tried to let go of her hand. If I continued, I was sure something regrettable would happen. However, Rachel didn't loosen her grip. Our eyes met. A delayed realization dawned in her eyes. At that moment, she released her hand, but the situation was already heading towards the inevitable. We both fell over, and I ended up on top of Rachel. As her brain caught up to the situation, her brows furrowed. We were close enough to hear each other's breathing. It was quite a soft, no, quite a squishy, not that either, a poignant moment as the teacher and student looked at each other. "My lord, please keep your distance. How can my knight protect me if she's too far away? I can protect you from this distance. I've told you numerous times by now, Rachel. I didn't know you'd get caught by that. Is that so? And it was you who didn't let go of my hand. I definitely tried to let go of mine, I see." Throughout our return to the annex, I argued with Rachel. No matter how many times I explained the situation to her, she didn't seem to hear it. That wasn't part of my plan. I obviously thought I could avoid it. And the moment I hooked her leg, I tried to roll away while releasing her hand. It's not that I didn't try to let go. It felt unfair. Ever since our first sparring session, I keep finding myself in these situations. I simply used your teachings, teacher. I've never taught you to use your blunders as a way to fulfill your desires, but there aren't any such desires. Yes, I understand. No, you don't. Eventually, I gave up on trying to convince her. Rachel's stubbornness was truly legendary. As we maintained a distance between us, we arrived at the annex. The sun was already setting. Today has been a tiring day. Now, the perfect way to end this day would be to have a bath, eat some dinner, and fall asleep while reading the newest novel Ariel had recommended to me. Unfortunately, Rendler came rushing at us as if something bad had happened. "My lord, where have you been? You weren't at the training grounds." Since the guards weren't training today, I was at the outdoor training grounds." Why? Is there someone waiting for me inside the annex by any chance?" Judging by Rendler's expression, something must have happened at the annex while I was outside, so I joked. "Her Grace, the third Northern Duchess, waited for your return for quite some time, my lord, but she left you a note." What? My eyes twitched as I heard Rendler's reply. I took the note from him. Luckily, it didn't seem to be a cursed artifact like the one I had sealed. It was just a note, roughly folded. From this note's state, I could already imagine her mood. "So what's this?" "I do not know, my lord. I was simply instructed to deliver this to you." So after taking a deep breath, I unfolded the note. "Northwest end of the Grand Ducal Castle, to the Garden of Eternal Winter." Perhaps this was a challenge, transmigrated into a tragic romance fantasy. The Garden of Eternal Winter. Within the Grand Duchy existed a garden where the snow never melted. As such, the place had earned its name from that eternal frost. It quickly became a symbol of the Grand Duchy's pride. Naturally, the only ones who could enter the garden were the Grand Duke's family or those invited by them. For the Grand Ducal family of Winterfell, trespassing this sacred space could literally cost someone their head. Therefore, security was tight. Scrunch, scrunch. And I was currently heading there. Although the heroine eventually left, the fact that I was invited by her made me walk with ease. I didn't even bring a knight for escort. There was no need for that. This would grant me the opportunity to be quick and decisive. That was my response to her challenge. Now, why would Lumia do this? In the novel, she said that those who sincerely repent would be granted freedom. That's what I did. I did a self-reflection and concluded that a wastrel like me wasn't worthy of the Grand Ducal family. Thus, I chose to forget about such aspirations and simply disappear. I was completely sincere about it, because the character known as Eldon Raphelion was without a doubt a villain. Wasn't there also that line saying she would never become obsessed with revenge? Well, I understand that because of my actions, things may have changed, but taking away my peaceful night's rest is a bit too much. No matter how high in the hierarchy the third Northern Duchess was, she had no right to disrupt the rest of a participant who had declared his withdrawal, even if said participant was a count's son from a fallen house. Besides, until now I had only participated in the contest to fulfill the slightest obligation I had, and the only reason I even bothered to stay here was so troublesome grudges wouldn't threaten my future culinary journey. But if they wished to force my hand, then there's no reason to be polite either. Anyway, that's why I didn't refuse her challenge. After having her heartfelt confession ignored, she sent an invitation to the forbidden territory known as the Garden of Eternal Winter. Rather than letting this troublesome scenario continue, it would only be right, as the decent party, to give her a proper rejection. So you came. As I reached the garden's entrance, I could see a towering wooden wall securing the area, making the garden's interior completely obscured from view. If I died there, I don't think someone would ever find my corpse. This supposed sacred place was giving an eerie vibe. Gelwood, who stood at the entrance, bowed to me. It seemed odd that he, rather than a guard, was standing there, but it worked out better for me, so I approached him with a smile. The Duchess invited me to the Garden of Eternal Winter. Indeed, she has been waiting for you. And what sort of business does she have with me, a mere withdrawer, to invite me to this sacred place? Gelwood sighed as he shook his head. This poor advisor also seemed frustrated with Lumia's antics. Just yesterday, he was supporting me with a kind smile, but now he looks like an overworked salaryman. He must be very stressed. A man of Gelwood's insight must know that obsession tends to ruin things. While Lumia's first note could be overlooked, her other actions could cause severe damage to the sacred festival of the Grand Ducal Betrothal, especially the way she acted when Kyle won the second evaluation. If anyone else but her had smashed the Winterfell's crest, the poor sod would be lacking a neck by now. I'm not sure as well, my lord. I was merely ordered to guide you. Is that so? Shall we proceed then? As Gelwood stepped towards the garden's entrance, I merely stood there with my hands clasped behind my back, lost in thought. As he turned back, Gelwood's expression looked confused. "Aren't you coming?" Instead of answering him, I simply smiled. As the sunset faded, the twilight's dim shroud fell upon the north. Inside the Garden of Eternal Winter, Lumia Winterfell put on her white fox mask. A deep sigh escaped her lips. Yet instead of quenching the turmoil inside her, her emotions only became more chaotic. Losing her reason, she stormed into Eldon's annex. My Duchess, please restrain yourself." Gelwood's pleas fell into deaf ears as Lumia entered the annex. Her fury left her on the brink of madness. Even when she withstood her rising disgust and wrote that confession, Eldon expressed his rejection. As he nonchalantly walked down the mountain munching on a blasted fruit, it should have been an irresistible temptation. It should have been a certain conclusion. As such, Lumia didn't doubt for a second that her plan would succeed. However, her second failure only increased the intensity of her grudge. Lumia was furious. Everything had gone wrong because of Eldon. And with each day, this tangled conundrum seemed utterly hopeless. It was sickening. She had been made a fool once again. Her body trembled with shame. Her insides twisted with humiliation. For Lumia, who had never failed to solve a problem, these repeated failures presented an unbearable despair. Her mind felt devastated and her body seemed to be breaking down, so much so that she who never knew surrender wanted to give up. Rational thinking became difficult. Her emotions overtook her, and impulsive actions had become her norm. And eventually, my Duchess, forgive my presumptuousness, but your recent actions have been completely inappropriate. She had ended up being scolded by her father's advisor, Gelwood, all because she made the impulsive action of throwing the family's crest onto the ground, shattering both her family's prestige and her promise to the victor. Even if Lumia had 10 mouths, she still wouldn't be able to explain herself. Because her actions were indeed wrong. However, Lumia knew that if the same situation happened again, she wouldn't be able to contain herself. Just seeing Eldon made her blood boil. Her anger was so great that should she be able to reverse the time, Lumia would surely rush towards him and slap his face until her anger cooled down. That annoying, disgusting, infuriating. Stomp, Lumia stomped her heel on the wooden bridge. SHHH thud, the snow that was piled on the railing slid off. Perhaps my entire premise is flawed. It was a hypothesis that presented no solution. Because if her entire premise was flawed and Eldon's change wasn't a lie, then there's nothing she could do about it. Perhaps that was the truth. No, that can't be right. It shouldn't be possible. Stomp. Lumia stomped her heel once more. She absolutely refused to consider the possibility that she had been wrong since the start. Since that would mean all her efforts were now in vain, and all her future plans would be disrupted. The young researcher desperately hoped her premise was indeed correct. Or perhaps does he know of my disguise? If Eldon somehow found out that Lumia Winterfell and Orencia Velrock were the same person, he could have foreseen this situation and planned his withdrawal. It was a plausible hypothesis, but his actions were too relaxed. Eldon had no sense of crisis. He even seemed to enjoy his stay in the Grand Duchy, thus making the previous hypothesis unlikely to be true. Sigh. Regardless, simply pondering about the problem wouldn't grant her any answers. Lumia had no choice but to confront him and find the truth. If necessary, she would even reveal her face. Due to the chilly weather, the long sigh Lumia exhaled turned into a white vapor that floated away. That's when it happened. Scrunch, scrunch. The sound of someone walking over the snow echoed from behind her, so Lumia straightened herself and collected her tangled thoughts. Only then did she turn around. My Duchess. The sound had been a bit awkward since those footsteps belonged to only one person instead of two, and it was a sound she had grown familiar with. What, and why are you here alone? Ah, that's because only Gelwood stood inside the Garden of Eternal Winter. And as he approached her, Gelwood cautiously handed her a single note. Lord Eldon delivered me this at the entrance before he left. I'm sorry, Your Grace, no matter how I tried to persuade him, he simply said this was his best effort. His best effort. Those were his words. Lumia received the note. What could possibly be written inside it to be considered his best effort? Her anger lit once more. Lumia tore the note open, and she read it. I'm terribly sorry for replying with a note like this. I hope you can understand that this is the best I can do. He's sorry, really. I heard you were waiting at the annex. I should have met with you, but my training delayed me. All that time he was just training. He's thankful, then why did you lose the second evaluation? But after reflecting on my past, I have humbly relinquished the chance of a betrothal with you, my Duchess, who is someone far beyond my standing. I know that already, but why did you give up? It's time for me to change. Though it may be a little late, I'm planning on wandering through this kingdom to rediscover myself. PFF, don't make me laugh. You think I don't know you're hiding your true intentions. Therefore I, Eldon Raphelian, through this letter, respectfully return the feelings you had so preciously conveyed to me. What? He's officially rejecting me. I appreciate your feelings, but I fear I cannot accept your love, Your Grace. What a minute. That confession was just a way to motivate you. It wasn't a serious confession. Why would I even confess to someone like you? I truly wish to convey this in person, but as Your Grace knows, I withdrew from the contest, and as such I do not wish to cause unnecessary trouble and misunderstandings with the other candidates. Therefore, my only option was to convey this message with the advisor's help. Please forgive me. No, when have you ever cared about harming others? You've always enjoyed it. So please do your best to forget about your feelings for me. Why you? There have never been any real feelings for you. I fear that fear what? What is he saying now? That should the people know that there was a predetermined candidate for the sacred Grand Ducal betrothal contest, it could bring dishonor to your family name. Something I'm sure the Grand Duke wouldn't desire. A predetermined candidate. Are you seriously this delusional over one confession note, like you could be a predetermined candidate? You're being way too presumptuous. You're nothing. Thus, I hope you have a peaceful night. Shudder. Withdrawer Eldon Raphelian. Lumia's hands, gripping the note, trembled violently. This time, yet again, the snake known as Eldon Raphelian slipped through her net. Worse yet, the deceitful snake had the gall to flick his tail to her as he escaped. And all Lumia could do was simply stare at it, run away, and rage. This refusal letter gave her no room for rebuttal. The letter was completely truthful, containing no loopholes for her to use. It's just that's not fair. It's not fair, not fair. She couldn't stand the fact her fake confession was taken seriously. Hadn't he realized that he almost made her vomit with frustration as he made that note, acting all proud for being the man bold enough to refuse a duchess confession? Russell, Your Grace. Lumia lifted the hem of her skirt as she dashed forward. She would correct his misunderstanding. However, Eldon, as she reached the garden's entrance, there was no sign of Eldon, not even his shadow. Ha. It was suffocating, it was humiliating. Lumia couldn't stand the feeling of powerlessness that came from being led around by him. Be it in the past or now, it was simply unbearable. Initially, she had the upper hand. But when did the tables turn? Since when had she been the one chasing after him? Just where did things go wrong? Why was the victim clinging to the abuser? It was complete and utter madness. In the end, the only thing Lumia could do now was rip. Tear the letter to shreds, rip it into pieces, just like she wanted to rip and tear him apart, so she proceeded to rip the letter until it turned into dust. Your Grace, rip. At the same time, Eldon leisurely returned to his annex as he looked at the night sky. Swoosh, then he saw a shooting star streak across the night. Oh, a shooting star. He quickly clasped his hands and began to make a cheerful wish, transmigrated into a tragic romance fantasy. What, didn't you hear it? I said, choose the one you like the most among the four of us. Like the most? That's impossible. Let me go, you bitch. Even a dumb whore like you can certainly appreciate the superior beauty of the Academy's quartet. I don't think she deserves us, but let's see who she chooses. I can't. Who could possibly like vile humans like you all? I don't want to choose. I don't. Thud, this bitch, seriously. She can't understand even the simplest thing, can she? Do you think we would let you stay quiet? Hey, Kyle, have you forgotten the fact that we must be chosen by the bitch? Right, I forgot. You're wise as always, Blund. Why are they doing this? Why are they calling me a bitch, when you don't even want to be chosen by me? Oi, Eldon, if you keep staying in the back, you might not end up being chosen. He's playing the strong and silent type. Right, Eldon, shouldn't you show the bitch your charms too, or are you that confident? I have no interest in these games. Tusk, this guy just doesn't know how to have fun. Come on, Erencia, just pick one already. The faster you do, the faster this will end, okay? Please, stop this. It's pointless anyways. No matter whom I choose, you'll just beat me anyway. Thud, it's not fun when you're like this, you know. Are you a masochist or something? You only learn when we hit you. How can you even survive in this world if you're so pathetic? Crack, my hand, it hurts. I get it now, I know already, so please stop hitting me. It hurts. It hurts so bad I want to die. Now choose who among us four is the most dashing. Zeldin Raphelian, PFFF, ha 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 ha. Goodness, did you hear that, Eldon? You managed to charm the bitch, heh, aren't you glad, Eldon, to be loved by a wrencher of all people, ha 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 ha. And no, it's not like that. I just didn't want to choose anyone else. I just picked him, because he doesn't hurt me. But, Eldon, you are as terrible as the others. You are all terrible, ha 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 ha. Hey Eldon, how much must she hate you, huh? To choose you like that? Yeah, I think she's throwing a tantrum because you didn't play with her. But when someone throws a tantrum, it's the responsibility of the adults to punish them, right? So come on, Eldon, discipline her. Don't look at me like that. I didn't choose you because I wanted to. I think you're disgusting. You make me want to puke. Thwack, Kaya, well done, Eldon. Damn, you need to join us more often. Look at that. If you all have had your fun already, let's go out. I heard a new brothel opened up and they had a lot of beast folk whores. Really? Let's go then. Always ends like this. When their toy becomes boring, they look for another one, and I am always left alone watching them walk away as my body throbs in pain, always too weak, always helpless. But now that I think about it, this was the second time you rejected me, wasn't it? Once as Arentia Velrock and once as Lumia Winterfell. Of course, both times were heartless situations without any sort of real feelings, things forced upon me, but nonetheless it is still disgusting. After all, I have been rejected by a villain like you, twice, someone who doesn't deserve an iota of love. Twice, haha, that's funny. Right, isn't it hilarious, Eldon? Ha 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 ha. What could have happened? Marian was the third Northern Duchess's handmaiden. Although a low-born, there was a reason someone like her had become Lumia's maid. Usually, the maids working for the nobles were typically of common birth. However, those who served the nobles and their family members as handmaidens or butlers were of lower nobility. It was customary for the daughters of barons, who had not yet entered into a betrothal, to serve as a handmaiden, and for the young lords as head butlers. Thus the fact Marian became a handmaiden was something exceptional. Logan, the Grand Duke, knowing full well the tendencies of most nobles, wished for his daughter to have a female knight or someone of higher birth as her handmaiden, but Lumia remained stubborn to the very end. The only one I need is Marian. It all happened because of a random encounter, a coincidence that led Marian to her position. After the accidental death of Ronica, Lumia's previous handmaiden, she continued her research alone, and one day, as Lumia carried some experimental tools, materials, and books, she bumped into a newly hired maid who was lost in the Grand Palace. At that moment, Marian sneaked a peek at the fallen book titles and the research materials and was able to deduce the nature of Lumia's experiments, catching her interest. Thus, their relationship began, and they quickly became inseparable. Both women were in sync. With just a single glance, they understood each other's intentions, and with a mere stretch of a hand, they knew what the other sought. Because of this, Marian was certain that something wrong had happened as soon as Lumia returned to her bedroom, and the handmaiden could bet all her savings that it must have something to do with Lord Eldon. Lately, all of her lady's thoughts were about him. Limp, Marian limped as she reached for the counter to prepare a cup of tea. Though she had healed enough and had returned the crutches, she had yet to remove the bandages. My lady, she had prepared Lumia's favorite brand, the Winter Blossom tea. Before receiving the cup, Lumia took off her mask and placed it on her bedside. Marian looked at her with a worried expression. Her lady's face was deathly pale. Please, my lady, have some tea. It's been days since her lady ate a proper meal, and her sleep had become troubled as well. Marian had never seen her lady look so troubled before, and this worried her. After handing over the tea, Marian placed the tray on the table and sat beside Lumia. Then, with a cautious tone, she asked, "My lady, what happened?" Lumia's lips opened and then closed. Theirs was a bond without falsehood, where nothing was hidden. As such, Marian was the only person who knew of Lumia's revenge plan and helped her lady with her counsel whenever necessary. Yet despite all of this, Lumia couldn't find the courage to speak about what had just happened. It was a shameful tale of how she had been led around, unable to solve a single mystery posed by Eldon Raphelian the Brute, of her own weakness and powerlessness when Lumia Winterfell had never once lost and failed before, and how her original intention to induce sincere repentance through guidance and enlightenment had slowly been replaced by foolish obsession and stubbornness. But she didn't know how to stop at this point. It was ironic. Lumia had been the one who wished for the villain's repentance and change more than anyone, but now she was the one who couldn't accept it. She couldn't say something so embarrassing and shameful. It was also beyond mortifying to have been rejected by a sworn enemy she had vowed revenge on. Of course, her confession wasn't real, merely a ploy to drag her prey into the pits of revenge, but now Lumia couldn't help but feel an inexplicable shame. It wasn't fair that he seemed to have taken her fake confession seriously and rejected her. Lumia was going mad just by imagining Eldon being proud of himself for having rejected the Duchess. She was frustrated. This had been a disgraceful and loathsome situation. and these feelings made the raging fire within her burn even brighter. Moreover, the spy who was following Eldon's moves always reported the same things. He would read books in the library and then train, and from the report, Eldon seemed to be doing these things wholeheartedly. He wasn't faking it, and to make matters worse, Lumia even received reports of Eldon's good deeds, even when no one was seeing it, picking up trash, organizing disarrayed items, repairing broken things, etc. The man abandoned all sorts of vices, focusing only on cultivating his mind and body. Sigh, a sigh deeper than the night flowed out. Following the sigh, Lumia sought to fill her emptiness with the sweet tea. The winter blossom tea, rumored to contain the essence of winter, was supposed to quell someone's burning heat. However, the flames of resentment inside Lumia hardly subsided. Lumia held the teacup, looking down at the liquid as she swirled it. Seeing her lady act like this, Marian opened her mouth. My lady, perhaps. It might be for the best if you accept his withdrawal. What? Look at you, my lady. Your complexion is horrible. Suddenly, Lumia turned her head and looked at the mirror at her bedside. There she saw a deathly pale woman, who seemed ready to collapse at any moment. I worry for you, my lady. At this rate, you might actually succumb. Shifting her gaze to Marian, Lumia forced a smile. But for the maid, that smile seemed more brittle and fragile than ever before. Don't worry. I'm not that weak, I know, my lady. You are stronger than anyone. It's just hard to see you struggle. Though it might be difficult, why not trust in Eldon's change just this once? Marian wouldn't be able to forget it. The moment she ran into Eldon, it wouldn't be an exaggeration to say it was a thrilling moment akin to colliding with death, and the same person who had helped her and then threatened her life should she reveal this occurrence. Their first meeting had been unlike anything Marian had heard of Eldon's usual behavior. He was the complete opposite of the rumors. The villain who wouldn't hesitate to abuse a maid just for displeasing him, who would beat something to an inch of their lives, that same person had helped her. Initially, Marian believed he had only helped her because the evaluators were watching, but there wasn't anyone around them at the time. Maybe he knew that she was the personal maid of the third Northern Duchess, and that's why his touch and gaze seemed so pure. If his good deed was planned, he would have wanted it to be known to those around him. But instead, he demanded silence. He seemed more worried that his good deed might become an annoying rumor that would stick to him. Should I tell her? For a moment, Marian considered revealing Eldon's kindness, but his threat was still effective, and speaking now seemed unlikely to improve the lady's condition. No, from the way her lady was behaving, it was likely that telling her would only strengthen her obsessive behavior. Thus, Marian found herself in a difficult situation, but she truly hoped her lady would acknowledge his change and return to her lively demeanor. However, the plea to recognize the change was utterly dismissed. No, with a firm response. Pardon, I can't trust it. Once the face-to-face meeting is held, it will all come out. No, I will make sure of it, definitely. Perhaps just speaking to the Grand Duke before then would be. No, this is my choice and I must see it through myself. That's the only way I'll be completely free. But Marian tried to persuade her, but Lumia had already put down her teacup and lay down on the bed. Pulling the quilt over her head, she turned away. Ultimately, Marian was forced to leave the bedroom, after putting the teacup back on the tray. Though saddened by the lady's brusque words, Marian knew all too well what made her impatient, what made her irrational, and had no choice but to withdraw, while hoping that, at the very least, her lady's night would be a little peaceful, transmigrated into a tragic romance fantasy. May is the month when the snow begins to melt, and it is a busy month for everyone, from adults to children. However, the busiest of them all would surely be the Grand Duke of Winterfell, Logan. This year had been especially hectic due to the Grand Ducal betrothal. As such, sleep became a luxury he couldn't afford. Managing the vast northern regions and honoring the long-standing traditions of his lineage were tasks of equal weight, though the former often demanded more immediate attention. It was a duty that required his personal oversight. For the latter, he left most proceedings in Gelwood's care, since the man had managed several successful betrothals. Of course, Your Grace. Logan did not miss out on receiving regular reports despite his tight schedule. Please have a seat. As Logan settled into his chair, Gelwood sat diagonally to his left. The unveiling ceremony will occur tomorrow. Previously, such meetings weren't that important. This betrothal was anything but usual, and this audience carried a unique significance and would be held in the Grand Duchy's main plaza. This event also served as the third Northern Duchess's first appearance to all her subjects, Lumia Winterfell. The event was carefully prepared for his youngest daughter's official debut. How are the preparations going? Good, my lord. We've already completed the preliminary arrangements. I see. I trust you will handle this perfectly. You flatter me, my lord. And that was the end of the report. Such was the confidence the Grand Duke had in his advisor. Then, after concluding his report, Gelwood brought up another matter, placing 4 papers on the table. These are the files you had asked me to investigate. Logan picked them up. Certificates, I see. They are not submitted by the candidates themselves, but officially issued by the Royal Academy. They cannot be falsified, so they all graduated top of their class. What about other personal details? Were they inaccessible as well? Yes. As you know, the Academy's regulations prevent the disclosure of student details to third parties, and in the case of the Royal Academy, no one except His Majesty the King has access. So essentially, we have no substantial information. My apologies, the Grand Duke had already expected this. Within the kingdom, the Academy was the only place that did not discriminate based on social status, making it a sanctuary of sorts and thus inherently secretive. A place free from external pressures due to one's birthright. The Academy was where everyone had equal access to education and learning, where no one, except for the king, could exert any influence. Logan leaned back on his chair. Since his daughter always remained tight-lipped about her Academy life, he intended to uncover the reason those four were selected as the finalists. Nonetheless, his search didn't yield the desired results. While on the surface such a thing appeared to be a mere coincidence, the Grand Duke could feel something was amiss, but when questioned, Lumia had dismissed his worries, saying, "I'd rather end up with those I already knew than with someone I have never met." So Logan Hedgel would do background checks on those four. His choice was only logical and expected for something as important as the Grand Ducal betrothal. Moreover, knowing Lumia to be stubbornly persistent and resolute once she made up her mind, Logan reluctantly agreed. As a father, he couldn't forget how his daughter withered away when he tried to contain her aspirations, but the dubious reputations and personalities of the finalists were a separate matter. What about the testimonies from her classmates? While some intersections between those four and the Duchess happened, no classmate could specify it. Is that so? From the reports we collected, it seems like nothing particularly notable had happened. The Duchess was described as a cheerful and dedicated student, always said to have an active participation in lectures. Logan smiled as he heard about his daughter's academy days. Those reports comforted him since Lumia had always been rather melancholic when she was confined at the palace, unable to venture into the outside world due to a curse. The Grand Duke violated some important laws of the kingdom, committing identity fraud just for her sake. Now that the curse had been lifted, he had petitioned the king and received a merciful absolution for his past deeds on behalf of his daughter. I see. When that girl returned from the academy, she was radiant. This entire palace became brighter because of her. When his daughter returned from her quest for knowledge, her complexion had been bright and radiant. The letters he received from her during her academy days were also filled with joyful writing, and upon her return, Lumia herself said that she didn't regret her choices. Thus, the Grand Duke had no reason to doubt his daughter. Perhaps his suspicions about the finalists harboring some unsettling secrets were merely baseless worries. Perhaps the concern that his daughter would defy her family's greatest tradition and disrupt the festival was nothing but excessive anxiety. Indeed, she wouldn't lie to her father. She wouldn't destroy the hopes of her father, who had always believed and supported her. Why don't you question them yourself, my lord? Logan frowned at Gelwood's question. What sort of nonsense are you spouting, advisor? Have you forgotten that private meetings between the candidates and the family head are strictly forbidden until the end of the contest? I won't allow any more violations of our sacred tradition. I apologize, Your Grace. It's just that you appear to be very frustrated. The Grand Ducal betrothal is also a festival for the people. Our reign and lineage have continued without a hitch because we honor our traditions and duties, and it shan't change this time as well. This advisor has forgotten his place. Please forgive me. Gelwood bowed his head, and as Logan's anger cooled down, he leaned forward, curious. As a father, the betrothal of his youngest daughter was as significant as any matter in the land of bitter cold. Therefore, as her father, and as the Grand Duke, his interest was piqued, and he intended to abuse certain privileges reserved to him, such as trying to guess his daughter's final decision. Oh, and has Lumia shown an interest in anyone as of now? But the answer that he received only piqued his curiosity further. Isn't this Eldon boy the withdrawer? Glance, swipe. With every turn of the page, Ariel would look towards the library's entrance. This had already become a habit of hers during the reading sessions. Sometimes she would get completely absorbed in her reading and would only look up after several pages had been turned. Then, as she continued to read in Eldon's absence, she would feel a slight pang of disappointment. Today was no different. She woke up early and headed towards the library, reading books while waiting for her reading buddy. But today she was eager for his presence because she had prepared a gift for him. It was a gift of apples one. Since Eldon himself had said it, he withdrew by his own choice. When she heard it, Ariel had been happy at first, content in having her reading buddy for a while longer. Then, as she walked towards the library, she had been bit with a pang of remorse. Wait, since Eldon had no desire to win in the first place, then didn't she burden him with her foolish words? She had pushed him towards the goal of being the Grand Duke's son-in-law after witnessing his happiness as he told her about his dream of making a culinary journey. As she realized this, Ariel felt sorry for Eldon, the truth behind his withdrawal, his dreamed culinary journey. Of course, Eldon didn't seem to mind it, but Ariel believed her actions warranted some sort of criticism. It was as if she had heard Eldon's dreams in one ear and let it slip out the other. Indeed, that's exactly what happened. Controlled by the desire to help a cherished character from her favorite novel, she had inadvertently disregarded Eldon's dreams. I'm such an idiot. What was I thinking? Bam. When she arrived at the library that day, Ariel smacked herself and began inquiring the librarians for something. She wanted to apologize to Eldon. Thus, Ariel ventured towards the fourth sub-level of the library, the same place where Eldon's head butler had been arrested for venturing unauthorized. It should be here, but where? The librarian who accompanied her quickly claimed to be busy with his official duties as he fled, leaving Ariel alone in the dim sub-level. Occasionally, the eerie sounds of rats squeaking about could be heard, but Ariel fought her fears as she persevered, rummaging through the piles of books. Cough, 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 this place was a legitimate tomb of books. The mold made her nose sting, and the accumulated dust tickled her sinuses, causing unending coughing. Since the only source of light was a torch fixed on the wall, Ariel's eyes grew weary from searching, and she would occasionally yell, frightened by the dancing shadows. Even then, she didn't give up. Found it? After a long while, her perseverance was rewarded. The young bookworm leaped around the sub-level, unable to contain her joy. As she left the sub-level, Ariel quickly found the librarian who had guided her and immediately rented the book. "That was a remarkable find, my lady. If it weren't for you, I doubt this book would have even seen the light of day. Because of your efforts, I shall authorize an indefinite loan." After wasting a whole day searching for the book, Ariel returned to her lodgings and met with her confused handmaiden. "What? My lady, did you perhaps roll around a construction site instead of spending time in the library?" Ariel's appearance, caked in dust from her dress all the way to her hair, left the poor maid in shock. Nevertheless, after acquiring such a hard-won gift, Ariel eagerly awaited the next morning, when she would gift the book to Eldon. He should be here at any minute now. And as she saw Eldon enter the library, Ariel welcomed him with a bright smile. "Ah, Eldon, you came. Indeed, were you waiting for me?" "No, why would I?" Ariel masterfully changed the subject, and her hands quickly moved behind her back, trying to hide her gift. "On my way here, I stopped by the culinary section." Why?" "Well, I was wondering if they had a book about monster cuisine or some sort of guide to edible monsters." Ariel could hardly contain her excitement at Eldon's words. "Is there something wrong, Ariel?" "Tehehe, actually, I've got a gift for you." "You do? Why, well, I just felt like giving you something." "Well, what is it then?" Eldon sat in front of her without displaying much expectations for her gift. Then she showed him the title of the book, National Guide for Monster Cuisine. "Tada. With this, you'll be all set for your culinary journey." Eldon's face broke into a wide smile as he received the book. "This is exactly what I was looking for. I searched the entire section and couldn't find anything related to this. How did you even manage to find it?" His question made Ariel recall the mold, dust, and gloomy atmosphere of the tomb she scavenged. But instead of telling Eldon, she simply smiled. "The librarian helped me find it. And guess what? He even gave me an indefinite loan. So do you like it?" It was an answer born from the desire to prioritize the joy of her dear reading companion over any recognition for the effort it took to find the gift. Sheesh, Ariel sighed blissfully, feeling as if she had lifted a weight off her own heart. Footnotes 1, Gift of Knowledge. Transmigrated into a tragic romance fantasy. As I had thought, keeping a good relationship with people is always a wise move. You never know when a connection might bear fruit. And of course, if you couple this with a wish made to a shooting star, well, then the world will have no choice but to favor you for a bit. I hope my culinary journey goes on smoothly. It hadn't even been a day since I wished that, and now I had this national guide for monster cuisine on my hands. Moreover, the book was at an indefinite loan at that. In other words, this meant that the book was mine. During the medieval ages, when things like the internet didn't exist, there was nothing better than a good book. And just like that, I received a gift from a bun-haired lady I met by chance. Since I received such a great gift, I had to ask her, "Well, what about you? Don't you want something in return? It feels like I'm abusing your goodwill." I asked her this while we ate at the Great Hall. Even a fallen house like mine still had considerable funds, but her answer was unexpected. Ariel smiled and said, "Don't worry, I'm just happy to give you something you like. So don't feel pressured to repay me. In fact, I'm pleased enough just by being able to recommend you some books." Her smile was so warming that for a second the image of Mother Teresa came to mind. Or perhaps Ariel was the descendant of the famous Giving Three. I was simply at a loss on how to deal with such boundless generosity. At that moment, I resolved myself. One day, I would pay her back with a meal prepared with the help of the National Guide for Monster Cuisine. Though I didn't know the author of such a masterpiece, this book represented my hopes and dreams. The book had a map detailing all the major habitats of monsters alongside professional recommendations, according to taste and even travel routes. Indeed. When embarking on a culinary journey, reviews and ratings are essential, and I might even find a hidden gem. This book was akin to a Bible for gourmets, and as Ariel had said, this was all I needed. Oh ho, the village of Horus in the Duchy of Lundgren is famous for its red dragon recipes, isn't it? This was it. An exoticness only found in fantasy. The opportunity to eat dragon's meat. Would it be tough, chewy, or perhaps succulent and soft? How would its skewered tail taste? It must be a delicacy, no doubt, and the broth made from the cleaned intestines and finely crushed bones simmered for 2 days. This must be delicious, utterly irresistible. Even as we ate at the Great Hall, I couldn't help but salivate, imagining such fine delicacies. The village was only 10 km west of Winterfell. If I managed to escape this place, this would be my first stop. As I planned for my future, Ariel spoke up. You're planning on going to the Duchy of Lundgren. I heard they have a great library there. Oh, why don't we go together then? Of course, my question wasn't serious. As the sole heir and future head of a fallen count's house, I was free to do as I wished. In fact, I had already instructed Renler to handle most of the servants' severance and keep only the essential personnel. But Ariel was different. Even if she was the third daughter, her freedom wouldn't be as unrestrained as mine, so my question was merely a light-hearted one. Her comment about how great the library there was seemed to at least suggest a small chance of her joining me. But then, really? Ariel's face lightened up as she asked back. What a pleasing turn of events. After all, Ariel had been a dear friend, someone I owe a great debt to. However, my culinary journey was not ordinary. During my journey, I would acquire the freshest ingredients directly from the source. That is why I had Rachel training me. Of course, one might wonder why I even needed a national guide for monster cuisine with a broad goal like mine. But even with all my effort, it would be impractical to spend every day hunting monsters. The principle behind my culinary journey was one of healing. I had no intention of running myself ragged with a strenuous agenda, so this guide was a necessity for me. Regardless, this journey of mine wasn't something a lady of noble upbringing should experience. I don't mind your company, but I'll be hunting monsters too, you know. It might be too dangerous for you. Since I knew Ariel had never wielded a sword in her whole life, or any sort of weapon really, I cautioned her. But then I heard an incredibly naive answer from her. It will be fine. I'm not going to be the one hunting, so there's no worries. Well, that might be true, but still. Bringing an inexperienced lady on a dangerous journey could cause an unnecessary problem with the Elrond family. That might be true, but shouldn't you get your parents' permission first? They might worry about you. Yet again, a completely unexpected reply came out. Don't worry about that. Pardon, my parents told me to live however I want, so nothing is stopping me. From the very beginning, I found it strange that a count's daughter was able to travel alone to this harsh land just because she wished to visit a library. Could it be that this bun-haired lady, who is always buried in novels? It will be great. I always wanted to experience a monster hunt that I've only read about. Oh, it's going to be so exciting, was freer than anyone else. Whoosh thud. After having lunch in the Great Hall, Eldon and Rachel went to the outdoor training grounds. Today's training was about swordsmanship. For this training, they were using wooden swords, as Rachel taught Eldon the basic techniques, grips, and postures. When you grip the sword too tightly, you will only strain your wrist. Also, hold it a bit more upright. Don't lower your stance too much or spread your legs because your blows will lack strength and stability. Rachel's advice came from real combat experience. Since she had never received formal training, all her knowledge was gained through relentless practice and experience, naturally making her style somewhat rough. However, even with her lackluster teaching, Eldon swung the sword as if he had trained with one his whole life. Incredible, so that's what true talent is. With each training session, Rachel's conviction only grew stronger. For every skill she would teach him, Eldon would master another 10 in the process. Though she had no previous experience teaching others to compare to, Rachel was certain that it wouldn't take long for him to become a formidable warrior and monster hunter. If he manages to use magic with the sword, he could even hunt dangerous monsters like dragons. Rachel even wondered about teaching him how to manipulate his mana after tomorrow's unveiling ceremony. The woman who once believed that teaching would be a chore now found herself eagerly planning her next training session. Since she was unfamiliar with the concept of teaching others, Rachel had to establish a proper lesson plan. In the process, she learned the joy of teaching and seeing her students grow, reaching new heights. Regardless, you've done well. With these words, the third training session had ended. It was already night, as the darkness of the north enveloped everything. Rachel had been so engrossed in training that she had lost track of time. She then gathered the training swords and looked at Eldon. I never knew that sword training could be so fun. You made good progress today. Indeed, now let's head back to the annex. Wishing to have a refreshing bath and clean his sweat, Eldon walked ahead, but Rachel didn't move. Sensing his puzzled look, Rachel looked at her lord and spoke softly, almost whispering. Go ahead, I have to check something. Check, what are you talking about, Rachel? If I'm correct, I'll tell you. Eldon couldn't understand why his knight was whispering all of a sudden. But since he knew Rachel wasn't someone who would do things without reason, he nodded. Well, in that case, I'll go ahead. Moreover, I'll just return these swords to the armory, and I shall follow you, my lord. Unlike her previous words, these were spoken loudly. Though he couldn't understand her motives, the serious glint in Rachel's eyes prompted Eldon to move on. As he did so, Rachel turned around and walked towards the armory. Clank, clank, midway towards the armory, Rachel changed directions. As expected, since yesterday she had felt something amiss. Initially, Rachel disregarded it as a misunderstanding, but after today she was certain it wasn't. Her keen senses, honed through countless battles where death waited at every turn, had played a significant role in her survival. Instinct. That was what saved her from spears and arrows flying from all directions, from enemies charging at her from behind, from betrayals and ambushes. Her sharp senses allowed Rachel to survive and become the Purple Knight, and those senses had been nagging at her for days now. What she felt wasn't bloodlust, nor was it something hostile. It was merely something directed at her lord, and it didn't seem particularly dangerous. Thus, after creating some distance by claiming to return the swords to the armory, she had the perfect opportunity. It's almost invisible. Even as she approached it, the thing nagging at her senses seemed almost undetectable. If it wasn't for her instincts, she wouldn't have recognized such an elusive presence. Holding her breath, Rachel tried to erase her aura, and as she approached it, Rachel scattered a handful of sand she had got from the training grounds in the air. T-tap. As the sand hit something, it bounced off in all directions, and Rachel aimed her wooden sword at it. It was a small something floating in the air. Move and you die. Transmigrated into a tragic romance fantasy. So the Beelan brat threw away the crest after almost dying to get it. That is odd. I have attached some advice regarding this matter in the documents, my lord. Regardless, I'm giving you the authority to handle this edition of the Grand Betrothal Contest as you see fit. After the unveiling ceremony is concluded, I must go to the capital and handle some urgent business. By your will, my lord. As he finished his report, Gelwood exited the Grand Duke's office. However, the advisor didn't report the Academy's displeasure since he was afraid of the Grand Duke's reaction. Since the Academy answered only to the king, the dean was greatly offended by their actions. No matter their good intentions, the Grand Duke's actions have broken the Royal Academy's principles. Moreover, the Royal Academy's dean was also one of the 5 Grand Dukes of the Elferian Kingdom. They simply couldn't conduct an investigation in the Academy against his wishes. That was why the Grand Duke instructed Gelwood to conduct a careful investigation first. However, independently, the Academy's attitude during the investigation seemed suspiciously hushed. As nature dictates, secrecy breeds corruption. Closed systems prefer concealment over truth and stagnation over change. Perhaps that's why. Gelwood felt something was wrong. Lumia's psychological instability could be connected with this hushed matter. The advisor had known Lumia from the day she was born. Though she wasn't his own child, he wasn't foolish enough to overlook the drastic changes in personality that Lumia had been showing. His tolerance had been nothing more than absolute trust in those he served. He had believed that Lumia Winterfell would wisely lead the Grand Ducal betrothal. If that trust faltered, then, as the Grand Duke had said, it was necessary to undertake preventive measures on his own. Lumia's actions last night had been especially alarming, the way she tore Eldon's letter in a frenzy. Initially, Gelwood believed that Eldon's withdrawal was nothing more than a brilliant strategy to win Lumia's favor, and since Lumia herself had shown a great interest in Eldon, Gelwood wasn't against supporting them. After all, the entire objective of the Grand Ducal betrothal was to find love, or at least finding someone who moved the protagonist's heart. It was all part of the process, and as long as the process wasn't excessive, as long as it didn't degrade the status of the Grand Ducal betrothal, then some things could be overlooked. As the youngest daughter, all her brothers and sisters had gone through this process and successfully concluded their betrothals. But during the second evaluation, Lumia had committed discourtesy against the finalists. Not even her brothers and sisters had made such a grave mistake, blemishing the honor of the Grand Ducal betrothal. A few hours after this incident, Lumia's actions were also near psychotic. In her frenzy, she tore Eldon Raphelian's polite rejection letter. With this, Gelwood's suspicions were confirmed. His trust had been repaid with recklessness. Both her lukewarm attitude retailing her time at the Royal Academy and her current actions that sought to entrap a withdrawer all but confirmed Gelwood's suspicions that this Grand Ducal betrothal wasn't about finding her spouse, but rather than reporting his suspicions to his lord and risking overcomplicating a delicate situation, Gelwood preferred to handle such matters quietly. The Grand Duke himself had said it. He was granted authority to guide the event based on his judgment. His first action was, I must remove the spies. It was something that he should have done earlier. Even the most competent spy could be exposed in both bustling areas or confined ones. The longer the tale, the likelier it was to be stepped on. But despite his warnings, this hadn't been done due to Lumia's stubbornness. If discovered, a great headache would surely follow. As such, Gelwood thought it was time to stop these unnecessary risks and rein in Lumia's behavior. Moreover, there hasn't been a single important report from the spy, simply unimportant matters of Eldon's day-to-day life. As he resolved himself, Gelwood stood in his office until deep into the night. He would always receive a report at midnight. However, the fact that the spy didn't show up at the agreed time made Gelwood sigh tiredly. Sigh. The spy had never missed a scheduled meeting. They had certainly hired a professional worth every coin spent. And Gelwood intended to inform him that this would be his last report, concluding his contract. But why wasn't he showing up? Why now, of all times, hasn't there been any news from him? What could this mean? Could it be that, in a dark office, a lone advisor became tormented by a grave silence? Today's the day, my lady. The morning of what is called the unveiling ceremony of the grand ducal betrothal had arrived. It was sunny and cozy, the sky was cloudless, the birds chirped joyfully, and the temperature was set at a mild heat. The wind wasn't strong enough to risk spoiling her hair or dress. Indeed, it was what most would call a perfect morning, but Lumia Winterfell sat demurely in front of the dressing table. Looking at her lady's complexion, Marian breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, it seemed that her lady had eaten and rested well, as her face regained its luster. I know, the audience will be held soon. Although her complexion wasn't as radiant as before, it was sufficient for her first public appearance. Besides, where nature failed, makeup perfected. Until now, all of Lumia's accessories and clothes had been managed by Marian, and the young maid was determined to sculpt her lady into a goddess with her skilled hands. With a heated bronze rod, Marian curled Lumia's hair as she applied crushed safflowers onto her lips. Ah, my lady, your beauty never stops to amaze me. Marian spared no praise as she continued to sculpt her lady. Knowing that her maid was simply trying to cheer her up, Lumia forced a smile. Today, Lumia vowed to flee from the grips of revenge and resentment. She had already committed a disgrace during the second evaluation, and last night, she had exhibited hideous behavior in front of Gelwood. Lumia refused to repeat her past mistakes. Therefore, today she focused on officially stepping forward in the world for the first time, challenging as it might be. Aren't you nervous? Marian asked, combing through the neatly curled snow-white hair with her fingers. I am. Tehe, don't be too nervous, my lady. I'm sure everyone will cheer the moment they see you. The human heart was indeed fickle and shallow. Lumia had just resolved to flee from her resentments, but the moment Marian said, everyone, her mind instantly conjured Eldon's face. What expression would that man have? Would her hypothesis of him knowing her identity gain more credibility by seeing his expressionless face? Or perhaps he would be utterly astonished by her revelation. She was just curious. Indeed, something Lumia wondered about. Lumia was dying to see what sort of reaction he would have, and I hope he recognizes me, but Lumia knew that this wouldn't be probable. Although she threw in some hints during the first and second evaluations, her torment happened a couple of years ago. It was only natural that the perpetrator's memories were hazier than his victims'. Besides, her hair at that time was a vibrant red, but now it was snow-white. Truthfully, Lumia wished to dye her hair, but given this unveiling ceremony also doubled as her first debut, that wasn't possible. Please, she hoped that he would remember her, that he would recognize her, and in doing so grasp the significance of the first and second evaluations, because from now on the real contest would begin. Everything up to this point was just a warm-up. Tada. As Marian proudly announced that she had finished the makeup, Lumia gazed at her own reflection in the mirror. Today she would don a symbolic fox mask as she revealed herself to the world. Today she would greet them with a smile. Thus, as Lumia resolved herself, she put on her mask and stood up. The flower of the grand ducal betrothal was in full bloom. The time to show the people who Lumia Winterfell was had arrived. But what? What do you mean the spy has disappeared? The sudden news of the spy's disappearance was akin to a bucket of cold water extinguishing her fire. A new headache appeared before the day had even started. Things were already going wrong from the beginning. Wow, just how many people are here? The Grand Duchy's main plaza was bustling with a tremendous crowd that had gathered around the elevated stage. The crowd easily numbered 1,000 people, and I was standing between them and the stage, alongside that regretful trio, of course. From the way they were all dressed up, it seemed that they hadn't yet lost all their hope. There was only one reason I was standing by their side, in the front row, because I wanted to contribute to the people's excitement. The Grand Ducal Betrothal was a festival for the people. That was why this generous and tolerant withdrawer stood here, to not disappoint the citizens who had been eagerly awaiting this moment. Besides, it's nice to finally meet you. Logan Winterfell, the Grand Duke, was also seated to the left of the stage. This must be a joyful moment for him, since this marked the day his daughter would show herself to the world. Only a complete madman would refuse to attend today's event. No matter how good the cards one holds, if they are not played correctly, they are as good as none. Therefore, I stood in the plaza alongside the regretful trio. And a young, bun-haired lady was also here since she wished to meet her favorite protagonist. Turning my gaze, I could easily spot Ariel amongst the crowd. Her eyes were sparkling in anticipation, ironically through. You just met her a few days ago, Ariel. Ariel had barely recognized Erencia, who had white hair now. She even said that white suited her 100 times better, and Ariel had been the one whining about wanting to meet the Duchess. Wouldn't that wish be fulfilled today? Smirk. After smiling at Ariel, I lifted my eyes to the stage, then introducing the third Northern Duchess, Lumia Winterfell. The unveiling ceremony of the grand ducal betrothal commenced as the flower of the event appeared, transmigrated into a tragic romance fantasy. Why of all times today? On today of all days, when the veil was finally removed, why would the spy disappear just before the unveiling ceremony? Could it be that he has been caught by Eldon? No, that's impossible. It has to be. Even Gelwood said so. He hired the best money could afford. Such a skilled person wouldn't be caught by someone like Eldon. Or perhaps his female escort knight was the one who had discovered him. Surely not. Although she was known as the Purple Knight due to her exceptional martial skills, this doesn't necessarily mean she excelled at detection. After all, they had hired the best spy in business. Yes, it can't be. It must be just some minor problem. Perhaps something urgent had happened and he had to step away for a moment. Something so urgent that made it impossible to report. Of course, it must be something like that. My lady, it has to be, it must. For someone as slippery as Eldon, one must not give him even a single inch, otherwise he will take a mile. My lady. Lumia regained her composure with Marion's shout and found herself already standing behind the podium. Lost in thought, Lumia didn't even remember how she arrived here. Because of a curse, she had lived her whole life hidden away from the world. Because of a curse, she went through hell in the academy. Now the moment she had always dreamed of was within her reach. She would reveal herself to the world as Lumia Winterfell, yet her mind was cluttered with thoughts of Eldon Raffelian once again. What is it? You need to focus, my lady. This is the moment you dreamed of all your life. Ah, right. It should have been a glorious moment. Today she would finally throw off that stifling mask and stand proudly before the world. At the same time, she would confront the villainous quartet that had tortured her. She would declare that their time for repentance had come. But then, why was her heart shuddering with anxiety instead of beating with joy? Why was she feeling irritated instead of excited? Why was she feeling suffocated instead of being free? Sigh. Lumia sighed. Anxiety, irritation, and suffocation. Although she couldn't simply shake off these feelings with a mere sigh, Lumia cleared her mind as best as she could and gazed at the podium. The platform was so high that she had to crank up her neck to see the top. Her freedom awaited at the summit. Introducing the third Northern Duchess, Lumia Winterfell, the thunderous voice of the announcer boomed from the top. Lifting the helms of her white dress, Lumia took the first step. Step by step, she cautiously ascended the podium. Since Lumia preferred flat shoes over high heels, she struggled with the first steps, but the rigorous training she had undergone helped make this journey easier. Today, she wouldn't fail. Lumia would stand tall before the quartet and smile brightly. With such resolve, she climbed the stairs and stood on the podium. Then she saw the gigantic crowd looking up at her. She saw the villainous quartet looking up at her. Kaya, it's the D-Duchess. Oh my gosh, even that mask can't conceal her beauty. She must be so dreamy, D-Duchess. Please look over here. As Lumia stood as the center of attention, a vibrant and hearty cheer erupted all around her. People shouted, whistled, and waved their hands joyfully. Her father looked at her with eyes filled with emotion. Lumia took it in stride. It was a perfect moment, a joyful moment, the moment she had been dreaming for all her life. But the only problem was, all that joy disappeared the moment she looked at Eldon. It was as if his face had triggered an illusion that they were the only people left in the world. His eyes had always been fierce and predatory, but somehow they now seemed as innocent and as gentle as those of a puppy. Those naive eyes were looking up at her. At that moment, why was she feeling afraid? Why did those innocent eyes seem to contain a dark intent? Had he truly discovered her spy? Could it be he was planning on using that against her? Lumia couldn't help but be anxious. How did she climb here? Where had her feelings and resentments after enduring that hell gone to? About her will and resolve, her plans, both for today and of the future. The moment she stepped down from this platform, Lumia was sure he would find a way to ruin everything. Of course, she had no intention of going down so easily, but the feeling of being entangled with him was enough to fuel her fears. It was unfair. It was utterly unfair how the victim was the one feeling such anxiety towards the perpetrator. She had dreamed of seeing that evil man kneeling as he wept, begging for forgiveness. Lumia just wanted to be free of this anxiety and unfairness. If only she had heeded Gelwood's advice about ceasing Eldon's surveillance. If only she hadn't been stubborn about those useless reports. Now, the third Northern Duchess, Lumia Winterfell, shall remove her mask and reveal herself to the world. The events continued to unfold regardless of her internal turmoil. But despite all of it, her gaze still remained fixated solely on Eldon. She stared at his face as her hands touched the mask. The reactions of the other three were easy to guess, but Eldon's reaction remained unpredictable. Daron, Blund, and Kyle should have felt something off during the first and second evaluations. The tests were simply too bizarre. Thus, the moment they saw her face, they would recall the past, regardless of her hair color. But what would Eldon do? Lumia watched their expressions as she slowly removed her mask. Finally, please show us your peerless beauty. Lowering the mask, Lumia's smooth forehead was exposed, and a burst of joy erupted in the plaza. When her blue, gem-like eyes were unveiled, the crowd roared. As her perky nose appeared, ecstasy bloomed, and when her plump red lips were shown, a thunderous cheer resounded. Wow, kaya, but none of their voices reached Lumia's ears. 1 second, his face was calm. 2 seconds, his eyebrow perked. 3 seconds, his eyes widened. 4 seconds, his mouth gaped open. 5 seconds. Then his face became frozen in terror. At last, now Lumia could disregard the hypothesis that Eldon already knew her identity from his reaction. But of course, Lumia completely misunderstood Eldon's reaction. Ha, FCK, what is this shit? Isn't she a little too beautiful? It was crazy, pure madness. How could something like that even be human? Did a goddess descend? No, the official illustration on the cover was some crappy AI-generated image, wasn't it? And yet, despite the strange angle he was seeing her from, one that would typically make even a pretty face have a double chin, she still looked utterly divine. Even from a distance, one could clearly see her features. For some absurd reason, the current Lumia was far prettier than the Orencia from Eldon's memories ever was. Could it be that Ariel was right? Perhaps white really is her color. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to say a goddess must have personally sculpted her face, a beauty so profound that even the most advanced AI couldn't replicate it. Luckily, I wasn't the only one reacting like that. Every single person gathered here seemed to be the same. The rumors alleging her ugliness were completely destroyed in an instant, for Lumia's beauty was dazzling enough to blind people. I think I could even see an honest-to-goodness halo on top of her head. She was simply that beautiful. Apparently, our little heroine was not just photogenic. Of course, beauty is in the eye of the beholder, but I was confident that Lumia's beauty was something absolute. If the original novel hadn't been a female-centered romance fantasy made only for its female readers, then I don't doubt many of the male leads would have fallen for her at first sight. And then, wow, kaya, clap, 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 clap. The resounding cheers and applause from people of all ages indicated no further explanation was needed concerning her beauty. I turned my head back. Among the cheering crowd, only Ariel showed a different response. Her face was filled with question marks. She had met with the white-haired Orencia just a few days ago. Her expression was so comical that I almost burst out laughing, but I had to hold it in lest I cause some misunderstanding with Lumia. Then I turned around and looked at the regretful trio. As expected, the idiots kept looking at each other with pale faces. They must have been bewildered since neither of the first or second evaluations were ordinary. From their expressions, it seemed that the heroine's plan to hint at something had worked perfectly. A moment later, click-clack, 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 Lumia began her descent from the platform. As she neared the ground, their reactions only deepened. For the regretful trio, this must feel like death slowly approaching. I wish I could see the Duchess up close. Duchess, please come here too. Thus, Lumia stepped off the platform. From left to right stood Daron, Blund, Kyle, and then me. So Daron was the first one to receive her greeting. As Lumia stretched her hand, Daron kissed it. Then Lumia said something to him, but her words became muffled by the crowd's yells. Given that Daron's face became paler than a ghost, Lumia's words didn't seem like an ordinary greeting. Then, as she also greeted Blund and stood before Kyle, it seemed like she would repeat her actions, but the moment she had removed her mask, Kyle's body trembled, and as she approached him and opened her mouth, he fainted. That was the start of the commotion. Kaya, the Duchess' beauty was so overwhelming that Lord Kyle fainted. And who could handle such divine beauty? To the crowd, it seemed that Kyle had fainted from witnessing Lumia's beauty. As Blund quickly moved in to assist Kyle, Lumia approached me. Wow, she's even more beautiful up close. Fuck, this is insane. What a fucking beautiful woman. A storm of curses raged in my mind as I faced such a divine presence. From Eldon's memories, Orencia had always been a plain woman who dressed more like a commoner, but the current Lumia was a completely different person. When she extended her hand, I quickly kissed her porcelain-like backhand and looked at her. Then, will you reject me now? Her words were spoken with the confidence of toppling entire kingdoms with just her face. Hugh, I almost said no, transmigrated into a tragic romance fantasy. It's been a while, hasn't it? I can scarcely believe how many years have passed since we graduated from the Royal Academy. I was quite pleased to hear that you've been making good use of the valedictorian title you munched off of me. Those were Lumia's words as she extended her hand towards Daron. Immediately after, his face became pale. She had long since dreamed of seeing his face like that. It was satisfying. I was worried you wouldn't recognize me since I changed my hair color. Fortunately, you remembered me. What an honor, I must say. She said this to Blund. Then a vicious despair took hold of his face. It was a face she desperately craved to see. It was refreshing. I'm glad we could meet again like this. Say, did you like my hair? I think you also profit from a change. Silver hair would work perfectly with your current complexion, don't you think so, Lord Kyle? This was the greeting directed at Kyle. His face mirrored the one she used to have back then. A face that had just witnessed a deep, endless hell. His eyes rolled back as he fainted. It was pleasing. Finally, she stood before Eldon. From the moment she saw him, her previous vows about forgetting her revenge and obsession all melted away. Seeing his tranquil facade, akin to the northern regions in May, caused her resolve to weaken. That must be why. Will you reject me now? Her clumsy and nervous question almost ruined a long-anticipated moment. Lumia's plan of lording over him with her superiority, filled with composure, fell apart as she threw such a question that mirrored a childish tantrum. As an adult, such behavior was beyond inappropriate and shameful, but Lumia simply couldn't help herself. Why did her plans always go awry in his presence? Why did she feel this absurd need to keep watching for his reactions? Why had everything become so complicated with him involved? Now that she thought about it, there was one more reason for him to reject her: confession. After all, not everyone could boast, saying they had rejected a duchess confession. Had Lumia's false confidence turned into arrogance, that turn of events would be rather comical, since the victim who had the perfect opportunity to stand up before her tormentor would have to reproach themselves for their own arrogance. This isn't right. His face should have been contorted with shock and terror, yet, ironically, Lumia was the one feeling such emotions that twisted her insides. Daron, Blund, Kyle, the calm facade that helped her deal with those three was gone. All the satisfaction she had felt until now seemed insignificant. From the moment she stood before Eldon, her guts twisted in complex knots as his crimson eyes seemed to have the ability to reveal her weak and wretched self. Please, just give me one chance, just let me have my revenge. Please. A ridiculous situation unfolded, one where the victim had to beg for the opportunity to avenge herself, but Lumia had no other choice. His stubborn attitude and steely gaze were so unyielding that she was seriously considering praying to every deity out there to help her. It was as if he would slip through her fingers at any moment. She was so close. Daron, Blund, and Kyle had already been pushed to the brink. All she needed to do was push Eldon as well. They all needed to roll the slippery slope in order to walk the path of repentance. However, when Eldon's face broke into a kind smile, Lumia's heart sank. He was the only person in this world who could make such a kind smile appear so terrifying. I appreciate the sentiments, my Duchess, but today's events have only strengthened my resolve. What? What resolve? What do you mean by that? That I am a man not worthy of even breathing the same air as you, my Duchess. Stop spouting nonsense. How many times are you going to say that? You recognize me, don't you? While it's hard to believe, I do recognize you. And now that I know the truth, I am even more certain that I cannot accept your feelings. I'm truly sorry, my Duchess. How can you even say that to my face? If you have realized that I am Orencia, then why aren't you reacting like the others? No. At the very least, you should have looked distressed. That is the bare minimum of decency towards the victim, you fool. How can you hold your head so high even while openly admitting your worthlessness? Why can't you accept it? I get it now, I understand. You just can't accept it because you know I'm Orencia, but I'm going to make you take back your withdrawal and you will do your utmost to win the contest. As I said, I realize that I'm not worthy of being loved. That's why I wish to return to my rightful place. I deeply apologize for my past actions. So, even when knowing I'm Orencia, even when you're sorry for your past actions, you still refuse to fight for me. Eldon Raphaelian, what are you? Why are you so bold? Why are you so shameless? How are you so calm? How can you even apologize to me so easily? How can you even sound so sincere? Do you think I'm doing all of this just to hear one simple "I'm sorry"? If things were going to be like this, then you shouldn't have tortured me in the first place. Tears gathered around her eyes, tears filled with conflicted emotions. A lump of sorrow rose in her throat, a lump of sorrow prompted by that shallow apology. She almost choked, but Lumia didn't wish to show anything, not her weakness nor her breakdown. What if I forgave you? What if I granted you all the worth in this world? Would you still refuse it? Why are you even refusing me when you say you're truly sorry? Yes, if you wish to sincerely apologize, then face me head on instead of running away. If you're not lying, then don't use words to avoid me. Show me with your actions instead. Prove it to me, whether your apology is sincere or not. However, instead of answering her, Eldon questioned her with a sharp tone. His tone was sharp enough to cut through Lumia's chaotic emotions. Tell me, Duchess, were you even sincere in your confession? What? In an instant, the tears that had dampened her eyes dried up. Then Lumia realized she had been staring solely at Eldon for a while now. Only then did the surroundings register as the entire plaza came into view. Her ears, which had been closed, now opened. She realized that these ears had been listening only to Eldon's voice for some time. Only then did the bustling noise of the square reach her ears, which had been filled only with Eldon's voice. Her closed, hyper-focused senses expanded. Confronted with such an unfamiliar and strange sensation, Lumia looked at Eldon with trembling eyes. She had to answer him. But no, if she answered that, all her plans would be revealed. Yes, she just couldn't answer that either. No, she would rather die than say it, because it wasn't the truth. This had simply been one of her means to keep a leash on Eldon. As such, Lumia was caught in a dilemma of her own making, and all she could do was remain silent. Ultimately, Lumia couldn't utter a response, turning away. She couldn't afford to spend much time with him. So just like in her academy days, as both Irencia and Lumia, she had no choice but to run away from him. Then let us conclude this unveiling ceremony with this. Lumia then exited the venue with her father, Logan Winterfell. This event had only been a prelude to the main ceremony, a special celebration for the Grand Duke's youngest daughter's reveal. That was a close call. In an attempt to curb Lumia's actions, I was forced to ask something impolite. That wasn't the time to hold back my cards since her actions could have jeopardized all of my plans. Otherwise, I might have felt Lumia's trembling hands slapping my face. Of course, even if such a disastrous reaction occurred, some things wouldn't change, but for the sake of my culinary journey, I must avoid any further complications. According to my emotionally and directionally challenged butler, the Grand Duke would travel to the capital shortly after this event. After his departure, a second audience would take place in the afternoon. It's where the finalists and Lumia gathered to conduct a ceremony. In the original novel, the real competition would probably start after the ceremony. Well, at least that's what I understood from reading the comments on the paid chapters. If the original Eldon was still here, he would undoubtedly have joined the fray, participating in this tragic romance fantasy. I felt sorry for Lumia. While I certainly didn't have any malice toward her, in her eyes I must look like a slippery eel or something. That must be why she keeps throwing those tantrums. But just because I feel sorry for her doesn't mean I'll partake in that mess of a competition. I can only hope she starts focusing on the others since the real contest will begin. With such thoughts, I arrived at the Grand Hall. It still wasn't the time to play my cards. No matter how good the hand is, if not used at the proper time, then it's worthless. Patience is the key to success. After going through the security checks by the guards, I entered the hall. It was 10 minutes before the ceremony started, so everyone should have been present. The regretful trio usually arrived rather early for these things, but Kyle was nowhere to be seen. Only Daron and Blood stood in their seats, both with a pale face as if they were sitting before a cup of poison, while Kyle's seat was empty. Then the third Northern Duchess is entering, so the star of today's ceremony didn't appear until her guest of honor arrived. Well then, Kyle Beelan. Are you, by any chance, an escape artist or something, transmigrated into a tragic romance fantasy? I sat down next to Kyle's empty seat. It was a good spot. From here, I could clearly see the faces of Daron and Blund sitting across from me. Despite the frosty mood, both were sweating like pigs. Their eyes darted around the room while their faces were pale. Despite seeing this, I couldn't feel the slightest of guilt or regret, as I had already given these idiots more than enough hints and warnings. Indeed, it was like watching a dramatic movie on a 3D screen. The disdain I endured from the regretful trio was all worth it. As a transmigrator who had already fulfilled the bare minimum of his responsibilities, all that was left for me was to enjoy and eat a hearty meal while enjoying the drama in this tragic romance fantasy. Are they going to serve monster meat again? I want to lift the lid. What sort of dish would I taste this time? My heart was thumping with anticipation. Oh, also, has Kyle taken a sick leave? I asked Blund. Those two were always close in our academy days. If Kyle hadn't made that stunt on the second evaluation, he would have surely come with Blund. But instead of answering my question, rude words were thrown at me. You knew about this, didn't you? What do you mean? Don't play dumb with me, you fucker. You knew that the Duchess was Irencia all along. That's why you withdrew, didn't you? Sigh, here we go again. Once again, the villains were trying to vent their frustrations on the innocent observer. Can't they see I'm just a simple man trying to get his share of entertainment? I shrugged my shoulders at Blund's accusation as I opened my mouth. I just found out today as well. Bang, Daron slammed his fists on the table. He then glared at me, his eyes filled with resentment. If you knew, you should have shared it with us. How could you abandon your comrades like that? Weren't we all in the same boat? From Eldon's memories, I don't think they were anything like comrades. They always seemed to use Eldon as a blunt instrument, but now they shamelessly speak about camaraderie. These guys were still pushing the blame for their own mistakes onto others, even in this situation. Truly, what a remarkable set of characters indeed. As I said, I only found out today myself. I was quite surprised as well. Spare me your lies. You've been cozy with Irencia all along, haven't you? What absurd nonsense are they even saying now? I simply declared my withdrawal because I didn't want to be involved with you guys. Sad fate. Yes, there must be a reason as to why she favored you, Eldon. What did you exactly give her, huh? Spill it. No, you guys got it all wrong. I don't care about anything about that. But I do care about this place in front of me. I just wish for a sequel of that roasted leg. Why does everyone keep targeting me? Why are they all trying to make my life miserable? Just tell us what Irencia and you are planning. What exactly does Irencia want from us? Speak up. Since an annoying situation was about to start, I reached for my mono recorder. It seems that the regretful duo have forgotten what they had accused me of just a few days ago, so I intended to remind them. However, Her Grace, the third Northern Duchess, Lumia Winterfell, is entering. The voice announcing the start of the ceremony forced me to stand up and greet the heroine. Lumia entered the grand hall dressed in a fine crimson gown and similarly colored heels. Her choice of clothing seemed fitting for the herald of her revenge, since it would probably be one filled with tears of blood. Please take your seats. As I sat down, I looked at Lumia. Although her eyelids appeared slightly swollen, I dismissed it as a mere illusion. The already chilly air in the grand hall turned even colder with her entrance, or rather, it became eerie. It felt like a fierce blizzard was blowing through, yet it was disturbingly quiet. Daron and Blund couldn't even make eye contact, their heads lowered as soon as Lumia walked in. They had been blustering at me, but now drooped like puppies that had encountered a tiger. Their cowardice was palpable. Lumia then broke the silence. After seeing my Lord father off, I learned that Lord Kyle Beelan has disappeared. He abandoned his possessions, his servants, even his honor. What? I thought Kyle had been calling a sick leave since he collapsed, but this guy was a real escape artist all along. Such decisiveness must be commended, no matter if his actions were completely devoid of prudence, remorse, or wisdom. But if one were to think of his sins, then his escape wasn't all that surprising. Daron may have been the mastermind, but it was Kyle who would shove bugs into Arencia's mouth, who would beat her up, abuse her, mock her, and even spit on her fallen body. He was certainly a despicable villain. Indeed, from Arencia's perspective, Kyle was probably the worst one by far. So it was natural that her hate for Kyle, who would always be the first to cause her pain, would be stronger than her hatred for Daron, who would simply set the events in motion behind the scenes. The fact that Kyle had fainted at the unveiling ceremony just showed he also knew of this. The eldest son of the Beelan family, their beacon of hope, had fled, abandoning all hopes and dreams of his house. My oh my, you all look so pale. Lord Daron, Lord Blund, are you both worried about Lord Kyle? Lumia smiled as she asked them, prompting the duo to finally lift their heads. But Lumia's next words caused them to lower their heads once more, even deeper, even brisker. Don't worry about him. He will come back on his own. Why, I have personally sent a letter to the head of his house. I think all of you know what this entails. That meant that Kyle's father was now aware of the heinous acts his son had committed, and it also doubled as a threat of genuine retribution during the Grand Duke's absence. Lumia was basically saying that no one would be able to leave the Grand Ducal Castle without her permission. Had I fled right after declaring my withdrawal, Lumia would have tried to bind me in other ways. But for someone like me, with no parents to tattle on, the method used would have been something impulsive and harsh. With this, I am now sure that outright fleeing was not a feasible plan. But there's no need to worry, you know. If no one tries to run away from their sins, everything that happened at the academy and what will happen inside this castle shall be buried and forgot. The classic method of the carrot and the stick. First, she would instill fear and then show hope. So don't give up in the history of our Grand Duchy. There has always been a winner in the Grand Ducal betrothal. Since Lumia suffered for 3 long years under the villainous quartet, she more than anyone knew their strategies better than anyone and how to apply them to great success. The winner shall have everything. My forgiveness, their heart's desires, richness beyond compare, glory, and of course love. After her threats, she promised a future bright enough to encourage participation. But I knew this was all part of her plan. Like when they promised to stop the torture when Arencia stayed hidden for 5 minutes just to crush her hopes, pushing her deeper into despair, Lumia would do something similar. And the cause of this was, this is for your own good, you know. How else would you survive in this harsh world while being so weak? Lumia would use Daron's advice against themselves. Then thud, a pair of knees hit the Grand Hall's floor. Arencia, and no, 3rd Northern Duchess Lumia Winterfell, I have committed a sin worthy of death. Please forgive me. The youngest brother who always had to live in someone else's shadow, the second son who never received his father's approval, a duke's spare that must prove his worth through certain victory. That was who Daron Khalid was. The mastermind, the prime instigator, had gotten in line faster than anyone else. But of course, this just meant that he had been the fastest to bite into Lumia's bait. Click-clack. Lumia rose from her seat and approached the kneeling Daron. Then she opened the lid of the dish placed at Daron's spot. The mystery meal was revealed. Oh, it was the same dish I saw on my monster cuisine guide while I traveled with Rachel towards the second evaluation. A dish so exciting that I had to ask Rachel about its taste. The dish was Drake's tail. Though the tail's meat was marred with random bubble-like protuberances and had a rough appearance, the texture was said to be exquisite. Ah, my mouth was already watering. Lumia then abruptly flipped the dish onto the floor, right in front of Daron. Splat, the meat's red sauce spread across the Grand Hall's white floor. It almost looked like a pool of blood. But why in the hell was she wasting such good food? Doesn't she know that wasting food is the worst sin? I wouldn't be surprised if divine punishment befell over her now. As he glanced at the spilled food before him, Daron raised his eyes and looked at Lumia. It was the same pitiful gaze, begging for mercy, that Arencia might have worn back in the old days, but Lumia merely smirked at him. Did you know, Lord Daron, there's nothing cleaner than the Grand Hall's floor, but look at it now. If you lick it clean, I might even forgive you. Then a mix of shock and hope shone in Daron's eyes. His gaze was eerily similar to that of Arencia's. A tear-jerking scene was unfolding before my eyes. Just a few moments ago, Daron and Blund were chewing me out, but they are now licking the food off the floor, because they wish to prove their worth, because they wish to prove themselves to their families, and because they were seeking Erencia forgiveness. It was truly a pitiful scene, watching these men throw away their pride as they miserably licked the floor filled with monster meat as they gagged. Also, it was rather ironic since Eldon clearly remembered the times when Erencia ate up countless bugs just to escape further torment. Strangely enough, as I delved into the original's memories, I couldn't find a speck of joy in Eldon as Erencia was tormented. Instead, only a feeling of disgust arose within him. In male-oriented novels, a female character's sins could be forgiven when she undergoes a process known as the washing machine. Depending on the result of it, she could even be elevated to the status of a heroine. Could this mean that the original novel set up Eldon Raphaelian as the male lead after he undergoes this washing process through the betrothal contest? Regardless of the original novel's plot, this wouldn't affect the plans for my culinary journey. Gah. Meanwhile, Daron and Blund continued to gag. The difference now was that they were stuffing themselves with monster meat seeking forgiveness, despite their rising nausea. As soon as the Grand Duke left, all the chains were removed, and Lumia's rampage began. The essence of a tragic romance fantasy lies in its unreasonable exhilaration, and the original author might have sent the Grand Duke away so that the protagonist could spread the wings of vengeance freely. But now that the novel's plot had derailed completely, and with Lumia's current mental health being rather poor, the absence of the break, known as the Grand Duke, might have been a stroke of genius or a grave mistake. Feels more like the latter, though. Click-clack. And then Lumia finally approached me. I stood up, maintaining my decorum. Even if I plan to escape this place, I still have to maintain the basics of courtesy. Our situation was merely a mutual misfortune. Both the heroine who started to tread a darker path due to unexpected shifts in the plot, and I, who possessed a villainous character, were all victims of the circumstances. But I was just curious about what kind of dish would be splattered on the floor. Surprisingly enough, Lumia didn't touch the lid of the dish. Instead, she initiated a conversation. You asked me, didn't you, whether my confession was a sincere one or not? Wait a second, she's going to bring that confession in the presence of both Daron and Blund. So this is her strategy. Has our confrontation already started? It was sincere. Pardon, I said it was sincere. That I supported you, that my love for you was real. No, hold a second there. Lumia always referred to me as Lord Eldon or some other polite title, never as you. Did she make a mistake, or had she forgotten the formalities? What's with this sudden shift of treatment? Caught off guard by this sudden attack, I couldn't formulate a response, and Lumia soon continued her advances. She extended her delicate hand towards me and said, "So, will you marry me?" What? She's proposing, just like that. Lady, weren't you encouraging those two idiots with hopes of victory a few moments ago? And now you're crushing that same hope by proposing to me. I looked towards the regretful duo. They stared at me with faces wrapped in disgust and eyes filled with tears. Their eyes trembled from having their hopes crushed so completely, and their mouths hung open, making the red sauce fall onto the ground. They had found hope amidst the despair. The hope of salvation, of finally fulfilling their ambitions, but their hope was ruthlessly snatched away, and the unstoppable wave of despair washed over them. Lumia hammered the final nail in their coffin, pushing the duo into the abyss. The same abyss filled with tears and blood she once fell into. I swear to grant you everything you wish for. The revival of your fallen house, honor, power, love, and forgiveness. Whatever you want, I shall give it to you. That is my vow in Winterfell's name. Whether this new proposal was just a new way to crush Daron and Blund's hopes, a new strategy to capture me, or merely the result of a twisted obsession, I don't know. For me, who just wished to experience a man's romance, to venture deep into the unknown, to have a culinary journey, staying locked inside the Grand Ducal Castle, was unforgivable. Moreover, the absence of the safeguard that is Logan Winterfell only served as an advantage for her. I politely bowed my head. With that, I made it clear that my intention to decline was unyielding. I'm sorry. Then I lifted my head. When I saw Lumia shedding tears, an impact made my head snap towards the side, and a crisp sound followed it. Slap. All this time I had been curious about something. How good would a female-oriented novel be? Spurred by my curiosity, I found and read this novel, and unfortunately I ended up transmigrating after reading all the free chapters. Since I couldn't read much of the novel's contents, I couldn't be sure of the heroine's fervent character, but one thing seemed clear now. The author's work on female protagonists of such romance fantasies was quite it's spicy. Yes, a spiciness that tingled. Her hands were also quite spicy, no. I think my face is stinging a bit. Maybe I should have dodged it. Ouch, transmigrated into a tragic romance fantasy. My lady, after the unveiling ceremony concluded and the Grand Duke departed for the capital, Lumia sat in the dressing room. Her expression was blank and soulless. Concerned, Marion called out to her lady as she placed a red dress beside her. Yes, how was it? Marian had been eagerly awaiting this day, a grand ceremony to unveil the grand existence of her lady to the world, an event that would reveal Erencia Velrock's identity to her suitors. She prayed that everything would be perfect. Since this day would mark the beginning of her lady's freedom. How was it? Marian asked as she combed Lumia's hair while examining her expression through the mirror's reflection. But the maid started to feel uneasy, as if her lady's answer would crush her sincere hopes. Soon enough, that uneasiness turned into reality. It was a disaster. What? W.Y. Marian had watched the ceremony from the sides of the stage. She cheered when Kyle collapsed, his eyes rolling back. That was the downfall of a despicable man who had tortured her beloved mistress. As such, Marian felt a vindictive pleasure as she witnessed that. That was why she had believed that the ceremony had concluded perfectly. But of course, the moment she also saw Eldon's face, her expectations wavered a little. Even with Erencia in front of him, the man remained calm. Unlike the others who were completely shocked and terrified, his only reaction was a momentary widening of his eyes before regaining composure. Moreover, her lady's expression as she faced Eldon made Marian a little worried, and now those ill feelings had become reality. Lumia gazed at her reflection. As she examined herself, Lumia remembered his question. It's humiliating. What? Trying to force myself on him. And after making a fool of myself, I even ran away when he asked if my feelings were genuine. No, this was more than humiliating. It's utterly disgusting. Marian's hands, which were now unbuttoning her lady's dress, halted. They were back to square one. Despite the ceremony, her lady was still stuck in the past. Nothing had changed. Truthfully, Marian wished that Lumia would accept Eldon's withdrawal already, so she could focus on the other three. After all, if things continued this way, her lady would simply break free from an old shackle only to be tied down by a new one made of her own volition. At the very least, if she won't accept his withdrawal, Marian hoped that her lady would recognize the changes he had shown. If acceptance wasn't possible, then at the very least ignorance wasn't all that bad. And if even ignorance was out of her lady's reach, then Marian wished for a cold and heartless resignation. She knew her lady was a determined researcher, who clung to problems day and night until solutions were found, but this time Marian hoped she would give up. Why am I like this? Why do I keep begging for his praise? Why do I thirst for his approval? His validation? Why must I, the victim, bow to my aggressor? While Lumia continued to doubt herself, Marian carefully resumed her unbuttoning, hoping that if her lady wouldn't give up, then she would at least consider the errors in her beliefs. Wasn't there a saying, even old monkeys fall from trees? With such belief in mind, Marian cautiously breached a previously sensitive subject. My lady, there are many things I'm not sure about, but perhaps you're acknowledging something subconsciously. Acknowledging what, Marian? You once said that a person's nature cannot change, that this was an immutable law. Did I say that? Indeed, my lady. So perhaps you're acknowledging Eldon's efforts in defying this immutable law. What? Turning the impossible into possible must require a heart-wrenching effort, a new hypothesis. No. It was merely one Lumia discarded, but now that Marian had discussed its possibility, Lumia's eyes widened. Truthfully, Lumia herself had no more hypothesis to form. She was already tired of her constant failures. These failures stagnated her mind, to the point that Lumia couldn't be flexible with her ideas anymore. Because of this, she had become more prone to emotional impulses rather than rational cool-headedness. Had she been wrong this whole time? Perhaps Eldon's self-assured behavior was simply because his change had been real. Maybe Eldon was walking on the path of repentance this whole time. Was he putting in the effort to change his wicked nature, even when others weren't seeing him? Marian's casual remark stirred up numerous doubts that had sunk beneath the surface of Lumia's mind. Of course, these doubts were far from being resolved. Even if that's the case, it doesn't justify my obsession. That couldn't be the sole reason I've been clinging to him. If I had acknowledged something like this, then that should have been the end of it. Lumia had failed to even consider Eldon's changes due to her denial and stubbornness. She even appointed a watcher to spy on his moves. Despite claiming she wouldn't be consumed by vengeance, Lumia withered as her obsession grew following Eldon's withdrawal. Finally, after all those hypotheses were wrong, Lumia felt as if a new door was slowly opening in her mind as Marian smiled gently at her. My lady, haven't you mentioned this yourself? That you would marry the participant who either sincerely repents for his sins, or the one who remains unrepentant till the end. That. Perhaps you've unknowingly selected Eldon as your partner because he has shown signs of repentance. Lumia's eyes widened. Something else now swirled inside those blue orbs that were previously overtaken by fury and disgust. It was something yet unknown, something indescribable. Me, marry someone like Eldon, and no, that's completely absurd. Aunt B, though Marian always felt that her lady was too good for those four if she had to choose the lesser evil among them, her choice would undoubtedly be Eldon Raphaelian. My lady, there's something I've kept hidden from you. Marian wholeheartedly believed that Eldon was the best choice after he had helped a fallen maid who twisted her ankle. Actually, The reason for my injury is because I collided with Lord Eldon and fell, and it was Lord Eldon who helped me receive proper treatment. Hearing such an absurd tale, Lumia furrowed her brows as she looked at Marion's ankle through the mirror's reflection. What's your point, Marion? That Lord Eldon helped me when I fell, but despite helping me, he told me to keep it a secret. That's why I didn't tell you, he told you. Not to reveal that he had helped you. Why? I didn't understand then, but now I think I do. Perhaps he wanted to keep a low profile until his withdrawal had been accepted. Why would he? It makes one think, doesn't it? What if both his withdrawal and his changes were truthful all along? The sudden revelation of Eldon's good deed. Since it came from someone Lumia cherished the most, it was impactful. She didn't doubt her handmaiden's words. Slowly but surely, her ears, long closed, began to open. Her eyes, long shut, now saw things clearly. Click, the last button on the back of her suffocating dress came undone. Gah, such beautiful sounds echoed through the grand hall. During their first tasting of monster meat, their reactions hadn't been as intense as Lumia had wished. Thus the enjoyment factor wasn't that great. It was somewhat regrettable, but for the sake of her future plans, she had to be satisfied with that. But now, Uorg, the dishes she had carefully prepared were causing a significant backlash. It was such a satisfying reaction, exactly what Lumia had been waiting for. She wished to see Daron and Blund gagging just like she had been when they forced bugs down her throat. Despite their noble facades, both of them were licking the grand hall's floor like filthy mutts now. They were now obeying her commands like wretched slaves. She should have been clutching her sides, laughing at their miserable states. However, she couldn't. It was all because of Eldon, who sat there with a bored expression on his face. While her gaze might have been focused on Daron and Blund, all her other senses were directed toward Eldon. Lumia couldn't find the courage to look at him for some reason. Despite this being the moment she waited for, instead of feeling vindicated, her resentment and irritation surged, all because of Eldon Raphelian's presence. I'll reward the first who eats it all and leaves the floor spotless, so good luck. Even if her mouth tasted like ashes, Lumia still spat some words to them as she approached Eldon. Her steps were neither weak nor confident. Thus, with an uneasy expression, she stood before him. Things were supposed to have changed by now. Lumia was supposed to be the mighty tyrant now, while Eldon was the pitiful wretch, but nothing had changed. Eldon still felt like a giant, and Lumia couldn't help but feel intimidated by him. It was something absurd, but she would overcome it. She would subdue the mighty giant. With such resolve, Lumia opened her mouth. However, you asked me, didn't you, whether my confession was a sincere one or not? Once again, her traitorous mouth spilled things without her consent. Why did that keep happening to her? It was sincere. Pardon, I said it was sincere, that I supported you, that my love for you was real. During their first face-to-face confrontation, the things she couldn't say now flowed out of her mouth quite easily. Her heart thumped in her chest. Her lips felt as though they were burning. But despite all of this, will you marry me? Lumia managed to fight her revulsion and speak such dreadful words. I swear to grant you everything you wish for. The revival of your fallen house, honor, power, love, and forgiveness. Whatever you want, I shall give to you. That is my vow in Winterfell's name. Originally, Lumia didn't wish to drag down the sacred name of Winterfell in her plans, because she didn't want to dirty such a name with a villain's filth. But this time, the promise made in Winterfell's name came out quite easily. Lumia wanted, she yearned, craved acceptance. She didn't want to be rejected yet again, so this promise in Winterfell's name wasn't a lie. It was an ultimatum. However, Eldon bowed his head, low enough that his waist bent, and then, I'm sorry, your grace. Once again, she had been rejected, just like in that hellish past. The root of all her problems rejected her without hesitating. Therefore, it was natural that instead of feeling liberated, her resentment surged like never before. Tears welled up in her eyes, tears filled with her past grievances, tears carrying the stress of having her plans foiled time after time, the anxiety of her nightmares. Tears drenched her face in her despair from those hellish days. During their first confrontation, not even a single speck of moisture came from her eyes. But now, Lumia's vision had become blurred as her tears flowed down her cheeks. Her heart pounded and her whole body trembled. It was at this moment that Eldon raised his head. After he declared withdrawal, that innocent face always seemed to infuriate her. It was a mockery of Lumia's desperation. It drove her mad. That must have been why. Without realizing it, her hand rose, and in that single moment of emotional turmoil, of rejected confessions, of failed plans, of revenge, she slapped his cheek. To a young woman who didn't know how else to express the boiling resentment inside her, violence seemed to be the only answer as she marred that innocent face. Slapped, she had made a vow. She swore never to become like them. She would never stoop that low. But just now that vow crumbled. She couldn't control herself. She couldn't stop it. This was merely the reaction of her bottled-up feelings exploding in an uncontrollable burst. In an instant, her tears dried up. Her trembling hands stilled as her legs began to wobble. Her mouth could only let out a pitiful moan. There was nothing else she could do. After having broken her vow and resorting to violence, the only thing Lumia could do was to shrink herself before him. Eventually, thud, Lumia collapsed onto the ground, covering her face with both hands. It had been a cursed moment, a desperate one. Lumia couldn't stop the resentment that wreaked havoc in her mind. Once again, she couldn't control her impulses when faced with him, be it then or now. Oh, how she despised him, how she utterly hated that man's very existence for doing this to her. Thus, Lumia found herself kneeling before Eldon, just like in her academy days, doomed to always repeat those painful moments. And Eldon, who stood there, caressed his sore cheek for a moment, before proceeding to lift the lid off the dish set before his seat, transmigrated into a tragic romance fantasy. Thud, immediately after slapping me, Lumia collapsed onto the ground in despair. She covered her face, shocked by her own display of violence, assuming a posture similar to the one Orencia would have in the academy days. How did things reach this point? As a transmigrator, my only wish was to live a good life, chasing a man's romance. So why was the protagonist of this world kneeling before me in despair? Why do I have the feeling that this was my fault? Why can't I just be a simple bystander? Nothing made sense. It's literally inconceivable. The heroine depicted in the novel was someone cool-headed, possessing keen insight and rationality, masterfully controlling situations, and steering towards her goal with a natural charisma. I rubbed my tingling cheek. In my past life, I had suffered so many slaps that I was supposed to be immune to them. The irony of the situation was unmistakable, absurd, and exceedingly uncomfortable. Just like Big Bro Kekwajiju 1, who jumped around the vast prairie and shouted toward the sky in the American drama Lost. Why doesn't anybody understand me? All I wanted was one moment of happiness. Why can't I be happy? For some reason, I had this desperate need to voice my grievances. Lumia's despair was not something I wanted or desired. Besides, I wasn't a villain who enjoyed seeing people despairing, nor was I a bastard who kicked those who had already fallen in the pit. But I couldn't offer a helping hand to her either, since I had managed to avoid every single bait thrown at me till now. It was to break the chains and run across the field, not an idiotic refusal to return to the stable. However, at the very least, I felt the need to say something. It may be hard for you to believe this, but the Eldon of the past no longer exists. The Eldon who tormented you has been erased, and he will never come back. Possession. Despite this being the truth, I had no doubt that people would dismiss my explanations as nonsense or as a wastrel's attempt to shrink from his responsibilities. Or even worse, they might misinterpret this as me mocking the grand ducal betrothal. That's why I cannot reveal the truth. Lumia lowered her hands from her face and lifted her head. That face was as pale as those of Daron and Blund. So please, don't let the actions of a villain long gone haunt you anymore. I prayed that she wouldn't be trapped in a cycle of vengeance and misery. Do not let your misery cloud and twist the challenge you impose on the world. I hope that the girl who had suffered under a terrible curse for all her life wouldn't tarnish her name now that she had finally stepped into the light. For I simply wish for your happiness, my Duchess. And with those words, I conveyed my most sincere feelings. That was the end of it. Even though I had declared my withdrawal, I still participated in the contest to fulfill my minimum obligations. That's why I hoped that my presence wouldn't derail the protagonist's path. And of course, another reason for doing all of this was to guarantee a peaceful culinary journey. But now that my duties were fulfilled and my honest feelings were conveyed, I had enough reasons to leave. Above all, it's only right for me to stay away. Like water and oil don't mix, Lumia and I were simply not meant to be together. My presence would be akin to someone throwing oil into Lumia's flames of revenge. If being together only sparked such unnecessary conflicts, bringing unilateral damages to one side, then it was only right for the other party to step away. Then I shall take my leave. I bowed deeply toward the still collapsed woman. Despite her slapping me, despite her trying to take away my freedom, I couldn't muster the will to disdain or hate her. After all, Lumia was also a victim of this tragic romance fantasy. Thus, with heartfelt respect, I offered what would be my last greeting. I lifted my head. Lumia's face was painted in a mixture of despair and frustration, while also carrying a hint of thoughtfulness. What could she be thinking now? Perhaps she was finally casting away her obsession with this simple bystander. Was she finally stepping away from her thirst for revenge? Well, at least I hoped it would be something like that as I moved forward. But you, why did you help that fallen maid? That's not like you. Lumia's voice echoed from behind me. Since her question was somewhat unexpected, I had to spend some time processing it. After my transmigration, there was only one incident where I helped a fallen maid. A maid who had twisted her ankle after bumping into me around a corner. She screamed for help, pleading for anyone to come and save her. In the original novel, I remember reading the fact that only a single maid served Lumia. That's why she seemed so familiar. So that maid was your handmaiden, and it seems that she broke our little agreement. Well, honestly, at this point I didn't care about it. You really didn't know, indeed, but why did you help Marion? You're someone who would watch the suffering of others while mocking them. I helped her because it was my fault she got hurt. For a modern person, such reasoning was obvious, though for someone in this era it might be hard to believe, and Lumia's reaction seemed to be proving that fact as no response came. When I tried to move again, her voice stopped me as if grabbing my ankles, my wounds. Why don't you help me heal the wounds you've caused me then? Why do you ignore them? Her tone was akin to a child throwing a tantrum. Sadly, Eldon Raphelian, the person who should have been here to hear that plea, was long gone. If you need ointment, I shall bring it to you. If you need assistance, I will provide it. However, I cannot accept your proposal. With that firm declaration, I walked away. Her voice didn't call out to me again. Her voice didn't hold my ankles again. I couldn't see her face, but with this, I hoped she would be able to direct her focus to those who would stay. Ultimately, I hoped that by the end of this grand ducal betrothal, she would be free from her past wounds. So I left the grand hall. And soup, at least big bro Humbu got some rice, even though he got bitch slapped, too. As I left the grand hall, I couldn't contain the immense regret of not even tasting that grilled wyvern fin that was prepared for me. I would leave the grand ducal betrothal. While I had bid my farewell to Lumia, it was still too soon to embark on my culinary journey. Rendler had mentioned something to me this morning. Since the Grand Duke had traveled to the capital, and his heir was tasked with suppressing the remnants of the northern barbarian tribes, the one in charge of the Grand Ducal betrothal was now Gelwood. Now it was the time to use the cards I had accumulated, so my first destination would be the annex, where some of those cards resided. Let's go, Rachel. However, Rachel, who had been waiting for me outside the grand hall, had a surprised look on her face. What is it? Did you get hit? Since my cheek had stopped stinging, I thought the slap wouldn't have left a mark, but it appears that it did. I casually stroked my cheek while I answered her. Well, something happened, but it's nothing serious. You are bleeding. What? I looked at my hand. It was stained with blood. Her fingernails might have scratched me. Of course, a wound like this was a small price to pay for my freedom. It seems the Duchess' nails were quite long. I chuckled at that and was about to head to the annex when Rachel pulled something out of her coat pocket and handed it to me. It was a thin cylinder made of iron. Use this. And what is this? An ointment. It's highly effective for healing wounds. It even prevents scars from forming. I had always wondered why Rachel didn't have a single scar on her face despite having lived a life rougher than anyone else. But now I knew it was because of this high-grade ointment. I quickly opened the lid. The ointment was a murky white paste. I scooped some with my index finger and applied it on my cheek. Swoosh. But it seemed that Rachel wasn't satisfied. What now? You're putting in the wrong spot. You need to apply it a bit higher. I see. Scooping some more, I applied it a bit higher. And once again, Rachel seemed unsatisfied. Why? A bit higher? Scoop. Taking a big scoop with my finger, I applied it higher up. Rachel's expression remained unchanged. You've gone too high. Plump. As I reached to dab more ointment with my index finger, Rachel snatched it away. My descending index finger had no choice but to poke my innocent palm instead. Give it to me. She had already taken it. Is it expensive? I will apply it for you. It must be expensive. Indeed, in a medieval era when medicine was not advanced, an ointment that left no scars would certainly be costly. I wiped my index finger on my clothes as I tilted my head forward. Rachel stepped closer. She then began to apply the ointment on my cheek. It was the first time I had ever felt the touch of a woman, but for Lee Junwoo, such a warm embrace was a distant dream he clung to each lonely night. That must have been why I found myself staring intently at her, watching as she applied the ointment, much like a caring older sister would. Why are you staring at me like that? Before I realized it, Rachel had already applied the ointment and quickly moved away as I awkwardly rubbed the spot she touched and said, wait a second. There were several times I was beaten hard enough to bleed, and you've been hoarding this good stuff all for yourself. What a stingy teacher I have. It was a joke. Since the original Eldon had been a battle maniac, there were large scars on his fists and a thin scar on his chin. And if I looked at his memories for a bit, there were several moments before this betrothal contest where Eldon had fought hard enough to bleed. Rachel had always been there, but she had never offered this ointment. She didn't even acknowledge those wounds. However, Rachel seemed to struggle to respond to my casual joke as a faint blush colored her face. I'll be going ahead. She stuttered and then led the way. But I didn't tell her where we were going. Why was she turning right? Is she going to the training grounds? Isn't it a little too late for training? As I quickly ran towards Rachel, who was confidently stomping in the wrong direction. Rachel, we're going to the annex. Whoosh, the knight made a sharp turn, heading towards the annex. Footnotes 1. Nickname for the Korean dude in Lost. Link YouTube video for the scene 2. A sitcom folktale character who is poor but kind. This name is often used to act out comedic moments roleplay. Transmigrated into a tragic romance fantasy. The sun had already set. Since Mount Kumgang's view is even better after a good meal, I headed towards the annex to dine first. That uneaten grilled wyvern fin had provoked my hunger. From what I had heard, it was supposed to have a chewy texture and savory meat aroma. I must try it when I have the chance. But who could have cooked all those dishes? Each dish was amazing. Surely their existence proved the fact that a chef who has mastered the art of monster cuisine worked for the Grand Duke. It would be great if I managed to invite this chef, but whether I could match their hefty salary or entice them to leave a stable job for a culinary journey was another issue. Firstly, after my ultimatum with Gelwood, I should check the restaurants in the Grand Duchy's capital. Many served monster dishes. Perhaps I could find a chef who hungered for some adventure in those restaurants. As I hoped to find such a person, I arrived at the entrance of the annex when, LD. I turned towards the voice screaming my name. Of course, the voice belonged to a bun-haired lady. Ariel was the one who stood completely baffled among the cheering people during the unveiling ceremony. She was the one who had met the white-haired Erencia ahead of everyone else. She must have been dying of curiosity. Since she wasn't clutching a book today, it seemed that her curiosity overpowered her thirst for books. Ariel, tell me, what happened? Ariel's blonde hair fluttered as she rushed over and started firing all her pent-up questions. Her face was littered with question marks. She wanted to know whether the white-haired Erencia was indeed the third Northern Duchess. She wanted to know if the red-haired Baroness from our academy days was indeed the daughter of Winterfell's Grand Duke. What her circumstances were, what were her secrets, who, when, where, what, why, how. It was almost as if we were playing a 5W and 1H game. And just when I was about to answer, Ariel stared at me as another question surged. She was looking at my right cheek specifically. Then, as she poked my cheek with her index finger, she voiced her new question. W, what is this? What happened? It seemed urgent to address her curiosity first, so I answered, I got slapped. Did you and Rachel fight? From her expression, it seemed like she had expected this, but after chuckling for a bit, I said no. I got slapped by the third Northern Duchess. What? WY? Her auburn eyes widened and her crimson lips parted with my unexpected answer. Seeing her reaction, I decided to clarify things a little. I refused her proposal. What? Indeed, today has been a day full of surprises for this little bun-haired lady. So you're saying that in the private ceremony with the other candidates, Erencia no, Lumia, the third Northern Duchess, proposed to you and you rejected it and got slapped for it. Exactly. I recounted the events to Ariel without omitting any details. With the truth now in the open, there wasn't any reason to lie or hide things from my reading buddy, Ariel. It was better to be honest about it. Lumia, who had been unable to accept my change, approached a third party, Ariel, under the cover of the night. It was uncertain what was causing such an inability to accept things, therefore, so it's better if you don't approach the Duchess. I wanted to greet her, but maybe it's better not to. Yes, for the time being, you should do your best to avoid her. The protagonist's condition was not good. Those who are consumed by vengeance often meet a tragic end. While I hoped she wouldn't end up that way, it was still best to remain cautious, at least until the grand ducal betrothal reached its conclusion. After all, the Duchess had a precedent of using Ariel. Well, I'll do as you say, but are you sure you're okay? After having her questions answered, Ariel looked at my cheek with some concern. Then she pulled out an ointment and also applied it to my cheek with a warm touch. Her concern about a friend's injury warmed my heart. Considering Eldon's character, Ariel's and Rachel's actions seemed almost too good for me. I'm fine, it's nothing, really. Sigh, that's good. But what exactly happened with Erencia? She was the Duchess this whole time. I proceeded to explain everything to Ariel. Of course, I made sure to leave out the bits only someone who had read the original novel would know. Wow, so that's why the valedictorians of the Royal Academy ended up as the finalists. I nodded my head in agreement. Indeed, so you are officially withdrawn from the contest now. Since the one in charge of the betrothal has changed, it's not official yet, but it's pretty much confirmed. I see. There was still a week left until the grand ducal betrothal reached its conclusion, but for me, it might as well have been over. It was now the time to play my cards, meaning my escape was imminent. That's why I asked Ariel something. Looks like the culinary journey might start a bit sooner than planned. Are you fine with that, Ariel? If she wanted to stay here for a bit more because there were many books left unread, I would comply. She was a noble soul who had helped me greatly, and my first friend in this other world. I had no desire to live so callously as to ignore her request. Besides, there were still preparations to be made for our restful and adventurous culinary journey. Unexpectedly, Ariel cheerfully nodded her agreement. I'm fine with it. Really? Aren't there many books you want to read? There'll always be time to read, but seeing you fight monsters is something I can only witness now. I'm not in a rush, there are still things to prepare. If you need time, I can wait, so feel free to speak your mind. Ariel, who had agreed with me so easily, now hesitated a little upon my offer to wait. With my current skills, I would struggle against anything more than a low-tier monster. Besides, I hadn't even begun my training on how to use my magic in combat. There was no need to hurry, nor any reason to be anxious. Above all, the principle behind my journey was to relax and enjoy this world. After a moment of silence, Ariel cautiously said, once the grand ducal betrothal ends, there's going to be a monster cuisine festival in the Grand Duchy's capital. Didn't you say that we needed to find a chef? I also heard that there will be a cooking competition. How about we stay here for a while and enjoy the festival? What? Hold up. Did you just say a monster cuisine festival is going to happen? Noticing my interest, Ariel responded with a cheerful tone. Yes, the festival will take place on Central Street for 5 days. Renowned chefs from around the Northern Territories will gather, so perhaps we might find what we're looking for. Oh ho, now that sounds tempting. Hee hee, I knew you'd like it. Beyond my guidebook that showed all the delicious places to eat monster cuisine, there's even a festival I might have missed. Truly, meeting Ariel has been a blessing in disguise. This festival wouldn't only be an opportunity to recruit a chef, but a chance to have my fill with drool-worthy dishes. Well, I'll go gather some more information about it. Rest well, Eldon, you too, Knight Rachel. With those words, Ariel proved herself once again, how invaluable she was as she walked away. I wondered when I would be able to repay the kindness this giving tree was providing me. Ever since morning, Gelwood's office was filled with his sighs and groans. Sitting on his chair, the advisor stared at the seal placed on his desk. It was a symbol of absolute power, representing the authority of the Grand Duke, which he now temporarily wielded. How foolish, truly foolish. Gelwood rebuked himself. He was filled with immense regret. The advisor regretted not opposing Lumia's decision to choose the final candidates among her academy peers just because they were known. Despite sensing something was wrong, at that time, Gelwood hadn't acted. He hadn't suspected Lumia's growing infatuation with Eldon Raphelion, the withdrawer that later turned into an obsession. Instead of doing something against that, he even encouraged her by passing notes to the young man. Everything now seemed regrettable, and the situation had grown beyond control, weighing heavily on his heart as if it was all his fault, a calamity masquerading as a coincidence. Kyle Beelan's fainting and disappearance, a twisted obsession with those who withdrew, even the strange attitude of the Royal Academy. All signs pointed to the fact that the Grand Ducal betrothal was not about finding a suitor but a stage for revenge, yet he felt incredibly foolish for not having managed to address any of it properly. Gelwood watched the flames on the candle dance as he took a sip of wine, then with a bitter smile he sighed again. It seems I've grown old indeed. His keen insight wasn't all that sharp anymore. His clear judgment felt blurred, and now even his capacity to detect minor signs or clues was gone, as things would often be overlooked by him. All that was a clear sign of his old age finally dulling his senses. What could have possessed you to orchestrate such a thing, my Duchess? From the very start, the Grand Ducal betrothal was fated to spiral towards catastrophe. Now, only 3 candidates remained who could claim victory. And of those 3, one stubbornly declared his withdrawal. Before his lord returned, Gelwood needed to find a way to salvage this mess and curb the Duchess's rampage, and that method might be brutal. After all, with the situation as it is, Gelwood didn't have the leisure to be light-handed. Standing up from his chair, the advisor moved towards his window. He looked towards the 3rd Grand Castle where the Duchess, Lumia Winterfell, resided. As he pondered, something occurred to him. The curse might not have yet been gone. The thirst for knowledge and stubbornness led her to the academy. The actions she made, despite the curse's threat, might very well be because of said curse compelling her. Such a conclusion only made Gelwood sigh again. Then knock knock, someone announced their presence by knocking at his door. As Gelwood opened the door, he was shocked, because his visitor was the only person who could laugh amidst this chaos. Lord Eldon, advisor, do you have a moment? Yes, but what brings you here? I have something to show you. In his hands he held 2 mana recorders alongside a folded note, and on his face there was a long and thin scar that hadn't been there this morning. All of a sudden, Gelwood had a feeling that the 3 remaining candidates might be reduced to 2, transmigrated into a tragic romance fantasy. The hall had turned so cold that it seemed it could freeze death itself. Eldon Raphelion had left the grand hall, leaving Lumia Winterfell, Daron Kaled, and Blund Rosfell behind. Lumia, sitting miserably on the floor, struggled to her feet. Wobble. She staggered greatly and had to quickly grasp the round table to prevent herself from collapsing again. With her right hand still pressed against the table, she stretched out her left hand and looked down at her palm. It was the hand that had slapped Eldon. The heat from the slap still lingered. The tingling pain was still present, and the horrible feeling still haunted her. The hand that had never tasted violence was now stained. A part of her body had committed the same sin she so abhorred as it performed the same act of violence she had been subjected to. Clench. Her nails dug deep into her flesh as she clenched her fist. The pain from having her flesh pierced was there, but strangely enough, Lumia didn't mind it at all. Her eyes were bloodshot as the veins around her neck bulged. As if punishing herself, Lumia clenched her left hand around her right one, allowing all of her nails to dig into her palm. Then, after a moment, she opened her hand. A crimson liquid flowed from the injured flesh. Blood, Lumia muttered blankly. The same thing had dripped from Eldon's cheek where she had slapped him. Not only had she slapped him, but she had also seen his blood. Of course, compared to what Orencia had endured, it was nothing, but the despair of a shattered belief left a scar that not even a single scratch could erase. She lowered her hand. Her head hung listlessly. The chandelier on the ceiling was emitting a bright and splendid light. A chuckle escaped her. She should have been reveling in something brighter than this chandelier's light. She should be wearing a triumphant smile, not this hollow smile with only her regrets as a company. How did it come to this? Where did it all go wrong? Why would he wish for her happiness? Why would he wish for no further misery on anyone? How could he, that wastrel, harbor such lavish hopes? And why, oh why, did his words sound so sincere? Happiness. With a dull expression, Lumia mulled over Eldon's wishes as she gazed down at Daron Khalid and Blund Rosfell. Looking at their pitiful faces, matching the ones Orencia would have, another mirthless chuckle escaped her. She couldn't help it, their current state was the epitome of misery. It was completely absurd to obsess over a single flea only to burn down the entire house because of it, expecting that someone would understand her the way Marion did. Also, Lumia's twisted sincerity permeating the proposal made to Eldon was so comical that she almost laughed hysterically. Click-clack, wiping her bloodied hand on the round table, Lumia approached Daron and Blund. You two are indeed very fortunate. Her soft tone echoed in the deathly silent grand hall, further encasing the cold atmosphere into a perennial frost as the faces of both Daron and Blund paled in despair oh so familiar to Orencia. Why yes, it must be nice. Now the chances of you two being pardoned have doubled. Lumia stood in front of the two, who were kneeling. Her once bright gem-like blue eyes were now dark and clouded, and a myriad of emotions swirled in those blue orbs like a sailor drifting aimlessly into the immense ocean. The light that once shone in her eyes was replaced by the dark shadows of loss and regret. Like a dense fog spreading over the sea, the shadows swirling inside her eyes made it impossible to understand her thoughts. The eyes of someone who had lost everything gazed down at the hands of the two men who were still kneeling on the floor. Their hands, soiled from eating the food like animals, were as ugly as their characters. Now that she thought about it, it had always been like this. Hadn't she begged for them to spare her hands all the time? Because she needed them to study, needed them to conduct her research. They were a necessity if she wanted to note down her findings, yet her pleas were always ignored. Click-clack. Shall we have an endurance contest then? The one who endures it best shall be the winner of today's event. Lumia took a step closer and mercilessly crushed Blund's hand with her heel. The sharp heel brutally dug into the back of his hand. Ag! Blund contorted his body in agony, twisting like a wet rag being wrung out harshly. However, the more he squirmed, the more Lumia pressed her heel. Please. It hurts Ag. She lifted her heel. There was a clear mark on the back of his hand. Then Lumia moved to the side. Daron's face, the mastermind of her torture, was filled with terror. Lumia walked towards him, mustering all the resentment she had felt since Eldon rejected her, fleeing from the grand ducal betrothal. Then she mercilessly stomped on Daron's hand. Aarggh, she would break that hand of his, shatter it completely. Lumia once believed that she was different from them, that she would never resort to violence like those villains. But now those innocent beliefs were crushed with a single slap, and now Lumia proceeded to mercilessly crush Daron's hand. And while she did so, a thought came to her. Indeed, didn't he want me to be happy? Don't worry. By the end of my revenge, I'll be very happy. When I make a complete mockery of your hope, I'll be the happiest person in the world. Run while you can. I want to see if your so-called hope awaits you in the place you flee to. You can run all you want. But did you think I would let you escape? Wasn't there a saying about how history is often made at night? The night, safeguarded from the light of the day, had its own rules to follow. The night, where deeds undone by the day are carried out in secret, was also a time for violence and plunder, and for the superstitious ones a time of fear. That is why in some places, curfews were enforced to protect the people from the perils of the darkness, a time for both rest and fear. And such time was being used by Gelwood to concoct plans for the disastrous grand ducal betrothal. Then, when Eldon arrived at his office during such a night, it seemed as though Gelwood's worries had become a reality. The items in his hand and the marks on his cheek seemed to carry a worrying ominousness. Eventually, the young man placed the items he held on the table one by one. The note was unfolded. Gelwood was at a loss for words. Then, a mana recorder was placed. The contents recorded in the device contained a clear violation where 3 candidates threatened the well-being of another candidate. Gelwood was speechless. Another recorder was placed next to the first one. That recorder showed that a long tail was indeed bound to be stepped on. It contained incriminating footage of the responsible for the grand ducal betrothal carrying out secret surveillance. Gelwood's silence was unnerving. And finally, these wounds were inflicted by the third Northern Duchess herself. With such numerous ethical violations and even acts of violence made against a single individual, a finalist no less, reported, Gelwood had no choice but to bow his head on behalf of the Grand Duchy of Winterfell. Of course, a single instance of physical assault was not a major issue in itself. However, the circumstances he was involved in were sufficient to disrupt the traditions of the household and the biggest festival in the Northern Territories, thus necessitating a quick response on Gelwood's part. Furthermore, this man officially declared his withdrawal from the Grand Ducal Betrothal before the final evaluations began. Despite having no legal grounds for forcefully detaining a withdrawer, the Duchess' stubbornness held him captive, and if that led to significant harm, bowing was the only recourse, and that was an official acknowledgement that the remaining 3 candidates were now 2. What do you desire? There is only one thing I desire. Eldon pulled a document from his coat. The document contained several clauses, ending with a space for a seal. What would this be? With a faint smile, Eldon glanced at the Winterfell's seal placed on Gelwood's desk. It's an agreement that will be beneficial for both parties. Amnesty for a sin he didn't commit, apology for an unwarranted sin, freedom from unjust detention and oppression, an agreement to fulfill certain promises. And beyond all, something an innocent man who found himself transmigrated into a villain's body needed: the right to live a free life, the freedom to pursue his dreams in peace, and a guarantee of an escape from his captivity. This document encapsulated all of it. It was the fulfillment of a long-awaited wish. The next morning, with 7 days remaining before the grand ducal betrothal conclusion, the public schedule was switched to a strictly private one for personal reasons. Transmigrated into a tragic romance fantasy. Marian awaited her lady outside the grand hall. Just before her lady entered the grand hall, Marian made sure to cheer her up with a bright smile. She hoped that Eldon would listen to her lady's feelings, and she also hoped that her lady would finally put an end to her obsession. Is the lady doing well? Please. Marian prayed that everything would proceed as her lady desired. She prayed that her advice would be remembered and her lady would free herself from the chains of obsession. She prayed that her lady would return to the bright and happy woman she was before all of this happened. The meal must have started by now. She would have to wait for at least an hour more. With so much to discuss, her lady's meeting with the finalists was bound to be long. But then, creak, suddenly the doors leading to the grand hall were opened from within. What? Why? Not even 30 minutes had passed since her lady entered. Who could have the audacity to leave so soon? The only ones who were allowed to enter the grand hall were her lady and the other candidates. Could it be Lord Eldon? Regrettably, it was as she feared. The grand hall's doors swung open as Eldon Raphaelian appeared. Eek! Recalling his severe warning about not revealing his involvement, Marian hurriedly hid behind a column in the hallway, but it was too late. For you to be moving that quickly, it seems that your ankle has healed well. Eldon's tone was sharp. Caught off guard by his appearance, Marian became flustered. Her lady, the protagonist of today's events, was supposed to be the last one to enter and the first to leave. Stepping awkwardly into the hallway, Marian bowed. Why are you thanking me? I was the reason you were injured in the first place. As she raised her head, Marian looked at Eldon, and she spotted a wound on his right cheek. Marian was certain that such a wound wasn't there before. Besides, some blood was flowing from the wound, indicating it was new. Suddenly, a gut-wrenching feeling began to swell within her. Marian wished to ask him, but she couldn't. Well then, Eldon walked away after leaving those words. His strides were both brisk and resolute, as if she would never see him again. Marian didn't know why, but she felt like those were his last steps in the Grand Duke's palace. So if she didn't act now, she might never get the chance. Perhaps that's why, after bracing herself, she called out to him. "Excuse me, Lord Eldon." He stopped and turned his head towards her. Gathering the rest of her courage, Marian continued, "May I inquire where you are heading now?" It was a question without much context, a question that could imply many things. Marian blushed as she realized her impulsive question, and she quickly opened her mouth to clarify things. However, at that moment, Eldon asked her something. Your name is Marian, right?" "Ah, why yes, my lord. That is correct. You broke your promise, didn't you?" Shiver, Marian's fear exploded. Despite his somewhat gentle tone and tranquil gaze, something about his presence made her feel small and threatened. Just as she was about to plead guilty to a grave sin, the atmosphere shifted. "As a consequence of breaking our promise, I should make one request to you." "Why, yes." Marian was frightened, and upon hearing his request, her mind went blank and she stood rooted in her spot for a long while. "Please take good care of Lumia." As he said this with a faint smile, Eldon once again proceeded towards the end of the hallway. His words had been loaded with as much implication and lack of context as her impulsive question. What could he mean by them? Was he implying something? Was he omitting something? The poor maid stood in the hallway, watching Eldon push the doors open and step outside. As he did so, a bright beam of sunlight enveloped him. That confusing man disappeared amid the clusters of light. Marian could only watch as the doors leading to the outside world closed. Bang. Click. I left the advisor's office with a document bearing the Grand Duke's seal, which I carefully folded and tucked into my coat. Gelwood had a look of profound regret, but unfortunately for him, my departure was predetermined. Lumia's stubbornness and obstinacy had only delayed the inevitable. The Grand Ducal betrothal had already spiraled into chaos and catastrophe. The original goal for the sacred custom was completely meaningless now. In the original novel, every single situation in the contest would have been led by Lumia's hand, and the authority over the event would have never shifted towards Gelwood. There had never been a need for the heroine to shed tears or cling to a particular contestant. Regrettably for her, as an innocent man who became the scapegoat of this disaster, I could only resent the entity who forcefully transmigrated me into Eldon's body. Please. I sincerely prayed that she would be able to find her own happiness by the Grand Ducal Bethathel's end. I prayed that she would leave the past behind so that we may walk on our destined paths and live our own lives. However, the sight of Lumia's collapsed form, her failing like a tragic heroine, the way her voice broke as she asked for me to consider her wounds as well, those things still bothered me, but I've done enough. While it may have been hard to comprehend, I've sincerely apologized and even hinted at my being a completely different person than the original Eldon. I even stoically endured her slap. As an innocent salary man who possessed a villainous character, I've done my utmost duty and responsibility. Doing more than this would be unreasonable. However, until the betrothal ends, I must stay here. Gelwood pleaded with me. He didn't ask me to participate in the evaluations, just to remain in the Grand Duchy until the end of the betrothal. Since one of the candidates had vanished, if another packed up and left during the betrothal, the Grand Duchy's honor and prestige would take a rather big blow. Luckily for Gelwood, as a reasonable person, I agreed. It wasn't a difficult decision, because I planned to thoroughly enjoy the Monster Cuisine Festival while scouting for chefs. Really, I had no reason to refuse Gelwood's plea. With a treaty marked by the Grand Duke's seal secured, my freedom was guaranteed, so moving to an inn immediately after the betrothal's end would be a simple matter. The restrictions preventing me from wandering the city in the evenings were also lifted, making it easy to escape the pressure cooker that was the evaluation site, so I left the Grand Castle. The sky had darkened. Thud, plop, plip, plop. Thick raindrops were failing. I had successfully escaped that hell. Even the rain seemed to celebrate this achievement. It was at this moment that an old movie scene came to mind. If I ever escaped prison, this was the one scene I wanted to reenact. Just this once, it seemed fine to savor my joy, though I dearly wished to celebrate my freedom by standing shirtless in the rain like the movie's protagonist. I refrained. My public image had just begun to improve, so doing such acts, while being incredibly cathartic, would make people mistake me for a madman. But just for a single moment I knelt down, spreading my arms wide. I closed my eyes and lifted my head to the sky. With a happy expression, I opened my mouth. I tried to taste each raindrop that fell on my face. If only the rain hadn't stopped so suddenly, I could have achieved it. Opening my eyes, I didn't see the rainy sky, but an umbrella that Rendler was holding. His face was beaming with pride. "You may catch a cold if you stand in the rain, my lord." Sigh. I really wish I could show Rendler the greatness of The Shawshank Redemption. I arrived in the annex accompanied by Rendler and Rachel. Late though it was, the thought of sleep seemed a waste, so I had an idea. How about we celebrate this moment? A party, my lord, I see. Since you are in quite good spirits, shall I call the maids here? No, just the three of us. What do you think? Drinking the sweet liquor of victory just by myself would be too depressing. Today I shall get wasted. I wanted to drink a good cold beer until I felt ready to burst. Since I already expected Rachel to refuse, I offered this to Randler, planning on at least having a toast with him. After all, every time Eldon Raphaelian had invited Rachel for a toast, he had been ruthlessly refused. But then I'll inform the other guards then. Rachel had unexpectedly agreed this time. Surprised by this turn of events, I asked her, "Oh, really? And what could have made my teacher agree with her student's idea?" "I'll prepare and meet you in the reception room." With that said, Rachel was first to enter the annex through the front door. I looked at Rendler. He was almost vibrating from excitement. For some reason, he also seemed a bit tearful. "My lord, do you truly wish to share a drink with me? If you don't want it, then there's no need." "How could that be, my lord? Ever since I started serving your house, this is the first time anyone has invited me to share a drink." Sob, my heart is overwhelmed. This old man, he better not die from happiness. "My heart is filled with joy, my lord. I shall prepare the finest of drinks. Bring the maids and you'll be in trouble." Rendler, who was ready to dash off, paused at my warning and asked me in a hesitant tone, "Not even a single one, my lord." This old man wants to play, huh? I would prefer to etch "death by overindulgence" rather than "death by snusnu" on his tombstone, but I didn't want to disturb those enjoying a peaceful night. Seeing my expression, Randler quickly took his leave without another word. I couldn't help but chuckle as I started walking towards the entrance. Yes, tonight I will drink to my victory. With that thought, I changed clothes and headed to the reception room, only to find myself the next morning sleeping curled up in a corner of the room. A soft blanket that certainly wasn't here before was wrapped around me. Then, Rendler was lying on the sofa, utterly unconscious. Perhaps because of the cold, a steady stream of mucus flowed from his nose, and Rachel was nowhere to be seen. I remembered drinking quite a bit. Achoo! A single sneeze announced the arrival of a new dawn. What the hell happened? Transmigrated into a tragic romance fantasy. Why had she so hastily agreed? How could she retract her words now? Rachel reached her bedroom, closed the door, and leaned against it. She was bewildered yet somewhat regretful for accepting her lord's offer. It was an offer she had received countless times before, and one she had refused almost daily. Her reactions to Eldon's proposals were as natural as counting from 1 to 2. But then, for what reason had she so easily agreed this time? No matter how much Rachel thought about it, she couldn't find the reason. Moreover, she couldn't even remember when was the last time she had drunk with someone, let alone with her lustful lord. Well, at least her lord wasn't as much of a wastrel as before. Regardless, she must prepare. Rachel pushed herself away from the door, unbuckling her sword and loosening her shoulder straps. Then she took off her long boots that reached up to her knees. She sniffed it, checking the smell of her feet. Fortunately, it seemed that all was good. After undressing, Rachel, in her underwear, opened her wardrobe and looked at the clothes within. What should I wear? Her entire life centered around the goal of getting stronger, a harsh life that made Rachel break free from the confines of her gender. Yet even someone like her had at least one dress suitable for a party. She had prepared it in case of emergency, a dress she had never used before. Since it's a party, I supposed I should use it. Naturally, she had never attended a party herself. As a nobleman's personal guard, Rachel would always stand outside the venues of such events. Those young ladies would usually wear something like this. With some hesitation, she picked the dress. It was a red-colored dress. The design was simple, quite different from the flamboyant clothes most noble ladies would use. Rachel had bought such a dress in the market, wondering if one day she would ever use it. And now, that day has arrived. If the bangs of hair that managed to escape her ponytail were the last vestiges of femininity she allowed herself, then this dress was an extension of that. After all, as a born woman, Rachel had an inherent desire to wear a pretty dress at least once in her life. Standing in front of a mirror, Rachel tried it on. Pretty, but wasn't it too much? Rachel thought so as she put the dress back in the closet. It seemed like too much of a hassle. Besides, the idea of flaunting her feminine side to her lord was conflicting. If she ever met a suitable partner, a man stronger and with firmer beliefs than herself, she would wear this red dress then, she decided. Rachel then took out her casual clothes and put them on instead. However, since this was a party, and her first party at that, she decided to let her hair down. With her hair always tied up in a ponytail, the ends naturally curled outward. Rustle, rustle. As she tousled her hair to add a little volume, Rachel headed towards the reception room. The female knight still didn't know why she had agreed to share a toast with her lord, who would usually become a wild man when drunk, nor why she had decided to let her hair down. Perhaps those actions were simply born of a teacher's desire to watch if her student's change was genuine. Why are you staring at me like that? As soon as she entered the reception room, Rachel became puzzled by Eldon's intense staring at her hair. Ah well, it's just surprising to see you with your hair down. Is it? Strange, should she have not let her hair down? Perhaps she had made a mistake trying to stray from her usual style. Just as Rachel was about to pull out the hair tie she had brought, Eldon's casual complimenting words halted her. No, it suits you well, does it? Rachel nonchalantly answered his compliment, removing her hand from her pocket and sitting opposite Eldon. His words, remarking that her current hairstyle looked good, didn't particularly please her, but Rachel accepted the compliment nonetheless. Why do you always keep it in a ponytail anyway? It's to avoid any obstruction to my vision. Ah, I see. Meticulous as always, I suppose. Of course. After spending the past few days dining with Lady Ariel, Rachel felt a little more at ease sitting across Eldon. Regardless, what exactly is this celebration for? She was curious. Ever since he returned from the advisor's office, her lord had a satisfied smile on his face, one that didn't vanish till now. Although Rachel had an idea as to why, she wished to hear his reason for proposing a toast. However, the answer she received rendered her estimations completely irrelevant. We are toasting my escape from an unjust life. Pardon? His answer was unexpected. From what she knew, Eldon Raphaelian was someone completely unassociated with the word unjust. Unlike her, he was someone of high birth who lived life as he pleased, seizing whatever he desired without manners or restraint, so that word seemed completely unrelated to him. Power and status. Rachel was not born in a noble household, so she had to shed blood, sweat, and tears to overcome the injustice of this world, escape from an unjust life. What exactly did her lord find so unjust? Unable to understand his words, Rachel was about to ask him, but then Rendler, the head butler, entered the room with a stacked tray of drinks, forcing her to swallow her questions. Then that's the stuff, come on, let's drink like it's our last day alive, ha ha ha. Her lord and the head butler clinked their glasses in celebration. Cheers, gulp, 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 thump, hiya, this is it. The ale tastes exceptional today. Ha ha ha, indeed, my lord. This might be the best ale I've ever had. Both Eldon and Rendler burst into a hearty laughter, fully immersed in the joyful celebration. Rachel watched them for a moment before awkwardly taking a sip of her own ale. Immediately after, her eyes widened. Was it always this good? The duties of a personal bodyguard ended after ensuring their charge was safe and asleep. After this, Rachel would usually hand over the night watch to another guard before retiring to her room. Her job could be quite grueling at times and lonely. But the money, something most commoners would dream to have, made it endurable. That is why for Rachel, drinking was merely a lonely ritual she did before sleeping. And even that had to be enjoyed briefly for the sake of her work on the following day. She could hardly remember the last time she toasted something. As someone devoted to her survival above all else, Rachel had never been intoxicated before, for intoxication was a death sentence to a warrior. How about it, Rachel? Staring blankly at her empty mug, Rachel lifted her head when she heard Eldon's question. He was asking her about the taste. In this case, there was only one response to give. It's delicious, ha 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 ha, exactly, did you know? Alcohol always tastes better when shared, so let's drink till our noses bend, ho ho ho, to think this is our first toast night, Rachel. Isn't it an honor? Such a heated atmosphere. It was somewhat unfamiliar to Rachel, yet it also felt strangely comforting. For Rachel, who had stepped into the world of men and fought lonely battles as a woman, whose father's death had sharply honed her solitude, this noisy night felt both novel and warmly comforting. That must be why, now freed from the burden of her duties, Rachel surpassed her tolerance limit. Blushing from the alcohol, her hiccup was the first bout of drunkenness that came out of her since vowing to become a noble's bodyguard. Of course, my lord, what's your dream? Imagoista every monster dish out there. I'm unemployed now. Cuckoo. You could be the head of the Raphaelian family. Ha 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 ha, then go bring this master a cup of water. Rachel's natural tolerance allowed her to stay a little bit more sober than Eldon and Rendler, who were completely drunk. A moment later, crash, Eldon, who had been bouncing on the sofa like a kid, fell to the floor, and Rendler, who was also bouncing, blacked out on the sofa, sprawling over like a semi-dried squid. PFFFFF, Rachel laughed. The sight of both Eldon and Rendler sprawled in such a comedic fashion brought forth a hearty laugh. It was perhaps the first genuine laugh she'd had in years, but the female knight was too intoxicated to realize it. Firstly, she staggered to her feet, approaching Eldon. Rachel was his bodyguard. Though she had been momentarily relieved from her duties, she still felt the need to check on him. Wobble, wobble, Rachel shook his body. Fortunately, it seemed her lord wasn't too far gone, as he muttered some words with a faint smile. SBPP ping, spinning, this, damned world, always, SBP-ning, haha. Are you all right? Didn't fall, just laying down a bit, because, drunk, sleep. If you sleep here you might catch a cold. Please get up, night. Sigh, well, if her lord insisted on sleeping on the floor, then she wouldn't need to assist him to the bed. As Rachel started to rise, something occurred to her. She had been so curious about the true meaning of his words, what he meant by saying escape from an unjust life. The question she had swallowed now lingered on her lips because she thought she could finally unearth its true meaning. My lord, Bleg. Escape from an unjust life, what did you mean by that? His smile vanished. The intoxicated happiness disappeared. Eldon's expression, once filled with joy, was now utterly melancholic. Then, because it's not fair, the true meaning behind his words began to unfold. What do you mean? Debts I didn't make, having to live miserably, just to pay them off. Not fair. His voice quivered and he was nearly sobbing. The deep remorse that filled his tone conveyed his truth. Had Eldon Raphaelian lived a miserable life to repay the declining family's debts? But that didn't make sense. Ever since her employment as his personal bodyguard, the family had been declining, but it never seemed miserably so. What kind of weight does this reckless man carry? Rachel was becoming gradually curious about him. Debt, did you say? Was he getting emotional? He covered his eyes with an arm. His tightly closed lips quivered slightly as if he were swallowing his sobs. And then he said, truly, wanted to die. It was that hard. As he revealed how excruciating his struggles had been, Rachel recalled the days she had gritted her teeth through adversity, drinking the blood that burst from her bitten lips. Those days had been excruciatingly hard as well. With nowhere to vent and nowhere to rely on, she endured all those trials alone. Of course, the story Eldon spoke of wasn't what Rachel had anticipated, but the miserable life of Lee Jun-woo from the past life, who had to live miserably to pay off the gambling debts his father had accrued. Jun-woo's life had been mired in tragedy, as his opportunities in life had been stolen because he couldn't pay back his father's debts. As the debts piled on, Jun-woo's life became hell, being on the receiving end of so many slaps or other types of humiliations that he became used to the taste of his own blood-soaked lips. Unknowingly, Rachel's face softened as she looked at him. While it's true that everyone carried their own burden, she never knew that Eldon, that wastrel, hid such pain from the prying eyes. She never guessed that he, like herself, had fought against this world's unfairness, bearing numerous scars similar to her own. Without realizing it, her hand touched his cheek. It must be due to her drunkenness. It must be because it was late at night and she was tired. Surely, the intoxication she felt for the first time must have blurred her senses, and the late hours corroded her reason. Because the man before her appeared so pitiful, because the man before her seemed so admirable. Even though he had drunk enough to lose his senses, he didn't revert back to his old habits, and that was certainly something worthy of praise in Rachel's eyes. Perhaps his meeting with the advisor had been his attempt to alleviate some of this debt. She must be drunker than she believed since Rachel started to stroke the scar he gained while escaping. And the fact that stroking his scars brought her some manner of comfort must also be due to her drunken state. Since Rachel had been the one who applied ointment to his wounds, she asked, "Does it still hurt?" A simple question inquiring about his wounds, but it was also something she asked herself. And the moment her question was transmitted, the fact that his melancholic face brightened up again was indeed fortunate. No, Rachel smiled brightly and then she stood up, looking down at Eldon, who started snoring as she left the room. The next day when Eldon woke up, the blanket that covered him was Rachel's. I guess alcohol is really dangerous. With a shiver, Eldon woke up from his long sleep. Although the following hangover made his morning difficult, for some reason, he felt refreshed, as if a burden had been lifted from his shoulders, transmigrated into a tragic romance fantasy. My head, I massaged my throbbing head. Perhaps due to the primitive brewing techniques of this world, the ale seemed to have caused a stronger hangover than the modern-day beer. Moreover, whose blanket is this? It shouldn't be Rendler's, since the old butler was still half dead on the sofa, so it would probably be Rachel's, but I couldn't remember anything from last night. Getting up, I covered Rendler with the blanket as he stirred in his sleep. Creak. Leaving the room, I looked towards a guard standing next to the doors and asked, "Did something happen last night?" My memories from last night were completely blank. While it seemed like no incident had occurred, I was worried that some of the original's drunken habitats had resurfaced. Things like causing a ruckus or perhaps calling for a maid and assaulting her. "My lord, I just want to know if there was some sort of disturbance last night." "Nothing of the sort, my lord." "Good. Phew." With a relieved sigh, I asked another question. "Speaking of which, who brought that blanket?" "Night Rachel, my lord." Is that so? So it had been Rachel. Perhaps the stern teacher worried for his health. Her stoic facade hid a gentle heart. Or she simply wished to preserve her student's health so she could beat him behind the guise of training. Regardless, if he hadn't been covered by the blanket, he might have indeed caught a cold. So Eldon wished to express his gratitude for his teacher's care as he moved on. But first, he needed something to soothe his stomach. As he walked, he recalled a particular dish from his monster cuisine guide, a dish that was supposedly excellent for hangovers, the Minotaur blood stew. However, there was neither the chef nor the ingredients to make such a dish at the moment. So for now, anything non-alcoholic would have to do. As I arrived at the annex's kitchens, there in the kitchens stood Rachel stirring a teacup with a spoon. From her nightgown, the female knight also seemed to have just awakened, but I hesitated to greet her. Because I didn't know what had transpired the previous night. Perhaps my drunken hands may have touched something improper, or this mouth had blurted hurtful words. Luckily, my lord, you're up early. Rachel greeted me with her usual tone, so it was likely that nothing happened. With a relieved sigh, I entered the kitchen. Still, I felt a need to clear my lingering doubts. Nothing strange happened last night, right? Standing beside her, I casually asked such a question while picking a glass of water. For some reason, I felt a burning sensation inside me. I wished to quickly extinguish it with a glass of cold water, but something was handed to me. It was the teacup Rachel had been stirring. Instead of answering me, she poured water into a newly retrieved cup and spoke of the drink she handed to me. "My father used to make this when he drank too much. Honey water. Basically, it's a bit of acacia honey mixed with water and a bit of lemon juice. It should help with your hangover." The unexpected appearance of honey water almost made me blurt out something silly like, "Is your father a fellow transmigrator as well?" 1. Honey water is a simple yet effective method of alleviating a hangover. It seems Rachel's father had created an elixir capable of curing hangovers. I couldn't help but be somewhat astonished by this situation as I lifted the teacup. Never, not even in my wildest dreams, I could have imagined I would receive honey water from Rachel, the stern knight. Honestly, I could expect this from Rendler, but never from her. As I thought, perhaps something did happen last night. Rachel had never shown any sort of kindness towards Eldon, contenting herself to simply fulfill her duties as his escort and nothing more. Gulp. I took a sip of the honey water. The sweetness of the honey combined with the freshness of the lemon created an excellent flavor, seeming to relieve not just the hangover, but also the tiredness. "How is it?" Rachel asked cautiously. Looking at her face, I gave it a thumbs up. "It feels like the hangover is clearing up with just one sip." Only then did a slight smile bloom on her stoic face. It was the first time I had seen her smile. Even when I looked through Eldon's memories, there had never been a time when Rachel smiled. Of course, the smile was a discreet little thing, but there have been times I even wondered if this woman had forgotten how to smile, but it's good to see that I was wrong. Rachel then picked her own teacup and looked at me before saying, "Your wound has healed nicely." Then I'll go prepare myself for the day." That was the end of the conversation. Rachel left the room with the steaming teacup in her hands. I absent-mindedly watched her back, then turned my head to look at my cheek reflected in the cupboard mirror. Just as she said, the wound healed without a trace of a scar, as if it had never happened. So maybe that's why she was being so stingy with it. After gently probing the area where there had been a wound, I drank the honey water. Perhaps it was because someone else had made it, but truly, it was deliciously sweet. My lady, have you never thought about marriage? It was early in the morning. While she was having breakfast and reading a book, Ariel's maid questioned her as she poured a cup of tea. Distracted from her book, Ariel looked quizzically at the maid. It was the first time she had heard such a question. "Ah, I was just curious, my lady, but please don't say you're married to your books." Ariel took a sip of her tea and sighed. Marriage. She hadn't really thought about it, not to mention she had never been in love. How could she think of marriage? For Ariel, who could easily be said to have lived her life buried in novels, marriage was an irrelevant matter. "I haven't thought about it." Why not? Just haven't. My lady, if you keep on being like this, you might end up all alone. They say a woman who has interacted with men knows how to choose them well. Therefore, you should meet someone before it's too late. Those who read a lot of books also know how to choose them well. The maid was irritated that their conversation with her lady ended up talking about books, as it always had sat in a chair opposite Ariel. She then stared at Ariel with a dissatisfied expression. "What's wrong? Aren't you wasting it?" "Wasting what?" "Your prime. This is the time for you to display your beauty and fall in love with a handsome man, my lady." Love? Oh, I don't know about that. Ariel grimaced as if she had seen something unspeakable. Though she had once been curious about love and read romance novels, she found the expenditure of emotions and the time it took to flip even one more page utterly incomprehensible, and never finished one. "I've never been interested in anyone, my lady." Upon being asked by the maid, Ariel nodded emphatically as if it was the most natural thing in the world. "Yes, sigh." The maid sighed. It was unbelievable, incomprehensible even, that her lady, possessing such stunning beauty and a gentle heart, had never once been in love. Had the maid been blessed with her lady's beauty, she was confident in charming every man that caught her eye. "Why are you so focused on this? What about you? Have you ever been in love?" "Of course, you wouldn't believe how many love stories bloom among the servants." "Really? Do servants date each other? I've never seen it." "That's because you're always buried in your novels, my lady." "Ahaha, I see. My lady, can't you give this a bit of thought? It's such a waste of your beauty." "Beauty? What beauty? There are so many prettier than me. You've never seen the third Northern Duchess. If you had, you'd realize how common I look." Not even a sigh came out. Such a level of frustration was unprecedented. This won't do. Fearing that her beloved lady might end up a lonely elderly woman, the maid, with a determined face, asked, "My lady, what's the most enjoyable book you've ever read?" There are so many, it's hard to choose." Ariel Elrond muttered book titles while unfolding each of her 10 fingers, one by one. Then one title struck her. The novel that kept her awake for nights on end, where turning each page was excruciatingly precious. The novel that left her heart so full she could barely describe it after reading the epilogue. The novel that made her feel happier than anyone else in the world while she was reading it. Legacy of the Hero Elfirion. You were very happy reading it, weren't you? Ariel smiled at the mere thought and nodded. Then the maid spread her 10 fingers in front of her. When you fall in love, you'll be 10 times happier. That comparison, perfectly suited to a bookworm's perspective, made Ariel look astonished. 10 times? Could it be 10 times happier than those moments of ecstatic bliss? Surely that's an exaggeration. It's true, you've never tried it. When you're in love, your world fills up with that person, and every moment of waiting to meet them is agonizing. And when you do meet, the excitement is so intense that it feels like you could die happily. That feeling is truly irreplaceable by anything in the world. It's that intense? Absolutely. I'm happy enough to die. Thoughts filled only with the loved person. If it's that happy, well, it might be nice. What do you think? Have you finally started to see it now? The maid asked with a hopeful expression, as if seeing her lady finally grasping the concept. Of course, that hope quickly cooled down. "But then I wouldn't be able to read books." Sigh. A sigh that wouldn't be surprising if it tore down the world poured out early in the morning. Who starts the morning talking about love? After breakfast, Ariel made her way to the library with her escort. She was aware that as the grand ducal betrothal came to its conclusion, the topic of love had gained a lot of traction. That must be why. Occasionally, she was urged to look at men instead of books. Regardless, could it really be 10 times better? She had been so content with her novels that she thought she could live a joyful life on a deserted island if she only had them. But how could she possibly be 10 times happier than that? Nonsense. It must be an exaggeration made in an attempt to convince her. Having dismissed the idea, Ariel arrived at the library 10 minutes before opening and looked around. She hoped that Eldon would come early. There was also a lingering regret that in these past days they hadn't been able to talk at length about books because he often arrived late, prioritizing training over reading. Ariel felt slightly neglected, though she acknowledged she was being a little selfish. Will he be late again today? Sigh. Although his tardiness was a foregone conclusion, Ariel still hoped that he would come early today. So as she scanned her surroundings, she only spotted the cleaning staff moving through the morning fog. Disappointed, Ariel set her gaze on the library's entrance 1 minute before opening. Then the moment the library's doors opened, tap, tap, someone tapped her shoulder from behind. Startled by the sudden touch, Ariel quickly turned around, her eyes widening in surprise. Small miracle had occurred. I thought about coming early and waiting for you today, but you're never late, are you, Ariel? What? Eldon. Ariel's eyes widened, filled with joy. Her furrowed brows smoothed over, and her plump red lips broke into a beaming smile as she struggled to contain the overflowing happiness that she had yet to fully comprehend. Ariel bounced on her feet, feeling inexplicably energetic now. Then a pungent stench of alcohol reached her nose. Did you drink last night? Well, I had some drinks with Rachel here as well as my butler, Rendler. Really? Ariel looked at Knight Rachel, who stood diagonally behind Eldon. It was the same spot she used to have in their academy days. I can drink too. Then Ariel pouted as a strange feeling she had yet to understand bubbled within her heart. Footnotes 1. This is because on Korea, there's a hangover drink that when translated to English it literally means honey water.